Hello everyone, welcome to What If Ichigo Joined the 5th Holy Grail War in Fate, Stay Night movie. Before we start, please go support Mugetsu01 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Ichigo is a male. Two black swords, capable of cutting destiny. Separated they are dangerous, together they are invincible. The perfect servant for the perfect master thanks to an unlikely summon. Prologue. TCH, damn it. I don't know who told me to volunteer to clean this mess. It's disgusting. A very clear complaint, with a tone that perfectly matched the level of annoyance the orange-haired boy possessed, sounded at that moment. He grabbed his neck and cracked it, looking for some relief on his shoulders, which he eventually found. Ichigo Kurosaki was the name of that boy who was clearly angry about doing that frustrating job that he himself had set out to do. While polishing the wooden floor, until it was not very different from a mirror, he was cursing things under his breath, continuing with his complaint. It wasn't much fun cleaning that sweaty wood, not just from him, but from other people who practice martial arts. After all, he was a member of that club in high school. And so, in this way, he had come up with the brilliant idea of offering to clean the dojo. He believed he wasn't stupid, or at least not that stupid, but he quickly realized he was very wrong. If I keep thinking about these things, I'll never finish. Night has started to fall, and from what I've heard, things aren't so great around here, he told himself, serving as motivation. Motivation dipped slightly when he saw how much of the dojo he still had left to polish. He sighed and shook his head a little, clearing the few doubts that had arisen in a matter of seconds. He grabbed 2 wipes soaked in detergent and, as if in a race, began running while simultaneously scrubbing both wipes across the floor, leaving a shiny, completely clean line along the way. He smiled a little at the result of his first pass, and without hesitation he prepared for the next ones. Apparently it could even be something fun. Board by board, meter by meter, the orange-haired boy quickly passed over and over the cold wood, which apparently warmed up a little due to the friction that the boy himself caused with his furious cleaning storm. As Ichigo concentrated on this, thoughts flew through his head, things that were beyond his reach, to his indignation. The gas leak through the city, responsible for leaving many people unconscious and debilitated, and therefore hospitalized. Clearly that wasn't it. There's always something else going on. I didn't know what it was, but it must have been nothing more than a kind of headline the police slapped on to explain something that is inexplicable. That, and murders. Yesterday, an entire family, minus a small child, was murdered in their own home, in the darkness of the night. From what I'd heard, there were no screams, no signs of defense from the family, and the cameras didn't capture anything or anyone entering or leaving the house. What they did say was that the dogs went crazy that night, observing something no human or security camera could ever have seen. It worried him. He decided to leave everything behind. Finally forgetting his past was what he'd been looking for after 2 long years. A normal life like a normal teenager, the dreams and aspirations of someone who was just like everyone else. But events like these boded ill. He knew it wasn't normal, even more so when he ran into a strange white-haired girl the night before. She spoke a few words to him that seemed more like, "Warning. You have so much potential, and it would be a waste for it all to end before the fun even begins. If you don't hurry up and unleash it and use it properly, you'll die, little brother." That's what he thought he heard as he walked past her. When he turned around, there was nothing left, not even the slightest trace. He thought he'd forget that quickly, but that wasn't the case. Those words remained etched in his mind to this day. Strange things happened in just a few days. He already knew what it was all about. Those little things would unfold into something much bigger. His experience with such things dictated that, and if it went like this, his longed-for normalcy would end soon after it began. He was surprised as soon as he snapped out of those thoughts. He'd already finished polishing the entire floor. It was more than shiny, and it gleamed beautifully when it came into contact with the faint moonlight that gently streamed in through the window. Ichigo was satisfied with his work, although. Wait, it's shining with the light of the moon? He thought confusedly. Looking up, he realized it was pitch black, both the dojo and the high school. Shit, it took me too long, only a few miserable moments passed in my mind. He cursed his lack of perception, with the strange things that were happening day after day. The last thing he wanted was to walk around the city under the not very reliable darkness that enveloped it. It made him feel a certain insecurity. All added to the fact that deep down he knew something was about to happen. It was a combination that brought him uncertainty. He got up from the floor and straightened his uniform, which he had kept folded so as not to get it wet or dirty. Being alone, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, his body following suit even without his consent. He spread his feet a distance apart and braced them against the wood, placing both hands in front of him, holding what appeared to be an invisible sword as he glanced furtively ahead. His mind and body still couldn't quite shake off old habits, and that bothered him, so before he knew it, he'd returned to his normal stance. "I must be a little tired," he tried to justify his strange behavior, even though he knew he couldn't fool himself. He put on his shoes and adjusted his bag, ready to leave. "Well, my work's done." The sound that shook his entire being reached his ears, as if a furious bolt of lightning had struck nearby. Without hesitating for even a second, he turned his head toward the place where he'd heard the crash. Cautiously, he left the dojo and got close enough to the sports field to see what was happening in the middle of it. No, he had already sensed what was happening long before, from the moment the unmistakable sound of two weapons clashing fiercely reached his hearing. He approached slowly, only flashes of blue and red reflecting in his eyes. The sand seemed to dance around them, obscuring his complete understanding of the entire scene and the subjects involved. He tried to hide, but seeing that they hadn't noticed, Ichigo crouched down and continued to approach. But he cursed loudly when he accidentally moved a small soda can with his foot. It was very loud, and he had done so just at the moment when both combatants seemed to have reached a temporary truce. "Hey, who the hell is there?" she heard a demanding shout. A quick glance revealed it was a man in blue tights, armed with an extravagant but surely very dangerous spear as red as blood. He seemed angry, very annoyed by the interruption, and a possible witness to the incident. I have to get out of here now." With urgency in her mind, she put aside everything else and ran as far as she could into the high school. If that guy was as strong as he seemed, he was more than dead in a head-on fight without powers, let alone in an open field. If he wanted to have any chance of survival, he had to get into high school and use it to his advantage. Of course, if only that guy weren't so fast. As soon as he set foot inside the building, he dodged a lightning-fast slash out of pure instinct. He knew that if he turned back, even if it was for a millisecond, that guy would be there, ready to slit his throat at the slightest opportunity. "Don't look, don't look, don't look. Don't look back. Damn it. Where's the door?" he screamed to himself. His desperation grew as he ran at full speed through the desolate hallways of the institute. He could feel the lancer breathing down his neck, inches away. He was playing the bastard. It took him seconds that felt like an eternity to find the door he was looking for. With impressive speed for a human, he grabbed a fire extinguisher that was stuck to the wall and used it to break the lock on the door the orange-haired man had so longed for. The blue-haired man looked at him bored, disappointed by that action. "TCH, games are over. Hiding behind a stupid door won't do you any good, you have to die," he thought, increasing his speed and throwing a slash more quickly than before. "Say goodbye," he warned, with no desire to continue playing cat and mouse. However, the cut didn't reach its destination. On the contrary, it had been stopped. Sparks and the sound of metal colliding with metal echoed throughout the institute. And with it, the blue-haired man was shocked by what was happening. "This is a joke, right?" he thought, realizing the situation. Ichigo, who had been completely unarmed moments before, was now armed with two katanas, one in each hand, clearly stopping the spear that promised nothing but death to him. Even so, he laughed in provocation at his successful defensive act. He had done it, reaching that door of the institute was the only way to increase his chances of survival, since that was where different weapons used by other clubs for their activities were kept. Obviously they needed a permit to use them, but at that moment, Ichigo didn't need stupidity like that to take a sword and fight for his life. "I understand," this boy the Lancer analyzed the situation, coming to a quick conclusion, almost as quick as himself. He never sought to hide. He reached that door and from there he pulled out those katanas. He never wanted to run in the first place, only to find a way to defend himself, he concluded. He looked straight into the orange-haired boy's eyes, and there wasn't a shred of doubt or fear in them. He was going to fight to the bitter end. A furtive smile curled his lips at the boy's resistance. His refusal to die despite his weakness had moved him. He put more strength into the struggle, and the orange-haired boy, a drop of sweat running down his forehead, was forced to retreat under the blue-haired boy's increasingly powerful push. "I see. You have my full respect, brat," Ichigo heard, only to be sent flying several meters down the hallway with a kick to the face, a wall stopping his high turbulence journey. He held the back of his head, which had begun to bleed from the blow, and his right eyebrow also began to bleed from the strong kick. He quickly rushed to his feet and took up his guard. "I won't let myself be killed so easily. I haven't faced all the possible dangers in this world to die here, like this," was his only thought, as blood reached one of his retinas and reddened it. Long dormant instincts had been activated in him. The desire to live had stimulated them beyond measure. A quick analysis of his swords revealed that they were cracked. One more clash and they would shatter into 1,000 pieces. He clicked his tongue at this. Wait, where did he go? He realized the blue-haired man had completely left his field of vision, which immediately alerted him. He felt danger right on the right side of his neck and jumped into a room to his left in less than a blink of an eye. It was the computer lab. The Lancer quickly stood in front of the door, not entering the room for the time being. It's true I've been playing, but an ordinary human should be dead in the first place with any servant, even more so with me. It's fun, but it's not my job, and I'm not here to have fun, he mused. His shadow became one with the darkness of the room, coming to stand calmly in the middle of it. So? I don't have all night, and my desire to play has run out. Continuing this will only prolong your agony. If this keeps up, I can't guarantee you a painless death, brat, he warned without moving a muscle. He heard the door, footsteps behind him, slowly creak, closing until it did so completely. The spearman let out an amused, completely involuntary laugh. So you've chosen to fight, he declared. At that moment, a computer shot out at his face, splitting it in two just inches from his face. Another shot out at him from behind him, and he turned around to repeat the previous procedure. He did it, only behind that PC, one of Ichigo's swords was also thrown, that surprised the Lancer, who dodged it by very little, not avoiding it cutting his cheek a little, and causing some blood to start running from it. I've got him, Ichigo thought, darting out from under a table into the darkness. He wanted to take advantage of that brief moment of hesitation on the man's part and land a precise cut on his neck. He was so close, inches, millimeters, inches. Pain, an immense pain in his chest, cut off any chance of landing his attack. Ichigo slowly looked down at his chest, realizing that the tip of that spear had pierced his heart. With utter desolation, he looked up to meet the eyes of his executioner that night, who looked at him with some pity as he wiped the blood from his cheek. It's a shame. That someone with as much guts as you has to die like this. You live your last moments wondering why you were in the wrong place at the wrong time and regretting it. The man withdrew Ichigo's spear, resulting in a lot of blood spilling on the ground and the subsequent fall of Ichigo in agony. DCH, this is not something a heroic spirit should do. It's a complete shame for me to do this while bearing such a title, it makes me feel like it's nothing more than a vile label, he said to himself, watching as the orange-haired boy's eyes slowly closed, life draining from him. Against all odds, he bent down towards Ichigo and took him by the shoulder firmly. You've fought to the very end like a warrior, be proud of it, kid. I, Kuchulin, recognize your bravery on the battlefield and your mettle to face me without fear, he concluded firmly. Those were the most sincere words he could express, and it was what he thought with all his heart. When he finishes and realizes that he is about to die and that his master is calling him, he decides to disappear from the place once and for all, it had taken him too long. As if it were sand in the desert, the Lancer vanished into blue particles, all under Ichigo's weak gaze, powerless while the arms of death embraced him tighter and tighter, pulling him to the other side. Hundreds of thoughts raced through his mind, his memories passing so quickly that he didn't even have time to sort them all. But 3 people appeared much later than the others in those images he scrolled through at a mile a minute. Dad, Yuzu Ka Karen. This sea can't end like this, he said with his last strength, he wanted to see them one last time. They were going to visit him soon, their reaction to knowing that he had. There, at that very moment, he lost himself, his gaze completely lost and dull, lifeless. He vaguely heard footsteps echoing near him. His body, which was slowly beginning to lose warmth due to the lack of blood, was moved slightly. He felt this being done to him even though everything was blurry in his vision. He couldn't quite tell what he was hearing, his sense of hearing was fading along with his brain, but if he had to bet, he'd say. They were wails, from a boy, from a girl, he didn't know for sure. He reached a point where he couldn't see or hear anything anymore, he could only faintly feel touch, and through this, he realized that he was being lifted a little, and his chest was beginning to rise in temperature, a slight red flash invaded his deathbed without him knowing it. At that moment, he thought he should sleep, a sleep from which he surely would not wake up. Where am I? Ichigo thought, opening his eyes, feeling as if he hadn't opened them in years. It didn't take him long to remember what he was doing shortly before falling unconscious, so he quickly grabbed his sword at his side and stood on guard, still in pain. He looked around the room. He was sitting right in the middle of the computer lab, and beneath his feet was a huge pool of blood. This disturbed him almost immediately, until he realized his uniform was ripped across the chest, just above his heart. It's true, I was fighting that guy, and he with his spear. Pierced my heart, he came to that dark conclusion, the blood on his clothes was proof of it, and he also remembered it in great detail, with all the pain, to his misfortune. But I didn't die, or no, I did. But something happened, he mused, analyzing everything around him. He realized that a small necklace, red as blood itself, was lying next to him. Not knowing what it was exactly, he simply reached out to grab the object, and there he saw something very strange that hadn't been there minutes before. What is this? He wondered, watching as a strange red mark formed on his right hand. He didn't know what it was, but the sensation surrounding that mark was very similar to what he had felt just moments before when he was at the gates of the afterlife. However, he believed that was the least of his worries and stood up, still holding the sword in one hand, and left the place in the direction of his home. Since it was nighttime, he believed no one would see him with that sword if he took the long route, and he believed right. Avoiding contact with other people, he arrived home with some difficulty. He walked right past, knowing that his partner, Taiga Fujimura, wasn't home that day due to work. Nor was Sakura, who should have been home by then, which made things much easier for him. He arrived at the living room and landed on the floor, next to a small table. On it he placed the necklace, but at no time did he get rid of the sword, knowing that he might need it. I don't understand a thing about what's going on. I fled Karakura just because of this kind of thing, but apparently I'm a magnet for the supernatural. Today was the last straw. They killed me, I'm sure of that, but I don't know what or who those guys were. Everything combined with the accidents and murders and the appearance of that strange girl yesterday just makes everything that much more confusing and strange. If only I still had my— He slowly silenced his thoughts when he heard a strange sound coming from the ceiling. He got up and prepared himself for whatever it was without thinking. A second later, he was forced to dodge and roll on the ground, all because of the same red spear from before, wielded by the same man, who had a stern expression on his face. He didn't seem very comfortable with the situation he was in. I'm not happy about having to kill the same guy for the second time in less than an hour, much less someone I gave a peaceful death and sweetened with my most sincere words. Now because of you, I'll have to trample on my pride as a heroic spirit once again, he said seriously. Quickly and wanting to kill the orange-haired boy right there, he launched a diagonal slash, right at the height of his neck, which Ichigo managed to block by very little, but the sword could not resist any longer and was destroyed like the most fragile of crystals. Ichigo, with nothing left to defend himself with, opted to run out of the house, breaking a window in the process. Pained by this and with cuts on his arms and face, he managed to get to his knees in a vague attempt to think of what to do, which he did out loud. I have nothing to defend myself with. I need a gun now. Dead people don't use weapons, brat, he heard from beside him. He felt as if a rib had broken from a direct kick from the lancer, sending him flying dramatically toward a storage room in the courtyard. At the speed of flight, Ichigo opened the heavy steel door with his back and continued until it hit the wall, shaking the warehouse in a mini earthquake. Things fell from all sides, among them a box with valuable contents that were unknown to him and everyone else in that city, something priceless. From that box fell what appeared to be a golden sheath with blue lines and details, beautiful from any angle. It had fallen right on top of a circle drawn on the ground, which shone with an unprecedented intensity and for no apparent reason. In the pure gold of that scabbard, the reflection of Ichigo could be seen trying to stand up a few meters away, without success. Even worse, that dangerous lancer entered the warehouse, ready to finish the job he himself had left unfinished. Boy, you fought to the bitter end, and that's something you'll always have, but this is where your story ends. I won't leave any work unfinished. I, Lancer class servant, will execute you right here, right now, he declared, patiently walking toward his prey. At that moment, he realized something and briefly stopped in his tracks. What does this mean? Why is it that when I finished him off at that high school, he didn't have any mana, but now he does? How could that be? He wondered, even though he knew he wouldn't have any answers. He simply continued his relentless march toward his victim. Ichigo gritted his teeth in helplessness, blood dripping from his forehead, almost blinding him in his right eye. He was in no condition to resist the blue-haired man's judgment. But even so, he didn't want to die, not there. Not in that place, like a piece of trash, without even knowing the reason for all this. Growing determined not to give up just like that, the circle drawn on the ground glowed brighter than before, a slightly purple hue, along with the mark the young man had on his hand. It seemed to be yearning to be put to its proper use. It throbbed. It was beating like Ichigo's heart, which was throbbing intensely. The orange-haired boy, unable to stand up completely, sat on the ground, in front of Lancer who was only a meter away from him, looking at him with reluctance, wanting to end it all. Maybe you could have been the seventh, but that doesn't matter anymore, he thought, preparing his spear to settle the whole matter. I don't think about or want to die. Even though I tried to leave all that madness behind, I miss her so much. I miss everything, I miss my powers, I miss my friends, my family, and if I ever want to see them again, I can't let someone like you kill me. Not now, not ever. He yelled at her, just as the spear was heading straight for his head, between his eyebrows. Lancer wasn't planning on making the same mistake twice. At that moment, the circle in the warehouse exploded in a wave of dark, sinister energy. Pure, suffocating mana filled the entire space. Amidst the smoke produced by the explosion, a figure rose. Delicate footsteps echoed faintly in the space, quickly becoming numerous, a sign that something was frantically rushing to attack the invading servant in its territory in order to defend its master. Before Lancer could respond to the incoming attack, he was already flying out of the warehouse and away from Ichigo, carrying him away from danger. All thanks to a black sword with reddish details all over the blade and hilt that slowly became visible as the smoke dissipated. What? Ichigo stuttered at everything that was happening, even more so when the dust completely cleared. And in front of him, a maiden as black as the night itself appeared before him in all her glory, the moon being in charge of magnifying and beautifying her presence. With serenity and elegance, but at the same time with strong and intimidating movements. Wearing a short dress, leaving her back and most of her legs exposed, which were covered by a thin fabric the same color as her dress, as well as her arms almost to shoulder height. She was the definition of elegance and danger incarnate. Of course, the large sword in her right hand, now planted in the ground, was a clear indication that she wasn't there for games. She turned to look at the orange-haired man over her shoulder, her pale yellow hair just like her own. Ichigo's face was filled with stupefaction. The maiden's gaze hardened as soon as her eyes met Ichigo's, reassuring herself that it was the right guy. There was no mistaking the seal on his hand, it was him. But just to be sure. With overwhelming seriousness and authority, he spoke. "I'll ask just once," he began profoundly. Ichigo had no choice but to snap out of his temporary stupor and return to his senses as quickly as possible. "Are you my master?" he concluded sternly, his eyes so sharp that Ichigo momentarily believed they could cut deeper than any Zanpakuto. So she was speechless, not knowing what to say. A woman would appear out of nowhere and send her killer flying in the blink of an eye. She'd already killed him once and then she'd stand up and, with all her nerve, she told him she was his master. Seriously? Hey, wait a minute, he tried to explain, but was interrupted by the girl who turned her back on him again, probably thinking he wouldn't say something important. Be that as it may. We are now connected. Our destinies are linked from this point on. My sword will be your sword, which has only one aspiration. She prepared to leave the warehouse at full speed, with the intention, according to her, of hunting down the poor devil she had sent flying a few seconds ago. Victory to me and my lord, he concluded with determination and without a hint of hesitation, launching himself into the heat of battle. Black, purple, and red energy flashed from it and his sword, ecstatic for the impending battle. Ichigo stood there, completely in place. He didn't understand what was happening. That little girl had appeared out of nowhere, defending him in the blink of an eye, telling him he was her master. He felt a strong tremor just outside the warehouse, along with a sharp sound of metal clashing. They had clearly started fighting outside, so. Damn it, I can't leave her alone. She came out and defended me, I don't know why, but she did, he said to himself before getting up in pain and walking slowly toward the exit. He glanced briefly at the mark on his hand, which at that moment was shining brightly in the darkness. Right at that moment, Ichigo Kurosaki knew that this was the end of his pathetic attempt at normalcy. Definitely, wherever he went, he was a magnet for trouble. Chapter 1. Dust rose and metal clanged. The two servants clashed their weapons in a furious clash, which the girl clearly won. Lancer quickly recovered and stood on guard, waiting for the next attack. Although, he noticed something, that sword, it has to be him, there's no doubt about it, he thought, analyzing that blade as black as night itself. The design matched the one used by that famous swordsman and king, Excalibur. And only he could have the strength to force him back so clearly. He was sure of it. So you are the king of knights. Arthur Pendragon himself, he laughed, satisfied with his discovery. I congratulate you, you've discovered something more than obvious. Anything else to add before I kill you? Lancer. Saber threatened, pointing the blade of her sword at him. Those words, full of irony and even a hint of mockery, inevitably reached the servant, who held his spear even tighter than before. He planned to make him regret those words, so he would simply dedicate himself to doing what he knew best. Struggle. But that thought, Lancer launched himself at full speed at Saber. Using his speed, he launched multiple slashes that were nothing more than red flashes to anyone. For anyone, except Saber herself. Her skill, strength, and dexterity were all on full display in a matter of seconds, deflecting and even countering all the slashes at once. In the final exchange between the two, Saber slammed Lancer's weapon into the ground with tremendous force, making a crater in the earth. For a moment, she had him ready to decapitate him. There, less than 20 centimeters away. Lancer's red eyes met Saber's. In those opaque golden eyes, there was only the promise of death for his enemies. Lancer managed to break out of the hypnosis he was in as a result of that gaze and released the spear, narrowly avoiding what was certain death at the hands of the sharp Excalibur. He moved away from his opponent as quickly as possible, summoned his spear, and it immediately fell into his hands. Barely escaping the storm of attacks, he felt various parts of his body begin to sting as he saw the areas where the attack had occurred. It turned out they were relatively deep cuts on his arms, legs, and torso. Beads of sweat and blood ran down her forehead and body respectively. Saber was strong, very strong. And not only that. Those eyes tch, he said quietly to himself. She had intimidated him. He could feel his spear vibrating slightly. His grip wasn't quite right because it was trembling. I think it's best if I save it for my noble phantasm. I can't risk revealing it and not finishing off the enemy, besides, it would be revealing my identity for nothing. Since it's most likely, he mused, his brow furrowing. It's that I won't be able to finish her off or my noble phantasm, he thought, frustrated. He watched as Saber began to walk calmly towards him, completely neglecting her defense. So you're walking toward me so casually and without any protection, can I take that as an offense? He asked, his face creasing in annoyance at the action. Take it as you please. You are not worthy of me wearing my armor, since you cannot even touch me. You can only. He planted his feet firmly on the cold earth, small craters appearing from the pressure and force of his steps. Die, he declared clearly, launching himself at full speed, Excalibur tinged with furious red and black auras that danced madly across the blade. A split second later, Lancer gritted his teeth tightly and held the spear in his possession with all his strength, enduring a swing from Excalibur that was headed straight for his neck, aiming to, as its owner said, end his life right there. Drawing on all the strength he could muster, he managed to push her away. He was about to do something he'd never thought he'd do on a battlefield. He knew he couldn't win that night against an opponent as formidable as the servant in front of him, so he didn't think twice about turning around and fleeing. However, just before he jumped over the wall that completely enclosed the place, he instinctively dodged what appeared to be a metal tube headed straight for his face. What's going on, coward? Come back. Let's finish what we started right here and now. He heard in the direction the object flew. A quick glance told him it was the orange-haired boy who, unnoticed, had slipped from the warehouse to just a few meters away from the fight that had been taking place between him and Saber just seconds ago. TCH, that damn brat. If only instead of playing, I had killed him, none of this would be happening, he thought, moving further and further away from the place. That bastard, I don't know what's going on and I don't care now. He tried to kill me and in one of them he succeeded. He's not going to just leave like that, I won't let him, a furious Ichigo said in his mind as he saw Lancer trying to escape. He knew he couldn't beat him, he had no chance, and despite that, he wouldn't let him get away with it so easily. He was a total idiot and he knew that more than anyone. I totally agree with that, master, he heard a female voice in his head, exactly like her, he thought. He quickly turned to where the girl fighting the guy was supposed to be. Isn't she here? He said, puzzled. He looked again where Lancer had escaped. He could see him not far away, and absolute surprise came over him when he saw the scene unfolding in the air. The image was crystal clear despite the darkness. It was of Saber kicking a Lancer in the ribs with tremendous force in mid-flight, ending his escape just seconds after it had begun. An explosion from the Lancer's impact with the ground rang out, followed by a roar. I have to go, that thought raced through Ichigo's mind, and he didn't hesitate for a second and sped off in the direction of the explosion. There, amidst all the smoke that had caused such a strong impact, Lancer sat up, his body and soul racked with pain. He coughed up some blood and clutched the injured area. He had hit hard and he thought he was about to cough up a lung. So, run away, huh? And you call yourself a heroic spirit? Lancer. He heard near their location, the small figure of his female opponent, slowly coming into view behind the smoke. A disgrace, Saber concluded coldly, revealing herself completely. Her deep golden eyes pierced Lancer like red-hot daggers. Lancer instantly rose to defend himself, knowing that, despite his speed, he wouldn't be able to flee so easily. I didn't think King Arthur was such a talker. Being in front of a king, I'd imagine you'd have some sort of class. If you know what I mean, little one, Lancer said. And that's exactly what he thought. He didn't believe the King Arthur standing before him was the same one everyone was talking about. Aside from the fact that she was obviously a woman, she was a completely different person from what her persona was supposed to convey. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Now I'm not the same as they describe me in the legends. And let me tell you one more thing, that's bad. Her body glowed with black and red energy, engulfing her completely in a tempest that made Lancer sweat. For you, she heard behind the storm. It stopped and dissolved around Saber, and in that place, with only Lancer and the moon to witness such a majestic appearance, the Dark King revealed a look few had ever witnessed. The elegance that her delicate maiden dress once possessed was replaced by a suit of armor that looked sinister and dangerous. Black metal abounded in this armor, and the protection even seemed to partially reach her cheeks, as if it were a high collar. She wore claw-like gloves that seemed to be straight out of the most infamous horror movies, and boots that looked like footwear only worn on a hike into hell itself. Red details, resembling small lava paths, wound their way around her armor. All of this together was enough to intimidate even the toughest opponents. Lancer obviously wasn't immune to this large group. The seriousness that had remained in her expression seemed to deepen, which alerted Lancer even more than he already was. You'll regret calling me little, the knight threatened, the metal of her gloves holding her sword grating in a sound beyond terrifying. Chapter 2. Saber was more than prepared to cut Lancer into countless pieces right then and there. What he called her was nothing more than a terrible insult that was intolerable for a king, and she wanted to make him pay with her blood right then and there. With her armor on, she sacrificed speed in exchange for more destructive power, as the weight of that terrifying armor made her attacks heavier accordingly. The speed disadvantage didn't matter to her at all, since Lancer wasn't going to escape her if she just stayed focused on what she was about to do. Saber, with that thought, began to walk slowly toward a Lancer who was only thinking about how to get out of that place as quickly as possible. Fighting head-on against such a formidable opponent would only get him killed. It would be a shame to be the first servant to fall in that Holy Grail war. He wanted to think of a way out. His eyes moved furiously in all directions in search of a viable exit. In all of them, he concluded a single thing. There was no escape. He gritted his teeth, his grip on his spear tightening accordingly. With each possible escape route, he could see his head rolling on the ground. He took a step back, while Saber had already taken 5 steps forward. The sound of the knight's heavy, metallic footwear echoed throughout the room, her steady march conveying pure danger and a thirst for blood. "I know exactly what you're thinking, coward. You just want to run away from me. I can smell your fear even from miles away. You, a proud heroic spirit, trying to flee. It's so pitiful that you make me feel sorry for you," Saber said seriously, the venom in her words evident. Anger flashed across Lancer's face, but he couldn't contradict her, since everything she'd said was true. It was a shame he was even considering running away. "TCH, this day has been a total mess for me," he thought, everything had gone wrong. A drop of sweat trickled down his chin, falling and getting lost on the cold concrete. The moment Saber had stepped heavily, more than ready to launch herself at the Lancer, he raised his weapon in defense of the attack that was about to come. "Saber class servant." The faint voice, mingled with surprise, wonder, and stupefaction, floated through the air. Time seemed to stand still for a few seconds that seemed to be much longer than that. Saber halted her attack abruptly, as soon as that voice almost completely broke her concentration. The knight, without breaking her attack stance for even a moment, slowly and with grave seriousness, looked over her shoulder as the voice came from meters behind her. She immediately found the cause of that annoying interruption. The girl, black-haired, with 2 pigtails holding her silky beautiful hair that seemed to shine slightly in the dim moonlight. She had been enthralled and hypnotized, looking at Saber as if she were her greatest desire and unconsciously uttering the words previously heard by both servants in that place. Her vivid blue eyes met the dull golden orbs of the knight, who stared at her with pure macabre coldness. The newly arrived girl sweated at the slight eye contact. "She's just a witness," Saber concluded quickly. Not interested in the girl for now, she looked straight ahead. "I'll deal with her after I finish what I started." Looking over where Lancer was supposed to be awaiting trial, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. The only thing that could be heard in the background was a cricket nearby due to the complete absence of sound. "Escape," he said under his breath. Her grip on her sword began to shake with the growing fury in her body. The annoyance at her target's escape was palpable on her face and aura. Saber slowly turned to the girl responsible for all this and gave her a death glare. "You," she thought. Her prey had escaped because of that person, so, as was meant to be, she would take her place. He analyzed the girl for a few brief moments, in that shallow analysis. He came across something of great importance. He noticed how that girl had command seals on her right hand, which were covered without much success by the long-sleeved sweater she was wearing. She was a master, there was no doubt about it, and he intended to finish her off. At least for that night, he would end the existence of a possible future threat to her and her master, so he didn't hesitate for a second and firmly gripped his Excalibur in the direction of the newcomer, who still hadn't recovered from her initial shock. Horror was etched on his face as he watched Saber leap towards her at blinding speed. In less than a blink of an eye, she was less than a meter away, the ideal distance to be severely cut by a sword. Wanting to do just that, Alter Saber swung his Excalibur with the clear intention of cutting her in half and causing her intestines and organs to scatter all over the place. But the sword never reached the flesh it was destined for, as a previous stop had already arrived. 2 small twin swords stood in the way of the legendary sword's dangerous path, which only promised and sought bloodshed. However, upon mere contact with the dangerous and beautiful Excalibur, they shatter into countless pieces of now useless metal, but with that, they achieved their goal, which was to divert the trajectory of the cut. A cut that passed just millimeters from hitting the belly of the brunette who saw everything happen in just a blink. The man wielding such weapons, seeing that Saber didn't give up and returned the charge with another attack, created 2 more weapons in his hands and deflected another slash from the knight. The swords were broken again, and entirely new ones took their place. This time Saber launches a downward attack, seeking to cut him as if he were wood for a fireplace. The man takes a breath and prepares to receive the impact. As he does so, he feels how his hands are almost destroyed, just as his swords were almost destroyed again, which were almost destroyed again. If he hadn't held on, he would have been more than dead by now. He clenched his teeth in search of strength to withstand the downward thrust that the enemy servant was proposing to him. "Archer?" The black-haired girl shouted behind him. "PCH, why you look like a child. I wanted to warn you that more than one servant was around since you had vanished." "If it took just a little longer to arrive," she answered the one called Archer with annoyance, her voice breaking from the constant effort she was making to keep the swordswoman at bay. As he blocked Saber with everything he had, he couldn't help but think to himself about the situation. So Servant Saber has finally been summoned, then from now on, the Holy Grail War is truly at its starting point. But this servant at that moment, he began to sweat from the extreme pressure his entire body was under. "It's not normal," he finished. He quickly began to lose ground in the sheer brute force struggle against Saber. He was no match for her. And so, little by little, he was forced to his knees before the Dark King. For a mere second, he felt his body release from the unbearable pressure it was under. Confused by this, he raised a gaze he had previously been forced to lower, only for his expression to turn into one of pure terror. Archer, his weapons greatly weakened by the attack he had endured just moments before, was watching Alter Saber gather momentum to launch a swing with far greater force than the previous one, black and red energy overflowing from Excalibur's blade. Archer dropped his weapons, which were more fragile than they should have been, and summoned new ones, knowing that if his swords, in their best condition, wouldn't be able to withstand an attack like the one he was about to receive, much less would two that had already been brutally hit. That way, he wouldn't be damaged, or at least, too badly. The moment Excalibur made contact with Archer's twin weapons, they shattered like mere toys, and the Archer was sent flying away, crashing into a wall at the end of the street. With no obstacles in her way, Saber planned to finish off the master in front of her, who stood frozen in place as her Archer was so easily defeated. The knight swung her sword violently at the girl, who had nowhere to escape. An attack so fast that her brain wouldn't even have time to react was launched at her in order to end her fight for the Holy Grail. "Hey. What do you think you're doing? Stop this right now." Ichigo yelled, arriving at the scene just before the slash reached its destination. Appearing meters behind the location where the two girls were, one being saved by the sudden arrival of this one. The scream broke the scene and stopped it completely, since Saber barely heard her master's scream and stopped her attack in its tracks, something she didn't understand. The only explanation that occurred to her at that moment was that her master used a command seal on her to stop her, because his intention was more than clear. She quickly looked at her master over her shoulder, the disapproval in his eyes was clear, and she wanted to show her disagreement with the order given. "What are you thinking, master? These are enemies that I must destroy as your servant. What you're doing doesn't make sense," he stated clearly, the exasperation in his voice and face evident. "None of this makes any sense. To begin with, I don't have the slightest stupid idea why you appeared out of nowhere calling me master and fighting everything that moves. Which I appreciate because you saved me back there from that guy with a spear. But now calm down a little and listen, the girl standing in front of you is not our enemy," he said with certainty in his words. Then he looked at the black-haired girl behind Saber. "Right. Tasaka?" he asked with a small smile. The girl nodded vigorously and repeatedly when asked the question. Having Excalibur just inches from her neck was a real handicap when it came to speaking. "Tasaka?" Saber thought, giving the girl a quick glance. She knew that last name. Ichigo was quick to speak again and snap her out of her thoughts. "See?" Ichigo asked, now looking at Saber. That bit from earlier should have been proof enough that she wasn't an enemy. But. "Just put your weapon down, please," he asked, to Ichigo's surprise, with a kindness rarely seen in him. Perhaps the situation warranted it. After all, Rin's head was at stake. At her master's words, her tone, as if imploring her to stop it, coupled with the order from the command seal she'd received, she looked at Rin coldly, as if telling her that if she tried anything, she was dead. She gulped at the servant's unfriendly look, and there, little by little, Saber lowered her Excalibur from around her neck, completely withdrawing it and leaving her out of all danger. She had obeyed her master's request. Ichigo sighed at this, his face tinged with tranquility, and with it, he began walking toward both girls, talking in the process. "See? It didn't cost a thing. Ichigo. Master, step aside." "Huh?" Ichigo glanced back slightly. Just then, two very sharp swords were about to make contact on either side of his neck, aiming to decapitate him right there. Archer recovered from Saber's attack and circled around the area without anyone noticing, with the sole intention of killing Saber's master right there. "Damn it, I won't make it in time," Saber thought, seeing everything. Her armor made her much slower when it came to traveling that kind of distance. She had made a grave mistake in letting her enemy's words sink into her mind and make her put on the heavy armor that now prevented her from saving her master. It's over, he thought, his weapons closing in on him like scissors about to cut off a chicken's head. He was so close. Stop, Archer. Rin shouted, using another of her command seals to bring her servant to a complete stop. Archer felt like thousands of tons had fallen on his shoulders after hearing such an order, which was irrefutable for any servant. He gritted his teeth in annoyance at it. Rin, why? He asked, standing still, certainly not understanding. For the same reason, he said. He's not our enemy, the dark-haired woman explained. Watching Ichigo, who had gone completely still, she thought she felt the cold edge of the swords against her neck. Her skin prickled by the proximity of the weapons. Leave him alone, Archer, she spoke again, this time with another order that didn't need any command seal to have the desired effect. Archer complied, slowly moving his weapons away. However, he would make one thing clear to his master. Rin, you might regret this, he warned seriously. Or maybe not, he quickly replied. I couldn't bear the guilty conscience that comes with killing a friend, he concluded with a smile at Ichigo, who was surprised by what he had said, and the orange-haired man wouldn't be the only one surprised. Friend? Archer will ask with his eyes wider than usual looking at Ichigo. Friend? Saber also thought about the situation, her neutral expression betraying none of her confusion at all. It worked in her favor at that moment. Wait, you consider me a friend? Ichigo asked, tilting his head. A strange question mark appeared above it, emphasizing his point. At that moment, Rin wanted to be swallowed up by the earth. She thinks she'd rather have Saber's sword cut through her neck like butter than have done what she did. She had said something stupid, according to her, and what's worse, with a smile plastered on her face, that was a double strike in the same move. Why yeah, she tried to explain, unsuccessfully. That wasn't what she meant. I mean no. Well a little. TCH. She crossed her arms in frustration. Don't laugh. She quickly pointed her finger at Ichigo, who was looking at her with a total poker face. I'm not laughing, he said, his usual grim expression on his face. Although, deep down, he did want to laugh right in the girl's face at her attitude. He wouldn't do it right now. If he did, the situation and the embarrassment would only be greater, something he wouldn't mind seeing if it weren't for the fact that it would be much harder to handle. Waiting a moment for Rin to calm down a bit, Archer with a drop of sweat running down his face, and Saber looking at her with some embarrassment. She finally did and was able to speak to Ichigo calmly. Before we say anything, we need to have a quick conversation about what happened tonight and what's coming up next. Are you okay with that, Ichigo? She asked, crossing her arms in front of him. Absolutely. I need an explanation for everything that happened tonight, he said, holding his chest, right where Lancer had stabbed him. Rin looked at him with a slightly strange look and a question arose. Why don't you seem surprised by all this? I had to ask. Ichigo was far too calm for someone who knew nothing about the Holy Grail War and had just witnessed such madness. The orange-haired boy seemed to want to avoid answering that question, starting to walk slowly home. I can't say that, he said, turning his back on Rin. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just I can't, he clarified. I understand, it's your decision after all, she said calmly, accepting that. Thank you, Tasaka, he thanked. Don't thank me. Now, we're taking too long out here, we'd better get inside and put everything into context as soon as possible. Archer, I want you to keep an eye on the surroundings, please, he asked his servant, who clicked his tongue in irritation. She wasn't too keen on leaving her master alone with another servant, especially with a servant as dangerous as the one at his side. Alter Saber had been waiting for everything, but with her guard up in case Archer decided to do something stupid. Okay, then let's go. Rin began to walk towards the property, at which point Archer vanished into mana particles, heading towards the roof of the house and complying with the order given by his master. Ichigo let her go ahead a little, so he could be alone for a moment with the girl who called herself his servant. They stared into each other's eyes for a few seconds, at which point Alter Saber completely undid her armor, leaving her with the light dress she had been wearing when she was summoned. The silence was broken by Ichigo, who spoke up. What should I call you? He asked. Saber sincerely thought he was bombarding her with questions, since she apparently knew nothing about what was going on, but she was secretly grateful that he didn't ask such a simple question. I can't tell you my real name right now. But you can refer to me simply as Saber, master, he said calmly, causing his sword to also disappear in a flash of black lightning outlined with pure red. So Saber, huh? A strange way to call someone, Ichigo thought at what the now called Saber said. I understand, Saber. Now, moving on to another point. I don't entirely like you calling me master. It's a bit odd, to say the least, he explained. So you could use my name from here on out, that would be normal. My name is Ichigo Kurosaki, he introduced himself. However, her answer would surprise him. I don't think I can do such a thing. You can call me Saber and I'll call you master, as it should be. Not calling you by your name will represent the hierarchy that exists between master and servant, she said clearly and with a certain certainty. Ichigo sighed. He sincerely expected something like that from her, seeing her attitude, and more than anything, her eyes, which seemed to be dead. That, and the fact that she knew nothing he'd said was true, wasn't the real reason she couldn't call him by his name. Or rather, she didn't seem to want to. Not wanting to press the issue further, he simply accepted it at that and spoke again. Fine. Follow me, Saber. Let's go inside. Tasaka must be waiting. We have a lot to discuss, Ichigo called, starting to walk. Saber wasted no time and started walking to follow him closely. That was the beginning of everything. The 7 servants had been summoned by the corresponding 7 maters. The act was about to begin. Each of their hosts wanted to play their best role in the filming that took place every few years, which usually ended in complete uncertainty with each installment. Chapter 3. 2 years ago. I can still remember that feeling very clearly, it's like my body misses him. No, who am I kidding, I miss him too, Ichigo said sadly. He was floating in a void, what seemed to be what was left of his inner world. Of course, now there was nothing, and it was absolute desolate nothingness. It was dark, so dark that all he could see was his own body. I complained when I had them, I cursed the day I got them, and now all I can feel is an endless emptiness at the moment of losing them. Maybe it's true in the end. He looked at his hand and stretched it out into nothingness. You don't know what you have, its value, or appreciate it properly, until it's gone. And by the time you realize how much you wanted that something, it's too late to appreciate it, and regret sets in, he mused, the hand he had stretched out beginning to be swallowed by the terrifying darkness, as did the rest of his body. However, Ichigo remained calm. If I had known all this was going to happen, I would have preferred never to have had them. You can't regret having lost something when you never had it in the first place. But it's too late to think about what could have been, and never was he concluded, his eyes slowly beginning to close and his body completely enveloped by the desperate darkness. The moment he opened his eyes, and in complete contrast to where he was before, an intense light hit his retinas, causing him to briefly close his eyes, allowing them to adjust to the new bright light. Yes, I had woken up. Ichigo looked at his bed. It was the same, just like his room, his house, and his city. Nothing had changed, and that was something that at least gave him some comfort. He reluctantly got out of bed and headed for the bathroom, but not before avoiding a flying kick from his father, who insisted on encouraging him with that kind of thing. In a way, he did, encouraging his desire to beat his father up as revenge, but he knew it was wrong. But the desire to do it was something he had, and plenty of. Breakfast was gone in an instant. He paid no attention to the topics Yuzu and Karen were discussing, nor to his father's failed attempts to annoy him in any way. His sisters asked him if everything was okay with him, since he seemed disconnected from the world. It wasn't just that one day, he'd been like this for a month. He was stupid. They were worrying about him, and he knew it. It's nothing. It's just that high school has started off strong this year and I'm very focused. Don't worry, he told them to stop them from worrying about him, even if he had to lie to them. They accepted him immediately, and Ishin sighed, knowing the reason for his son's attitude perfectly. Ichigo finished his breakfast in a few minutes and said goodbye to his family before heading off to high school. The walk wasn't long, but it did give him some time alone and some peace, letting the sounds of the city take him away, even a little, from his reality. It had been a month since he faced Aizen and managed to defeat him, therefore, a month ago he had lost his powers never to recover them again. That was his only reality, and he had to start getting used to it, something he couldn't do at all. The battle against Aizen had been hard, so hard that he was forced to give up his powers in exchange for a much greater power. His final Jutsuga Tensho was the ability that could give him all that power, and even much more than he could imagine. But it came at a price he was paying right now and would pay for the rest of his life. Feeling an immeasurable power coursing through his entire body was unique and inexplicable. Only minutes later, he felt all his power slowly disappear without a trace. Despair came not at that moment, but soon after, when he knew it was all over. The emptiness emerged, and with it, depression threatened to surface, and it did. He didn't feel alive. Going to school, clubs, it seemed like none of that had any weight in a life that was starting to feel incredibly monotonous. Even more so when he saw his friends, who still had their powers, going to fight hollows. He could no longer see spirits, but he was smart enough to figure that out. The problem wasn't that he couldn't see hollows, but what he could see was his friends, running to save and purify souls. The feeling of worthlessness increased drastically because of this. His friends quickly noticed this, even watching with concern as Ichigo often stood motionless, staring at his Shinigami badge for minutes at a time. He became completely disconnected from his surroundings and remained rooted to the spot, staring at that piece of wood, as if waiting for something to happen. His friends asked him what was wrong, and he always said that nothing was wrong, even though it was more than obvious that this was not the case. It wasn't their fault and I knew it, yet it was still too complicated, if not impossible, to act normal, like I always had. That's why he'd been thinking about something for a while. I can't push them away from me. It would be stupid to do so when I'm the one with the problem. Therefore he began to think, noticing how he was practicing in front of the school. I'll be the one who pushes away, he concluded, determined, proceeding to enter the high school. It would surely be the last time he did that. A week later. Ryu, do you know what happened with Ichigo? The fact that he hasn't been here for a whole week is really worrying me, Inu asked, sitting at one of the many tables in the school cafeteria. Next to her were her friends Chad and the aforementioned Yuri Rashida. The latter adjusted his glasses slightly before happily answering the question. I'm sorry to tell you that I have no idea what's happening to him. No, the truth is that I do know, and we know, what's happening to Kurosaki, the Quincy explained calmly. They were more than aware of what was happening to their partner and friend, but it's hard to help someone who doesn't let themselves be helped. That's exactly what happened with Ichigo. Every time they tried to get close to him, he avoided them. It was like taking 2 steps forward and their target taking 5 steps back, each time moving further and further away until they reached that point. They hadn't heard from him for a whole week. Uryu wouldn't stand idly by. Be that as it may. I'll try to talk to his father about it. I don't think he'll refuse to give answers or lie. He'll surely understand, she decided quickly. She thought Ishin was a sensible person when it came to matters involving his son. Orihime agreed, as did Chad. If anyone could find the right words to speak to his father, it would be Uryu himself. He figured he'd do it that very day without fail, maybe right after school. Lunchtime ended and they returned to the classroom as usual, the 3 of them having already made their decision. However, Uryu was surprised when he noticed a note right under his desk, which prevented the others from noticing, and he read it carefully. Lean against the wall at the back of the high school at 4 p.m. Don't ask, just do it. Come alone. He read it in just seconds, and as he read it, he tore it into pieces so tiny that no one would be able to tell what he had written on that paper. It would only remain etched in his mind. You're too obvious, Kurosaki. Let's see what you have to say, the Quincy thought, watching as the professor entered the classroom and began the class. Time passed quickly, very quickly, since Uryu's mind was focused solely on arriving at the right place at the right time, and that was all. And so, the moment soon arrived. All the students began to leave the school in groups. Uryu said goodbye to Chad, and Orihime, oddly enough, lightly hugged the last one. It was a real surprise for the girl, who didn't know what to do but stay put. After a few seconds, he stepped away and looked seriously at his 2 companions. Don't worry, I'll try to make everything go smoothly. I still have some business to attend to here, so I'll stay a moment, he said by way of farewell. Inoue and Chad followed suit and wished him luck, starting to walk toward the exit. Uryu's face turned serious, and he made a 180-degree turn, heading toward the back of the school. The afternoon was beginning to grace the sky, and thus the high school, with an orange hue, just like his stupid friend's striking hair color. TCH, it only caused him problems. The mere sight of something with a slight orange hue was starting to drive him crazy, and judging by the scene around him, he thought he was more relaxed than he could have imagined. With those thoughts in mind, he arrived at the location. He leaned against the cold concrete wall he'd requested in the letter and waited. It wasn't long before he heard someone leaning on the other side of the wall. How mysterious. I'm still wondering what the need was for such a stupid act, Kurosaki, he quickly rebuked, though his tone wasn't as aggressive as it had been on many other occasions. On the other side of the wall, the orange-haired man proceeded to remove a hood he was wearing to hide his face, and especially his hair. He clicked his tongue before responding. There was no other way. I didn't want to just show up in front of the others and say what I'm about to say, idiot, the orange-haired man explained, not without first slightly insulting the Quincy, who, just for that moment, decided to let it go. So you're here now, speak up. What is it you can't say in front of others? He asked, crossing his arms. I'm leaving Karakura town. Ryu's brow furrowed at those words. Why am I not surprised? Kurosaki. He said, for once hoping his assumptions had been wrong. That's why I called you. You're the most sensible and intelligent person I know, unfortunately, he mocked from the other side of the wall. Don't be silly. They deserve to know about this too. You know very well they've been worried about you. I know, damn it, but I can't just look them in the face after my pathetic attitude toward them. That's why you'll be the one to tell them about all this after I'm far away from here. You're asking too much, Kurosaki. But before we talk about that, I want you to answer a few questions. Since when have you been thinking about this? Does your family know what you want to do? He asked quickly, wanting to know. Ichigo didn't hesitate for a second to answer those easy questions. I've been thinking about it for just 2 weeks now since that whole Aizen madness ended. I don't think I need to explain the reasons. Now, to your second question, he clenched his fists before answering. Uryu paid closer attention during the pause, hearing Ichigo slam his fist hard against the wall. I didn't think it would be so hard. Not with my father, but my sister's small tears threatened to escape her eyes. She tried her best to contain them, but she couldn't stop her voice from breaking. They threw themselves at me, begging, no. Screaming and pleading for the older brother they loved so much not to leave them alone, they cried themselves to sleep in my arms, she finished, her hands and her entire being trembling at the memory. There's still time to tell them it was just a practical joke from their stupid older brother and that you're not going anywhere. Instead of being here with me, you should be telling them that. There's no turning back. I've already got everything ready and packed. The bus leaves first thing tomorrow morning. I've already made a decision, so now I have to accept it without looking back, like I always have. Make sure you say goodbye to Inoue and Chad for me, I hope they take care of themselves. See you later, Uryu, he said, regaining confidence and determination in his words. Little by little, he began to peel his back away from the wall, retreating. However, something stopped him. I understand, Ichigo. His eyes widened in shock as the voice reached his ears. He recognized it perfectly, even though it was very low. It came from the other side of the wall, and of course, it wasn't Uryu, since it belonged to a woman. He approached the wall to see what was on the other side. The Quincy was there, of course, but there were also Inoue and Chad. Moments before. Uryu said goodbye to Chad, and Orihime, oddly enough, lightly hugged the latter. It was a real surprise for the girl, who didn't know what to do but stay put. Take this and read it immediately when you leave school, she heard in her ear. At that moment, Uryu took advantage of the proximity and thrust a note into her hand. Her hand simply fell silent. If he was giving it to her like that, there was a reason for it. That thought was reinforced when she saw Uryu's expression soften as they separated. Don't worry, I'll try to make sure everything goes smoothly. I still have some business to attend to here, so I'll stay a moment, said the black-haired man in front of her. Both she and her burly companion said goodbye to him and started walking, just as Uryu told her. Inoue proceeded to read the paper, her eyes widened at that moment, and she stopped in her tracks. Kurosaki is here, at the back of the school. Turn around and take the same route as me. When you see me, stand next to me quietly. Let's listen to what he has to say, all together. He read while his eyes widened, he wasted no time and turned 180 degrees to walk, no, run on his own steps, he didn't explain, and just took Chad by the arm to guide him to the place. Upon reaching the spot and seeing Uryu leaning against the wall, they approached, but he signaled them not to make any noise or say a word. He would be the one to steer the conversation in the direction he wanted. The conversation began as soon as they heard someone drop down on the other side of the wall. Inoue and Chad listened intently until they heard a specific word. I'm leaving Karakura town. At that moment, it was as if a bucket of cold water had fallen on them. Uryu was able to maintain his composure and continue talking. He had to, just like Chad, but it was different with Ino. She wasn't as strong as her two companions, she was mentally weak and very prone to being easily damaged, even more so if it was Ichigo who entered the equation saying such words. Inevitably, she began to cry silently, but she continued listening to the orange-haired man's reasons and his pain for doing that. But there's no turning back. I've already got everything ready and packed. The bus leaves first thing tomorrow morning. I've already made a decision, so now I have to accept it without looking back, like I always have. Make sure you say goodbye to Inoue and Chad for me, I hope they take care of themselves. See you later, Uryu, she heard as he finished the conversation seriously and began to hear footsteps slowly moving away from the place. Her voice cracking completely, the girl spoke weakly, but loud enough to be heard in the area. I understand, Ichigo. Present. Ichigo took 2 steps back the moment he realized he wasn't alone with Uryu. Terror painted his face at the thought that they had heard the entire conversation. Before he could say a word, Uryu got there first. Regarding that last request. Don't leave the hardest job to me and fire yourself, idiot, the man with glasses spoke firmly. He just remained silent and watched as Orihime was crying, her tears were painted with the orange hue of the sunset and they inevitably fell to the ground. However, she wore a smile on her expression, a sad one, as she looked at Ichigo. Without thinking, she ran over to him and hugged him with all her strength. Forgive us for all the harm we've been doing to you all this time. We were going to fight while you could only watch us helplessly. It was frustrating, right? It hurt a lot. Right. It wasn't our intention, Ichigo. It never was. She rushed to speak her mind, offering the most sincere apology Ichigo had ever heard. He gritted his teeth at the whole situation. Inoue was still clinging to him, so he did what he had to. He wrapped his own arms around her, hugging her as well. He had to calm her down, and he wanted to find the right words. As soon as he thought he found them, he proceeded to speak in a very low and careful tone. I haven't blamed you for anything at any point. Everything that's happening to me is because of the decisions I've made. Maybe they were wrong, maybe not, but it doesn't matter. The only one responsible for what's happening is me, and me alone, he said softly and calmly. So why are you leaving? The girl managed to say, calming down a little. At those words spoken by herself, tears began to flow again. This isn't goodbye, Inoue. But see you soon. I would never leave this city forever, since it will always be my home wherever I am and wherever I go. Orihime seemed to think about those words for a moment. She raised her gaze slightly and looked at Ichigo with some annoyance. He noticed. Do you promise? He asked, breaking away from the hug. The orange-haired boy didn't understand him. Promise what? What will you return? Ichigo took his gaze off Inoue for a moment, at which point he looked at Uryu and Chad, his decision growing and motivating him to respond firmly when he saw how his companion supported him in his choice. I will, without a doubt, he answered clearly. For a moment, they saw the determined Ichigo that they had wanted to see all this time. Kurosaki Ichigo would overcome all his problems on his own and would inevitably return to Karakura town, since this was his home and where the people he cared about most lived. Leaving it hurt him, but nothing would hurt him more than seeing everyone he loved suffering because of him. But the farewell was much easier. With that promise, he said goodbye to Inoue, then approached his great friend, speaking literally, who was Chad. Chad, who wasn't used to speaking, did so this time. I wish you luck, friend, he said, then shook his hand, both in greeting and goodbye. And, who are you? I can't help but say it's going to take a meathead of your caliber to liven things up around here, Kurosaki. You talk like a real tsundere, who are you? I hope you don't start crying like a little girl as soon as you get home, knowing I left you all alone, Brainiac. You wish I'd dedicate a single drop of my tears to you. Don't get so carried away, you idiot. At that moment, they looked at each other seriously. They were truly like cats and dogs. But at that moment, Ichigo offered one of his fists to the black-haired man with a provocative smile on his features. The man with glasses sighed heavily and bumped fists with Ichigo in farewell, a slight smile twisting his face. They saw no need to continue insulting each other. They would leave it for another time, which would surely come. So, Ichigo turned his back on them and started walking. If he'd been determined before, he was even more so now. The sun began to set as he walked through the streets of Karakura. He didn't want to go home, not yet. He wanted to explore the town. After all, this would be his last night in Karakura for who knows how long. Calmly, he passed by as many places as he could. The night was his only company, along with a light cold night breeze on that nostalgic journey. The light bulbs shone, and the buildings shone in their maximum splendor. He hadn't noticed it when he was a Shinigami, but Karakura was very beautiful when the sunlight fell and the faint moon took its place. He didn't know how much time he spent wandering through the city's desolate streets, admiring every detail. He arrived at the city's main park and sat on one of its many benches. He looked up and stared at the stars for an indefinite amount of time. Now that I think about it, I've never done anything as simple as this. So much wasted time, he thought, closing his eyes calmly. He took out his phone to see how late at night it was and was surprised to see the time. It was almost 11 p.m. As soon as he saw that number, he got up from his seat and walked towards his house. It wasn't far away. He didn't waste any time and quickened his pace a little. As he expected, he arrived quickly. As soon as he entered his house, he went straight to his room to sleep as much as he could. Tomorrow would be a long day for him. However, he was surprised when he entered his room and saw his two sisters asleep in his bed. They had probably been waiting for him until late, wanting to spend time with him before he left. A sad smile spread across his face at the sight. They had even left him a space on the small bed so he could lie down. He preferred to leave them as they were and use the closet, which was difficult because there were 2 suitcases inside with almost all his things. He managed to find sleep as best he could. Hours later, his phone's alarm went off. Ichigo cursed under his breath and half asleep, he turned it off as quickly as he could. It was really loud, he thought, annoyed. Maybe that's what woke his sisters up. He opened the closet door slightly so he could look in and sighed when he realized they were still asleep in their bed. He quickly got up, obviously without making any noise, and prepared to leave. It was quite an ordeal to do so with all the lights in the house off, since it was 4 a.m. Everything was still as if the night was just beginning, since their bus did not leave at 7 a.m., but at 5:10 a.m. She had told her sisters she was leaving at 7, lying to them so she wouldn't have to say another painful goodbye. She knew what she was doing wasn't fair to them, but she felt she had to do it. Once she'd finished getting ready and her bags packed, she returned to her room. As carefully as she could so as not to wake them, she approached her sisters and did something she couldn't remember ever doing. She gave each of them a light kiss on the cheek, along with a few words she had to say. I'm sorry to have to do this to you, Yuzu, Karen. Don't forget that your brother, despite what he's doing, loves you very much, he whispered, standing beside the bed. At that moment, he turned around and walked slowly toward the door. Just as he had the handle in his hand, he heard something that made him freeze completely. "Brother, don't go, don't leave us." His hand began to tremble, his heart raced, and his breathing became labored. It was Yuzu's voice. Little by little he looked over his shoulder to find himself with nothing. Her sister was still asleep next to Karen, having talked in her sleep. She breathed a long sigh of pure relief and hurried out of the room, leaving her sisters to sleep peacefully. He went down the stairs carrying his luggage on his shoulders. When he reached the living room, he found his father leaning against the door with his arms, only able to see him through the moonlight that was beginning to set on the horizon and entering through the main window. He continued on his way until he reached Ishin. The silence lasted for a few moments until Ishin broke the ice. "You've grown so much, Ichigo, but I didn't expect a decision as important as this to come so soon," he began, staring off into space. "I want you to know that whatever you do, I'll always be proud of you. I have no doubt Misaki is too," he concluded, turning his gaze to his son. The former captain had a smile on his face, but it was relatively muted. "You're acting like a good father," Ichigo said quickly, which didn't stop his father from chuckling genuinely. "I've always done that. And here's another proof." He proceeded to grab a folder that was on the table and hand it to Ichigo, who was watching everything with amazement. It immediately fell into his hands, and he couldn't help but ask what it was. "These are the papers so you can enter Fuyuki High School. Isn't that where you're going?" he asked. "I'm not saying that because you didn't have to do it. You've done enough. You probably spent a lot of money doing this. I had to do it. Even if I'm not with you, even if I'm far away, I'll always want the best for you. Since when do you need a reason to want to help your child?" Ichigo was speechless. Again, there was that damn urge to cry again. "That, and I paid for it with what I'd already sold of your things. The porn magazines you had under your bed were luckily limited edition," Ishin concluded, raising his right thumb and smiling winningly. The orange-haired boy's sadness vanished in a flash. "It was taking too long, so it was time to go. See you later, Dad. Take care of Yuzu and Karen," he said, opening the door. "Don't doubt that I will. You're talking to a former Shinigami captain, but more importantly, you're talking to your father after all." Ichigo laughed at the answer, imagining it a certain way. "Oh, I forgot," Ishin reminded. Ichigo stopped walking for a moment to listen to him. "A friend of yours went out of his way to leave you a gift. He said you'd know what it was when you saw it, and he also said to enjoy it," Ishin stated. Ichigo was puzzled by this. "Friend? Who are you talking about?" the boy asked his father, who just put one of his fingers to his lips as a sign of silence and said, "It's a secret." With that in mind, the orange-haired boy left the house and began walking, inching away from his home. The scene reminded him of the view he'd seen just hours earlier as he walked to the Karakura bus terminal, perhaps 3 kilometers from his home. Looking at his phone, he noticed it was already 4:30 a.m. He was thinking of quickening his pace a bit when something very strange happened. He saw the criminals he used to fight waiting for him a block ahead under a flashing light. Ichigo stopped dead in his tracks. "What the hell? Why are these dregs of society around here?" he thought in disbelief. Before he could think of how to avoid the situation, they noticed him and surrounded him. Apparently it was true. "You're leaving the city so early this day and you don't even bother to say goodbye properly, Kurosaki. I feel insulted," the one in front of him spoke, identifying him as the leader of the gang due to his countless disputes with them. "How the hell do they know that?" Ichigo replied seriously, almost spitting out his words. Although now that he thought about it, he could take some of his pent-up frustration out on those chimpanzees. "The black-haired boy with glasses told us last night that he was sure you'd be out around this time. He was very helpful. I don't know who he was, but I owe him one for this chance to be the last one to say goodbye to you." The boy laughed lightly in front of Ichigo, while the others also laughed madly. But Ichigo could only think about the description he'd been given. "So were you always ahead of everything? That bastard," he chuckled, this time, he had done him a favor. "Perfect, thanks to him now I can leave these trash half-dead and drop them off at the hospital one last time before I leave, and the best part is they won't be able to scold me for it." A grim smile spread across his face, he dropped his things and set them aside while checking the time on his phone. "It's 4:37 a.m. I have plenty of time to make these sons of bitches regret ever being born. How thoughtful you are, were you?" he thought with amusement, launching himself at the whole gang. He was going to have a lot of fun in the next few minutes. "I would leave them with one last beating as a souvenir. DCH, I think I hit them too hard," Ichigo thought with some annoyance as he stared out the bus window. His knuckles and knees ached. He made sure to leave more than one mark on each of those rascals. He'd been traveling practically non-stop for about 10 hours, and on the horizon, he could see the sun beginning to set. Dusk was falling. Boredom was his greatest enemy on that trip. He'd grown tired of looking out the window. He'd done so for almost 90% of the trip. His butt hurt from sitting so much. Although, hey, the bus had air conditioning, which was a comforting feature during that long journey to Fuyuki City. He stared off into space for a few minutes when he saw a sign. A sign that read, "Welcome to Fuyuki here Ed." Finally, he'd waited all day to see that damn sign. He was really close to his destination. His eyes lit up with joy and a smile spread across his face. Within moments, the landscape changed radically for him. What had been pure vegetation and life was replaced by areas of desolation. It seemed as if the entire place had been consumed by fire as the charred trees bore witness. What the hell happened here? This wasn't in the brochure, he thought, seeing the entire environment consumed to the point of being turned into an inert piece of land, devoid of all life. The scene quickly changed again to be the complete opposite of what had happened before. The bus began to cross a large red bridge. Ichigo had to say the view was magnificent. It was a large canal that entered the city and split it in two. Not far from there, the entire ocean could be seen. The sunset reflecting off it was honestly one of the most spectacular things he had ever seen within the realm of things. As I left the bridge, I really entered the city. One of the reasons for choosing Fuyuki was that it was far, far away from Karakura town. So much so that it took almost the entire day to get there without the bus making any kind of stop except for a few minutes at one or another gas station along the way. That, and he had drawn lots to determine where he would go by throwing darts at a map of Japan while blindfolded. Now, along the way, he realized that, at first glance, he hadn't been wrong in his decision. As he walked through the city and past its buildings, it seemed to be as beautiful as Karakura town could be. His walk to the Fuyuki terminal wasn't really long. There was a bit of traffic along the way, but he didn't care anymore. He was already where he wanted to be. The first thing he did when he disembarked and set foot in the city wasn't to wander around and admire the city like a little kid. He wasn't sightseeing. Well, if he had to do the second, not because he didn't want to do it, although the truth is that he did want to walk around for a while. He had to find a place to stay, since night had fallen. When he looked at his phone and saw that it was already 7:05 p.m. he knew he didn't have much time left, he had to hurry, or he would sleep on the street with the dogs or under the bridge he passed a while ago. He decided not to waste any more time and began exploring the city with the help of a map, or rather a map. The idea didn't last long. A strong breeze blew it out of his hands just a few steps into his journey. He cursed profusely at nothing, and the people around him shrank away from him at his sudden action. And so, with nothing to guide him, he resumed his stride. "Bah, I don't need that shit, I found a place to stay. I think," he said to himself, both motivating and discouraging. Hours passed for him, hours in which he couldn't find anything, to his immense frustration. It was incredible. How could it be possible that he hadn't found a shabby hotel or inn? Or at least one where they wouldn't rob him without a gun. Really? He spent about 4 hours searching endlessly. Maybe he had made a mistake by scouring that part of the city. Yes, that must be it. That part was a little more remote than usual. There were mostly normal houses, probably normal families. No businesses, and no offering homes to strange newcomers with unusual hair colors. Perhaps this was working against him when it came to negotiating. Yes, that must be it. But damn it, I'm already tired and it's already late, he complained, starting to walk again. There was no other choice. He had to keep going. He'd even accept sleeping in the doghouse that any of the houses he passed had. After a few minutes of aimless walking, he came to a street, a very long one. He decided he'd walk past it, and right there, he saw it. Miracles do exist, he thought, wiped his eyes, and looked at it again. It was real, there was no doubt about it. He had found the entrance to a house. From the outside, it seemed to be very Western style and somewhat old. But what interested him, and what he called his saving grace, was that there was a sign outside that said exactly what he had been looking for all afternoon. Room for rent very cheap. You're welcome to ask any questions, we're open to negotiations. If you're interested, please come and knock, and you'll be served immediately. He read exactly what the sign said. It sounded too good in his mind, so he walked over to ask. He reached the front door of the house after walking a bit. There was some distance between the entrance to the property and his destination. It didn't take long for him to knock on it several times and wait patiently. A light turned on inside as he heard footsteps slowly approaching on the other side of the door, which soon opened for him. She was a woman, her stature was short and her hair was a very light brown as were her eyes. A quick calculation is that she had to be in her 20s, that she was older than him for sure. She was wearing what appeared to be pajamas and was somewhat sleepy, yet she proceeded to speak. "Hello, good night why?" She yawned and rubbed her eyes a little. "Hello, good night. What can I help you with at this time of night?" She managed to ask. "Good evening, sorry to bother you. I wanted to ask about that sign you have out there," Ichigo explained, pointing at it. The woman's eyes seemed to light up and she woke up a little accordingly. "What, are you interested? Do you want to keep it? How long will you have it?" I have no problem with you staying as long as you want, just take good care of everything and don't break anything. Wait a moment. First, I'd like to talk about the room rate, the orange-haired man spoke quickly. The woman seemed to have been roped in from one moment to the next. At the question, a small question mark appeared above his head. Room? He asked. Ichigo was puzzled by this. Of course, the sign said a room for rent and a very cheap one, he explained clearly. The woman held her head and chuckled, somewhat embarrassed. I think I was wrong, no wonder no one came forward sooner, she whispered to herself. Then she looked at Ichigo and spoke more clearly. Well, dear boy. The thing is I was wrong about the sign, she explained slowly. What exactly did he do wrong? Ichigo raised a questioning eyebrow. It wasn't just a room that was rented out, it was the entire property. With a house, a storage room, a dojo, and everything, he concluded. Shit, Ichigo facepalmed. He was screwed. If he couldn't afford a lousy room before, let alone a whole damn lot of land. Sorry to bother you at this hour, he apologized and hurriedly turned around and left. Now the idea of sleeping under that bridge wasn't so bad for him. However, after a few steps, the woman's voice behind him stopped him. Hey. Where are you going? You haven't even heard the price. She shouted loudly from her doorway. Ichigo felt compelled to answer her one last time. No need. Anyway, thanks for waiting on me for so long. The monthly payment is only 4,500 yen. Yeah, like I told you, ma'am. I'll pass. What did she say? He asked, opening his eyes, realizing what she had said. Maybe he had heard wrong. The woman laughed from the doorway, realizing this. It's exactly what you heard. 4,500 yen a month, this whole place, he said slowly, raising his arms a little, indicating how big it was. Ichigo's brain clicked and he ran to the spot where he was. Isn't this a game? A joke? Nothing? He asked seriously. He had to be sure. Where else would he find such a deal? That's what a room for a week could cost him anywhere else, a room that probably didn't even have a bunking bed. And it wasn't a joke. He'd already asked, and for one night they were charging him 4,000 yen. In short, a scam. He just wanted to make sure it was as good as he'd heard. Nothing at all, that's the whole truth, he said with a smile. Then you can gladly say that I'll be renting this place out from this moment on. Is that okay with you? Owner? Ichigo asked, raising his right hand towards her. The woman was quick to shake it. Fujimura Taiga. That's my name. Calling me landlady only makes me feel older, Taiga joked with a smile. And what's your name, kid? She asked, still smiling. Ichigo's grip on her hand tightened slightly and he smiled rudely. Kurosaki Ichigo, he said confidently, his words and expression on his face. Come in, Ichigo. Come on over to your new house, Taiga encouraged, inviting him in with a big smile. He nodded slightly and walked in calmly. That was just the beginning of his journey away from home and he didn't think it would start so well, despite the bumps he encountered as soon as he set foot in that city. And he could say that he had started his stay in Fuyuki on the right foot. Chapter 5. Ichigo spent the night comfortably. He arrived and left his things in the living room, unpacking only what he would use that night to sleep and rest his body from yesterday's hard day. Taiga had been very kind, helping him with his things and showing him the bathroom so he could take a shower. Later, always with a smile on her face, she energetically showed him the rooms, telling him to take the one he liked best. Oddly enough, she asked him if she could stay there a few more days, as she needed time to get her things out of the house. Claiming that since he was already paying rent, she didn't see much right to stay there for long, even though it was hers to begin with. Ichigo quickly understood her point and only said a few words to her. What kind of question is that? Of course you can stay as long as you need. It's true that I'm paying for the place, but that's because you made it so cheap in the first place. The fact that I'm here in this place is thanks to you, he said seriously just before heading to his room with the intention of getting as much sleep as he could. As he closed the door, he could hear her shouting at him from the other side of it in thanks. Thank you so much, Ichigo. Even though your face is scary, you're obviously a very good person. He heard. A vein popped out on his forehead at that last sentence. It was so sincere, too much so. He sighed, searching for the patience he was beginning to think he was going to need a lot of, and lay down to sleep. She woke up to screams of terror coming from the kitchen. She quickly got up and ran towards it at full speed, thinking something bad was happening. Taiga. Let's go. My pancake is burned. Wah! Cried the woman with a frying pan in her hand. Ichigo instead of a pancake saw a piece of coal. Is this serious? He asked the woman, who looked at him with tears in her eyes at what he had done. She quickly smiled at the sight and wanted to get closer. Ichigo, what a coincidence. Could you help me? I'll go to the bathroom, Ichigo sighed, holding his head in shock. Taiga just looked at him with annoyance on her face. The orange-haired boy hurried to relieve himself and leave, rummaged through one of his suitcases for his clothes and changed, dressing casually, before heading back to the kitchen. The place where Taiga was eating quietly at a small table in the center of the room. The orange-haired man looked at the pancake on the other side of the table. Before he could ask, the woman got there first. "What are you waiting for, Ichigo? Sit down, it's going to get cold," he said, pointing at the seat. "Is it for me? Who else would it be for?" She was right, maybe he was worrying too much. So, he walked over and sat down at the table so he could eat peacefully. "Thank you very much for the food, Taiga. Enjoy." He put some food in his mouth and just as he had it on his tongue, he noticed the woman in front of him laughing maliciously. It was too late to think about why she was laughing when he was already chewing the food. And it was spicy. Gua, damn it. He tried to spit it out as quickly as possible. Madly, he grabbed a glass of water that was on the table and drank it all. "Ha ha ha ha. There you go. That's my revenge." The woman laughed out loud at her prank. After that, Ichigo didn't take it so badly. Of course, not before chasing Taiga around the house and its surroundings until he got tired, the former laughing like a little girl. They calmed down and both finished eating. However, the woman ended up making Ichigo another pancake as an apology, which he accepted, with difficulty. After finishing, she thanked Ichigo for the meal. Taiga told Ichigo that before leaving for work, she would give him a brief tour of the place. He agreed and followed her for the short tour. He'd already seen the rooms, so he'd give him a tour of the house's nooks and crannies. It turned out to be bigger than he expected, which surprised him. From the outside, it looked enormous, but inside, it seemed even bigger. Aside from the fact that everything was very well maintained, the wood seemed new despite the age it had surely endured. The second was the dojo, which was located on one side of the property, right on the edge of it. Upon entering, the wooden floor seemed to shine even more than the house's. It was very spacious and even had wooden swords ready for practice. Honestly, it was his favorite thing so far. Finally, they went to the warehouse, also located at the edge of the property. Compared to the house and the dojo, it was more neglected and its age was evident in its appearance. However, Ichigo felt something strange about the atmosphere it permeated inside. He didn't know how to explain it. It was something like magical. "Hey Ichigo." "Hey," Taiga called, snapping him out of his thoughts. Having his attention, she continued. "I want you to know something, since you're going to be staying here," she began, as if waiting for Ichigo to give her the green light. He understood. "I'm listening," the orange-haired boy said. "Good. There's a very valuable item here, it belonged to the previous owner," she began to explain as she walked through the dirty warehouse, as if she were looking for something. "Here it is," she said, taking a box in her hands. She seemed to be trying hard, so Ichigo didn't rush to help her. Because of this, he could clearly see the object inside the box, which is why a golden flash blinded him completely for a moment. When he looked away from the path of the reflection, he could see what was in the box in greater detail, and his eyes widened. "It can't be, isn't this?" Avalon. Taiga stepped forward, placing the box on the floor with the help of a completely bewildered Ichigo. She removed the cloth covering it and held it in her arms, as if it were a baby. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" she asked. "Yes, but how?" Ichigo couldn't believe it. That legendary object, a key piece of human history, was right in front of him. It belonged to the King of Great Britain, Arthur Pendragon. The sheath of the most iconic sword in history, Excalibur. "I don't know how to explain it." Emiya Kiritsugu, who was the one who previously lived here years ago. He left this here, saying that he had failed in his mission and dream, therefore, he would leave this valuable object, which belonged to him. "In this place," Taiga explained while running a finger along the beautiful scabbard. "But, I don't understand why leave something so valuable in a place like this?" Ichigo asked doubtfully, looking at his own reflection in Avalon. "I don't know. I think he once told me that he didn't want anyone to have this sheath because, in the wrong hands, it could bring pain. But, at the same time, if it was possessed by someone of goodwill, it could bring good things and protection to many people. But, that was a bet he didn't want to participate in. 50-50's, a very big risk, he told me years ago. I didn't understand what he meant exactly, I only know that this sheath is very special," the woman finished explaining. At that moment she asked Ichigo for help to place it on the shelf where it had been previously. At that moment, he noticed that there seemed to be some kind of diagram on the ground. It was blurry and covered by a few boxes. He didn't ask about it and just followed Taiga out of the warehouse, trying not to forget that strange diagram. Emiya Kiritsugu, what kind of guy could he have been? He thought on the way. As he stepped out and stopped in front of Taiga, he decided to ask another question. What happened to that Emiya Kiritsugu? Even though he already knew where this was going, he had to ask. A sad smile on the brunette's face confirmed his suspicions. He passed away 3 years ago. He was a great man, and I admired him greatly, just like a father, she said, her voice somewhat subdued. Do you know why the house was so cheap? She asked. Ichigo shook her head. She had no idea. She smiled a little. I have another house that I was able to buy not long ago with help from my grandfather. However, I haven't gone to live there yet, even though it's my home now. Do you know why? He asked again. The orange-haired man seemed to think about it for a moment. As soon as he thought he'd found something, he explained it. You don't want to leave this place alone. Right. That's right. I lived here for many years and I have very good memories of this place. And above all, of Kiritsugu. I didn't want to leave before finding a good person to whom to confirm this place that I hold so dear. It took me a while because of myself, mostly because of the sign, of course, but I think I finally found the right person, he said, recovering the vivacity in his smile. Ichigo remained silent for a few moments and looked around the place. It was very beautiful, more so than what he had been able to see at night. Thank you very much. I'll keep this place just as it is, for your memories, the orange-haired man stated decisively. However, I still have questions about what I just saw in there, he spoke again, pointing to the storage room behind him. Taiga told him to ask without hesitation, and he gladly did so. Why did you show me something as important as Avalon? Why didn't you just not tell me anything? I don't think I was aware of anything that important being in the warehouse, or you could have also taken the pod somewhere else without me knowing, Ichigo argued doubtfully. The woman put a hand to her chin, trying to think carefully about her answer. Answering your first and second questions. I think you deserve to know, since you're the one who'll be living here from now on, I don't see why I have to hide something so important from you. And as for taking the thing somewhere else, I don't think I can do that. Ichigo raised an eyebrow. Because Kiritsugu made me promise that Avalon wouldn't leave that place. Since according to him, there was no place safer than that warehouse in all of Fuyuki, she finished explaining. Before Ichigo could continue talking about the subject, she looked excitedly at her watch. She was running late for work and hurried to get her things. Hey, what do you do for a living anyway? Ichigo asked curiously, following her into the house. She responded by finishing gathering everything she needed into her bag. I am that person in charge of imparting knowledge and values to her little chicks inside a cage called a classroom. Yes sir, I am a high school teacher. Taiga Fujimura. She shouted exaggeratedly after finishing organizing everything. Ichigo felt a drop of sweat run down his temple due to that unnecessary shout. Although teacher wait, high school teacher. Wait a minute, Taiga. What high school do you work at? He managed to ask her just before she left. At Himurahara Academy. Why? Ichigo blinked several times at her words, quickly snapping out of his trance and rushing to grab a folder he had in one of his bags. Taiga, I need your help with something. Ichigo told Taiga about his situation, saying that he had the papers confirming his enrollment in Himurahara High School beforehand. The brunette was surprised by this, so she said she would present those papers to the managers to see what they said about it. Ichigo gladly accepted. However, in the afternoon, she came home from work and told him that they already knew about his registration, but wanted to see him in person. He sighed heavily at this. He'd have to go in the morning and would wear casual clothes for now, since his entry wasn't completely official yet, despite the paperwork stating otherwise. So he did the next morning. He went to the high school with Taiga, who would be his guide before and after arriving at the institute, because he didn't know the city. Barely arriving at their destination, the brunette took off from him and rushed off to talk to what appeared to be some of his students. He decided to wait for her, standing in the middle of the entrance, as drunk as Wednesday. All the arriving students walked past him on their way to class and, as he expected, his hair color was a tourist attraction for everyone. They didn't even try to hide their glances at him, which irritated him and showed on his face with a frown. Excuse me, he heard a timid voice near him. He slowly turned his gaze to where he had heard it. It's worth noting that the annoyed expression never left his face. He realized it was a girl. What he realized, since she stood out much more than most, was her hair color. It was entirely purple, as were her eyes, the latter of which were looking down, and she was clearly very nervous based on her expression and gestures. Do you need something? He asked. If she'd approached him, it must be for a reason. If she was going to make fun of him, he'd soon put her in her place, keeping in mind that she couldn't make fun of him too much if they were talking about strange hair colors. The girl didn't know what to say, intimidated by the stern expression on his face. She begged to be saved, and her mental prayers were answered. When Taiga hit the orange-haired boy on the head with her bag, he quickly reprimanded her for doing so. Ouch. Why the hell are you hitting me like that out of nowhere? He asked angrily, rubbing the back of his head. Taiga pointed an accusing finger at him before answering. I hit you because you're scaring Sakura with that rabid dog expression. That's not how you look at people who want to be your friends, she scolded, though she quickly started laughing a little. Ichigo hadn't realized that the annoyance she carried at being the center of attention was still plastered on her face. Okay. Is that better? I try to correct her expression, even if only a little. Taiga gives her a thumbs up in agreement, apparently succeeding. I think it'll be easier now, right, Sakura? Taiga asked. She nodded a little with a smile, a little nervous anyway, but not as much as before. I heard from Ms. Fujimura that you transferred to this high school. So how about we become friends? She asked with some embarrassment, her cheeks flushed. Behind Ichigo, Taiga seemed to be making strange poses in support of her. But, who really mattered, Ichigo, seemed to be thinking it over. It's okay if you don't want to be my friend, I was too hasty, I'm sore. His hand reached out towards her at that moment, which stopped her words in their tracks. Don't jump to conclusions. I don't see why I wouldn't want to be your friend, since I'm new at this school. I think it means a lot that you came up to me and said it like that, said the orange-haired man, lightly waving his hand towards her to snap her out of her trance, which he quickly achieved. Kurosaki Ichigo. Sakura introduced himself, trying to be friendly. He didn't know her last name, so he left it open. Sakura gently shook his hand, smiling a little. Matu Sakura. It will be a pleasure to be your first friend, senpai, she said, smiling sweetly. After that, Taiga called other students to the place to take a group photo, a photo where Sakura and Ichigo were in the middle of everyone next to Taiga. The orange-haired man just put on the best face he could, one where he didn't look annoyed, at least not that much. It wasn't his style at all to do that kind of thing, so without realizing it, it showed on his face. But during the photo, he noticed a girl looking at him from a distance, her gaze somehow different from the others. Before he knew it, she had already left the room. How strange, he thought to himself. He proceeded to say goodbye to Sakura and the other people he hadn't met yet. Afterward, he walked with Taiga to the coordination room where the executives were supposed to be waiting for them. It would be interesting, according to Ichigo. It fits me perfectly, Ichigo said, smiling slightly, looking at himself in the bathroom mirror. The uniform his father had bought him in advance fit him like it was custom made. It was impressive. He sighed and looked at his face one last time in the mirror, trying to concentrate. This was going to be his first day at school as a regular student. Obviously, last week didn't count. He felt excited, like he hadn't in a long time. He heard Taiga calling him from the living room. They were about to leave, so he hurried out and grabbed his bag that contained all his things. The two of them walked out and walked toward the high school, calm and quiet. The silence was briefly broken by the teacher. You know what class you got into, right, Ichigo? I know. Freshman year, homeroom number 1A. Your schedule. List. Your things. List. Did you have breakfast? Did you sleep well? What are you? My mother. Almost, she laughed softly at his irritation. You're very lucky you arrived just a month into the school year. You can recover easily, she explained. You've been telling me that every day for the entire week I've been inactive. But anyway, thanks for the repeated tip because I already knew, he grumbled, annoyed. He didn't know if Taiga had actually forgotten that he'd already told her or if she was just doing it to make his life miserable. If he had to bet, it would be the latter. Oh look, it's Sakura, the teacher said, noticing the girl waiting for the green light at an intersection to cross the street a little further ahead. It didn't take long for them to reach her. She was surprised by the sudden arrival of the two behind her, but relieved to realize who they were. He quickly greeted them both with a smile and a slight bow. They joined him on his way to high school, which wasn't too long, especially since Taiga and Sakura started talking and Ichigo just listened as they walked. Upon reaching the entrance to the high school, Sakura separated from them. I'm going to my class, see you later. Professor Fujimura. And senpai he raised an eyebrow, anticipating what the girl was going to say. I wish you all the luck in the world on your first day of school. Take care and do your best, she encouraged him with a strength rarely shown by her and a serious face. Ichigo then walked forward a little, turning his back on her. You don't have to tell me, but thanks anyway. You do your best too, he said without looking at her. She smiled a little at his attitude. Okay, stop acting so cool and go to your class. I'm sure it's already started, Taiga prodded the orange-haired boy. He complained, saying he was wrong. Although. What do you mean it must have started already? Besides, doesn't that mean you're also late for your class? He asked quickly. A small twitch appeared in the brunette's right eye. You're right. Thus, the two separated and ran to their respective classrooms to perform two very different functions. Sakura watched as they ran away, so she simply opted to do the exact opposite and calmly walked to her class. On the other hand, completely different, Ichigo crossed the halls at full speed in search of his classroom. Pushing aside anyone who got in his way before they even noticed him. Breathing somewhat raggedly and having walked halfway through high school, he saw the nameplate he'd been looking for. Room 1A. This is it, he thought. Apparently, class hadn't even started yet, perfect. Before starting class, I have to inform you that a new classmate will be joining the academic activities of this class starting today, he heard as the professor explained the situation, at which point he decided to open the door and reveal himself fully to his professor and classmates. Good morning, sorry for the delay, Ichigo said, standing in the doorway. As soon as he said those words, he felt more than 24 eyes fall upon him. He tried not to pay attention to anyone other than the teacher in front of him. He quickly called him over to check his name on the list of course, he was on it and then told him to introduce himself to those who would be his classmates for the next 3 years of high school. He proceeded to stand fully in front of all the students in the room, at which point they all stared at him, surely because of his hair, no, he had no doubt it was because of that. A single thought crossed his mind at that moment. TCH, what a pain, he thought, frowning slightly without realizing it, which quickly intimidated most of those in front of him. Without wasting any more time, he proceeded to introduce himself loud and clear. Kurosaki Ichigo, he says, simply and plainly, in his introduction. Many were surprised by this. Normally, introductions would include the name and something else, perhaps I hope I get along with you or something similar, but this time, nothing at all. Ichigo thought to himself that was all they needed to know. The rest was of no concern to them. The teacher quickly showed him where his seat was, which was almost at the back of the room next to the window. He walked over with the same serious expression on his face, his gaze crossing with the teacher's every second, only to be immediately averted. All of them, except for one girl in particular. Long, silky black hair and 2 pigtails, along with 2 beautiful blue eyes. Dressed in the classic school uniform, only over it was a red sweater and, like layer upon layer, a yellow scarf. She never took her eyes off him, something he noticed. It just so happened that the seat designated as his from that moment on was right behind the girls. Calmly, he sat down and looked out the window, resting his chin on his left hand. However, he was shocked when he realized that, through the reflection in the glass, he had come into direct visual contact with the blue eyes of the girl in front of him. She also pretended to be looking out the window, but her eyes wandered a little further to the left, not turning her head completely, so as not to be obvious about it, which she successfully achieved. Ichigo didn't look away, keeping his gaze fixed on hers, who also never stopped looking at him. It was like a fight to see who could hold the other's gaze without giving an inch, and it seemed neither of them wanted to lose. They lasted like that for about a full minute until the brunette looked straight ahead, finally breaking the connection between their gazes, after which she gave a soft sigh. Rin Tasaka. A pleasure, the girl named Rin Tasaka introduced herself. She had to say that this was also somewhat surprising. She hadn't expected it, but that didn't stop her from responding to her words. Likewise, Tasaka, he replied as politely as possible. He took out his notebook to the teacher's light applause, prompting everyone in the room to stop talking. The first of many classes at that high school, with new people and in that city, was about to begin, as was a new life. Chapter 6. A year ago. Time flew by for the orange-haired boy in that new city, new house, new high school, and new friends. Therefore, a new life. It passed so quickly that in the blink of an eye, a whole year had already passed. Among those new friends, just as Sakura had said, she was the first friend she had as soon as she arrived at the institute. Matu Sakura, in a way, reminded Inoue in her attitude, although as shy as she may seem, she is a stubborn and very impertinent person at times. She worried too much and was also very helpful, always attentive and with a kind smile plastered on her face. In short, a good girl. Although according to Taiga, he had arrived at the right time in her life, it seemed that she was already going through a difficult time in her life that she was trying to overcome, Taiga being that only support, but being a teacher, she couldn't always be there for her. Besides, according to what she told him, Taiga herself had been the one who motivated her to talk to him that day when she first set foot in high school. He was his only friend. I couldn't help but think it was a sad and lonely thing to put myself in her shoes for a moment and look back, only to find no one supporting her, must have been very hard. I couldn't say I knew how she felt, because I didn't. That would be a lie. I could only continue to be that support for her and be there, always close. They had become close. Even if he didn't say it outright, he could tell he was proud to be friends with someone like her and to be able to help her in some way without needing his powers. Moving on to another point. Taiga. He didn't have much to say about her. In less than a day, he'd already figured out what she was like. A few days after starting classes, just as she'd said, she packed up her things and moved them to her new home. He took it upon himself to help her with it. Just a few days after arriving, he learned that, like every high school, he had to join a club. Taiga and Sakura tried to get him to join the shooting club, and even another girl he had met that year, named Ayako Mitsuzuri, the club's leader, tried to convince him. They didn't succeed. Ichigo said that archery wasn't his thing, he would like to accept, but he didn't think it would be entirely honest to join if he wasn't attracted to the sport. He also discovered a sword fencing club. He knew he could excel there and excel because of his Shinigami background. That's why he ruled it out as well. Wielding a sword would remind him of his past every time he did that activity, something he didn't like at all. So he decided to return to his roots. When he was little, he practiced martial arts, and the club was also available, and he thought about joining without hesitation. Besides being skilled at the sport, he had experience breaking the noses of stray dogs in Karakura town. When Mitsuzuri found out he wanted to join the martial arts club, he was instantly excited, almost as excited as when he was approached to join the shooting club. This was what helped him join the club, speaking with the leader and coordinating to get one more member in, since they were at the limit of members. There you go, Ichigo. Enjoy, martial arts are life and are only suitable for very strong people. Seeing you, I have no doubt that you are one of those people. She encouraged him the moment he was accepted, raising her arm with energy and lightly touching his bicep to show her point. Ichigo smiled slightly at this, he only had words of gratitude towards her after that help she gave him. She quickly became one of the people he spent his time with. She was outgoing and very talkative, so it wasn't difficult to strike up conversations with her, and they never ran out of something to talk about, whether it was martial arts or any sport. And so, through interacting with her and sometimes helping her with things related to the shooting club, he met the high school student president, Issei Ryudu. Perfect. Another Iru, Ichigo thought the first time he saw it. It was inevitable, they almost seemed cloned. He changed his mind when he realized he wasn't even remotely like Quincy. The latter allowed himself to be handled to a certain extent since, as he held the position of student president, he had to enforce the rules for the students and be involved in many things at once. It was admirable, he certainly couldn't do something like that. Matu Shinji was another of those who was inevitable for him to meet, being Sakura's brother. He didn't like that guy at all, he used arrogance and haughtiness from his pores, most of the time he saw him trying to act cool in front of everyone. However, he managed to tolerate it by not being completely with him. He liked to be smart with people, being Sakura's brother wasn't going to stop him from giving him the beating of his life if he dared to mess with him or anyone he knew. In fact, he could say that he looked forward to the day he dared to do something. It was a pleasant surprise, or perhaps not, that day had not taken too long to arrive. A few months after starting high school, Ichigo noticed a small bruise on Sakura's cheek, slightly hidden by her hair. She had managed to hide it perfectly, except for a strong breeze that blew past at the exact moment he was talking to her at the entrance to the school. Already knowing what her brother was like, since he hadn't had anything the day before and that must have happened at his house, Ichigo was quick to ask if it was Shinji's doing. She quickly denied it, but she couldn't hide the hesitation in her denial. It didn't go unnoticed by the orange-haired boy. He decided to leave the subject at that and said goodbye to her, heading towards his class. Sakura sighed in relief. Relief that lasted a few minutes, since Ichigo quickly went in search of Shinji after saying goodbye, and as soon as he found him in the hallways talking to some girls, he pounced on him without a second thought. So you like hitting women, huh? I'll give you the chance to start being a man right now, so fight and defend yourself, because if not I'll kill you, he said the darkest thing that came out of his being just before connecting with the first of many blows that Shinji would receive that day. It could only end one way, with Ichigo in charge of coordinating, being scolded and receiving a 2-week suspension for attacking a classmate without an apparent reason. It was nonsense, he should be grateful that they managed to separate him in time, because if not, he would truly keep his word. At least he had given him the pleasure of making him taste his knuckles. Before they separated him from the blue-haired man, he made it clear that the next time he found out he laid a finger on Sakura, he would make sure no one was around to save him. Yeah, he thought he'd gotten the message across really well, even though Taiga had nagged him during those 2 weeks of suspension, and Sakura, you could say she got a little angry about what he'd done, but her anger subsided after a few days. She thought he'd understood that she'd done it for his own good. There were a lot of things and people he met, but few he could truly call and consider friends. Among that select group of people, someone who people never imagined would approach the orange-haired man, since he practically didn't do it with any man, they didn't expect a newcomer to be the one to achieve such a feat. Yes, Rin Tasaka could be said to be one of the people Ichigo spent the most time with since he arrived. It didn't take long for the orange-haired man and her to start interacting, a product of the fact that they were literally just a step away from each other in the classroom and because they were in the same class. Even so, many people couldn't explain the reason for the quick rapprochement, since it could only happen if Tasaka was the one who allowed it, and that was the case. They trusted each other, although perhaps too much, especially when there was no one around. Ichigo. Did you happen to do the homework the physics teacher assigned? The girl in front of Ichigo suddenly asked, not turning to look at him. They'd been talking casually for a while now. There was no one in the room except them at the moment, so. The orange-haired man slowly opened his eyes at the question, a nervous smile forming on his face before he answered. Was there homework for physics? And chemistry. Shit. Math. Nothing. Do I need to keep answering? She sighed, holding the bridge of her nose, and inhaled to calm herself a little. At least tell me you know it's for tomorrow. Do you realize the school year is almost over? Oh yeah? He said, disinterested, looking out the window. Rin's expression hardened at this. Come with me, now, the girl demanded darkly, starting to walk out of the classroom. She didn't sense anyone following her, so she turned her gaze and found Ichigo still sitting in his seat. A vein popped out on her forehead when she saw how calmly he looked at her. Didn't you hear? Let's see, give me one reason why I should follow you, he said somewhat provocatively from his seat, casually placing his hands behind his head. Easy, I'll tell Professor Fujimura every single one of your pathetic grades, the black-haired girl threatened in the same way with a somewhat macabre smile. Ichigo shuddered at the prospect. Okay, damn it, here I go. Oh my god, all because that woman doesn't know. He stood up abruptly, heading in her direction, irritation clear on his face. They quickly reached the rooftop, which was Rin's favorite spot. Now yes, we're here. Don't even think about saying a single word to Taiga. Suddenly, Rin started laughing a little loudly. She even started rolling around, holding her stomach. Had she told a joke? Although. A slight evil smile spread across Ichigo's face. He put a hand in his right pants pocket and calmly waited for her to finish her show. Once she was done, he stood up and began wiping away the tears in his eyes. You should have seen your face when I mentioned Taiga, you look like you'd seen a ghost, he mocked, holding back the laughter. I didn't see a ghost. Instead, I saw something much worse. I saw you, Ichigo replied immediately. The girl's smile and desire to laugh faded. You? I'll tell her right away. At that moment, she heard something that made her blood run cold. Her face flushed in that instant. She heard her own laughter coming from where Ichigo was and saw him take out his cell phone. He had recorded her. Hey, you have a nice laugh. Tasaka. Ichigo laughed, repeating the audio over and over again. Idiot, turn it down. They're going to hear it. He shouted as quietly as he could, getting closer to him. I'll take it down if you don't say anything to Taiga. However, if you dare say a word, I'll connect the high school speakers to my phone and well, you'll hear a concert of laughter with your own voice throughout the entire school. Rin didn't think twice and accepted the offer, all for her public image. You're a bastard, Rin whispered, but Ichigo managed to hear her delete the audio, but not before making a copy and saving it in the deepest files of her phone. Oh, let me tell you, you're no slouch. What do you mean by telling Taiga? Explain yourself, he replied, putting his phone away. Rin suddenly looked away, and Ichigo realized she was babbling a few things that he didn't understand at all. Hey, not in German please, I don't understand it, he said annoyed, moving a little closer to hear better. I'm saying I don't want you to repeat the year. Stupid. She turned around to yell in his face. Embarrassment immediately washed over her, and she looked away from the orange-haired boy, who paused for a moment upon hearing her. I understand. You're worried about your friend, Tasaka, he smiled slightly. She turned to him with annoyance on her face. Of course I'm not worried about you. And you're not my friend. It's just that if you don't make it through the year and I do, I'll be alone next year. I'm doing this for me. She yelled at him again, a slight pink tint on her face. Ichigo knew she'd only be adding fuel to the fire with what she was planning to say, but oh well, since. Oh, I see. You're quite that tsundere, she said, turning to leave the rooftop. At that moment, she dodged a shoe that was headed straight for her head, along with a few more curses aimed at her. So this is what the perfect girl Rin Tasaka was really like. A few hours ago. So that jerk Shinji proposed to you, and what did you say? Ichigo asked, leaning against the rooftop fence. Next to him sat Rin, who frowned clearly at his stupid question. It was already past noon, so they were on break, lunchtime. I rejected him, of course. I would never be like a guy like him. Not in a million years, I'd rather die than become a rock's girlfriend. Ichigo laughed lightly at her words. He would give anything to see Shinji's face when he was rejected. Be that as it may. You completely destroyed his pride. He might become even more annoying than before. I wouldn't rule out him trying to get revenge in some way, Ichigo mused. Rin nodded slightly. Yeah, he definitely seems like the kind of spiteful, restless idiot. Though he won't try anything against me anyway, he said confidently, something that surprised the orange-haired boy. How are you so sure? Do you really think I'm going to let him mess with me just like that? I'll teach him a lesson he'll never forget, even if he's Sakura's brother. Besides, he'll probably think that if he messes with me, he's messing with you, he'll finish, looking at Ichigo. And he's not wrong if he thinks so. I already gave him the initial warning a long time ago, though I can't help but say I'm looking forward to the next time he does something stupid, he said at the prospect, his face hardening at the memory of what happened with Sakura. Rin shuddered at the orange-haired boy's evil face, knowing he could do as he said and little more. After all, Ichigo held the title of Fuyuki's best martial artist, holding it for 2 consecutive years. He was someone dangerous, and even more so if provoked. "Anyway, I have something else to tell you," the black-haired woman warned, getting his attention. "Right, you must not have just called me to tell me how you rejected Shinji, and we laughed about it for a whole hour," he agreed, giving him the green light to continue. "If you see me distracted in the next few weeks, don't worry about it, I'll be busy with some very important matters," Rin warned. Ichigo felt the need to ask. "What kind of business?" "It's a secret," he smiled, placing a finger over his mouth. "Good. Anyway, be careful with whatever you're doing. A lot of strange things have been happening in the city for days. They even murdered an entire family in the area," he warned her to be alert. She got up from her spot and walked a little forward. Suddenly, she turned around. "I know. Don't worry about that. I care much more about what might happen to you." "Me? Really?" "Yes, I mean it. Do your best not to stay late in the city and get home early, everything that's happening might only get worse with time." Ichigo narrowed his eyes slightly at her at those words. "How do you know?" he asked. "Intuition," the black-haired girl answered clearly. Ichigo sighed in defeat. "Okay, I'll try to be home early, but on one condition." Rin raised an eyebrow at that. "What condition?" "You'll do the same," the girl placed a hand on her chin in a sign of thought and meditation. After a few seconds, she had already made up her mind. Done, they both lightly bumped fists in mutual agreement. They said their goodbyes for the day and went off to finish whatever matters they had left to resolve. Minutes after saying goodbye to the brunette, Ichigo, while on his way to the dojo, remembered something. "Damn, I told Tasaka I'd be going home early and I forgot I was supposed to clean the dojo today. Although I don't think it's anything really important," he concluded, shrugging his shoulders slightly as he approached the dojo to train that afternoon and then stay to keep his word. However, he was not yet aware that that tiny detail that he had not told Rin was what radically changed the course of events that were to come. Were you prepared for it or not? Well, my work is done. The sound that shook his entire being reached his ears, as if a furious bolt of lightning had struck nearby. Without hesitating for even a second, he turned his head toward the place where he'd heard the crash. "What is this?" he wondered, watching as a strange red mark formed on his right hand. He didn't know what it was, but the sensation surrounding that mark was very similar to what he had felt just moments before when he was at the gates of the afterlife. "I'll ask just once," he began deeply. Ichigo had no choice but to snap out of his temporary stupor and come back to his senses as quickly as possible. "Are you my master?" "Present." "Good. Follow me, Saber. Let's go inside, Tasaka should be waiting," Ichigo called, starting to walk. Saber didn't waste any time and started walking to follow him very closely. Side by side, master and servant made their way toward the house. They were now companions, their destinies intertwined. There was no escape, nor should there be any room for doubt. They had to fight side by side to survive from that point on, even if one of them didn't know it yet. He didn't know what he had gotten himself into. That was the beginning of everything. The 7 servants had been summoned by the corresponding 7 masters. The act was about to begin. Each of their hosts wanted to play their best role in the filming that took place every few years, which usually ended in complete uncertainty with each installment. It was the beginning of a war for the Holy Grail. Chapter 7. The faint yet loud sound of a kettle at its peak temperature permeated the room. The room was a humble living room, with only a small rectangular table in the middle, a television in the far corner, and a small kitchenette. In the kitchen, where Rin Tasaka was preparing some tea, the sound of the kettle alerted her that it was ready. She quickly brought it to the table to serve her companions in that small space. He calmly filled the cups, leaving his own for last. Once he'd finished pouring, he placed the teapot on the table and took a small sip of his creation. It had turned out just the way he'd wanted it, perfectly. "I don't know why you're doing this. I'm the one who lives here. You're supposed to be the guest. That, and you also fixed a glass I broke," Ichigo complained, taking a sip of tea, burning himself a little in the process. "Don't worry about it. I wanted tea. I'll make it. Besides, the glass thing was nothing," she dismissed, taking another sip. The orange-haired man placed his cup on the table, his face turning very serious. "It seems you and I broke the agreement we had this afternoon." "It seems so, but now that's the least of it, what I want to know is what was that Lancer really like? What was it with you that almost killed me? Her? All of this?" he began to ask, not holding anything back and letting it all out at once, he needed to get all those questions off his chest. Finally, he lightly nodded at the blonde girl sitting next to him. She simply stared straight ahead with those empty eyes, in that expressionless gaze, there was some disappointment with the question asked by her master. Rin sighed at the questions, knowing beforehand that this would surely be the case. She had already thought about what kind of explanation to give Ichigo. An explanation that wasn't so elaborate and detailed, in her opinion, it had to get to the point so that Ichigo would remember everything in his little brain. Ichigo, what's happening is that you're now actively participating in the Holy Grail War, she said without any hesitation, looking Ichigo straight in the eyes. Saber Alter decided she'd pay attention from that point on to see if she should intervene at some point. The orange-haired man could only contract his expression in frustration. The image spoke for itself for Rin and Saber Alter. He didn't know even remotely what the girl was talking about or what he was involved in. The new sigh came from Rin. She would immediately try to explain what it was all about and not lose patience along the way, which was complicated. Let me explain what this is all about, he began, resting one of his elbows on the table for comfort. 7 masters are chosen by the Holy Grail, and 7 servants are assigned to them. These servants are divided into 7 classes. Saber, Archer, Lancer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, Berserker. Each of them, as their name suggests, specializes in something depending on the class they are being summoned in, he continued, trying not to leave anything out. Ichigo seemed to be starting to process everything. It made sense. Saber was at his side, fighting with a sword. And Lancer was obviously a very skilled Lancer. If he followed that logic, then everything was starting to fall into place for him. It didn't take long for him to nod positively. He was beginning to understand, so the young Maga quickly resumed her explanation as if she were a teacher. These servants are basically heroes of the past, present and even future, being the Grail that make such a feat possible. All of them will fight to the death with their respective masters in a royal battle that takes place in Fayuki. Where the one who arrives alive at the end will win the Holy Grail and will have the right to ask any wish to the Holy Grail. The current war has just fully begun with the summoning of the missing and strongest class, the Saber class, he concluded, looking slightly at the blonde next to Ichigo who remained totally impassive. And how do you summon these so-called servants? She appeared out of nowhere, so I don't understand, Ichigo asked, still with that doubt. The black-haired girl would answer him. To summon a servant, you don't need much as long as you don't care what type of servant you summon, and that you of course have command seals given by the Grail. All you need is a magic diagram, and it can react with mana at short range, taking the pulse of this as a call and arriving at this world, to then be linked with its master through said mana, and thus be able to stay here with us, he concluded, taking another sip of his tea. But he was still missing one part. But to summon a specific servant, you need something that belonged to that hero in life. A relic that serves as a catalyst for the summoning. Ichigo brought one of his hands to his chin at that interesting explanation. A relic, huh? I definitely have one of those in the vault, a really important one, but then, maybe he thought, surreptitiously glancing at the servant at his side, who was still staring straight ahead with unwavering seriousness. He narrowed his eyes at her, analyzing her. Could it really be that? No, it was impossible. It simply couldn't be who he thought it was. They weren't even of the same gender. Although Saber's sword did match that legendary blade. Damn it, it's a coincidence, a mere coincidence, he scolded himself, putting an end to his mental debate regarding his servant's identity. To shift focus, he turned his attention to another point that wasn't entirely clear to him. If this is a war where servants are called to fight for their masters, then why did Saber attack you while your archer went for my head? Don't servants fight each other? Only to a certain extent. As I explained to you, a master is in charge of keeping his servant tied to this world by nourishing it with his mana. What do you think would happen if you killed the master? He explained with another question, whose answer was very clear to him, which is why he didn't even answer out loud, since the answer was very obvious. To recap everything the brunette said, there was another part that wasn't mentioned, but it was crystal clear at that point. Kurosaki Ichigo, in Rin's eyes, seemed to have perfectly understood everything up to now, and he remained calm, something that really surprised her. She saw him prepare to speak. So, you've been a mage this whole time. It's amazing, though I guess I couldn't have realized it unless you wanted me to. Am I wrong? You don't? Keeping my identity as a magician hidden is paramount. You have no idea what would happen if it became known that the famous Rin Tasaka is actually a high-class magician. The commotion wouldn't be pretty, she explained her reasons. The boy reached up to massage his scalp. So the current war, does that mean there have been other wars before? He asked. That's correct. This is the 5th time a war like this has been held. Each time it's been held in the same location, Fayuki City, Rin quickly replied. So this has happened before. What a place I've ended up in, wizards. Heroes from the past. Seriously? The orange-haired man thought in annoyance, crossing his arms. Supernatural and out-of-this-world things definitely haunted him. And what's more, a question suddenly popped into his head. Perrin. How is it possible that someone who is not a magician like me is chosen as a master and summons a servant? It doesn't make sense. It's like being given a Ferrari without knowing how to drive, something very stupid. He expressed his annoyance with such a decision. Out of so many people in the city it was him, his luck was crazy. The selection of masters, from what I've learned, is entirely within the discretion of the Grail. It decides who is a master and who isn't, so I don't know why you were chosen. That's something only the Grail itself knows, Tasaka replied, washing her hands of the other person's decision. So you're saying that this Grail has a consciousness of its own? He'll ask again. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Anyway, since it seems you really knew absolutely nothing about the Holy Grail War until tonight, I think it would be best if you spoke with the war supervisor and my teacher, Kodaman Kirei. He's a complete bore, ungrateful and impertinent, but he knows what he's talking about, Rin proposed, not very enthusiastic about the idea, but the truth was that it was best for Ichigo to have someone with more knowledge than her answer his questions. The truth is, I'm not in the mood to go out right now. I'd like to continue talking to you about this if that guy really is as repellent as you say, Ichigo clarified, dismissing the idea. Saber Alter would find an opportunity to speak at that moment, somewhat tired of just listening to question after question from him. It was irritating beyond belief. Master, I don't see how it's possible that you don't know about the Holy Grail War. Given that you possess such vast amounts of mana, she expressed, directing her gaze at him in an analytical yet sharp manner. At that moment, he raised his right hand and squeezed it slightly. I can clearly feel how well I was summoned. That would only be possible with a capable master, so for you to know nothing about the Holy Grail War and not even be a mage is ridiculous and makes no sense at all, he explained seriously. Rin hadn't realized this when she'd met Ichigo a few moments ago. So she quickly closed her eyes and concentrated, trying to see if the servant's words were truly true. The surprise came to her when she realized that Ichigo's mana reserves were almost as great as hers, a first-class mage. And more importantly, how come she hadn't felt it in those 2 years with him? She herself had a normal conversation with him that afternoon, feeling nothing strange about the orange-haired man. Which inevitably brought a question to her mind. What the hell happened in such a short time for this to happen? As she thought about this, she glanced at the small table in front of her. She hadn't realized it, but right there was the amulet she had used to save Ichigo's life when he was attacked by Lancer back in high school. He began to put the pieces together. For starters, to be a mage, you didn't necessarily have to belong to a family of mage types. An ordinary person could use magic under certain circumstances. All living beings have reserves of mana within them, that includes humans of course. However, practically 100% of mages not belonging to a magus family, in order to be one and be able to activate that mana reserve, which entails using magic, must have been in direct contact with some type of magic previously. This is because said magic activates magic circuits that would normally remain permanently turned off. With an active magic circuit, they would be able to use the mana stored within them, which if they didn't have magic circuits, their mana reserve would be undetectable. That's why only a few people become mages without a good lineage. The lack of interaction with magic throughout a normal person's life means they never activate their magic circuits, causing them to remain inactive for the rest of their lives. Therefore, having any kind of direct contact with magic or magic items is a clear trigger that can activate the magic circuits in anyone, thus bringing out their mana reserves. The necklace I cured him with it, Rin thought, staring at the beautiful red pendant on the table. Quickly shifting her gaze to Ichigo, she found the reason. The necklace was the trigger, no doubt about it. I used all the magic I had to cure Ichigo with it, so it also awakened his magic circuits. The pieces were in place for her. But, she still couldn't explain one thing. How was it that he could have such vast amounts of mana? They were almost on par in that regard. Undoubtedly, there were still things surrounding Ichigo that she didn't know about, especially when he doesn't seem genuinely surprised by the Holy Grail War. It's as if I would have been in worse things than this. The voices of Ichigo and Saber Alter brought her out of her thoughts, due to what seemed to be a small argument between master and servant. Oh, we see what those two could be arguing about, she thought somewhat amusedly before paying attention. Hey, I already told you. I don't like it when you call me master, damn it. My mother gave me a name for you to use, Ichigo complained, looking at Saber Alter with clear annoyance. I think I forgot, could you repeat it for me? She asked calmly, waiting for Ichigo to reintroduce himself, which he soon did. TCH, whatever. My name is Kurosaki Ichigo, remember that. After that, Saber seemed to think about it. Just as she finished doing so, she spoke. I think I'll call him master, he decided, looking back at the front. Ichigo's eye twitched slightly at this. Very funny. Then I'll call you servant, Ichigo decided, also looking ahead. This time the annoyance and anger came from Saber Alter. How dare she? I have a damn name. She spat at him, standing up aggressively. She didn't care if he was her master. She simply wouldn't let that idiot call her that. That's exactly what I mean. I have one too, damn it. Ichigo shouted, almost throwing the tea out of his cup, along with the teapot and everything. Rin listened to all this, and her face twisted in a very strange way at the scene. What kind of conversation was this between master and servant? Fighting over their names. How old were they? 10. Inevitably, he let out a light laugh that filled the room, thus breaking up the important debate master and servant were having. His smile widened slightly at the precise moment they both turned in his direction, their expressions identical. Annoyance and annoyance, along with seriousness, all rolled into one. "You two do look very similar, to be honest," he said, observing them both. Ichigo and Saber Alter stared at each other for a few moments after those words, as if searching for some indication that they were actually similar in any way. When they finished analyzing them, they looked away from each other. "I don't know what that's about, but I don't believe it at all," Ichigo explained, his annoyance even greater than usual. The knight clicked her tongue, sitting back down. Utterly ridiculous words. "I don't even remotely resemble him," Saber Alter said with suppressed anger, sipping a sip of tea. Her face immediately wrinkled. It tasted horrible. However, in her mind, that bad taste in her mouth only deepened as she recalled the small but important argument with her master. "What? I call him by his name. He shouldn't think so much, he will think," looking out of the corner of his eye at the orange-haired man with suppressed annoyance at the fact that he had said he would simply call him servant, a total lack of respect. "What did he want me to call him by name? Don't get your hopes up, I simply wouldn't give him the luxury of hearing his name come out of a king's mouth." A rather arrogant thought from a fool who had only been lucky enough to possess slightly more mana than normal. "You'll regret this," she heard clearly in her mind as a dark, distorted voice warned her with sharp words. Saber Alter held her head for a brief moment upon hearing the voice. "But what?" she wondered, holding her head with her free hand. That voice she'd never heard before. Had that voice come from her subconscious? Her thoughts were interrupted when the brunette in the room spoke again, as at that moment she remembered something, a very important topic that she hadn't touched on yet. Rin will remember touching the dot of the master's command seals for his servant, what they did, and their importance in continuing to be a master. It wasn't really difficult to explain or understand. That mark officially made him a participant in the Holy Grail War. As the name suggested, they were command seals, command being the key word there. It had 3 absolute orders that no servant could disobey, no matter how much they wanted to, but something so convenient couldn't be used without immense limitations. You only have 3 command seals, but you can only actually use 2 of them. If you were to use the last of these, you would automatically stop supplying your servant with mana so that it could be bound to this world, and you would therefore cease to be a master. Command seals are everything, he explained flatly. It wasn't a subject to be taken lightly. And yet I only have 1 left, she said, somewhat dejected. Ichigo quickly asked her why. He proceeded to tell her. The first one he had spent on something very important, and the second one he had used to prevent Archer from killing him shortly before. After saying that, he asked Ichigo how many he had in total, Rin guessing he should have 2 due to the order he gave his servant to stop when he was about to make her pass away. Saber Alter assumes the same as she is, and her face wrinkled in growing annoyance. Her master spent a command seal on something as stupid as preventing her from finishing off the enemy, simply ridiculous. Ichigo stares at the back of his hand, his brow visibly twisting a little. "Hey, how am I supposed to know if I've used a command seal or not?" "Easy. As you can see, it's something similar to a tattoo made up of 3 parts, each of those parts representing a command seal. If one of those parts disappears and in its place is a mark as if it had been erased, it's because it has already been used. So, that means I haven't used any command seals with Saber," he revealed, showing his mark. It was complete and without any imperfections in its design. That surprised Rin. But the brunette's surprise was nothing compared to the servant's own. It was something that struck her in such a way that it completely paralyzed her. She looked at her master's hand in more detail. There was no mistake. Ichigo's command seals were intact and unused. That only meant one thing. She had obeyed her master's order without hesitation, even though she was determined to destroy her enemies. That must be it. Impossible, he thought, staring at the tea in his cup. He could see the liquid vibrating slightly inside the small porcelain cup. It didn't take him a second to get up and summon his sword as quickly as he could when he felt another strange presence arriving at the place. There was no doubt. "You know what is happening. Stay back, master. Another servant has just arrived at our location, and her gaze slowly shifted to the ceiling just above her. Right above us," Saber Alter concluded darkly. The black-haired woman's face paled as she realized what was happening. At that moment, Archer wasn't the only servant standing over them. Chapter 8. Moments before. Archer sat serenely, the stars and the cold wind his only company on the roof of that house, where his master was underneath it, with what must have been 2 enemies. TCH, she claims to be very careful and then goes and does something like this. How reckless, he thought with annoyance at his master's decision. There was nothing he could do about it now. It was a done deal, all he could do was comply with his master's orders and be there. Although the good side was that he could be completely alone to think, thoughts that had begun to move inside his head like gears. Where are we going? It was abundantly clear to him, it had been since he'd seen Saber, he whispered, his expression creasing in seriousness. At that very moment, where he crossed swords with the servant within the structure beneath him, he knew this wasn't normal. Ironically, he could clearly feel the darkness completely enveloping the woman. On the other hand, his identity wasn't too difficult to pinpoint. He had to be the king of knights. His sword and immense strength were the only, but more than necessary, proof of that. However, his weapon was slightly different from the design everyone knew, likely due to the darkness that troubled him so much. But there was something I couldn't understand no matter how much I thought about it, why let his identity be discovered so easily? Couldn't he hide his most distinctive feature, which was his sword? I couldn't understand it. But that really wasn't one of the most important things I was thinking about. She managed to fight back twice tonight. I could definitely feel another servant fleeing as we got closer and closer to the place. If that's so, any capable master and servant would have witnessed or felt what happened next when I arrived with Rin. And that's a problem. His peripheral vision briefly caught a faint white flash coming from a tree about 400 meters away. Damn, I wanted to be wrong, he thought, quickly getting up from his spot. He had to do something. He closed his eyes for a moment so he could feel that he was supposed to be there. He felt a faint surge of mana coming from there. A familiar. He thought. If he was right, he had to eliminate it as quickly as possible before it ran away. He rushed to materialize his bow, gripping it with strength and delicacy in perfect balance like any excellent archer, aiming with all possible pressure at the spot where his determined gaze was set. He had never missed a shot, and he would definitely keep his good streak going that night as well. True to form, Archer fired a perfectly aimed shot at his target, watching the shiny white object fall inertly to the ground. Using his keen eyesight, he scanned it without moving an inch. That was a bird made of threads. He thought when he saw what he had knocked down. It was definitely a familiar, belonging to a powerful master. They were being watched. He had to tell Rin that they should move as quickly as possible and be much more cautious. Surely all the commotion Saber had caused a little while ago, as he had anticipated, must have attracted that master, and who knows how many others knew about this and were in the shadows. Archer had all this in mind, determined to inform his master as soon as possible about his disturbing discovery. He made the bow in his hands disappear into particles of mana. However, as soon as he puts away his bow, he quickly materializes his twin swords in his hands because he feels something land behind him. Two daggers appeared out of nowhere in his field of vision and approached his neck with the clear intention of killing him right there, but Archer was quick enough to point both swords at his attacker's abdomen, both individuals' weapons stopping just inches from their targets. Both remained in that position, without moving a muscle. They had reached a dead end. But reflexes, Archer. Although it is strange to see an archer using swords, the archer heard very close to his ear. It was undoubtedly a woman who was speaking to him. I've been told before. Let me guess your class. You're not a saber or a lancer. An assassin wouldn't dare attack so carelessly. You're not a caster, and of course you're not a berserker. Am I correct in saying you're a rider? Archer asked with some relief. A faint laugh came from the woman before answering that question. Completely, she confirmed with a faint smile. She brought her two daggers a little closer to her enemy's neck, at which point she could also feel the two swords in her abdomen beginning to graze her. So Ryder has come here, obviously because of what happened recently. This help is getting more and more expensive, Rin. First a command seal, and then this. And it can still get worse. I doubt Ryder is going to leave just like that. Archer thought about everything that was happening. The odds of having a fight with Ryder at that moment were on the verge of extinction. It wasn't something that could end in anything other than bloodshed. And if that were to happen, more masters and servants could arrive on the scene and make things even worse. He wanted to be optimistic and believe that the familiar he'd just finished off belonged to Ryder's master, because if it didn't, we're going to get into trouble, he thought, a bead of sweat running down his forehead. He was about to ask something stupid, but he had to make sure. Where is your master? I can't see him anywhere, Archer asked casually, waiting for her to give the answer he wanted. Her answer wasn't long in coming. My master is smart enough not to reveal himself in the middle of the battlefield. And I'm right to believe your master isn't even close to this place. Right. I can tell you guess right. That was exactly the answer Archer didn't want to hear. Ryder had no reason to lie about that, taking it as the truth, then that meant the familiar from before wasn't Ryder's master's, it was someone else's. So that added another problem. Frustrated from thinking about the matter so much, and knowing that the only way to settle the matter was to fight his servants, he decided to provoke his rival a little. It was his style, if they were going to start fighting, they would start it his way. "That's right, your master is very clever not to show up here or he's a complete coward," Archer mocked. He felt Ryder's weapons get a little closer and he didn't stay behind and also brought his own weapons closer to his enemy. The true master accompanies his servant in battle, no matter how stupid and dangerous it may be. The servant's destiny is the destiny of his master, the servant concluded determinedly, thinking of his own master beneath his feet. "And I agree with that. Once I kill you, I won't hesitate to go after your master," the woman threatened. "Of course, that's only if you can defeat me, Ryder." "Why don't we find out right now?" Ryder proposed with determination in his words. Archer smiled slightly at this. It was the perfect opportunity to show Rin that she was very wrong about him if she thought he was a weak servant. Archer swung one of his swords with the intention of cutting his opponent's neck, but he missed when Ryder ducked to avoid the sharp sword and kicked him a few meters away from her. Right there, now standing face to face, they charged at each other, eager to clash their weapons squarely against their opponents for the first time. Just as they were inches from colliding, they both felt the mana gather beneath their feet with unprecedented speed, considering the power that accumulated in just the blink of an eye. It was as if time had stopped for the two servants who were so close to clashing weapons. That tiny second of warning didn't prepare them for what happened next. The ceiling suddenly exploded beneath their feet, causing both of them to stop their attack in their tracks and retreat. A black and red lightning bolt formed a large dangerous dividing line between Archer and Ryder, the former sweating at how close it had come. Saber. The white-haired man quickly deduced the identity of who had done such a crazy thing, which almost impacted not only Ryder but him as well. Seeing the destruction caused, it didn't seem very welcoming to be the target of an attack like that. Besides, of course Saber could sense another servant appearing on the scene and would act accordingly. Pieces of wood and tiles inevitably flew around the scene, littering the already chaotic scene with debris. The archer saw Ryder take advantage of the commotion and begin to flee. "No way. I won't allow it," he thought, dropping his swords, quickly materializing his bow. He held it with strength and composure, after all that he wouldn't let Ryder leave so easily. Saber Alter, after launching an attack at the ceiling and shattering it with a huge gash, as if thinking the same as Archer, quickly jumped through the hole in the ceiling and pounced on Ryder as fast as she could. "You won't escape," she thought, holding Excalibur tightly and wielding it as only she could. There, Archer with his bow and Saber with her sharp sword were just moments away from finishing off Ryder, who jumped off the field as fast as he could, a jump that Saber Alter immediately classified as ridiculous and useless. It reminded her of Lancer's failed attempt a while ago. It could definitely prevent him from escaping. However, just a second before Archer fired and Saber also leaped towards the fleeing Ryder, out of nowhere came many colorful birds with a white very similar to an ice crystal, all around the house. What the hell? Familiars. Archer thought as he saw them hovering over the house in mere moments. They were the exact same type of familiar he had exterminated just a moment ago. The surprise on his face turned to terror as he saw them transform into immense daggers, all pointed at him and Saber, therefore. DCH, what a pain, Saber thought, giving up on her hunt and letting Ryder escape. All when she realized that danger was upon them. "Rin. Take cover." Archer rushed to warn his master with a warning shout while he put down his bow and was forced to use his swords again. Both he and Saber took up their weapons and waited for the daggers to begin lowering so they didn't have to wait too long. Sparks were soon flying out along with the daggers that were deflected in all directions by the two servants, the dry sound of metal against metal, although when the daggers were not really metallic, they grated in that quiet night again and again, like a storm-torrential rain of daggers. And yet, all the blades were successfully deflected by the perfect defense of the two heroic spirits. Archer sighed with some relief. They had succeeded. They had prevented those dangerous blades that could have killed their masters from passing through the house, a matter settled thanks to a job well done by both servants, who maintained a serious expression as the seconds passed. Once that storm of shells had passed, silence fell. A disturbing and anything but peaceful silence that didn't give Archer a good feeling. A drop of sweat slowly trickled down his forehead at the uncertainty in the air, his eyes dancing furiously from side to side, searching for any other enemy. And his concern became a resounding reality. He frowned as he felt other servants suddenly appear on the scene, remaining hidden from his keen eyes and the sharp sword of the servant at his side. Not revealing themselves, but through their presence, making it clear that they were there and were being watched. Worst case scenario, Archer thought as he tightened his grip on his two swords. He quickly counted 3 more servants besides himself and Saber. More than half were present that night. He thought it could get ugly if a servant and their master found him but 3 on the first night alone. Seriously. He hadn't considered something like that even in the worst case scenario. Yet there he was, standing on that roof next to Saber, the center of attention of those hidden servants who could attack at any moment, perhaps with the thought of resolving most of the Holy Grail war that very night. Saber Alter's expression was only neutral in the situation. She couldn't pinpoint the exact locations of the servants around her, and it was beyond irritating that they knew exactly where she was, yet the same didn't hold true for the other side. However, now that she thought about it, it was an opportunity to make things crystal clear, taking advantage of the fact that he had the full attention of those subjects protected by darkness. But that thought, he raised his black sword vertically, as if pointing at the moon itself. Archer watched its actions in disbelief. What was it that he was trying to do? No, he won't do what I think he's going to do, will he? She thought, watching Saber Alter's resolve begin to well up in her eyes. No, she was definitely going to do exactly what she thought. Ichigo and Rin could see the knight raise her sword with strength and pride through the hole in the ceiling. The latter had created a shield with her magic for herself and Ichigo, following her servant's earlier warning. And now, they could only watch in admiration as Saber held her sword high. But what's he supposed to be doing? Ichigo asked, walking briskly until he was standing right under the crater in his roof. Rin shook her head at the question, unaware that. Wait, don't tell me he's going to, the girl whispered, her face paling at the thought. No, it had to be impossible, Saber wouldn't do something so stupid. Calm. Masters and servants hidden in the darkness right now. This is Arturia Pendragon, King of Britain and the Knights, he began forcefully. Archer, Rin, and Ichigo's eyes widened in shock. Damn it, she did it. Is she crazy? Archer screamed inwardly at Saber's words. The same thought that crossed Rin's mind, there was a reason they were master and servant. How could she possibly reveal her identity so lightly, as if it were nothing? Crossed Archer and his master, Rin's, minds. However, in Ichigo's case it was different. What do you mean, Arturia Pendragon? That girl? He thought in utter astonishment. He even thought his legs would buckle for a moment from such a revelation. He had thought about it before, but he believed it must be impossible until now. At that moment, he remembered something very important. To summon a specific servant, you need something that belonged to that hero in life. A relic that serves as a catalyst for the summoning. Rin's words had echoed in his mind. Avalon, he thought again. If what Rin said was true, then that object had something to do with Saber's sudden appearance as his servant. Considering that the summoning diagram Rin mentioned in that conversation was the same one in the storage room, along with that legendary scabbard, everything seemed to fit. But it's still something incredible he could say, that despite having seen countless things at his young age, he was surprised and in a state of shock by the identity of his servant, especially when he realized that such an important king was actually a girl. His thoughts were stopped by the unwavering voice of Saber Alter, bringing him back to reality and breaking the silence of the night. As king, I always fight for what I want, until the very end. This is not a warning, it is a promise of blood to all my enemies. By the edge of the sword, Excalibur, every servant in this place has and will perish. There are no options, no escape. It may not be tonight, nor the next, but with that, he brought his sword down at full speed and firmly planted it in the ceiling below his feet. Placing both hands on its handle. I, Arturia Pendragon, will be the one and only winner of this Holy Grail war. There is no question. I will fight anything and anyone to achieve it. If you think you can challenge me, then come out and face me right now. The king passed sentence, fully expecting retaliation for his words, because he was more than ready to fix them that very night. The silence continued as the seconds passed, with no sign that he was going to receive a response. But he didn't care, because he knew the message had been conveyed loud and clear. I wasn't wrong. Arthur Pendragon is just a talkative little girl, Lancer said softly, looking at everything in the distance from the top of a tree. All that shouting from the girl had certainly caught his attention. Her words made his blood boil a little. So be it, Saber. There is no invincible opponent on the battlefield. You should know that better than anyone, little king, he concluded. Barely managing to escape from this battle a few minutes ago, he realized a new battle had begun. So he simply turned around and came back, arriving just in time for the show. Archer and Ryder were about to kill each other, along with the sudden appearance of Saber. Along with the apparent alliance between Archer and Saber. The king's speech promising blood to flow down the edge of his sword, of course, shortly before this, the sudden presence of other servants on the scene. Ryder had apparently employed the same tactic and had stayed to see what would happen. All this only to realize that a fifth servant had appeared not far away. That has to be Berserker. There's no way servants like Castor or Assassin would appear in a place as furtive as this. If the conflict were to escalate, they'd be the first to fall in a real battle, like the weaklings they are, he concluded, annoyed. At that moment, he felt his master calling him, and therefore, his walk through the night had ended, proceeding to disappear into blue particles. I couldn't take care of Archer, Ryder muttered, watching everything, climbing a tree like some kind of spider. They arrived at the scene, having sensed a battle in the distance, only to find the two servants were close enough to fight. But they weren't. Instead, one seemed to be keeping watch above the roof. That's definitely an alliance. It was quick. Saber was the last servant to be summoned, and she quickly allied herself with Archer. If only I hadn't gotten carried away, he thought about what could have been but didn't end up being. He remembered how Archer turned his full attention to something in the distance and quickly drew his bow. It was his chance to get in close and kill it. An opportunity she squandered, and not only that, she was so absent-minded that, faced with the imminent head-on fight with the Archer, she had completely forgotten that there was another servant present beneath her feet. It was undoubtedly fortunate that she was able to escape the mess she'd gotten herself into. And it had all probably been because. He directed his gaze to his right, where the servant with the strongest and most suffocating presence in the place must be. Whatever the case, she had to leave. The information gathered that day was enough, as it was only the first of many to come, where anything could happen. Her duty as a servant was to be more than prepared when that moment arrived. With that thought, she began jumping between trees and houses, heading towards her master. That's arrogance. I'll take up the challenge, King of Knights. You and your master have my full attention. Perhaps fate is capricious, that the same saber-class servant is summoned in two different wars. A small albino girl on the shoulder of her dangerous berserker laughed, while slightly moving her legs in amusement. But that doesn't matter anymore. There's no rush, we have plenty of time ahead, the fun is just beginning, he said, hopping off the intimidating servant's shoulder. So Archer and Saber team up, huh? Berserker, you're going to have a lot of fun, she hummed happily at him, as they began to walk away. Archer and Saber quickly felt the other servants leaving the area. Archer breathed a small sigh of relief. Conditions were definitely not ripe that night for a comfortable fight. The time would undoubtedly come, but for a moment, he thought it had come a few days early. All for the person standing just a few steps away from him. Hey, Saber, he called. Saber turned her head slightly, still holding the king-like posture she had. What were you planning on doing? If those servants had been impulsive and charged in here, our masters would have been in grave danger, something we can't allow. Of course, we can't allow that, the knight agreed, but Archer found it unconvincing. Stop playing around, Saber. If you knew better, you wouldn't have thrown that provocation to the four winds. If you do that kind of thing so lightly and don't think about the consequences first, things could go very wrong, the Archer warned, walking with the intention of jumping into the house to check on his master. But before he could, Saber answered. I know this isn't a game, it's a war. And like a war, you can't show even a hint of weakness against any opponent, on the contrary. You have to make them feel weak and insecure. That's how you start winning a war, Archer. There can be no hesitation or fear, only determination and confidence in achieving your goals, he clarified firmly, leaving his stance and making both Excalibur disappear from his hands and the armor that covered his body. She stood next to Archer and jumped into the house. He pondered her words for a moment. Decisiveness and confidence to achieve your goals, huh? He wondered, quickly coming to a clear conclusion. Unfortunately, you're right, Saber, he concluded somewhat melancholically, before also rushing to the place where his master was waiting. It would be a long night, and above all, I didn't want to think about what the next few days of that war would be like. And I wasn't particularly optimistic about what was sure to come later, starting right now. A very eventful war for the Holy Grail awaited them. Chapter 9. The sun illuminated his orange hair in a warm morning, or not so morning, glow. It was 9 a.m. in Fuyuki City, and Ichigo was sitting on a bench, relaxed. Or so it seemed. He was truly annoyed inside by the situation he didn't want to be in. Right across the street from his bench, there seemed to be a clothing store, which Kurosaki himself couldn't stop staring at with clear annoyance and bad mood, nothing new for him. He seemed to be alone, but in reality, he wasn't. In the unoccupied space on the bench where he sat, he knew Archer must be there, keeping a close eye on him. Needless to say, he wasn't happy about being next to a servant who was probably eager to tear him to pieces. He looked up at the sky, clicked his tongue lightly, and closed his eyes. That way, it would surely make it easier to remember how he got to that place and that annoying situation. The night before. Both Ichigo and Rin sighed in relief, a very dangerous and emotional storm had just passed, and they were unharmed. Quickly, they watched as their servants leaped down from the terrace and into the house, through the enormous hole Saber altar had created. The edges of it seemed to glow faintly with purple energy, as if it were a small fire. Archer and Rin quickly exchanged glances, looks that weren't very positive or optimistic either. All because of what the orange-haired servant had done recently. He had to ask, and Rin would do so without hesitation. To know why did you tell them your name? The black-haired woman asked. She certainly didn't understand, since a servant had to be intelligent enough to know something so basic. The servant's name carried a lot of weight in that war. Knowing it or not knowing it could make a difference on the battlefield, since knowing what you're facing isn't the same as not knowing anything at all. It was a type of information that shouldn't be taken lightly. She, as a master and Archer as a servant, knew it very well. Surely Ichigo wasn't aware of it, but Saber. Did she really not know about it? Or did she know because? Why not? The swordswoman answered with another question, not quite understanding the point. Or not, she did understand it, and perfectly, which she would make clear. I know very well that revealing the servant's name can be a disadvantage when formulating strategies, but one way or another, it would be inevitable that they would find out the name of my sword, and therefore, mine, she explained quickly, choosing to sit at the dining table with a certain calmness. Besides, it's of no use to them knowing my name and formulating a strategy if they are not stronger than me, she clarified firmly, more than confident in her abilities. PCH, perfect. A strong and arrogant servant, Archer thought upon hearing that. However, he had to try to bring her down from that cloud, at least a little. And to do so, he was prepared to intervene in the conversation. What about Berserker? I don't doubt he was one of the servants present tonight. Caster spells trouble for even the strongest servants like you. I also don't doubt he knew about everything that happened here, just like with Assassin, Archer stated, crossing his arms. Before answering any questions, Saber Alter took a small sip from a cup of tea that had been left untouched on the table after all the previous madness. Her brow furrowed slightly as she tasted it, unsure why she thought it would taste different than it had a while ago. We'll find out when I face them and we're face to face. Caster tends to use cheap tricks, and assassins, as their own class indicates, tend to be cowards, she explained calmly, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Well, Archer couldn't say much to that statement. He was certainly right. He looked at his master for any further questions he needed to clarify. Rin also sighed at all this. But it still remained to be seen what he thought about Saber. Ichigo, what's your opinion on this? She asked without looking at him, waiting for an answer. An answer that didn't come as the seconds passed. Rin was starting to get angry about it, nobody left her talking alone, so she quickly turned her gaze towards the orange-haired man and told him to speak loudly and clearly. But to his surprise, seeing the expression, and more than anything, where Ichigo was looking, it seemed that what he cared least about was whether or not Saber had revealed her name. And certainly, as the minutes passed, Ichigo recovered from the shock of knowing who his servant was and believed that the best way to act accordingly would be as he had always done. Being himself, or trying to be as much of an equal as he could when it came to her. Damn, he knew and dealt with her well, he used to deal with gods of death as equals. He could definitely handle himself in that regard. Therefore, there was one concern that, according to him, was greater than whether others knew or didn't know the name of his servant, and that was. Saber, you destroyed the damn roof, he said in a graveyard voice, his right eye twitching in clear dismay at what he was looking at. It was as if a stupid asteroid had landed on the house. Thank you so much. I'll keep this place just the way it is, for your memories. He'd said that to Taiga as soon as he'd arrived, and now look. The house and the grounds looked like a damn war zone. Taiga was going to bury him alive, since she surely hadn't forgotten those words he'd said. What was I supposed to do to fix that in just one night? His head was in a mess at that moment. Maybe he should just lie. No lie would work with that woman. She was crazy, and despite appearing stupid, she was very clever. She'd realize he was lying. Besides, what kind of ridiculous story could he possibly invent to justify the new outdoor view in the living room? Hey, Ichigo, Rin insisted again, seeing why he was in that state. She didn't get a response, so she held the bridge of her nose and sighed. She'd tell him something he probably wanted to hear. Ichigo, I can fix the roof. So, just take that pathetic expression off your face already. It's not that bad. Can you really do it? The orange-haired man finally said in amazement, coming back to his senses. I'm a high-class mage, don't underestimate me. I can fix that and more. You shouldn't be surprised, after all. I fixed a glass you broke earlier, but your debt to me will only increase. I don't care, just do it, he declared, not caring about the debt. Well, Tasaka was going to fix that mess. She walked until she was right under the hole in the ceiling and stopped there. Ichigo waited for her to start fixing it, but she didn't. Instead, he saw her turn to him smiling, a smile he didn't like at all. If I didn't know her, I'd say she'd be smiling at me in a friendly, somewhat flirtatious way, of course, if I didn't know her. Knowing her, I was about to. And my please? The girl asked, looking at Ichigo. He cursed everything about Rin Tasaka in his mind. She was playing with him, and unfortunately, she knew how to drive him crazy. What do you mean, please? Just fix it and stop playing games. I already know I owe you. He tried to slip away and avoid the situation, which he couldn't do. I'm doing you a favor. You can forget the debt if you just ask me nicely to fix this. You know, I'm a real lady. All you should do is show a modicum of gratitude when such a pretty girl helps you willingly, he debated with a sly smile. Goodwill, ha ha ha, a little more and I'll believe him, the boy thought sarcastically at those words. But shit, when he gets like that he's a lost cause. I think at least at this moment I should give in a little, or it's part of my pride that's destroyed, or my life if Taiga gets to see the house as it is. Ichigo thought in defeat, there was no way. Very well, very well. Please, are you happy? He spoke quickly. Hey no, that didn't sound very convincing. Besides, you missed something very important. And what would that be exactly? Miss Tasaka. Huh? Ichigo didn't even know what she was talking about anymore, something the girl would clarify. Please, Miss Tasaka. You don't know how much I would appreciate it if you could help me with my situation. I would really appreciate it, you are my savior. I don't know what I would do without you, Rin said slowly, implying that she wanted to hear those exact words from Ichigo's mouth before doing anything. It can't be, the boy thought. Ichigo couldn't believe that she was actually doing all that, and even more so, that he was actually thinking of saying that, after all, his neck depended on it. It's just a few words, Ichigo, this is nothing to you, damn it. He hit his face with the palms of his hands and swallowed before speaking. It will be quick. Present. I was going to go crazy, he thought, calmly observing pure, simple nothingness. He inevitably blushed in embarrassment at the memory of him saying that stupid thing to Tasaka to fix the roof. Her smile at that moment, even more so because of what she said after making him say something so embarrassing. That's very nice of you, Ichigo, although I would have fixed the roof anyway if you had just refused one more time, but it seems you did feel like flattering me, thank you very much, she said smiling after making him say such a ridiculous thing. That damn thing made his blood boil, revenge was coming at some point and he was going to make sure he took advantage of it. Although for a moment, she had no choice but to forget about it. Just as she'd said, she fixed the house up and it looked as if nothing had ever happened, it was incredible. The previous night passed and Rin said goodbye to him to head home, but minutes before she left, something had happened. Strange. Well, it had all started on his part, to tell the truth. Hey Saber. You can't just walk around dressed like that. They'll think I'm some damn degenerate who hired a maid for I don't know what, but the point is you can't walk around like that, she explained, pointing at her servant's dress. She tilted her head and frowned, honestly not quite understanding the point, and she would put it this way. I don't understand, am I not supposed to be that? A servant. She stated plainly. Ichigo face-palmed, he was actually right. However, Rin had understood him and was going to offer him a solution that every master should know. But Ichigo, you can make your servant enter her spiritual state by cutting off the flow of mana you are supplying her. That way, she will disappear and become invisible to everyone, of course, that only applies to people, since other servants will be able to see her, the girl explained quickly, she smiled satisfied for informing him of something so important. Truly, what would he do without her? Yeah, but how am I supposed to cut off Saber's flow of mana if I can't even control my own? Ichigo asked, rolling his eyes at something so obvious. Well, aside from my master being completely useless as a mage, I can't transition into my spirit state. In that regard, I'm different from other servants, Saber Alter concluded, closing her eyes. A vein on Ichigo's forehead popped out, but the truth was that at least this time, he couldn't argue back. Rin sighed at master and servant's words. But she still had an ace up her sleeve. Archer, would you be so kind as to look for a bag of clothes at my house? She asked with a kind smile. A kind smile that not even Archer knew was really like that. The servant refused at first, just at first. He knew his master was stubborn beyond belief, so at her insistence, he resigned himself and had to do it. But not before cursing his master a few times on the way there and back. Ordering him to do something so stupid it was unbelievable. I'm not wearing that, were Saber Alter's cold words when she returned with that devilish bag. So I went home and came back, for nothing, Archer thought, pacing in vain. To say he wanted to feel the merciless stabbing of many swords was an understatement. Or not, he'd felt that before, so that was out of the question. He'd find another way to cause himself suffering in his mind. While Archer was thinking about this, the conversation, with clothing as the main topic, continued. If you want me to put on some clothes, it will be my way. Master, I want clothes and I want them now, Saber Alter said, no, demanded, as if she were giving an order to a subordinate, to no less than anyone, something that Ichigo did not like at all. Do I look like I'm from a clearance store or something? Put on the one Tasaka brought and don't be so capricious. I already said I won't wear those pathetic clothes, she contradicted, shifting her gaze to the opposite side of Ichigo. The truth was, that comment had been a poisoned arrow for Rin, since she liked those clothes. I'll use a command seal. You put it on or I'll make you put it on, it's your choice, Ichigo threatened, raising his hand and showing his command seals. If you use a command seal for something like that, you'd be incompetent as a master, the servant retorted with even more venom. Incompetent and all, but you'll do as I say. Was this a challenge? Ichigo definitely saw it as one and wouldn't back down. Sparks flew between master and servant, looking each other straight in the eyes with not very good intentions. The truth is that they seemed to be more enemies than allies at that moment. Rin decided to intervene, as she certainly knew that Ichigo was actually capable of using a command seal, if provoked like Saber was. Ichigo, I don't think you should use a command seal for something so stupid, he intervened. And how do you even say something like that? Archer asked angrily, remembering what had happened yesterday with his master when he was summoned. Shut up. She stutters, her face flushed. Whatever, I won't wear those dirty rags, the sword servant continued. Wearing that pretty white shirt with a blue skirt disgusted her. What was she, a fairy or something? Fucking perfect, she looks like a little 14-year-old and wants to do whatever she wants, Kurosaki sighed. A comment that infuriated the knight. How dare you call me little, you damn talking carrot. He replied to the insult with another. Ichigo ignored that insult to his hair completely, that kind of insults were of no use against him, he was more than used to them, so he continued with his thing. I'll call you baby as many times as I want. Just put that shit on and stop being picky. How foolish. I'll cut your tongue out and throw it to the rats if you don't stop right now. Try it, little one, Kurosaki taunted the woman. She simply stood up and revealed her sword. He didn't flinch and stood up as well, ready to face her. Everything seemed like it was going to get very ugly between master and servant. The whole discussion led to where Ichigo is right now, in front of that clothing store, because his servant was a complete brat. In the end, he had to give in to Rin's further warning, telling him to buy her what the servant wanted. It seemed that the command seals were really important, so he had to back down from the discussion. Of course, he had to contribute his own money to buy Saber clothes he liked. He sighed deeply in defeat and also in exhaustion. They left very early in the morning, he wanted to prevent Taiga and Sakura from seeing Saber, or at least delay the meeting a little, until he could see her in a decent way, although the truth was that was the least of his worries. How would Taiga take it? The fact that he was going to tell her Saber would be staying with him in that house for a while. He already imagined it. And Sakura. She might support Taiga in whatever she says. She can take care of her alone. The problem comes when Taiga and Sakura team up. Luckily or unluckily, that day was Sunday, so there were no academic activities. But the fact that there was no school to go to meant that Taiga and Sakura would undoubtedly be at his house, since they were always there on the weekends. Chances were, they'd already be settled in while he sat there doing nothing. Although, to begin with, since when did it become normal for Sakura to come and stay at her house like nothing happened? A year? Yes, that must have been approximately how long she spent at her house. The truth was, she didn't complain. Thanks to Sakura being at her house, she ate amazingly when she cooked, so complaining wasn't an option. Those sorts of thoughts vanished the moment he heard two people standing in front of him. It's about time, what do they think I was doing? He stopped dead in his tracks when he saw Rin sighing, weary of the person next to him, especially because of how she was dressed. What's wrong, master? Saber asked, straightening his jacket slightly, letting out a satisfied sound. It was just what he wanted. Nothing perfect, now she didn't look like a maid, but a goth, and I knew that despite looking calm, she was one of the truly crazy goths. Ichigo ran a hand through his shiny hair before standing up and starting to walk away, something the two girls and the invisible servant with them followed suit. Along the way, doubts crept into his mind as he thought about what things would be like at home from that point on, mostly doubts about what had happened at his house the night before. The truth is, now that he thought about it, his house being pierced by Saber was the least of his worries. The most important thing was that, after what happened a few hours ago, every servant knew exactly where both he and his servant would be residing from the moment he summoned her. He wouldn't mind if only the house were truly lonely, but that wasn't the case. Innocent people with no knowledge of the war like Taiga and Sakura were often in the house with him. What would happen if a servant attacked when they were nearby? Without a doubt, he was now an easy target to attack by surprise, and if what Rin had said, that practically all the servants and masters knew the exact location of his house since the moment Saber issued a challenge to all his enemies, the danger only increased. So what would he do? Would he leave the house for a while and tell Taiga and Sakura to stay away from it until the war was over? It was a possibility, but he would have to give very clear explanations as to why they would have to do that, otherwise they would ignore him. But if he had to explain, he would have to tell them the truth, but he couldn't do that either. Damn mess, he thought with annoyance as his face became contorted by his thoughts. As if reading his thoughts, Rin was about to speak up. I know it worries you. Taiga and Sakura, right? She asked. Ichigo just nodded slightly, since if he asked, she'd probably tell him it was female intuition or something stupid like that. There are things you still don't know about the Holy Grail War. This is like a game, and like any game, it has rules, he began to explain. One of those rules is that fighting is prohibited when there might be potential witnesses nearby. Keeping the Holy Grail War as confidential as possible is paramount to protecting the existence of the Magi. Ichigo tried to quickly analyze those words, and his eyes widened at the revelation as soon as he hit the point. Seeing this, Rin decided to finish and further affirm what he had said. It's exactly what you're thinking. As long as there are people other than you and Saber in the house, no master or servant can attack you, as that would be breaking that practically unbreakable rule. They'll surely send you as a warning to agree on a place where no one is present to start the fight and avoid breaking that rule. Breaking that rule goes against everything being a mage stands for. Before attacking you, they must make sure that no one is around. Now he understood, it was like a weight lifted from his shoulders. Relief came quickly to him. Now, Rin had her own doubts since yesterday. She'd had it right from the moment she informed Ichigo about the Holy Grail War. "Ichigo, I wanted to ask you something," she began. He tilted his head slightly as he continued walking, signaling that he was listening. "What is your wish for the Holy Grail?" Ichigo stopped dead in his tracks, so she did too. It's true, what was her wish? Why had she agreed to fight from the start and not refused? "Of course, I have a wish. Something I lost and I want back," he thought, a slight smile forming on his face, something that didn't go unnoticed by the girl who was surprised by the unusual gesture from the orange-haired man. "I want to recover something important, that's all," he said confidently without stopping walking. Well, that was very convincing to her. It probably couldn't be anything bad, so she left him alone. But he spoke again. "To recover something, as well as prevent another war from ending and disaster and innocent people from dying. If I can grant my wish while also preventing a damn psychopath from obtaining the Grail and doing whatever he wants, then the decision is more than obvious," he concluded, turning to the girl with a smile he rarely showed, genuine, but rude at the same time. It was clear to her now, he looked stupid, but not that stupid. She saw determination burning in his eyes, so she was sure those words were sincere. However, he saw Ichigo's face go from having that confident smile to an expression of absolute terror, more specifically looking to his side, where Saber should be. Rin turned to that side with strange looks, and quickly her expression became not very different from Ichigo's. Where the hell did Saber go? Ichigo thought as he saw how she was conspicuously absent, and the worst part was that he hadn't noticed until now. Since when had she left them? "Ichigo. Stupid. How could you not notice?" Rin yelled at him irritably. "Me? Don't buck with me. You're the one who was walking next to him." The boy defended himself in the same way. "Excuse me? It's your servant." Well, he had a point, a big point actually. Speaking of servants, Ichigo calmed down slightly as he continued. "Where's yours?" "Archer. It should be right here. Unlike yours, of course." "Manifest yourself, Archer," she said confidently and calmly, certain that he would appear at her side. Seconds ticked by, the breeze spun through the air like a cricket chirping. "Archer?" he asked the air, losing his patience. "Archer?" he shouted, already beside himself. Nothing happened, which only meant one thing. And it turns out I'm the stupid one," Ichigo said ironically. Yes, Archer and Saber were gone. Rin didn't give up and turned to another method. Telepathy with her servant. The results were almost instant. "Well. I saw Saber leave you without you noticing, so I also separated and followed her," the servant explained calmly in his master's head. Judging by his tone, nothing serious seemed to be happening, so he was able to calm down. "Good. So what the hell are you doing now?" she asked with a sigh. Ichigo simply waited by her side with his arms crossed. "For my part, nothing. For her part, I think it's best if you see for yourselves." She definitely didn't like that pause very much. Rin quickly indicated to Ichigo to follow her. Archer in his master's mind only told them to retrace their steps, not leaving very far from the store where they were before. Step by step, they returned almost to their starting point. And right there, Ichigo stopped dead in his tracks, trying to analyze what his servant was doing. "I saw Saber sitting too calmly across the street at a table. Junk food stand. But don't servants need to eat?" Ichigo asked with a twitch in his eye watching the scene, and he as his servant had about 3 family-sized hamburgers on the table. At one point, Rin had told her that they didn't need any kind of food as they were nourished by their master's mana. But there was Saber, devouring those burgers as if her life depended on it. "They don't need to, but they can." But this is Rin trailed off, not really knowing what to say. Even more so when Saber bit into a large portion of the burger and quickly gulped down what looked like soda. Wait, was she drinking straight from a 2-liter bottle? "I couldn't stop her. She's a very stubborn airhead," Archer sighed in defeat inside his master's head. Servant and master stood on one side of the street, watching as Ichigo crossed the street to stand right next to a Saber who kept eating, apparently not noticing the presence of the latter at her side. Ichigo placed his hand somewhat violently on the table, pulling her out of her world and seemingly surprising her a little. What the hell are you doing? No, it's better not to answer that, it's more than obvious. The real question is why did you just leave like that and how much money did you use to buy all this? She seemed to swallow with some difficulty before answering any questions. Once she did, she faced her master, returning to her usual seriousness. You seem to be deep in thought. I didn't mean to disturb you. Hey, how considerate, very suspicious, Ichigo thought, narrowing his eyes at her, as it was a very strange change in her attitude towards him in such a short period of time. The servant, faced with the silence, continued with her explanation. I have no obligation to say anything to that girl. So I just smelled something delicious and approached. And about the money, I bought this with leftover clothes, he concluded, with a seriousness that didn't match the situation he was in or the last words he said. Ichigo was about to continue protesting about it until his stomach growled. Shit, it was true, they left so early that he hadn't had breakfast. He could feel his hunger amplified by the 2 remaining burgers on the table a few inches from his hands that made 2, because Saber had taken care of one in a jiffy. Master? Saber asked, noticing the sound. She took a slice of one of the burgers and handed it to him. You're hungry. You must eat to regain your strength for the upcoming battles, she explained, as serious as ever. Yep, it definitely wasn't like yesterday. He even remembered that this morning he'd behaved well enough to go to the store without any problems or arguments. Although the night, or rather, his bedtime, was a bit strange. Ichigo pushed aside such useless thoughts to think about something much more important and that was right in front of him. So, King of Knights, Arturia Pendragon. I see it and I still don't believe it. Apparently historians aren't very good at their job. That or she herself had her name passed down from ancient times as if she were a man. Anyway, her attitude is kind of strange, literally changed overnight. Maybe she's understood that there are no returns when it comes to masters and that we're in this together whether we like it or not, so. He wasted no time, taking the burger Saber Alter offered him and sitting across the table, sharing it with his servant. He also wasted no time ordering 2 more burgers. You're right, Saber. I need to replenish my energy, even though it's a strange breakfast, he said as he watched the waiter place his order on the table, along with another bottle of soda. He thought Taiga would definitely kill him if she saw him eating that kind of stuff in the morning, saying it was bad for his health and blah blah blah, nonsense. Right there, master and servant began to enjoy an unusual, yet somewhat pleasant breakfast. They had even forgotten that another pair of master and servant were accompanying them, standing across the street watching everything. DCH, they do look alike after all, Rin thought, sitting down on a bench that provided shade for her and her companion. She'd wait for them to finish theirs before continuing. Chapter 10. Lord, have mercy, he exclaimed loudly, yet calmly. Prayers that flowed from his mouth, prayers he hoped would continue to echo from every well of such a glorious building. Lord, have mercy. And so it was, the repetition was heard, a smile of satisfaction appeared on his features at that joint action of the faithful believers. But not only them, entire families had come that Sunday morning, in pursuit of surrendering their minds and souls to the word of the Lord, with him as an intermediary, showing them the path to follow. It was his duty to serve as a father, brother, teacher, counselor, and guide to those seeking to free themselves from their sins by reaching that majestic temple of blessings called the church. He could do no less than live up to the challenge for all those pure souls. Being tough and strong, pointing out mistakes while also showing how to correct them. But at the same time being kind, conveying trust and understanding. That was what every father should do with his children. Of course, he could and should do all of that. It was an obligation. Whether it was a heartfelt act or not, something sincere on his part, was another matter entirely. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen, he concluded, tracing a cross on his torso as in every prayer. He did so with elegance. His being conveyed absolute peace in that passionate scene. In this way, it marked the end of that mass. For someone attending one of these divine and soul-purifying activities for the first time, they would think it was something incredible, something almost magical. The church was emptying out with people satisfied with what had just happened, happy and feeling like they had been a little closer to the Lord. A few stayed to confess. The priest had to attend to them properly. About an hour after the end of mass, the church was finally left alone, the closing doors echoing in the church. The pastor simply took advantage of that moment alone, in silence, calmly standing right in front of the statue of Jesus. Admiring it, the warm sunlight passed through the multicolored glass behind it and filled the interior of the Lord's house, giving it more vivid colors. A slight smile appeared on the shepherd's lips as a result. What are you doing with that smile? I don't see any fun in this kind of pathetic performance, but you seem to enjoy it. Is it because it fills your ego? Or because it amuses you to see people blindly believe the words of a liar? You've become unpredictable, even for me. Kirei, I heard from the second floor of the church. Potaman Kirei. That was the name of the priest in charge of that church. Always calm and serene, nothing could disturb his spirit, not even the words he'd heard earlier, directed at him with a touch of venom and yet amusement. Honestly, a king shouldn't have to listen to a bunch of ignorant people praising something they don't even know exists. The only thing worth praising is riches, treasures, power. Words like the ones you said a little while ago only make my ears hurt like an out-of-tune violin, something worse than annoying, he heard again, full of suspicion and superiority, while the words that entered the priest's ears were resounding, and he let out a slight laugh at what he heard. Little by little, Kirei made his way to the stairs on one side of the building's interior. Moments later, he was on the second floor of the church, where a solitary table could be seen in the entire space. The table where a man sat. His legs were crossed and his eyes closed, while in one hand he held a glass of the finest wine with extreme elegance. A small sip of it brought a small, satisfied smile, all under the watchful eye of Kirei, who was taking the remaining seat at the table. I find your words somewhat amusing, Gilgamesh, Kirei blurted out, barely settling into his seat. Pointing out his point, he chuckled softly as he looked at the King of Heroes, who stood just a step away. The glass moved away from his companion's mouth, along with a slight sound of dissatisfaction, the opposite of his previous gesture. Finally, he opened his eyes, revealing two beautiful blood-red spheres, filled with pure danger. I'd like to know what that is, because I don't remember making any jokes, Kirei, the blonde said almost demandingly. He wasn't to be trifled with, even though with Kirei it was a different kind of game. More than the annoyance shown on the outside, curiosity prevailed inside. He wanted to see where Kirei was going with this, and he'd quickly have his answer. The doors of this church are always open, both for those who wish to enter and those who wish to leave, the priest began, looking down at the aforementioned great door from above, before turning his gaze toward his dangerous companion. Gilgamesh, if that pathetic noise you claim to hear bothers you so much, you could have simply left the place all this time you've been around here, and I wouldn't have done anything to stop you. But you didn't, so let me guess, he laughed a little before continuing. You're wondering if I'm doing this out of ego or for fun. It might be one or the other, maybe even both. But Gilgamesh, instead of what I do bothering you, what it really does is amuse you, isn't it? He concluded, staring at the king, who remained silent for a moment at such a statement. Gilgamesh took a small sip from the cup on the table just before answering. You've learned too much, would-be priest, he laughed, implying that he'd hit the nail on the head, and how. These pathetic acts, which Kirei entertained, were so base and stupid that they could be funny. He offered Kirei some of the liquor, like a gift for his discovery. Kirei gladly took a glass. The minutes passed in complete silence on both sides. It was a silence that wasn't bothersome at all. A silence that Kirei decided to break to talk about something very interesting that was happening right at that moment. You're ready for this Holy Grail war, I suppose, Kirei began. Being prepared to fight for something that's rightfully mine. Ridiculous. This battle is pointless when the prize already has an owner. In my time in this era, I've come up with something very interesting for the Grail. He laughed as if such an outcome at the end of the battle were obvious. As king, he would stand above everyone and hold what was his against any dog who thought he could take his treasures. Everything belonged to him. However. Although, I must say it is somewhat strange. You mentioned that the Grail appeared every 60 years, but it's only been 10 years since the last war. I'd like to think that wasn't a lie, Kirei. If so, I'd be very disappointed. He leaned gently back in his chair, waiting for the answer. Believe me, I was just as surprised as you by the news. But something like that is totally irrelevant. Besides, this war has gotten really interesting in just one night. Kirei adopted an amused smile on his face, and that made Gilgamesh curious. Before he could ask, Kirei continued. Gilgamesh, in this war, the only treasure you have been unable to possess has reappeared. A treasure that has returned since the last war 10 years ago, the priest said, only for the King of Heroes' interest to increase even further. What? A treasure in that world that didn't belong to him? Impossible. Although, the last war 10 years ago. Could it be? The same saber-class servant from that war has been summoned again in this one to fight for the Holy Grail. Isn't that interesting to you, Gilgamesh? He asked, finally revealing the point. Gilgamesh's eyes widened slightly in shock before speaking. Totally a smile of pure evil, full of bad intentions, had been etched on the king's face. He never thought something like this could happen, not even with the planets aligned did he expect such an improbable event. It's like breaking a toy, and that in a few years, it would appear as new. At that moment, Kirei stood up from the table and walked to a window, clearly observing the daylight in all its splendor. In stark contrast, the shadows inside the church swallowed him up. However, your situation is completely different from last time. You've been enveloped in pure darkness, he explained, turning his back on the blonde. Kirei will say he was informed of the situation by his servant, Lancer. As always, Kirei himself took the lead in explaining Saber's strange condition after being summoned in the current era, coming to a conclusion. Just before being forced to return to her time, she was enveloped by the contents of the previous Holy Grail, not having enough effect to bind her to that world like Gilgamesh, but leaving her with a certain level of corruption, to the point of almost completely losing herself, resulting in the current Saber-class servant. He would laugh a little at his conclusion, which he found amusing. An old acquaintance named King Arthur had reappeared. Was this an omen? A divine sign? Of course it was. The Grail is something divine in itself, and she had the pleasure of being bathed in its contents. However, divinity has always been misunderstood, in her opinion. Divinity was always thought to be synonymous with goodwill, good things, happiness. That was it. Stupid. The Grail is proof of that. Being corrupted by people's hatred, the embodiment of all the evil in the world, it was divine, beautiful, and he was cursed, he was evil itself. This war for the Holy Grail will be very interesting, there's no doubt about it. And if so, I wouldn't be able to stand offstage when the curtain rises on such a marvelous event, he said to himself, admiring the nature outside the church once more. Given all this explanation, the King of Heroes didn't seem entirely happy with what Kirei had said. He remained thoughtful, staring at the remaining wine in his glass. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Arturia Pendragon, enveloped in the darkness of the Grail, a supposedly pure king like her, was simply something pathetic. Completely disappointing, King of Knights, he sighed, finishing the wine in his glass in one gulp. Kirei. I'll have my own objective in this war besides reclaiming my treasure. I hope you won't get in my way, he warned, rising from his seat and heading toward the exit of the church. He was more than clear about what he wanted most in that war, along with making good use of the Holy Grail, no more than that, more than any existing treasure. Gilgamesh, the King of Heroes, would go after the head of the Arturia Pendragon, personally. Facing each other, two warriors armed with their sharp swords, stood no more than 5 steps away from each other, ready to attack their enemy with everything they had, and thus, win the battle. A completely serious yet serene expression, he held his sword firmly in front of him, ready for anything, waiting for his opponent to initiate the attack. On the other hand, that opponent had a confident smile on his face, sure of his combat and swordsmanship abilities, it would be a piece of cake. What's this stupid atmosphere about? The tense silence was broken by that comment. The culprit. Ichigo Kurosaki, it couldn't be anyone else. A few feet away from the two combatants, he stood with a poker face, watching everything. This supposed confrontation was really stupid, not only because of who was about to face off, but also because of the reason. Yes, remembering the reason for that stupidity was essential. His brain clicked, and in just moments, the memory returned. A few minutes ago. After he and Saber had breakfast, they returned home with Rin and Archer. As he expected, the house wouldn't be empty, since Taiga was there, as was Sakura. I hadn't really planned anything to tell Taiga and Sakura about Saber, a good alibi, so to speak. I was just going to say that she was a friend who wanted to stay at their house for a while, and that was it. Which was a very bad idea on his part, but despite this, he had an ace up his sleeve. Meanwhile, what he expected happened. As soon as she saw Saber next to him, Taiga almost jumped on her as she started asking annoying questions. What's your name? Where are you from? What's your relationship with Ichigo? Do you know how to cook? And those clothes? You look like a delinquent. Questions and more questions, she decided to ignore the last two. Saber Alter, with him speaking to her in a low voice and calming her down so that she wouldn't bring out Excalibur to speak for her, answered the most basic ones. Her name simply remained Saber, and she was honest about her origins, which were from Great Britain, and that, as a foreigner, she had to learn to speak Japanese. However, she ruined all her previous good answers by answering the third question truthfully. What relationship do I have with him? She repeated the question, pointing at the orange-haired boy beside her. She didn't hesitate to answer exactly what they were. He's my master, and I'm his servant. Ichigo fell silent at this. He quickly felt Taiga's accusing gaze upon him. Sakura had no reaction to this, and Rin let out a low laugh, knowing what was coming. However, Ichigo had to finish this one way or another, and he had to do it quickly, like a kind of cutaway when a movie scene went wrong. And there's still more to come. She's going to be staying at the house for a while, and… No, he heard emphatically. What do you mean no? He asked angrily, I hadn't even let him finish. She looks like a delinquent, although she's not that different from you, but the point is, I won't leave you alone with her, not in a million years. Definitely not, Taiga said again, more confident than before. I don't understand what the problem is. I'm paying the rent for the house as I should, so I can do whatever I want in it. Well, not exactly, but you know what I mean. Nothing will happen, trust me, Taiga. That was his move, he had to use the rent to his advantage, since he would be truly screwed if he were stuck there without paying anything, he would have nothing to hold on to. It seemed to have worked, as Taiga was apparently thinking about it. Judging by her facial expressions, it seemed like it was a difficult decision, so she was going to need help. "Sakura, what do you think about this?" he asked her, surprising her a little. "Why do you need my opinion? I don't understand." She'd been lost in her own world since Saber had introduced herself, and the truth was she didn't understand. She didn't believe she had any power in that house, she simply considered herself a visitor. So she was going to give the matter a miss. I don't think my opinion is neck. If necessary, Sakura, Ichigo interrupted. Be that as it may, you're already an important part of this house. So it's necessary to know what you think about this. I'd certainly like to hear your opinion more than Taiga's, if possible, he continued. The older woman got a little angry at the latter, which she felt was completely unnecessary. Sakura, with those words, inevitably and faintly recalled why she'd ended up in that house, which was much more of a home than her own. Feeling important, that her existence was valuable to someone, simple things like cooking in that house filled her heart with warmth. It wasn't her best time when Ichigo appeared in her life, but thanks to their quick friendship, she was able to overcome the rough patch and continue living, but now, unlike before, she was living happily. Even so, she held the bottom of her right sleeve tightly, unsure. She might be making a grave mistake. She gave the orange-haired man a look of fear, who, in contrast, returned one of pure confidence. Confidence spread to her a little. It was time to help Ichigo, just as he had helped her. For a moment, she forgot everything and spoke without thinking about what was happening and what could happen much later. I trust Senpai. I think Saber can stay if he trusts her. Present. Well, that had happened. Sakura was standing right next to him watching this while Rin said goodbye to them and left the place, claiming she had important things to do. But now, if all of that should have been settled with those confident words from Sakura. Why were Saber and Taiga about to fight with those wooden swords? Well, Taiga, despite what Sakura said and her positive opinion of it, said she could accept Saber staying only if she was able to surpass her in swordsmanship and mastery. Saber, for her part, didn't even hesitate in accepting, asking where the meeting would be, and that she wanted to do it right then and there. Therefore, in that dojo where the warm sunlight entered and made the gleaming wood shine, they were standing face to face, just as their battle was about to begin. Although for Ichigo the outcome was more than obvious. He only hoped Saber didn't hurt Taiga, or at least not that much. He believed she should be clear about it, a strong blow with those swords, even if they were made of wood, were capable of breaking bones, a strength that he already knew Saber had plenty of. He held that thought even as Taiga charged at Saber blindly, like a bull seeking to gore a red flag. And, as if Saber were a bullfighter, he simply stepped gracefully out of the way, avoiding such a misplaced attack. The dodge nearly knocked Taiga off balance as she missed the blow. The annoyance etched on her face at this, truly humiliating. Turning toward Saber, she met that cold gaze that chilled her to the core and she began to sweat as a result, something that surprised the servant. What's wrong? That attack was so slow and predictable. You really don't seem to be as good a swordsman as I thought you were. It's a shame, he said, clearly disappointed. He remained impassive, hoping to get this over with. And so. Let's get this over with. You're not worth my time, he lightly firmed his grip on the sword. Well, that was hurtful. Very hurtful, actually, Ichigo thought at those words. The truth is, words like that could destroy any rival's ego, as well as. The next thing that happened was exactly what she thought would happen. Taiga became angrier than before and launched herself at Saber, who didn't take a single blink to disarm her and claim absolute and overwhelming victory. Therefore, the high school teacher had no choice but to accept that Saber could stay at home. Although in her mind Saber Alter said that no matter what she said, she was going to stay anyway. Whoa. All that effort made me hungry. Sakura. How about we start making lunch? I'll help you. She shouted excitedly as she began to leave the dojo. Sakura laughed softly upon hearing her and then started heading for the exit, but not before stopping to say goodbye. Welcome home, Saber. Senpai, I'll go cook. I'll call you when lunch is ready, she said and left the dojo. He remained silent for a moment. Ichigo's own sigh echoed and he began walking toward the exit as well. It was all very stupid, but it's done. You can stay in the house now without any problem, so let's get out of here, he said reaching the door, but he didn't hear a single footstep other than his own, so he slowly turned towards the servant who hadn't moved a millimeter from her position. Hey Saber. Did you hear? I heard you, master. However, I don't want to do such a thing, he replied, still holding the sword in one of his hands. What do you mean, you don't want to? Come on, I'm tired of being here, he insisted again, but Saber Alter shook her head at those words. Master? Do you think you're stronger than me? She asked. He shook his head. It was clear to me that in a real battle against Saber in his current state, he would be more than dead in the first exchange. However, the knight didn't seem to like the answer at all. Therefore, surprise came to Ichigo the moment he saw Saber slowly raise the sword in her hands, heading towards the Master, I want to prove something. That's why I want you to fight me right now, Saber challenged him, her words absolutely decisive. And she wasn't going to back down from her decision. Ichigo laughed a little at that. It was too stupid to be true. Don't be ridiculous, I won't do that. Now then, I'm leaving. Stay here if you want. He started to leave, but his servant knew exactly what to say to change his mind. Oh, I understand. You're scared. Ichigo had the door half open, and Saber saw him stop dead in his tracks as soon as the word fear left his mouth. The servant smiled inwardly at her act of provocation, which had had immediate results. She heard her master click his tongue loudly, then slam the dojo door shut. He turned to her with an unfriendly expression. Good. Let's have that confrontation you so desire, Saber. Bring that sword to your side, now. Saber Alter looked at the floor beside her, and there lay the sword she had knocked out of her opponent's hands just moments before. She didn't even bother bending down to pick it up as she kicked it into Ichigo's hands, who held the wooden weapon without hesitation. The orange-haired man walked to the middle of the room, standing directly in front of her. If she wanted to fight so badly, he was going to show her what he could do with a sword. The rules are basic. The first one disarmed loses. And you can't fight with anything other than a sword, the girl clarified, once again assuming her expression of pure seriousness. She knew she couldn't go all out because he was her master, and because it wasn't fair he was a human, and she was a servant, but she did plan to push him as hard as she could. She wanted to test something else in this duel. Therefore, he planted his feet firmly on the wood and adopted his best stance. He knew this was going to be different from the duel he had with that woman a little while ago. Surprise me, Ichigo. Show me what you're capable of. For the first time since arriving in that world, he spoke his master's name, even if it was only in his mind. That meant much more than a duel to her. They were answers and confirmations of questions she'd begun to ask herself right from the early hours of the morning. Master and servant raised their swords against each other, more than ready to engage in a battle where neither of them wanted to lose. Chapter 11. The sound of wood colliding again and again echoed off the walls of the dojo and throughout its interior. Blow after blow, it was as incessant as a heavy rain. In this case, it was a constant barrage of attacks and defenses. Both opponents seemed to float on the finely polished wood that formed the dojo floor, so quickly they attacked and responded accordingly to their opponent's attack. At that moment, a very fast swing by Saber Alter went straight towards Ichigo's left parietal. He was able to react in time and reject it, not taking long to respond with a similar attack to the same area. This was easily blocked. They didn't know how long they'd been in that situation. They'd completely lost track of time, and they didn't care, since they couldn't think of anything other than attacking and defending in less than a blink of an eye, each blow, each cut as if they were fighting with real swords with a potentially lethal edge. With the thought that they could actually lose a limb or their lives if they didn't give their all. Ichigo, with that same thought running through his mind like raging waves, was able to remain constant in that sword fight with Saber, who also seemed very focused on what she was doing. Ichigo could still remember that feeling, the heat of the battle very much alive in his mind and body, or more than in his body, in his soul. The automatisms were still engraved in his brain, and his muscles reacted almost by instinct. He didn't think at all, he only acted accordingly to each situation imposed by the knight. Each cut, each blow launched by his servant was rejected and counterattacked at an incredible speed for what should be a human, in addition to an acceptable technique with the sword that carried said responses through the weapon in his hands. Always well positioned, always finding Saber's space or weak point at the time of an exchange, but even knowing it, he was not fast enough to exploit that weak point. He doubted that even with his powers and force, it would be an easy task to access them, much less in his current state, since that weak point was quickly covered with extraordinary physical speed, reaction capacity and reflexes on the part of servant. The heat in the dojo increased as the sun reached its peak in the sky. Sweat began to trickle down Ichigo's forehead. Fatigue had inevitably set in, and he was beginning to gasp for air. The air he tried to regain by moving a little away from Saber, who wasn't sweating a bit as she had formidable physical stamina, coupled with the fact that her own master provided her with enough mana so that fatigue practically never set in unless she pushed herself to the limit. Of course, she didn't do that, which she wasn't doing at that moment, however. What I saw is really real, that happened. She thought analytically and at the same time with some surprise at those mental words, without ever taking her gaze off her master who was catching his breath from the previous crossing. He could come close to matching her swordsmanship. If he took his innate strength as a servant out of the equation and fought at his master's level as a human, using only his refined swordsmanship, the difference wasn't that great and they often repelled each other. If this continued, it would be an eternity. This is getting interesting, he thought, reflecting on his own thoughts. Are you tired yet, master? He asked a little provocatively, since he knew the answer very well just by looking at him. Ichigo was wiping his sweat with his sleeve, slowly catching his breath. A soft click of his tongue came from him at the girl's words. Well, what can I say? I'm not a summoned spirit who needs another's energy to exist. Sorry, he responded in practically the same way, wasting no time returning to his combat guard. Come on Saber, let's continue. I can continue this as long as it takes, he said confidently, giving a provocative smile to his face as he raised his sword. He couldn't want it to continue. Good. If not, I'd be disappointed, Saber Alter added seriously to what her master had said. This time, she was the one who launched herself mercilessly at the orange-haired man, who gritted his teeth from the force of the impact his entire body suffered as the powerful swing headed straight for his face hit him. Most likely, if it had hit its target, it would have rendered him unconscious instantly. She exerted all her strength and moved closer, as did the servant. Right there, a few centimeters away, master and servant were face to face, looking directly into each other's eyes without giving any ground, wanting to intimidate the other with their most threatening looks, something that Saber Alter failed to achieve, and of course Ichigo didn't achieve either. However, the effort to keep the strength of the Saber Alter at bay, even if it wasn't fully realized, was evident on Ichigo's face. It was like trying to push back a wall of pure concrete. Because of this, he suddenly stopped trying to compete in brute force and completely loosened his struggle with the intention of making her lose her balance, but Saber Alter did not fall into the trap, and at the same moment that she stopped feeling opposition in her sword, she also stopped putting force into the thrust. As a result of that series of maneuvers, Ichigo once again took a prudent distance from his opponent. He was not faster, nor stronger, nor did he seem to have more battle experience than his servant seemed to have. A nervous smile formed on his face, he probably hadn't even seen a quarter of what his servant was capable of, but he was sure of something just by exchanging light attacks with her. It's a monster, there's no doubt about it, he thought, not wanting to imagine it as an enemy he would have to face hand to hand in a real battle with real weapons. The idea wasn't very pleasant in his opinion. But this wasn't a real battle. It was more of a duel of skill. He had to find a way to disarm her, and it had to be done in the blink of an eye. Otherwise, it would be very painful for him. He tried to do a quick scan of her. As he'd expected, he didn't find a single opening in her defense, so he'd have to create one himself. He took a breath and braced himself. It was inevitable that he'd have to cross swords directly with her for the umpteenth time in just a short while. This time, it would be him who would initiate the attack. He went with all the strength and speed his body could muster in the encounter with his servant, who didn't seem to be overconfident, even though in a situation like this, he had every chance of winning against an enemy who attacked him head-on, neglecting his defense in exchange for a stronger attack. The crash was not long in coming, and with it, disbelief on the part of master and servant was painted on their faces at what had just happened. The swords had not endured such abuse from their wielders, due to so many clashes at a force that took them almost to the limit each time they met for an extended period. They finally gave way at the last crossing and broke in half. Which meant that. The tie. Saber thought with neutrality on her face, watching as half of her weapon lay on the ground, completely inert and useless. He had to say it was a bit disappointing, he had hoped to continue a little longer. A quick glance at the sword rack told him there were no more weapons to use, so that was it for the day. But at least she had proven something very important to her. The results had far exceeded her expectations. This isn't a figment of my imagination. What I saw is real, and it happened. He just proved it to me right now, she told herself, closing her eyes calmly, satisfied with what she had achieved. She would keep that above all else. DCH, it seems it's over, said the orange-haired man with annoyance in his voice. He didn't get what he wanted, the victory, even though he knew it was difficult, something almost impossible, but it doesn't matter, he liked to push himself in those kinds of challenges. Although one thing was clear to him. His instincts with a sword in hand remained intact. Apparently, there were things that truly couldn't be forgotten, such as riding a bicycle. In this case, for him, it was swordsmanship. Something that was engraved in his brain and still very much alive. At least he would keep that too. Saber, give me that, I'm going to throw it away, he asked the servant, pointing at the sword in his hands and the half of it that lay broken on the ground. He brought it closer, as did the other useless part. Saber Alter watched as her master took a bag from a small drawer containing the structure meant to hold the swords, which at that moment, as they both knew, had nothing to hold. The orange-haired man stuffed the remnants of the swords into the bag and started walking toward the exit. As he opened it, he found Sakura about to knock on the door, her hand inches from the door implying as much. Sakura, can I help you with something? Ichigo asked. If Sakura hadn't already known that was his usual tone of voice, it would have been as if he were muttering, "Get out of here," or something close to it. So he smiled as he always did before answering that question. "Nothing in particular, senpai. I just came to let you know that lunch was ready." When she finished she saw how Ichigo's expression frowned in surprise at what she had said. She tilted her head slightly, not understanding that gesture. The reason for that? Ichigo thought that if Sakura was calling them, it must have been around 12:30 p.m., but if he thought about it for a bit, they must have arrived at the house around 9:45 a.m. and quickly entered the dojo for the duel between Taiga and Saber, so. Has it really been almost 3 hours since Saber and I started the duel? He thought in surprise. He definitely lost track of time, as he couldn't think of anything other than getting hurt and trying to go on the offensive every chance he got. Hey, it had helped. At least he hadn't hit him even once, proof that he still knew how to defend himself with a sword in his hand. He shook off the thought the moment he heard Sakura call him. He'd probably gotten lost in his own thoughts. He returned to his usual expression, telling Sakura they'd be there, as he'd throw away what he had in the bag first. She understood and left, saying she'd be waiting for them. Ichigo told Saber Alter that if she wanted, she could go ahead into the house while he quickly went to the trash can. "I will, master," he replied, his voice lacking any humor as he followed his master out of the dojo. Seconds later, they went their separate ways. Saber Alter's pacing stopped halfway to the house and she directed her dull gaze toward the warehouse at the edge of the lot. Before she knew it, her body had moved on its own, bringing her to the worn building, as if drawn there. She stood right in front of the door, her gaze analytical. She knew why she was there. The pull toward her could only be due to that object. "Avalon," she whispered to herself. The legendary Excalibur scabbard must be behind that heavy, solid iron door, inside that worn-out place. She raised her right hand toward the door with the intention of opening it and reaching where that which belonged to her and her legend was, but the moment she placed a finger on the door. Images. Images suddenly flooded her mind. In those images, she could see herself in the exact same position she was in that moment, but she looked different, more expressive. She was wearing a black suit and gloves, but she wasn't alone there. Someone else was there. The woman with snow-white hair was at his side, wearing a dress of the same elegant color. Even more characteristic than her hair were her eyes, red like two rubies. He seemed to be talking to her about something, and she smiled back and responded, much more cautious than the albino, who seemed to be much more energetic. Was that really her? What was she doing there? Why was she? Knowing she heard the voice of the same woman calling her, but this time she wasn't speaking to the image of that woman she didn't know. Now, she wasn't speaking to her other self that she saw in those images, but rather directly to her. Her eyes widened slightly as she saw how the white-haired woman seemed to see her and even touch her as she reached out to hold her hand so she could take it, and she did. She tugged lightly at her as if to make her follow. He heard his name called again, then again and again, creating a wave of inexplicable feelings. He couldn't recognize that person, he didn't know her, and yet, a name came to mind. "Irizviel," she said softly, her eyes shining slightly after saying that name, feeling as if she had met her somewhere, at some point, even though she couldn't remember the circumstances. But even though she felt that familiar sensation, she didn't remember anything in the short or medium term, nothing beyond that name. Knowing she heard again, but this time the touch on her shoulder brought her back to reality. Reality where she hadn't moved a single inch since she knocked on the warehouse door, and reality where Ichigo was standing next to her, calling her over and over again, until she had to let him know with a light touch on his shoulder that he was there. She turned her head toward him before answering his call, wanting to quickly forget what had happened earlier. "Is something wrong, master?" she asked. She saw the orange-haired man frown at the question. "That's what I should be asking, Saber. Is something wrong?" She didn't understand the question. "Nothing," he said simply, not knowing what his master meant. Ichigo, tired of this nonsense, would let her know what was bothering him. "If nothing's wrong, why are you crying, Saber?" he asked even more clearly. He saw small tears escaping the servant's eyes without her realizing it, sliding down her pale face. Saber Alter touched her face, just realizing it. Tears were running from her eyes, but she didn't understand any of it, but she could feel a kind of inexplicable sadness. Her mind didn't understand it, but apparently she had that memory alive in the deepest part of her subconscious. She felt the sadness, but it wasn't endearing. She could feel the tears on her face, but without knowing why, they began to flow without her permission. So, with the sleeve of his sweater, he wiped the stains off his eyes in a single sweep. "I'm fine, master. I assure you it's nothing. It won't affect us at all when we're in battle," he replied. "I don't care what happens or doesn't happen in battle now. I'm worried about you. That's what I mean," he said, crossing his arms. "When someone cries, it's because something painful happened to them, or they're remembering it." He crossed his arms. "That's the problem, I don't know what I remembered. "But master, more important than that is what's inside this warehouse," he said, knocking on the door again. This time, nothing in particular happened. Ichigo knew what he was talking about. If she really was King Arthur, and his sword was the quintessential sword, Excalibur, he could feel its scabbard, Avalon. But something like that reminded him of the question he'd asked Taiga that time when she'd shown him such an important scabbard. Why was such an important object in that place? Now he knew the Holy Grail War only took place in Fayuki. That scabbard King Arthur's, hidden in that city of all cities. According to Rin, in order to summon a servant, you need a catalyst, something belonging to the hero you plan to summon, and a magic diagram that acts as a link to this world, something she also noticed in the storage room the first time she was there. Considering that the former owner of the facility, Emiya Kiritsugu, also owned Avalon before his death. He had to be a master, Ichigo thought. He wasn't someone as brimming with intelligence as Uryu, but putting the pieces together wasn't really difficult to come to that conclusion. And the next conclusion, once the previous one was already defined, was much easier to predict. And Emiya Kiritsugu, he had to be Saber's master. That has to be it. Could he have memories regarding this place, or of someone? Of all of them together perhaps? He wondered internally. What had happened in the previous Holy Grail War? Questions with no apparent answers, and Saber didn't seem to remember anything, so for the moment she had to put that aside and confirm what Saber was saying. Yes, the Excalibur scabbard is in there, Avalon. But I think we could leave that for later. Sakura should be waiting for us, let's go. Avalon won't leave there, we can take it easy. Saber Alter nodded a little without saying anything at all, still thoughtful about what had happened. He followed Ichigo into the house, glancing over his shoulder at the storage room. It didn't take long for them to reach the living room where everything was already set up and perfectly organized, ready to begin lunch. The food smelled and looked perfect, as it practically always did when Sakura was cooking. Ichigo knew what Sakura was capable of in the kitchen, and yet she could still surprise him, like that moment. The food seemed to glow with beauty. It surely tasted just like it looked and smelled. Taiga was already sitting at the table, eager to get started. Ichigo sat across from her, so Saber sat next to him, waiting for Sakura to join them at the table, which she soon did. It was time to give thanks for the food, and everyone started eating, and in Taiga's case, to devour her own. Sakura brought some fish to her mouth and was surprised by the taste. It was better than she expected, so she smiled at her creation and then continued eating. The orange-haired boy was hungry, probably due to the recent physical activity, so he began eating immediately, but calmly. But as he did so, he realized something. Saber hadn't touched his food yet. "What are you waiting for?" he asked, pointing at his plate. "I think you should start right now, before someone comes and takes it away from you," he explained, surreptitiously glancing at Taiga, who was still busy with her work. "I don't think I should," Saber Alter replied, glancing down at her plate of food. It was too refined for her, and she didn't like it at all. She preferred a hamburger or any kind of fast food. Besides, where was the soda? "Don't be picky. You'll see it's good, you just have to give it a try," he encouraged her. She seemed to think about it for a moment. "Okay," she agreed, not entirely sure. She took a fork and speared a piece of the fish on her plate. She raised it to her mouth, looking at it first, as if she were analyzing it. Ichigo, seeing this, rolled his eyes at what Saber was doing. Finally, she seemed to decide to eat the fish on her fork. Little by little, she placed it in her mouth and began to chew slowly, even closing her eyes to concentrate on the flavor. All under the watchful eye of a confident Ichigo. She must like it, he had no doubts. It wasn't long before Saber tasted and swallowed her food. She looked truly calm and relaxed, even more so than usual. She took a napkin from the table and wiped her thin lips. "Your name is Sakura, isn't it?" she blurted out. The woman stopped eating to pay attention to her, turning to Sakura with a bright smile. "That's right, Saber. Can I help you?" she asked kindly. Although Ichigo didn't quite understand what that meant, he hoped nothing would happen and Saber wouldn't say anything stupid. "Actually, I wanted to congratulate you on the food," Saber began. Ichigo raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, so even someone like her could be that kind of thoughtful with other people. Sakura blushed, finding it somewhat embarrassing to be flattered. However, Saber hadn't finished speaking. "Sakura, I wanted to compliment you on the food, as I've never tasted anything so disgusting in my life. You certainly surprised me in a bad way," she concluded coldly. Sakura remained completely silent. Had she heard correctly? Hey, Ichigo began, trying to process what his servant had just said. Once he did, he bolted upright. "Saber, what the buck? What's that for?" At night. Fayuki Center. The cold night breeze blew steadily. Below the buildings, people were leaving work and going about their daily activities to reach their longed-for and beloved homes. From above, they appeared as tiny as ants, and that was exactly what they appeared to Rin Tasaka. Standing atop one of the tallest buildings in the city, she admired it from above. The night gave it that magical touch she loved so much. It was different. Her foot was right on the edge. Any strong breeze could send her tumbling about 100 meters out of control. But she wasn't afraid, because even if something like that happened, Archer was there for her. Falling there was undoubtedly the least of his worries at that moment. Not long ago I had discovered that those gas leaks in the city were not the work of a servant sucking out people's souls, leaving them unconscious and completely weakened. Servant, who had to be a caster, only that class could be capable of doing such a thing from a distance. And if he had been at it for a while, he had to be getting stronger and stronger as time went on, it could become a problem. Archer, we should go after Caster and stop him from getting stronger. You said the origin of the spell is Ryudu Temple. Right. The white-haired servant materialized next to his master, standing on the edge and also surveying the landscape. I don't think I'm mistaken. Although he probably already knows that we freed those civilians from his clutches, he must already know that our next target will be him. He has everything to gain if we go directly for his head, Archer explained calmly, using his cold and calculating analysis. You mean we could walk straight into a trap? And even die, right? He asked again. It's always a possibility. They'll play at home if the match is on their territory, he explained calmly, his white hair also stirring. And you're afraid? Rin asked, looking at her servant. He raised his right eyebrow almost imperceptibly. Fear? As my master, you know something like that isn't possible. To be afraid would be to fall short of the expectations placed on me, the archer said with complete confidence, more than certain of his words. He was more than confident in his abilities as a swordsman and archer. If he went all out, he could take down anyone. But it wasn't over yet. Although the only thing I'd truly fear, if anything, would be not winning this war and hearing your voice scolding me incessantly, even if I return to the throne of heroes. That would be the worst torture, he concluded with a joking smile. You know me too well, it was exactly what I would do if I didn't win this, the girl laughed at the servant's apt words. However, we won't be attacking today or in the next few days. It would be too obvious to attack as soon as we spot the enemy. As you said, they've probably known about us for quite some time now and must be making preparations to welcome us warmly, he concluded, stepping away from the edge of the roof. It's a double-edged sword, the more time passes, the stronger Caster becomes, the white-haired man debated, standing at the edge of the building. But you are my servant. You are the strongest and I know you can handle him, Rin motivated with a slight smile, who laughed slightly when he saw it. That's what I'm talking about, but it doesn't make me uncomfortable. We'll take our time attacking, and when we do, I'll finish Caster off with everything I have, he said confidently. Rin was convinced upon hearing this and began walking towards the interior of the building, waiting for Archer to follow her. However, the white-haired man still had something to talk about. Now, there's something that's been bothering me. Rin, I wanted to ask you about it and I hope you'll be completely honest with me. She stopped at his words and turned around. I'm listening. What's bothering you, Archer? I'll do my best to fix it. It depends on what it is, of course, he said with interest. My problem is, Kurosaki Ichigo. Chapter 12. Monday had arrived and with it, classes were back. Despite being in the middle of the war, the orange-haired boy had to attend, something stupid but necessary. He had responsibilities like anyone else, since in truth at that moment he was no different from any normal person, with the small, minuscule difference that he had a warrior from the past, summoned to fight by his side in said war and win the Grail. Ichigo Kurosaki was alone in his room getting ready for the first of 6 school days this week. Once he finished putting on his uniform, he headed to the living room to go to the kitchen to put 2 slices of bread in the toaster and eat breakfast. While he waited, he felt someone stand right behind him. He sighed a little, knowing who it was and surely what they wanted. Let me guess, Saber. Do you want some? He asked without turning around. A little, she replied. She walked a little to stand beside her master, watching with interest as the slices of bread took on a golden hue from the melted butter her master had poured on them. Ichigo laughed ironically in his mind. That a little hadn't sounded too convincing in his opinion. Sit at the table and wait, I'll give you some of this, he told her. She didn't answer and complied. She stood at the table, calmly waiting for her food. Ichigo, having been with her for only a short time, already knew she was a glutton and a very demanding one, to be honest. But those demands were a bit strange. Yes, that could be the word. He still remembered how yesterday he'd made clear his complete displeasure with Sakura's cooking with those hurtful words, which he was quick to reprimand. At his insistence, the knight had to apologize, half-heartedly but reluctantly, and made it clear she wouldn't touch that food again. Before things got any worse, Ichigo had to explain that Saber had a different taste in food than everyone else, coming to that conclusion Sunday morning when they ate out. She didn't like anything refined. She was rustic, preferring any junk food to a home-cooked meal. The same went for drinks. However, this didn't stop Taiga from practically attacking him as soon as those hurtful words came out in Sakura's direction. The latter was relieved to hear Ichigo's explanation regarding Saber's tastes and quickly let it go, so when she saw Sakura calm down, Taiga had to do so too, to avoid continuing to rub her finger in the wound with that subject. The most ridiculous thing was that after that, he asked her for a hamburger, as if he were some kind of walking McDonald's, which made a vein pop out in his forehead. Luckily, he had something like that stored in the refrigerator. All he had to do was heat it up. After doing so, it wasn't quite right, but the servant still began to eat it happily. On that previous day, night fell without further complications, and both Taiga and Sakura left the house. Taiga told them she'd be watching them and to be careful not to do anything strange. Stupid warnings, of course, he had enough self-control, or well, he thought he did, so he wasn't worried at all. Sure enough, bedtime arrived and Saber had stayed in her room, intending to keep a close eye on him in case anything happened. Of course it was avoidable, as there were spare rooms all over the house and even one next to his if he wanted to be as close as possible without having to be in his room. But Saber was stubborn, so she didn't listen to anything that came out of his mouth. Well, it was true that last night had been where she'd learned about all the madness over the Holy Grail, she'd also insisted on staying in the same room as him. The point was that a few servants had recently been around the house and she didn't know if any had stayed behind to attack, something she couldn't deny, since Saber was right. She'd understood and accepted it with difficulty last night. But now? Seriously? Give him a break. I'll stay right here just in case. It's my duty to protect my master from any danger and he's at his weakest when he's asleep. So I'll stay here. Just pretend I'm not here, the servant explained, leaning against the wall next to the door and sitting on the floor. Her words were absolute and she wouldn't move from there even an inch. TCH, as if it were that easy, Ichigo thought. Sleeping while being watched wasn't comfortable at all. He didn't enjoy it in the slightest. He hadn't been able to sleep properly last night because of that, and it would surely be like that again. Would it be like this every day from then on? But that thought, he had to somehow find a way to sleep, since Saber wasn't joking at all. She stayed right there until dawn. That night, like the previous one, would be difficult, as would the ones to come. The warm rays of the morning sun reached his eyelids and woke him up early. He sat up and rubbed his eyes, his vision gradually becoming blurred. And there he saw her. Her hair took on an almost magical shine, and she wore an expression of total relaxation, unlike the serious, hard-faced look he'd always seen on her. Saber was right there in the same spot, asleep with her head resting against the wall. Was she really the same angry, rude Hulk he'd known as his servant? It didn't seem like it, at least not on that occasion. He watched as she slowly opened her eyes and repositioned herself. Ichigo watched her look at him with some surprise. He didn't understand, but the surprise reached him too when he heard something Saber said under her breath upon seeing him. Ichigo. For the first time, he heard her pronounce his name with complete clarity. The words she'd said when he insisted she call him by his name were still crystal clear in his head. I don't think I can do such a thing. You can call me Saber and I'll call you Master, as it should be. Not calling you by your name will represent the hierarchy that exists between master and servant. That was what she'd told him that time. What was happening in such a short amount of time? He didn't understand. As soon as Saber was more awake and realized her mistake, she corrected herself and called him master, as she always had up until that moment. Ichigo still found this action strange, but the morning passed without them touching the subject, up until the point they were at that moment. Just after finishing breakfast. After washing the dishes and the few pieces of cutlery used, Ichigo picked up his bag from the floor, intending to leave immediately for high school, heading for the front door of the house without looking back, but knowing from the sound that his servant was following him. Saber, you'll stay here while I'm in. No, he heard emphatically from behind him. He quickly turned to her, his expression clearly annoyed. His expression was even longer than usual due to the bad vibe he'd gotten from the answer he'd received. Just let me finish, damn it. You'll stay here because you can't just run around so carelessly as a servant, he warned the girl seriously. Now she was the one who seemed to be bothered by those words and got ready to answer while placing a hand on her waist. Are you talking about being careless when you're the one who's planning to go out there without your servant? You're just asking to be killed, the girl argued, leaning against the doorframe. The truth is, for her, what her master wanted to do was a stupidity of biblical proportions, and she would be doing it too if she let him go alone. Nothing will happen, damn it. I'll be in a school in broad daylight. Masters and servants are only supposed to fight at night and when there are no witnesses, so I'll be fine, he also argued. The servant clicked her tongue. She should have said it was a good point, but. I'm not interested, I'm going, he said, passing by Ichigo and walking towards the exit. Hey. Don't be silly and go back to the house. Alter Saber heard Master complaining, but she completely ignored his shouts and didn't pay any attention to him, just continuing on her way out of the residence. She stood right in the middle of the doorway and looked over her shoulder at her master, who seemed to be boiling with anger. "What are you waiting for? I'm sure you don't want to be late," he must have said, his intention being to touch the orange-haired boy's heartstrings with those words, something he quickly realized wasn't something very difficult to achieve. She left him no choice. Ichigo had no choice but to accept her coming with him to high school. Along the way, people kept staring at Saber. He thought it must be for two reasons. First, her gothic clothes. Honestly, they were very striking, but he wasn't particularly fond of them, although he had to say that they fit a crazy woman like her like a glove. Second, her features. She was clearly not Japanese and was something of a tourist attraction for everyone who saw her, even though from time to time I noticed how she tried to contain her annoyance at being the center of attention of 90% of the people they met along the way. "Welcome to my world," the orange-haired boy thought, directing his gaze back to the front. They were already approaching the high school, and he thought about giving an excuse as to how, why, and what a girl like her was doing in that place without being a student, without even being from that country. "You don't like the looks, do you?" Ichigo asked the servant walking right next to him. "They are irritating," she was sincere, even the repudiation could be heard in her words. "Well, get used to it, you wanted this. Just follow me closely once we're at school and try not to talk to anyone, even if you run into Rin. I won't even bother mentioning Sakura and Taiga for obvious reasons," he explained as the institute came into view in the distance. Saber Alter now knew that she couldn't protest too much, so she nodded reluctantly at those words. They arrived at high school and walked past everyone and everything, paying no attention to anything. Especially Saber, since the first glances that landed on Ichigo because of her hair were directed at her as well, and she couldn't do anything to stop them. But as soon as they passed through the main entrance of the institute, they felt something strange. It felt like a sudden shock of gravity fell upon Ichigo for a brief moment, as if an invisible weight had fallen upon his shoulders. His gait faltered for a brief moment due to this strange occurrence, but he quickly resumed his stride. Saber Alter knew exactly what was going on. It must be a barrier. Although she doubted her master knew anything like that, she couldn't bring herself to stop and tell him right now. Just as his master had said, he didn't say a word as they entered the facility, not even about what had happened at the entrance. Although there was something bothering him that quickly made him forget about it. The people in the hallways kept staring at her. It wasn't in their code as a gentleman to attack civilians, but if they continued like this, they would make her reconsider the importance of such a code. Her pacing stopped the moment Ichigo's did, right in front of what appeared to be the coordination. He knocked on the door twice and was told from inside to come in. She realized Ichigo was signaling to her that they were coming in. "You know what to do. Let me do the talking. They'll probably ask you basic questions, so just keep your answers short and to the point. Do you understand? Open up and let's get this over with," as he said, he wanted to get it over with as quickly as possible, as it was a nuisance. Ichigo opened the door and entered with Saber. It was time to lie left and right. Again. Steps. Lonely footsteps echoed through the high school hallways. They were light and precise. The person responsible for that controlled sound couldn't have been very strong, and they were probably wearing heels, which made the sound of their footsteps more noticeable in the air. Saber Alter was walking aimlessly through these corridors, wanting to get to know that structure that was totally new to her. Just minutes ago, she and her master left the coordination room after explaining why she was there. The lie had worked. The lie that was based on the fact that she was simply a foreigner from Great Britain who was visiting as a friend she had met some time ago in her hometown, and that she would like to know what the institutes were like on that continent unknown to her, since she would surely not have another opportunity like that. She only had to state her name and nationality, and Ichigo took care of the rest. In theory, she wasn't lying. Her class name is Saber, and her historical origin is from Great Britain, and she was genuinely, at least a little, interested in seeing what things were like in the modern era. Once the explanations regarding her were over, the individuals who were apparently in charge of the high school seemed to be good people or naive, and they let her stay there without too many problems, the only warning being that she should not cause any problems with teachers and students. As she left the coordination, her master had explained that he had to go to class and she couldn't accompany him to the classroom. And so, she ended up in her current situation. The hallways were deserted due to class time, and she was the only soul in them. She decided to investigate the place on her own, starting with the interior. The barrier she felt upon entering the institute was a priority, but it would be difficult to determine its origin or origins. A barrier was never made by a single spell, but by several combined. They were like the foundations for something larger. But finding those foundations was difficult for her, a servant. Mages couldn't send servants, as they were beings beyond their understanding. After all, they were there for a miracle, the Holy Grail. But, in return, servants can't sense Magi's magic unless it's very obvious and right in front of their faces, like the Institute's barrier. Only a servant can sense another servant, and only a mage can clearly sense another mage's magic. He could sense the barrier's magic alone because it was so strong, but the key points of the barrier, which are very small and can be located anywhere in the Institute, are not so obvious. However, she was stubborn, so she tried to find them despite her limitations, but it turned out to be a waste of time. She investigated and searched for everything she could, only to find nothing, her search for nothing. But one thing was certain. There was a magician in that high school, probably a master. Well, another one. Since Archer was in high school, he knew it from the moment he arrived, and if he was there, his master must be there too. DCH, what a pain, she grumbled under her breath as she walked out of the building toward the sports court. She eventually made it to the top of the bleachers located right next to the court and sat down alone, since she didn't want to be disturbed. He simply waited for an indeterminate amount of time in silence while he watched some students carry out their physical activities on the court. At one point, he closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again. "Master," he called neutrally in his mind. The call echoed in Ichigo's mind as he sat in class, doing nothing much or rather, just doing what he always did, on the verge of sleep. Although his servant's voice in the back of his head served to wake him up, it was like a cold shower. "I'm speaking to you because of the close connection we have as master and servant. In order to answer, please give your response while simply thinking of me as you do so. Try doing that and tell me you're listening." The orange-haired man placed a hand on his head as he listened to these words. Ichigo clearly remembered the time Saber had spoken to him in that exact same way back when he fought Lancer, and he'd wondered how she'd done it and if he could answer back. He knew now. He followed the instructions given to the letter and answered. "I can hear you loud and clear, Saber. What's wrong? When will you finish with your class?" "In the afternoon, but I'll be off for a midday break soon, where I can go out for about half an hour." "Perfect. I need to talk about something important. As soon as you leave, I'll be waiting in the stands in front of the court." Ichigo didn't understand that sudden pause. "Saber, did something happen?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. She'd said she was in the stands, and the court was just to his left. He could see her through the window located right next to his seat in the classroom. He was going to find out the reason for that strange pause. As soon as he found Saber and her immediate surroundings, he knew. What do those damn idiots think they're doing? Oh no, he sweated when he saw what he was talking about. To Saber's utter annoyance, some boys who had just finished their physical activities headed to the stands for a short break. And they were right there, right where she was standing, with flirtatious smiles on their faces. His appearance must have caught the attention of those boys, since he was different in every way from any normal student. "Saber, don't do anything stupid, hang in there," she could hear in her mind Ichigo telling her to calm down and not do anything to them, all the while, like one of them, he put her little patience to the test by sitting next to her. He began to speak. What was her name? Where was she very pretty, didn't she have a boyfriend, this, that? She rolled her eyes, her irritation only growing with every disgusting word one of those guys uttered. Just a little more. "Hopefully, those animals will understand what it's like to be rejected and leave," she heard her master's voice in her head. She quickly assumed he must have found her by now. It motivated her, or tried to, since nothing motivated her. They kept talking and asking questions, and when it seemed they had finally given up. "Oh, I heard you were from Great Britain. I'm surprised, I didn't think British girls were so small," he heard one of them say, which made the others let out small laughs. Alter Saber's teeth ground together the instant the word little one left his miserable mouth. He stood up abruptly and remained silent for a few moments, alone until he finally addressed them. "Brah, all of you parasites. If you ever come near me again, I'll rip your filthy tongues out with my own hands and feed them to the stray dogs. So get out of here and get out now," he demanded, not even needing to shout. He only used a darker expression and his sharp eyes that must have cut as deep as Excalibur itself. He was intimidating, so intimidating that the subjects vanished as soon as they heard the word rip come out of his mouth. Ichigo had seen everything from the window. There was no need to listen to what Saber had told them. It must have been something as gentle as a spiked hammer. He chuckled softly at the thought. It brought back memories of the good old days in Karakura town with the thugs, but at the same time, not so good ones in that town. Rin, who was sitting across from him, was surreptitiously looking at Saber through the window. Ichigo had indeed brought Saber with him to the institute, but she hadn't thought he would. But that wouldn't affect what she planned to do that afternoon in any way. A mischievous smile spread across her face as she watched Ichigo's reflection through the window, just like the time they'd first met. Oh, she was going to enjoy this. The break came quickly. Master met his servant at the agreed-upon location without any problems. At the top of the steps indicated by Alter Saber, Ichigo located her and quickly sat down next to her. What was it you wanted to talk about, Saber? Ichigo asked, leaning his back against the railing and cracking his neck in the process. Sitting for 4 hours was no game. There's a barrier in this place, the servant blurted out simply. Before her master could ask what that was supposed to be, she went ahead and explained it as directly as possible. A barrier is placed by a mage in a certain area. You probably felt it when we entered the institute this morning. He actually remembered that strange feeling from a few hours ago, and that, combined with the explanation, made him hold back his initial question and think for a bit. A barrier put up by a magician Rin. Ichigo thought, his eyes widening slightly. Perhaps he was rushing things, since he didn't know what those barriers did. What do those barriers do? It may be a detector barrier, but that kind of barrier is discarded the moment it's placed in a place full of people like this. It must be for something else, and not necessarily good. It could harm the people here, he continued. Ichigo frowned at the last point. Saber, are you sure about what you're saying? It's just a feeling right at that moment. Saber Alter felt like they were being watched from the top of the building's roof behind her and her master. He slowly turned around and saw Rin and Archer standing on the roof, looking at them both. Ichigo had also noticed this and looked in that direction. He couldn't see Archer, only Rin, but something was strange. Why is she smiling like that stupid way? The orange-haired boy wondered, watching the girl stare at him with a ridiculous smile. I don't get a good feeling about it. Yes, a smile like that coming from her was never, and never had been, a good sign. I didn't think that would change that day. She was up to something. But that didn't change anything. As soon as I saw her face to face and no one was around, I'd ask if she had anything to do with that barrier. For her part, Alter Saber could clearly see Archer standing behind her master. And she didn't like the look he was giving her at all. There was disgust in it, clearly a contemptuous look for her and her master. That, along with the master's strange expression in hers, only made her lack of trust in them drop a notch. Master, I know you trust Archer's master, but I suggest you proceed with caution, he warned as they left the roof. I always have to be careful when it comes to her, don't worry about that, he dismissed her as he stood up and stretched. Recess should be almost over, so we'll see each other again this afternoon. Anything else you want to say before I go? He asked, looking at her. The Dark Knight stared into space for a few moments. It took her no time at all to find an answer to her master's question. I'm hungry. Time passed and afternoon arrived. Orange gradually tinged the landscape on the horizon. Of course, the city was enveloped in its light and therefore, the entire high school. The hours passed slowly for Alter Saber, who had wanted to take advantage of the extra time she had from noon until her master's dismissal time to do what she, a foreigner from another country with great curiosity, was supposed to be doing. Exploring the institute. The court, the long hallways with only classrooms on either side, another indoor basketball court, certainly the gleaming wood of this one, reminded him of the dojo back home. He walked along the edges of the area slowly, not rushing anything, knowing he had plenty of time. She explored and was actually somewhat disappointed. It wasn't much, to be honest, she had expected more. Although she still needed a spot. The orange tinge of the sky told him it was getting late, but he still had time. He headed to the desired location. Of course, he wasn't going to spend all that time without eating something. His master had been smart enough to know this beforehand and gave him a few yen to spend at the cafeteria, how generous. With a miniature hamburger in his hand, he was climbing the stairs that led to the rooftop, the only place he hadn't been. She reached the last door blocking her from the dome, which she quickly opened. A warm breeze whipped through her, making her hair and jacket dance, which she had to hold with her free hand. For a moment, she even thought her burger was going to fly from her firm grasp. Clearly, she wasn't going to let that happen. That place, just as he thought, was desolate. It was spacious, but not too spacious. He certainly felt at ease there. He wasn't wrong to leave it at the bottom of his mental list of places to visit. He leaned against a nearby wall to calmly finish what remained of his meal, not rushing at all. Or so she wanted to try, an attempt that was discarded when just a second later she felt someone appear on that rooftop. She was no longer alone, so her good mood dissolved, even more so when she knew who it was. Archer, she thought with annoyance. Footsteps that had previously been non-existent could now be heard very close by, drawing ever closer to her location. Blue particles flew up and began to disperse a few meters away, revealing the Archer class servant from that Holy Grail war. With his sharp and analytical gaze as always, he stood a few steps away from the Saber class servant, who quickly looked at him. The knight must have said she'd lost her appetite. The Archer prepared to speak. I'll start this straight and be crystal clear, surely that's what best suits servants like us. Saber, I don't trust you, nor your master. I consider this ceasefire on the part of our masters to be ridiculous, since it makes no difference whether we kill each other now or at the end of the war, he began, getting straight to the point and not mincing his words and saying what he thought. The white-haired man knew the best way to talk to someone like Saber was this way. which had apparently worked, watching him prepare for her answer. "Oh, I'm with you on that, Archer. I'm not at all keen on being good friends with people I'll probably have to execute later on. If it were up to me from the start, both you and your master would be dead if it weren't for my master," Alter Saber clarified suspiciously. She could still remember how her sword was only inches away from sending Rin Tasaka to the other world. But that just brings me to another point. There was something that interested her a little. "I understand why you don't trust me, but my master? It doesn't make sense. Aren't he and your master friends? If it weren't for him, she'd be underground and you'd have vanished on the first night of the war." "Indeed, and I'm deeply grateful. But, precisely because they're friends, I can't trust him. I must take him out of the equation so Rin can fully focus on the war. In a fight, there can be no doubt, much less in a war. I can bet everything that she would rather die than kill the boy." Honestly, a pretty stupid reason to be honest. "I think you should just say that killing me instead of my master would solve the problem, but you know it's not that simple, and that's why you want to get rid of him." It was logical for anyone who knew something about her strength. The most effective way to deal with her was to kill her master and cut off her mana supply permanently. The archer chuckled softly at those words. "If I wanted to do something like that, I assure you I would have done it already. I had the chance when he and I were alone outside the store where you bought those clothes you're wearing. But if I did something like that, Rin would never forgive me. I'm wary of the boy because of the impact it could have on Rin's resolve, but much of what it does also makes me doubt that this whole alliance circus will ever bear fruit." There was no doubt in his eyes as he raised his finger in the direction of the servant in front of him. "It's you, Saber." She didn't understand that. It must have been obvious that the reason for the greatest distrust was her because of her nature, so she didn't understand the point of putting so much emphasis on it. "It seems you don't understand yet, so let me enlighten you. You are no ordinary servant. The more I see you, the more I think there's something off about you. You claim to be King Arthur. According to legend, he is an elegant knight with shining armor, pure and serene thoughts, along with a strong sense of justice, certainly a heroic spirit at its finest, wielding an Excalibur said to be as or more radiant than the sun itself. I can tell that your sword is the true Excalibur and that your attitude as a king is legitimate. But, you are not that king that has been talked about so much throughout history. Darkness is the only thing I can feel coming from you and enveloping you. You are different. Darkness, huh? That, right now, doesn't matter at all." She certainly didn't bother listening to a single word the archer said, or she had, but like she said, none of it mattered. "I'm not interested in you distrusting me, since I can tell you that the feeling is mutual, and you have no idea how much I want to cut you into as many pieces as possible right now, but I haven't done it out of respect for the decision made by my master, but I don't share it. Now, if you were to move a finger against my master, you're a dead man," he threatened with a tone from beyond the grave in the last sentence. Archer calmly closed his eyes at those sharp words. He wasn't going to be intimidated by anyone or show any weakness. However. "Wow, you say you respect your master? Someone who respects their master, I don't think they would treat him the same way they did on the first night. Did anything interesting happen, Saber?" the servant in red asked with a sly smile. "It's none of your business," he replied rudely. A slight chuckle came from Archer as he stared off into space, his expression returning to seriousness. The truth is that he was not only worried about what surrounded Saber, but that a servant like her was summoned, meaning that the Grail had something to do with it, since he was the one who manifested the servant. A dark being had to be summoned by something of equal or greater darkness, which left him with serious doubts regarding the Grail. Was it really as good as they said? He wasn't so sure, and doubts regarding the war also came to the surface. He also fully agreed with each and every one of Saber's words about how the feeling of tearing each other apart was more than mutual, but he was willing to continue with this child's play as long as his masters didn't kill each other. Before he could fully agree with Saber's words, a loud crash echoed throughout the room, completely paralyzing both servants. The noise had come from floors below, and it had been loud. Only one thought crossed both servants' minds simultaneously. "Master?" Archer vanished into particles so he could move more freely and be thrown from the place. Alter Saber threw the hamburger anywhere and ran at full speed towards the stairs. Definitely what he felt, no matter how poor it was magic. Something was happening at that high school, right at that moment. Surely a wizard fight. If so, I have to be there as soon as possible, he thought sternly as Excalibur burst into existence in his right hand. If anything happened, he'd be there. Chapter 13. Minutes before. "It's about time," Ichigo sighed, packing up his things after finishing his last class of the day. He definitely wasn't a big fan of math. As he finished packing his bag to leave the room, he found Rin had already left. It was unbelievable. How had she escaped his sight when she was literally sitting right in front of him? Well, maybe all the numbers had stirred his brain a bit, so he didn't think about it too much and instead looked for her, since he had to make sure of something. But that in mind, he left the classroom and began wandering aimlessly around the institute. He thought he'd wander around it a few times without finding the brunette, what a nuisance. The minutes passed, and with them the students were leaving the facilities relatively quickly, so the interior of the high school was practically empty, except for him and his solitary search for the troublesome girl with pigtails. Now that he thought about it, Saber must be lurking around somewhere. He clutched his pocket in pain, remembering how he'd given her money to buy herself some food while he was gone. Aside from mana, she'd also taken away part of his finances. If he continued down this path, bankruptcy didn't seem like a crazy thought in the medium term. With his servant's appetite taking over his headaches, he continued his search, until… "Oh, Ichigo, I thought you'd already left." Until it finally bore fruit. He stopped in his tracks just as he heard that recognizable voice. The orange-haired man turned to his left and had to look up. There, at the top of the stairs in front of him, Rin Tosaka looked down on him, and she really didn't seem very happy. Her soft features, now much more tense, clearly showed her displeasure. Something that Ichigo didn't like at all. "That's what I was thinking. I was looking for you. Where have you been all this time?" Ichigo asked with interest. "That's none of your business." Is this the kind of girl that's wrong with her?" Ichigo thought, irritated by the brunette's attitude. He watched as she slowly began to walk down the stairs, each movement somehow threatening. "But none of that matters. I have to make sure of something, and I have to do it now," he concluded, already determined to put an end to his doubts. "Tosaka. The barrier around the high school isn't your doing, is it?" At the moment of the question, she paused for a moment, only to answer. "So what if it is?" she snapped, resuming her slow but steady stride toward Ichigo, who visibly frowned in anger at her curt response. Rin noticed and smiled at it. "I'm certainly surprised you realized something like that. I thought you were more stupid. Or not, wait, it was probably Saber who told you, so let me take it back. You're still stupid. Why did you put up the barrier? Why wouldn't I? A mage has to take advantage of every resource at his disposal. To be one step closer to victory at the cost of sacrificing a few meaningless lives." The decision was clear. Sacrifice lives? What the hell did you do, Tosaka? Ichigo's tone of speech darkened greatly. "Just what you heard, this barrier sucks the mana out of people. Once it sucks all the mana out, what will follow will be its own soul. Didn't I tell you that souls are a very nutritious food for servants, or did I? You. Where is Saber?" "That's not interest. Where's Saber?" she yelled, interrupting the boy abruptly. Ichigo seemed to understand the point of that question, which at first seemed sudden and had no bearing on the conversation, but it held true for him. He must be outside. "Are you planning to attack me?" "I don't plan on attacking you, I plan on killing you right now," Rin warned him without a shred of doubt, stopping in her tracks, just a few steps away from the boy. His face showed an indecipherable expression. Ichigo was confused. He knew Rin, and he knew she could be a little crazy, but to that extent. There were limits, and in a couple of minutes she had broken those limits he had thought possible. "Why are you planning to kill me?" "Because I'm not a magician." "Exactly. You're a pathetically weak ally. Saber is a great servant, the best of them all, but she can't say the same for you as a master. It's a shame she ended up in your hands. You're doomed to lose, and I'm not going to team up with a loser. If you're not my ally, you're my enemy. That's my reason for killing you, Ichigo Kurosaki." "You're risking your life, Tosaka," Ichigo warned, planting his feet on the ground. "Why? I don't see Saber around here," he said, bringing one of his hands up to just above his eyes and looking more closely at the place, emphasizing what he had said and thus mocking it a little. However, Ichigo's features didn't seem to move in the slightest. "You misunderstood," Ichigo sighed in resignation, taking his bag off his shoulder and holding it in his right hand. His gaze turned sharp and his body movements denoted hostility. It was true that he wasn't a magician, but that didn't make him an easy target. Rin knew he was very good at martial arts, but she had no idea how skilled he was with a sword. If he could get his hands on one. "I have to get to the place where they keep the swords. Luckily, the place from the other night isn't the only place where they keep weapons. But there's a problem." He narrowed his eyes at the girl, who started walking again. "Will she leave me?" he wondered. "What haven't I understood, huh? The only thing I can think of is that he thinks he can defeat me." The girl laughed, amused at the thought. "Let's find out." In the blink of an eye, she raised her arm and fired a red projectile outlined in black by concentrated mana. The surprise came to her when at a greater speed, Ichigo reacted and in response, threw his bag directly towards the mana in the form of a bullet that was going towards him. However, said bag was reduced to nothing as well as its contents, which ended up torn to pieces with pieces of paper flying around the place. Ichigo cursed inwardly for the loss of his notebooks and class notes, but thanks to them and the distraction from the sudden curtain of leaves, he found valuable seconds to gain momentum and rush as fast as he could down the long hallway to his left, dodging several mana bullets fired blindly through the storm of leaves formed by his now useless notebooks. He ran as fast as he could down the hallway, but the stairs he was looking for to get down to the next floor were nowhere to be seen, and that was starting to bother him. In his abrupt dash, he looked back but didn't see Rin following him. Perfect, she's not following me. This gives me time to find the… Were you looking for me? He suddenly heard from beside him, horror etched on his face when he realized Rin was standing right next to him. He didn't understand. How did she reach him? In his astonishment, he quickly noticed how Rin's legs were covered with strange electric blue lines. There was only one possible explanation for that. That damn bitch is using magic. It's not fair. She complained while dodging another point-blank shot. In a swift movement, he grabbed the wrist of her shooting hand. The struggle forced them to stop running and remain static, something that Ichigo quickly took advantage of, and with his martial arts, he knocked her to the ground with a sweep and rushed to grab her from behind with the intention of having a lion kill her and leave her unconscious. Hey, let me go. The black-haired girl complained angrily, her cheeks turning pink at the fact that the orange-haired boy was on her back, the clear contact and closeness, she could feel him breathing in her ear, which made her skin crawl. I will if you stop using magic. He yelled at her, trying to use the key. To his surprise, despite being much smaller than him, he couldn't close the key, or rather, Rin wouldn't let him, since she defended the movement very well. Did she also know martial arts? I won't do that. Here. No. Then you're screwed. The only one who's screwed here is you, damn talking carrot. In the struggle they had maintained, they had approached a wall. Rin took advantage of that fact, and strengthening her legs for the second time, she kicked the wall, and by force they flew towards the door of one of the classrooms, colliding and breaking it in the process. Well, Ichigo ended up breaking her with his back, and she didn't even get a scratch. Ouch. Buck, any more and I'll lose a damn vertebra. She complained in pain, holding her back, but at least she was still holding Rin. If she kept holding her, how the hell did she hold her back with both hands? He quickly drew the conclusion and dodged a shot from mana that grazed his cheek. The blow had made Rin release him for a moment, managing to escape, but the orange-haired man was quick on his feet, and at the second shot, he threw himself behind one of the tables in the room to serve as a shield, which he succeeded in doing, but in the process it was shattered. One by one, the tables became useless with each shot from Rin. She noticed too late that the orange-haired man was getting closer and closer to the other door that led to the hall, since when he held the last table and it broke from one of her shots, he wasted no time running back to the hallway. She also hurried out of the classroom, but by the time she reached the hallway, unlike the previous time, she had lost sight of him. Damn it. He escaped. He'll probably tell Saber. I'm a fool. She mentally scolded herself. Right there, in the middle of that deserted hallway, he threw himself to the floor and began to pace around, thinking and realizing the mistake he had made. The truth is, she didn't want to kill him. She just wanted to make sure he wasn't easy prey for the mages or a burden to her. Archer, without her realizing it, had given her some pause, telling her it wasn't a good idea to make an alliance with him the night before. She did all of this mostly to convince herself that she had reasons to form an alliance, even though she didn't need them in the first place. Now that she thought about it, did she need a reason to fight alongside a friend? She was a fool, she had to admit. The barrier. A coincidence she used to her advantage to anger Ichigo and make him fight her. She also planned to talk to Ichigo about it as soon as they figured out what they were doing, because the truth is, she herself didn't know whose work that barrier was. Now he had a sword around his neck, and that thought could become very literal if Ichigo rushed to tell Saber about his apparent madness, and she showed up to finish what he started 2 nights ago. He ran his hand down his neck, remembering the feeling of being millimeters away from dying in the first round of the Holy Grail War. Now that she knew Ichigo wasn't a helpless puppy, she had to find him and tell him she was just testing him. I hope he doesn't and is stupid enough to find a way to keep fighting. I trust that she motivated herself. The truth is that she didn't want Archer to appear out of nowhere either, since she knew how eager he was to see the alliance end as quickly as possible, and she did know how to end it. With that in mind, she walked slowly in the direction the boy had fled. As she continued along her path, she noticed some stairs nearby. She assumed Ichigo must have gone down that way. She'd have to follow him. As he approached the stairs with the intention of going down, he heard a sound. No, it was a laugh, a very loud one. The truth is that whoever was laughing like that was embarrassing because of how ridiculous that laugh sounded. Wait, that's not it. As she approached the stairs, and the laughter from the proximity became increasingly clear, the colors soon rose to her cheeks when she found the owner of that laughter. It's me, that damn bastard, how dare he. She screamed, red as a tomato, and thanked God that there seemed to be no one around. She rushed down the stairs in a leap, her arm raised, ready to shoot. Now she was really thinking about killing the orange-haired man and making him suffer a lot. It was impossible not to remember the day he threatened her with that recording, and now she realized that the orange-haired brat hadn't erased it. When he reached the middle of the stairs, he found only Ichigo's phone leaning against the wall, playing a loop of the audio that shouldn't exist. He quickly picked it up, paused it, and deleted it. After doing all that, he turned it off and put it in his pocket. He sighed in relief at the thought that now such a humiliating audio didn't exist and wouldn't be heard by anyone. She became alert again as soon as she heard someone running just down the floor. She returned to the hallway and looked at the floor, listening as the footsteps grew further and further away, returning to the stairs from the starting point where she and Ichigo had begun their confrontation. She closely followed the steps from the top until she reached the place. She raised her hand to point to the ascending stairs, waiting for the orange-haired man to come down there, she was sure of it. But the seconds passed, and with them, nothing happened. Rin still pointed at the stairs without taking her eyes off them for even a second. The tiny sound came down the hall to her left. She quickly turned towards the sound, only to find Ichigo standing less than 2 meters away from her, with a locker door as a shield. The orange-haired boy used his ingenuity to confuse the mage by means of sound. Apparently there was still some random boy on the lower floor, nothing a death glare and a threat couldn't fix. He did the same to make him run down the lower hallway. Well, with a yank he obtained the door of a nearby locker, the sound and echo of the fleeing man's footsteps, serving as a silencer. The only thing he did after that was retrace his steps. It worked perfectly, since Rin believed the sonorous lie of the footsteps and was standing on the other side of the hallway. He silently approached to a good distance and suddenly advanced to a distance where it would be difficult for the girl to defend herself against him. She had time to fire, but the shot was deflected by the metal of the orange-haired man's improvised defense and ended up hitting the windows, destroying them completely and creating a very loud bang throughout the hallways in the institute. Neither of them seemed to care, so they continued on with their business. Rin's shot knocked the metal shield out of Ichigo's hands, so after deflecting that shot, he rushed to completely close the distance, diving to grab the girl by both wrists and prevent her from shooting him again. Rin resisted with all her strength and in the process fired several more times, ending up with light bulbs in the ceiling and more portions of windows around her. Everything seemed to come to an end when finally, Ichigo using all his strength was able to stick her wrists completely to the ground and thus be out of danger. "Let me go. Let me go or I'll kill you. How dare you just put that audio on just like that, you damn orange piece of dung. Also, how did it even still exist? I have to kill you, I'll skin you like a chicken and rip your heart out." She whined, trying to kick him. She succeeded repeatedly, hitting Ichigo in the abdomen and chest, almost hitting the real pain switch. He was also upset, very upset. "Shut up, stupid girl. What do you mean, kill me? Let me know beforehand if you're going crazy. Damn it. We're in the damn institute. Are you on your period or what the hell is wrong with you?" He replied, having very good reasons to be angry. But those words only made the girl's fury grow a notch, if that was possible. She enchanted her legs with her magic with great speed and connected with a kick much stronger than the previous ones. The kick knocked Ichigo a few feet away from her, which she took advantage of and stood up, ready to make him suffer, but Ichigo landed right where her improvised shield had fallen. She grabbed it and stood facing Rin, waiting for the blow that wasn't long in coming. There, face to face, with the sun reaching its peak on the horizon and darkness already lurking, Rin and Ichigo planned to continue with this. But they didn't take into account one detail, or rather, two details. "Stop right there or I'll cut your throat," Ichigo heard Archer's deep threatening voice behind him, while a familiar feeling of having two swords at his neck made itself present. "Same here," Saber said coldly. Now Rin was the one who remembered in detail how Excalibur had nearly sent her to another life a short time ago, and now the dark edge of it was at her throat, waiting for any stupidity, or well, another stupidity, to make her pay with her blood spilling across the shiny floor. "Can you tell me what the hell you two ungrateful people are doing? We're in a public place, and besides, weren't we in an alliance a minute ago?" The archer asked the two masters with annoyance, knowing that he couldn't act because Saber also had his master at his mercy. The boys couldn't find the words to answer his question at that moment. "What are you waiting for to knock down that ridiculous door?" Archer asked Ichigo, who hurriedly kicked it down, albeit reluctantly. "I was wondering the same thing. Put your arm down now or say goodbye to it," Saber threatened Rin, who didn't hesitate to lower it as quickly as she could. "Now, I want you to tell me in 2 words why I shouldn't slaughter you like cattle right now." See, can I explain?" Rin's response seemed to be correct, however, Saber didn't withdraw the sword without first signaling Archer to do the same with his master. Slowly, they moved their weapons away from the boys at the same time and made them disappear. "Before any explanation, I'd like to know who started it," Archer asked, interested. She. He. They pointed accusing fingers at each other simultaneously. Archer's eye twitched. Maybe he shouldn't have asked that. Hey. Who's there? The four heard the loud calls from the stairs. Rin cursed in her mind. It must be the janitor who was about to close the institute. We'd better get out of here before someone sees us, Saber Alter advised neutrally, listening as the footsteps grew closer and closer to their location. She moved away from Rin and approached her master. Master, hold on tight, we're getting out of here. Saber, without waiting for Ichigo to say a word in protest, charged at her master as if he were. The damn princess, I know what the hell. Damn it. I can run myself, I don't have legs for decoration. She complained, her ears turning red along with her cheeks. It was a complete humiliation. The blonde tilted her head slightly in confusion, paying no attention to the complaint. Run? Who said we were going to run? She asked as she walked to the broken window on her left, placed one foot on the frame, and the breeze made her jacket and hair dance. Ichigo understood and had to keep quiet, since the next thing that happened was that with a jump from his servant, they had fallen on the street behind the high school. Just a moment later Archer fell next to Rin beside them, who seemed to laugh at the orange-haired boy's previous situation and his clear embarrassment. Ichigo clicked his tongue, knowing what was coming. Before you start spouting all kinds of garbage, you have a lot of explaining to do, to Sokka, he said irritably, bringing his feet back down to earth. Once the girl finished laughing and repeatedly reminding Ichigo how he was carried like a little girl, she began to speak. Let's get comfortable before we start. The middle of the street isn't a very cozy or private place to talk about the subject. Rule out my house from those private places you must be thinking about, Taiga and Sakura must be there right now. And I'm keeping that in mind. I think it's a good time for you to get to know where I live and see what home is really like. Are you implying my house is a pigsty? The boy frowned. What isn't? It helps me sleep. In short, a pigsty, she laughed, turning to face her servant. Archer, you can hide. We'll walk from now on. Or better yet, go ahead and make us some tea like only you know how well we're on our way. It can't be true, he cursed inwardly. He knew arguing was a waste of breath and time, so he nodded and disappeared toward the house. Master class had touched him. With everything ready, the group of now 3 members, 2 masters and a servant, set off for the home of the most talented mage in the city, as they had important matters to discuss. Chapter 14. Darkness. Saber Alter floated in the deep darkness of nothingness itself. Relaxation was evident on her features, as if she were immersed in the deepest of dreams. As if she were falling into a bottomless abyss, she fell slowly as her dress, as black as the entire landscape surrounding her, blended with the surroundings. Little by little, she opened her eyes, her eyelids seeming a little heavier than usual. Exactly, as if I were waking up from a very long and pleasant dream. His opaque eyes danced calmly, examining everything around him. I'm here again, he quickly concluded, and sure enough, he had been there just a short time ago. So she certainly expected her feet to touch solid ground, which they soon did. Slowly, she stood on her own, in the middle of nowhere. With nothing to guide her, she began to walk aimlessly, just like the previous times. She felt something calling her and serving as an invisible guide. Even though she couldn't see anyone, she knew she was being watched. She didn't know from where, she didn't know by whom, she just knew. It wasn't the first time he was in that situation, or in that dark place, with darkness being his only companion, something that wasn't unpleasant for him. Every time she slept, since she was called by her master to the present time, she had arrived at that strange place. The truth is, she didn't really know why she slept in the first place. It wasn't due to a lack of mana, as her master provided her with enough to stay awake and alert to everything around her. However, the strange feeling that something was urging her to sleep came to her from the first night she was summoned in that war. Could it be the connection she had with her master? She didn't really know, but that feeling of sleepiness when a servant like her doesn't need it is definitely not normal. But was it really necessary to search for an explanation for his dream at a time like this? Whatever was happening, he wasn't going to complain at all about what had happened to him on each of those occasions when he had encountered the wrong dream. The answer to the little important Saber Alter attached to the reason for her dream and her stay in that strange place lay just ahead. A door of light awaited her at the end of her short dark walk. Beyond it lay the reason. The why or the how, those kinds of questions took a backseat or even a backseat to her. Her walk stopped a mere step away from crossing that bright door, at which point she covered her eyes with her left forearm and sighed. What will I see this time? Oddly enough, she seemed somewhat excited to cross that thin line between light and darkness. For someone like her, showing emotion wasn't easy. To be honest, it was practically non-existent in her being and essence. But that began to change because. Finally, she stepped through the door in a single, long stride. The powerful light blinded her for a moment, moments from which she tried to recover quickly. She did so, and took in the scenery around her. The sun was at its peak and she felt its warmth on the stretches of skin her dress left uncovered. She gazed at the blue sky and felt the breeze penetrating and probing her hair and dress. She looked around and found that she was standing on what appeared to be a hill, and it seemed that the door of light through which she had entered was nothing more than the door of a large stone tower, apparently very old. Her analysis of the environment ended as soon as she heard a furious melody enter her ears in the form of a roar. The earth itself had trembled slightly because of it. And she knew like the back of her hand what caused such events. It was abundantly clear. It had to be two swords clashing. She quickly searched for the source of that sound, which couldn't be too far away from her. And it wasn't. When she turned around to look for it, she found it less than 20 meters away. Her eyes widened again in surprise, now a little more noticeable than before, and as much as she didn't want to be affected by it, since she had seen it a few times not long ago, emotions like surprise were not something she could control at will, and she let it come out unconsciously. Two men were in the middle of an exchange of swords, struggling to assert dominance over each other. They were at a stalemate. And she knew very well who one of them was. "Master," he whispered without taking his eyes off the orange-haired man, who was now covered in bloody bandages and superficial wounds all over his body, and yet he stood there, ready and apparently very excited to finish off the man in front of him. Was that really her master? A question she knew was ridiculous, but she couldn't help but ask herself. If it had been clear to him before, now he had another confirmation before his eyes that had left the initial impression to observe very carefully what was and was going to happen. The truth was that, since the first night she had stayed in that world to which her master called her, she had been investigating its memories. Certainly unbelievable, but only to a certain extent, since she was a spirit herself and knew things like that were actually possible. Things like her master being the god of death, a Shimigami. That was the identity of his master in those memories, gaining those powers due to his desire to protect his sisters. At that moment, he didn't know what would happen if a human like him tried to be a Shimigami, since the worst-case scenario could occur and he would perish miserably in the attempt to gain power to fight and protect his loved ones. And yet, he took those minimal chances, and he succeeded. That was the first night. The other memories had been scattered moments that he couldn't fully understand, although they showed him what was necessary to understand what was happening. In front of her, the two men pushed each other a safe distance away, her master's brow twisted in annoyance and determination at the same time, ready to make himself known loud and clear. "What are you waiting for to unleash your Bankai, Byakuya Kichiki? I'll finish you off only when you're at your maximum power. I'll crush you until there's nothing left," he demanded fiercely, exceptionally forceful as he buried his greatsword into the ground. The girl's attention was greater since the boy pronounced those words harshly. Things were getting interesting. She wanted to see what the orange-haired boy was made of, and she wanted to see it right then and there. "Be very careful what you ask for, idiot. I'm going to kill you, but I won't give you the honor of dying by my Bankai," the other man replied sharply. Senbon Sakura, as he uttered those words, he held his sword, the blade of which vanished into thousands of pink petals, which soon shot out at high speed towards Ichigo's position, who was calmly waiting for their arrival. In a swift movement, he pulled his sword out of the ground and swung it towards the petals. Blue energy overflowed from the blade of his sword, energy that completely destroyed the attack of the petals and continued on, hitting his opponent, who a few moments later began to bleed from his left arm. "I concentrate all of my Ryatsu into the blade of Zangetsu and release it all at once in a single slash. This technique is called Ichigo," smiling in victory because his attack had reached its destination, explained the new ability of his Zanpakuto, Zangetsu, leaving in the air the name with which he had baptized his technique. "Itsuga Tensho," he finished, gripping the handle of his gigantic sword even tighter, pointing it again at Byakuya, once again challenging the Shinigami captain. "That attack, it looks a lot like my noble phantasm," Saber Alter thought when she saw the cutting attack and heard its explanation. Said technique had left its mark on a large part of the mountain, tearing it completely, a good destructive power. She remembered briefly witnessing their first encounter and how her master had been humiliated by the same man not too long ago. And now he stood there, having wounded her effortlessly and challenging her to give her all, otherwise she wouldn't be able to defeat him. Her thoughts were cut off just like this one when her master's voice echoed again, now much louder than before. "Don't underestimate me even for a moment. I'll only tell you one more time. Release your Bankai, Byakuya Kichiki," he demanded again, leaving no other option. At this, Saber Alter's golden and opaque orders, which were determined by their darkness, gained a new shine as they settled upon the boy who provoked his opponent to go all out in order to take the battle to the next level. There was no doubt, there was no fear, the only thing his master had and overflowed at that moment was an immense and growing determination, she came to formulate. For her, it was something really simple. "Show me how much determination you have and I'll tell you how far you can go." That was what she firmly believed in. Without determination, nothing could be done. On the other hand, if you make it your greatest virtue, she repeated to herself. She fell silent as the man her master faced finally deigned to use that much requested bankai. Tsunbanza Kurikaje Ashi. He finally unleashed his bankai, and all it took was a single attack that Ichigo couldn't defend against with his Jutsuga Tensho. The sharp thousands of cherry trees, now much faster than before, slammed into the boy, who fell to the ground with multiple wounds. Cut all over his body, and even the wounds covered by the bandages began to open and bleed again. He seemed finished, lying on the ground like an animal waiting for someone to sacrifice him and take all the pain away from him, forever. However, this can't end like this. Get up, master, Saber Alter thought, as if her words somehow reached the orange-haired boy. And just like that, as if someone had reached him, he began to move in pain, feeling his body pricked by thousands of needles, tired. And despite all that, a pained smile appeared on his face, looking at the man who had left him like that. I think I was a bit arrogant to think I could take on a bankai with just my shikai, he laughed at her stupidity. Implying that he also had a bankai to use. That's how Byakuya understood it, and that's how Saber Alter understood it too, both watching Ichigo who, as best he could, stood up and took a unique stance. He widened the distance between his feet considerably and pointed his greatsword forward with his right hand while holding said arm high with his left. His Reiatsu surged in an instant and blue energy furiously covered him, and in the midst of that raging storm. Bankai, the boy exclaimed harshly but calmly at the same time. In seconds the dust completely enveloped his figure, hiding him from Byakuya's gaze and also from the servant who looked at everything with uncertainty. From her expressionless face, a drop of sweat ran down her forehead. She thought she was better at controlling her emotions, clearly she wasn't as good as she thought. Slowly, the dust cleared from the scene, as if playing on the Shimigami and servant's nerves. By the time the latter had completely left the scene, the stage was set to reveal, for the first time, the release of Ichigo Kurisaki's bankai in all the glory it deserved. His clothing changed, giving him a lighter appearance compared to his shikai, as did his own Zanpakuto, which had become small and thin. His Reiatsu had spiked several times as a result of the release of his sword. He was elegant, but at the same time dangerous looking. The boy's gaze was one of absolute seriousness, but at the same time relaxed. He trusted in his ability. Saber Alter watched his master's new form in total silence. It was a strange mix of surprise and stupefaction. He could feel that strange power erupting from him like an uncontrolled whirlwind, despite the calmness his master emanated with his movements and gestures. He faced his opponent, who didn't seem satisfied with the latter's bankai. Which he was right about, as he quickly called it disappointing, a disgrace, and a mockery to the Shimigami that he had a bankai as small and fragile looking as the black sword the boy carried in his right hand. Despite his clearly increased Reiatsu, he didn't mind. Saber Alter knew he was mistaken in his observation. A blade like that was perfect for launching consecutive attacks at high speed and fighting at close range, taking advantage of her improved mobility, something she couldn't possibly do with the massive sword her master wielded before. The answer she came to was confirmed as Byakuya, annoyed, used his own bankai to finish Ichigo off without mercy, throwing all the petals he could at once. Brave error. Even she couldn't believe the speed with which Ichigo had managed to move and close the distance by about 15 meters in the blink of an eye, in much less than a quarter of a second. She took advantage of the man's carelessness by attacking and placing the thin tip of her sword a few centimeters from her opponent's neck. Showing her excessive speed that was several times greater than what the servant had been able to predict previously. However, disappointment struck when her master stepped aside, having the opportunity to kill his opponent right there before he realized what was happening. She thought she might pay dearly for it. The fight resumed with force as both Shimigamis launched themselves into victory over their rival, with all the strength they had at their disposal. But Ichigo's first move, for her, had dictated the tone of the battle. And indeed, her master was untouchable by the cherry blossoms that seemed to chase a shadow across the battlefield. The orange-haired man did what he wanted, whenever he wanted, dictating the timing of the fight and even showing his superiority by increasing the speed of his movements more and more, making it difficult for even her to follow. On many occasions, she only saw blurs moving randomly across the battlefield. However, things began to get strange and difficult as the battle dragged on. The orange-haired man's accumulated fatigue, combined with his opponent's battle experience, were two factors that greatly influenced the battle's new direction. Byakuya said he was going to show him the true form of his bankai, when all he had in mind was to kill his opponent, regardless of their defenses. She watched as a black sphere made of pink swords rose up from a large part of the mountain as a result of the power of the enemy Shimigami, enveloping the orange-haired man and her in the same darkness. That was a turning point in the fight. The fight resumed from that new point where his master's opponent had apparently grown accustomed to the speed of his bankai while he himself progressively slowed down. Despite being a memory, he didn't like the direction this was taking. There came a moment where, with one of the many swords that roamed the sphere, Byakuya impaled Ichigo's foot and he stifled a cry of pain, which was immeasurable as he felt the sword pass through his foot until it reached the ground and then consecutively placed his index finger on the boy's shoulder and launched an energy attack that completely pierced Ichigo's body, seriously wounding him in just seconds. Saber Alter watched all of this with pure uncertainty, despite knowing that it was a simple memory, something that was no more than past, and obviously knew that the boy couldn't die there. Seeing something like that so vividly, seeing how his master was suffering right in front of his eyes, wasn't a very pleasant sensation. It left him with a bad taste in his mouth. Looks like you're enjoying the show," she suddenly heard in the darkness behind her. That voice, so malicious, the evil intentions coming from that voice immediately alerted her, and she turned toward the place where she had heard it. At that moment she knew she wasn't alone in that place where she could see those memories projected. No, she was sure that from the beginning she had never been alone, so she quickly made the dark Excalibur appear in her right hand and prepared for anything. "Who the hell is there? Show yourself right now, coward," she demanded, staring into the plain darkness before her. In response to her demand, a laugh echoed that was more than just macabre, truly filled with irony and true madness. Strangely, the atmosphere had suddenly turned cold, and the feeling that something bad might happen grew as the season drew to a close. Hog appeared, a glance back over his shoulder made him realize he could no longer see the battlefield. The moment he returned to his vision, something happened to him that had never happened in life, not even while he was searching through those crazy memories of his master. "Oh, so you can see me. Interesting, this is even better than I imagined," chuckled the man responsible for her worries. His face was clearly visible. "Master?" Saber Alter asked, staring at the man in complete and utter disbelief. Her grip on her sword seemed to tremble slightly as she stared at the amused grin plastered across his evil features. It was exactly the same face, which shocked her for a few seconds. A mischievous laugh from him brought her back to her senses, and she realized the vast, immense differences between this being and the master she knew. His skin was as white as the clothes he wore, as was his hair, which was completely opaque white. The most distinctive and creepy feature was his black eyes with yellower eyes, making him look like some kind of demon, as well as a complete psychopath. She yelled at him again, demanding to know who the hell he was, and a new, darker laugh from him echoed throughout the room. As soon as his humor seemed to subside, even a little, he prepared to answer the servant's question, though it was hard for him not to laugh at it. A gigantically stupid question coming from someone so small. "Seems like a small body, a small brain," he sneered across his face as he grinned mischievously. This made Saber Alter's blood boil, and she swung her sword without hesitation to slash at him, but it never hit anything or anyone. "I give you permission to enter my territory, and you're wasting my time asking something like that. Maybe I should teach you a lesson right now. I'd definitely enjoy it, but I have something better in mind." The man appeared standing in the air far from her and her sword, but still keeping amusement on his face. Saber Alter's features darkened at the threat, which only increased the amusement of the enigmatic figure. If he wanted to fight, she was going to defend herself. But he spoke again. "Although, the answer to that ridiculous question of yours from earlier is right there," he pointed toward the battlefield, which had once again lit up for the girl, who brought her gaze to the spot. Saber Alter felt her nerves being tested when Byakuya held his sword high in execution mode to end the life of her master, who was completely frozen and unprotected, unable to resist the deadly attack. But the shock came to her in the most resounding way possible when, with his eyes glued to the ground, he took Byakuya's sword in his bare hand, as if it were a toy. However, the most shocking thing was. "I thought I already told you, your death is a serious problem for me," the voice came again, as full of malice as before, but this time, it was definitely coming from the battlefield. What the hell was going on? "Who or what are you?" His opponent asked in shock at what had happened. He had stopped his Zanpakuto, as if it were a vile wooden sword. Apart from that, now the aura that Ichigo gave off was sinister. A question to which Saber Alter paid close attention. "Do you want to know who I am?" He laughed again as he tightened his grip on the Zanpakuto and continued staring at the ground. Saber turned her gaze to her creepy companion, who had repeated out loud the exact same words as in that memory. I have a name?" They cried out in ecstasy, letting the madness take over. In memory, Saber Alter watched as a strange mask partially manifested on her master's face. The energy that enveloped him grew more and more sinister, and what surprised her most of all was black eyes with yellower eyes, along with the same maniacal grin as the man standing near her. It was a strange sensation to witness something like that, how her master now looked like a rampaging demon and maniac. The battlefield went black again, as if the stage lights had been turned off when the performance had ended. What had appeared on the orange-haired man's face was recognizable to her. It was a hollow mask, one of those monsters the Shimigami fought. She'd seen enough memories to at least know what those creatures were. But that only increased the number of internal questions Saber Alter had. Did he also have those kinds of powers? It wasn't possible, but he'd seen it with his own eyes, even felt the evil rising from his master like a raging storm. But she was more than certain of one thing. He has a lot to do with this, she thought, looking again at the figure slightly above her. Ichigo had emitted exactly the same kind of presence and feeling as her irritating companion in that place. It must be. He realized this and decided to speak. There you have your answer for now. To you, I am nobody and I have no name until I feel like telling you something. But, it seems you have even stupider questions prepared for me, and if so, I'm afraid I will have to take a necessary measure, since I do not like to explain obvious things, he said, slowly getting down and placing his feet on the same dark floor as Saber Alter, who looked at him with distrust, which made him laugh slightly. He turned his back and started walking off into the darkness. Come on, let's go for a walk, he called, still walking and looking back. Why should I? I don't trust you, Saber Alter contradicted. I don't care if you don't trust me. I can only say that what you see will be of great interest to you, he stated clearly, without stopping walking or looking back, his white figure slowly disappearing. If you want to know who Ichigo Kurosaki really is, then follow me, she heard for the last time. Those last words from the man in white had piqued her curiosity, even more so if that was possible. He seemed to have answers to the questions in her mind. The truth was that the ironic darkness that enveloped that white Ichigo. The environment itself reminded her of herself and that time when she saw her darkness face to face when she was enveloped by the Grail. Wait, what was that memory? She thought for a brief moment. Her mind had clicked for a moment and the memory had simply come flooding back. However, she didn't have time to think about it. She had to follow that guy, so she hurried off, sinking and losing herself in that black sea. The answers were waiting for her. Chapter 15. The sand was kicked up with every exchange of blows, as the stage was now a desert, a somewhat strange one, as large red pillars rose from it. At the top of those various pillars scattered throughout that desert, Saber Alter stood. Having followed and reached her destination, which awaited at the end of that darkness she had been in and through which she had followed that white Ichigo, so suspicious to her. Following him had brought her to the spot where she was now standing. A quick glance around made her realize she was completely alone, with no sign of that Ichigo anywhere. What was the point of him bringing her to that desert? The answer came to her, along with a strong wind that whipped at her, so strong that it forced her to cover herself with her left forearm. The sand whipped up by the furious breeze made her momentarily close her opaque golden eyes. When she opened them again, she saw the reason for her presence there, about 50 meters away from her. She felt a shockwave hit her just as that surprising scene flashed across her retinas. The orange-haired man, who seemed to be almost literally between a rock and a hard place, parried his opponent's attack with his bare hand and without much apparent effort. He counterattacked with even more force, delivering a large cut to his enemy's chest, vowing that he would make things much more interesting from that moment on. He kept his word emphatically. Furious collisions that shook the sky itself, so strong they could break bones and so fast they were practically invisible to normal beings. It was a pitched battle between two beings who were obviously not normal. Each clash of weapons was utterly malicious toward their opponent, and despite the damage they inevitably suffered in that brutal battle, things like pain and fear were completely overshadowed by the adrenaline. The two men's desire for war was far greater than any other emotion. Once again, one of the protagonists of those violent fights where life was at stake with every swing thrown was, without a doubt, his master. Stronger and faster, what disconcerted her a little as soon as she saw her master was the presence of the mask, this time completely covering his face, leaving his dangerous black eyes and yellower eyes as visible. She could feel the same darkness pouring from him as before, only now it was much greater, thicker and heavier, something difficult for her to describe. But, despite the fact that that darkness had deepened in his master's being when he wore the mask, he now seemed to have it completely under control. In battle, in stark contrast to what he'd last seen, his attacks were much more thoughtful, precise, but never lacking in power. There was a certain harmony between that erratic and rational side. His opponent seemed to be just as strong as him. It was a kind of humanoid panther with a savage appearance, as savage as its fighting style. Like a feline, it used all its limbs as weapons. In principle, it should have had the advantage in this fight, since it was 4 limbs against 1 sword. However, Ichigo managed to offset that disadvantage with his speed. It was undoubtedly a close fight that would be decided by small details. At one point, the blue-haired man launched about 5 small projectiles from his right elbow, which his master managed to dodge, but said projectiles took an unexpected course and went up one of the nearby towers, right towards where a girl with the same hair color as Ichigo was, along with a green-haired girl. Both were covered by a kind of protective barrier. Saber Alter saw how his friend urgently forgot everything and rushed out to stand between those projectiles and the two girls, receiving the full impact on his back. Barely recovering from the blow, he returned to the battlefield where his opponent was waiting for him. However, not before laughing a little at Ichigo's condition and showing him just a glimpse of the power of the attacks received from the small projectiles. Saber Alter watched as a single projectile reduced an entire tower to nothing, and her master had just received 5 of those at once. How was he still standing? Your mask must be at its limit, Kurosaki, he heard the panther laugh in provocation, watching as a crack appeared in said mask. A provocation to which his master responded with a resounding, loud and clear reply. My mask at its limit. It's not even close. He shouted, repairing the crack with a simple swipe of his palm across it. He was more than ready to continue. This time, a crack appeared in the blue-haired man's strange crown of bones. Ichigo, noticing this, pointed it out, trying to play with his mind. Clearly, it didn't work. I've never felt better in my life. The panther cried ecstatically, beginning to run madly toward the orange-haired man. Ichigo also wasted no time in charging in as well, to resume the fight, with the intention of reaching the conclusion of the fight. Despite his tough act, Saber Alter knew just by looking at him that Ichigo was lying, just like the other guy. She'd seen countless warriors say things like that just moments before inevitably perishing in battle. As warriors, they preferred that to showing any kind of fear or doubt until the end with their determination and honor intact. Having shown no fear whatsoever to their opponent, even though deep down, fear is the greatest emotion a person experiences when standing on a battlefield. She was no exception, by any means. She was simply the best at hiding fear, grasping it, and killing it before it killed her. Those who stood before her were true warriors. Those warriors continued to battle, giving their all and more, under his watchful eye. Sparks flew everywhere in the sky, and the impact shook the very foundations of the desert. Every attack was a kill. Even the lightest, if it landed squarely, could end the life of either of them. Entire pillars knocked down were nothing more than mere collateral damage in the fight that was getting longer and longer. The movements of both began to diminish in strength and speed due to the exhaustion of always attacking with everything. His master's mask began to fall apart due to the wear and tear, finally revealing his face. Blood trickled down his head, adorning his face, while bruises and dirt could also be seen on it, all of which together were indicative of the orange-haired man's extreme exertion and exhaustion. Only a piece of the mask over his right eye remained intact. The rest was gone. But she could tell he was losing motivation, the conviction to keep going despite the pain and accumulated fatigue. She was very observant about these things. She had learned to do so long ago, and in her eyes, the lack of motivation was palpable on her master's face, even more so than the fatigue itself. Motivation that soon came from a cry of support from the orange-haired girl at the top of a nearby tower. The glow in Ichigo's dark eyes was present when they looked dull and resigned to defeat. With that extra push he was missing, he stopped his opponent's furious attack in its tracks with his left arm, as if it were nothing, even though he was very clear that the attack was going to kill. He watched as he gave the blue-haired man a calm smile, while saying just as calmly, I'm sorry, Grimjo, but I can't afford to lose to you. Just a second later, blood flew out from a cut his master gave to his rival, who couldn't react in time due to the previous shock, and received the full attack. For Saber Alter everything seemed to be over, but it wasn't like that, since to his surprise, the subject was able to recover from the serious wound caused by the orange-haired man and charge again, declaring that he would never fall so easily. Once again, Ichigo found himself overwhelmed by the superior strength of a man with conviction and a fighting spirit greater than an entire exercise. He had to say that this man named Grimjo was a beast in every sense of the word, someone who never broke and kept going until the very end, and even beyond. However, she knew that her master was also of that type. Proving him right, he overcame the blue-haired warrior's most powerful technique, Rip, and gave him the blow that marked the end of an arduous fight between two monsters. Grimjo's form completely shattered, returning to a more human appearance, just as Ichigo's mask had completely fallen off and his eyes had returned to normal. Ichigo caught Grimjo before he took a long fall to the ground. In an act that reflected nothing but absolute respect for his already defeated opponent, he wordlessly acknowledged his incredible strength and a warrior spirit unlike any other. What she thought, in a way, was that this death match would surely make him better from then on. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That's what Saber Alter thought, watching her master emerge victorious, while ironically descending in a controlled manner to land, gently placing her rival on the sand and beginning to walk away. The battle was over. That feeling again, the night thought, that strange feeling was coming back to her. Before she knew it, she was extending her arm in the air toward her master, who was walking as best he could toward his charges. The glow in his dull golden eyes was ever present, like a previously unlit light bulb coming on. Just as it had happened in the previous memory, only now much stronger and uncontrollable. Fearless, with tremendous strength fighting against beings unknown to her in totally ruthless battles. Yes, that was really his master. She could only feel admiration beginning to well up from the depths of her being. It was something she couldn't deny in any way. It would be fooling herself to say anything other than that. However, irritation set in when laughter reappeared in the air. She knew it beforehand, and it was coming from very close, more precisely from her left side. The glance to that side made her realize that there was that white Ichigo who bothered her so much, standing next to her and looking at the panorama with that disgusting smile that always seemed to mock her. "What's so funny?" she asked, staring straight into his dark eyes, her anger showing on her features and words that only expressed displeasure at the interruption. This man laughed mockingly again before looking directly at her as well. "Isn't it obvious, little one? I find it funny that you're like this. Make sure you wipe the drool off when you leave," the man mocked. The click of her tongue was heard from Saber Alter. "If you're trying to provoke me, let me tell you, you're succeeding, you damn maniac," she threatened, pure fire in her eyes. Certainly the outcome Ichigo had hoped for as he spoke up. "You don't know how much I'd love to go crazy right now and let our swords do the talking. But it's not time yet, since." Saber Alter gave her a bad feeling when his smile widened to the maximum extent his face allowed. With that exaggerated expression, he continued what he had left unfinished. "Now's where the best part comes," he laughed evilly. However, his expression turned furious just a few seconds later. "You've seen some highs. Let me tell you something, just as there is heaven, there is hell. To understand who he is, you must first see him with your own eyes," he concluded with unprecedented seriousness, in complete contrast to how he had previously displayed himself. Everything around them went completely dark. Saber Alter didn't take her eyes off Ichigo's for a moment, but she could notice such an abrupt change that it was literally like day and night. "I still felt like I was high above, probably still on a pillar. But everything was different. There was only an air of despair in the air." Something fell on his right cheek and he wiped it with the back of his hand on that same side. "Blood?" she thought in confusion as she saw the red paint the back of her hand. She hadn't directed her gaze to that right side as she was still staring at white Ichigo at her side. Little by little, she turned her gaze in the direction where the red liquid had reached her, and there she saw him. When Saber Alter looks back, he sees his master being mercilessly killed by a humanoid bat, a relentless attack directly to his chest. Judging by the orange-haired man's appearance, it seemed he had been severely beaten and injured before reaching that moment where he was executed at the top of that tower. She stood completely still and unresponsive, simply unresponsive, as if she'd entered a kind of limbo, just standing there, observing everything. A girl's screams, which quickly turned into cries of pure despair, adorned the atmosphere filled with uncertainty. He seemed to start reacting when he saw Ichigo being released by the creature's tail and inevitably began to fall into the void, completely inert just a step away from it. Without a doubt, he was dead at that moment. She reached out, as if to reach him and keep him from falling. But she didn't touch anything. Her hand simply passed through his arm, as if she were trying to hold a ghost. Of course, she couldn't intervene. But, she seemed to understand. Her bangs hid her eyes as she looked like she was about to speak again. So this as she began slowly, looking down, the cold night breeze probing her hair. White Ichigo crossed his arms somewhat heavily, only seriousness visible on his features, which were normally filled with amusement and malice. This was no longer the case. With the same seriousness he carried, he proceeded to take the floor and thus the servant's attention. "So you already know. That's right, this is hell," he explained clearly, while simultaneously observing the strange bat-like creature that was stealthily hovering nearby. Hatred was palpable in his gaze as the creature also leaped into the void, intent on finishing the job once and for all. However, the hatred in his gaze was replaced by surprise when a few steps away from him, the panorama on Saber's side began to change quickly and drastically to what seemed to be a sunset. A beautiful sunset, which was completely overshadowed by an immense pile of corpses of countless ancient medieval warriors, blood running everywhere and painting the entire ground red. On top of these corpses, Saber Alter stood as her expression darkened at the projected memory. "I know what hell is," he said, devoid of any emotion, while in his eyes, a feeling other than the pure neutrality he always possessed could be seen. Anger and desolation were reflected in his dull gaze, which normally showed absolutely nothing. The surprise was now complete and absolute on the part of Ichigo Hollow in front of her, he could not believe what was happening. She was able to reflect his own memory and twist that world he thought he alone had absolute control over and, as incredible as it seemed, split it in two. Clearly, he'd been wrong about her, so he laughed to himself with some irony at his gross miscalculation. Apparently I'm another fool too. Of course you know that. After all, I'm in the presence of another king. Sure, then I can tell you. You've seen enough to understand," he sighed at that thought, pleased with his conclusion. Soon his smile would return to grace his face, but there was no malice or mockery, only pure determination. The Dark King, Artoria Pendragon, watched the gesture expectantly, not moving even slightly from the pile of corpses beneath her feet. It seemed he was preparing to speak, and she, like never before, was ready to listen. "You asked who I am, didn't you?" The man began, and she sighed heavily at the question before answering. "I clearly did. I don't intend to waste my breath repeating that question, so just speak already," Saber said with seriousness in her words, but also the interest was noticeable in her gaze, something that White Ichigo laughed at when he noticed. "Let me answer you properly, little king. Actually, I do have a name." With his words, the interest on the part of the servant in front of him seemed to grow even more. He decided to continue without respite, since it seemed to be what Saber wanted, and so did he. "An angel can possess evil, just as a demon can possess goodwill," he began firmly, placing his right hand over his chest. "So different, but in the end two sides of the same coin separated by the smallest of distances. The stronger the light, the stronger the darkness it produces. And I am that darkness. I am the power of Ichigo Kurosaki, I am Zangetsu," he concluded, showing a more than proud smile, a smile that increased with satisfaction when he saw how Saber Alter's cold and opaque eyes contracted with some confusion. "So you're his sword?" A hollow. The second question asked by the servant wasn't something she really expected, however, upon thinking about it for a bit, she realized it was a more than logical question, so she proceeded to speak relatively calmly. "Oh, so you noticed. Of course, after all, this isn't the first time you've been observing the bearer's memories," he said, confident in his words, knowing that he was right, and he was. "That kind of presence of yours is exactly the same as theirs. I suspected it the first time I felt your disgusting and unpleasant presence. I also know that a Shimigami's sword is an extension of their own soul materialized to fight. But if so, how come he has hollow powers if he's a Shimigami?" She asked, pushing back the deathly atmosphere that had formed around her through her memory, until in just moments she was once again standing on the cold concrete in front of the hollow, who now laughed lightly at the question. "Now we're on the same damn page, woman. Finally, you're asking questions that are worth my time, and unfortunately, you're asking very good ones now, since I don't even know myself. For as long as I can remember, I've been tied to him. But there's no doubt about it. I'm part of his soul, and if I'm part of his soul," he paused slightly, trying to make one thing clear. "It stands to reason that I'm also the horse that carried that insolent idiot to his goals, the support he rode and will ride proudly until the end of his damned days, and even after his death. Do you know why?" Now it was he who counterattacked with a question she clearly wouldn't have the answer to. The sonorous cry of a mad beast came from the bottom of the tower, the power shook the entire structure, and the very foundations of that world that now seemed to be lashed by a hurricane of pure power, while the crimson color painted the dark skies. At that moment the Dark King had no idea what was happening until the owner of that thunderous roar appeared flying over the place. Looking up, he saw a true killing machine, ruthless and with the most ferocious appearance he had ever seen. "Because he is the king," Zangetsu concluded emphatically as the beast roared again with madness and bloodlust. The wind whipped the two expectant ones. The creature suddenly disappeared from the place, with the intention of hunting down its rival, or rather, its prey. Some time later, his closed eyelids, completely at peace, began to be bothered by a fine, warm light, a bother that made them open little by little, revealing two deep golden orbs like pure gold, although their opacity stood out. She slowly came into consciousness, her eyes dancing gracefully around the place, the sight reflected in her retinas, which she immediately recognized. The King of Night sat up, fully awakening from his long sleep. How long had he been in that place? He didn't know, but the light that constantly entered through the room's windows told him that a long time had passed. Saber Alter stood up from the futon completely. She was in her master's room, but he wasn't there. Mal had important matters to discuss with him. The quick scan revealed a note on the futon across the room, belonging to the orange-haired man. She stood up and took it in her hands to read it in her mind. "First of all, and before you start scolding me when you see me, this is your fault. I left for school this morning. I tried to wake you up, but I couldn't, so I decided to leave this letter to explain. As you know, Tasaka won't be going to school today. Don't worry, I can defend myself. But if something happens that I can't handle, I'll use a command seal to have you here right away. DTT, I made you breakfast and lunch, they're on the living room table. I'm not very good at cooking, so any complaints will be gladly received and dismissed." He gave a slight sigh as he put the letter back in its place. Well, I really couldn't deny it, maybe it was his fault for not having woken up. He had clearly anticipated the fact that as soon as he saw him he was going to have a heated conversation with him. On the other hand, I had to say that I didn't wait for the detail of preparing the food for him in advance. I thought it was a nice gesture. He almost threw up saying that stupid word, although of course, food could be the worst putrefaction he's ever put in his mouth by far, tch, he'd better get ready. True, when he read that girl's last name in the letter he remembered it. The night before they had gone to the home of Archer's master, he didn't find the reason why she boasted so much about her house, it wasn't really that big a deal compared to what he had seen in ancient times. As soon as they started talking, she explained that the reason she had started that fight in high school was to test the orange-haired boy's combat skills so she could know once and for all if he was a defenseless deer or if he could properly defend himself even against a magician like her. She said he had proven himself more than adequately and that it had surprised her that even without magic he could face her. You'd be surprised at what he's capable of, you ingrate little thing, the Dark King thought for a brief moment at the memory, unconsciously puffing out his chest a little at how capable his master was without using any magic and without any powers. The conversation took a different turn once that point was clarified. The new topic was the barrier surrounding the institute. His intention was to, with the help of his master, dismantle the barrier or at least find the critical points of said barrier that must be located throughout the institute campus and destroy them, thereby delaying its activation at least. That's exactly what they did at night. Like bandits, they all headed to the high school and entered by jumping over the fences. The process took about 3 hours, all of that time spent searching for and destroying magic circles. Just before they parted ways, Archer's master made it clear to the orange-haired boy that she wouldn't be attending classes the following morning as she had things to do, but she didn't specify what kind of things. She probably wanted to be interesting. That was all that had happened up to that point. After reminiscing, Saber Alter stood up and began walking toward the living room where her banquet awaited her. She sat down in the traditional Japanese style. Although, oddly enough, she wasn't hungry, at that particular moment, she lacked any appetite. The quick glance at the clock on the wall told him it was almost 5 in the afternoon. His master must be on his way home, so he still had some time to think about how things would be from that point on with his master. Now that he knew what he knew, it was the only thing occupying his thoughts. She had really seen a lot of things, and among those things, she had realized that, even if she didn't like the idea at all, she had to apologize. Her brow furrowed in apparent annoyance, which was wrong, as a faint pink hue etched itself across her cheeks at the mere thought of hearing herself utter such words. As a king, she had pride. Hollow Ichigo himself had emphasized that point to her. But knowing that didn't make things any easier for her, even though her mind told her they were just 2 words that should come from her heart. I apologize. Easy enough, huh? He knew it wasn't really as simple as his mind made it out to be. He had never gone back on any decision he had made before, he had never had to back down throughout his life. The memory of his past life flashed through his mind. The path littered with corpses was etched in her mind, with her walking, bathed in blood, among those bodies cut and mutilated by her own sword. Clearing a path for those who followed her from further behind, her people. That had been her reality and that of her reign, which could only have a dark fate at the end of her journey. Her wish had to do directly with that outcome, a power that could help her avoid that ending, but she had not yet found anything as important as the mistake that caused her to lead Great Britain to its destruction. Failing to find the mistake to correct would simply cause her to trip over the same stone twice. Past events would repeat themselves, and she wouldn't be able to do anything to prevent it if she didn't know what she did wrong. The image of her pulling Caliburn out of the stone came to her, along with the words of that magician. The moment you draw that sword, you will cease to be human. You will have to kill everyone, to save everyone. That's what he said, and she still took that burden on her shoulders, going ahead, drawing the sword, and becoming King of Britain. And she certainly killed everyone in her path, starting with herself. His human feelings were imperfections that needed to be corrected to be a perfect king. Although. His dull eyes opened slightly, seemingly having found something in that sea of his memories. Could that have been what led her to her inevitable end? Her lack of feelings. Had her thinking been wrong back then? She'd never made the effort to understand anyone because she thought it wasn't necessary. To understand another, she needed feelings she could empathize with, and she'd already exterminated them. She was a king. She didn't need to understand anyone to exercise her office as one, or so she thought until that very moment. Had it been this lack of understanding that had led Britain and her to that cruel end? Right there, it seems that the king dedicated to cruelty found his error of his reign in life. The situation she was in with her master was a clear example of her mistake, and she had already accepted that mistake and wanted to correct it. She understood the circumstances surrounding him and with that, rectify what she had been doing. She was admitting her mistake by understanding the circumstances beyond her control, something she had never done if she thought about it. The true king wasn't one who never made mistakes, but rather one who recognized them and had the strength to put aside his pride and correct them for the sake of those he protected and those who followed him. She knew this perfectly well, yet she didn't believe she was wrong about anything until now. I'm going to start correcting my mistake right now. It's something I have to know, something I want to do. I have to get in touch with him right now, she thought resolutely, standing up from the table, her eyes shining with determination. She planned to contact him so he'd hurry over. Just before trying to communicate with his master, he feels his body suddenly become heavy, as if thousands of tons were falling on his shoulders. It had to be a command seal. He remembered the letter saying that if something happened he couldn't handle, he would use a command seal. Was he in danger? He must be, and as his servant, he would be there. He equipped his armor in a flash of black and red and summoned his sword, ready to fight in just a blink of an eye. I won't let anyone lay a finger on Ichigo. I'll protect him, no matter what. That was the choice I made, he said aloud, gripping his black sword tightly. The metal gloves on the handle squeaked in a terrifying way. The kind of magic circle was etched out of thin air on the ground beneath her, a circle that swallowed her whole. She wasn't worried at all, as it was the work of the absolute order she'd received. Her mind had no time for such trivialities. It was focused solely on what would happen moments later. In just an instant, barely appearing on the scene, she repelled two weapons with her sword that were headed straight for a target on her back. A quick glance around the area made her realize that this place was nothing more than a high school hallway, and in that quick analysis, she realized they must be inside a barrier, and also that right behind her was a very familiar head of orange hair. He knew what his priority was at the moment and acted accordingly. With a push he pushed aside the two weapons he had been holding, grabbed his master who was only a step behind him, and jumped back to take a safe distance from the enemy. When he puts his master momentarily out of danger, for the first time in the few seconds he is in that place, he chooses to look at him to check his condition, certainly not expecting to find that his master, Ichigo Kurosaki, was completely destroyed. He was practically covered in his own blood from head to toe, his school uniform painted a shade of crimson, aside from being torn. Blood was still flowing from the wounds on his arms and torso, dripping onto the ground. It looked like he had been hit very hard in the face, as he had a cut on his cheek that didn't seem to be from a sharp weapon. And yet, despite all that, he had a sword with a very battered edge in his hand, holding it weakly, his grip on it trembling with the pain he was surely feeling, and he even spoke to her relatively calmly. Saber, it's good that you arrived. Fighting a servant is not easy at all, he said, laughing a little. He quickly stopped laughing because of the pain, he could even have a broken rib, at best. Saber Alter's expression darkened greatly upon seeing his condition. What the hell happened? She asked, unable to control the fury that was beginning to blossom with immense speed. It's a long story, but long story short, as you can see, I was getting beaten up, he explained, trying to stand up, but managing so with great effort. Saber Alter quickly placed a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. Don't overexert yourself, Ichi master, she clicked her tongue to herself, she simply couldn't say his name like that anymore, she still remembered when she thought she wouldn't do it, even if she were dead. TCH, damn pride. Although, he knew this wasn't the time for nonsense like that, so he continued with what was truly important. He looked ahead to spot his enemies, spotting two along the corridor. The nearest one didn't take long to recognize him. Rider, he almost spat as he said it. A little further behind him was a blue-haired boy holding a book. He concluded that this must be Rider's master. Damn weak and cowardly trash, do you need to attack in a 2-on-1 to take care of a boy who isn't even a wizard? Pathetic, simply pathetic. I myself will teach you in person how to kill someone without any mercy right now, she stated with venom in her words, looking with absolute resentment at the woman a few meters in front of her. Shut up. Rider, take care of her right now. The master was enraged by his words, it was clearly what he wanted, but he didn't have the same luck with Rider, as he only limited himself to obeying the blue-haired man's order, proceeding to hold his daggers in front of him and prepare for battle. Master, stay still and safe while I take care of that scum. Understood? She said, starting to walk toward the servant a few meters away from her, but a grip on the cold metal of his right glove stopped her. It was Ichigo who had stopped her. Not a damn thing. I can still get up. I've faced worse things than this, I can handle this, he said, walking slowly until he was right next to his servant, who listened to that in disbelief. Do you think you can continue to face a servant in your current state? He asked as if it were a bad joke. That's not what I said. If you have to face one scumbag, then I have to face another one too. See that attempt at a human being down the hall? Ichigo blurted out, seemingly recovering a bit. I see it, Saber Alter confirmed, seeing the vermin at the end of the hallway. That piece of shit is mine, the orange-haired man finished with a grave voice, while pointing his sword at it. The blue-haired boy trembled when he saw the death-like expression that promised suffering that Ichigo carried, that added to the sword in his hand, that the orange-haired boy had, only meant pain, a lot of pain. Saber, can you cover me while I go after that bastard? Saber Alter sighed a little at such a question. Who do you think I am? Don't underestimate me. I can do that and more. Do you think you can take down that trash before I do to her? The knight provoked this time, letting Excalibur run wild in her free hand due to the overload of mana in it. At that moment, both she and Ichigo at her side flexed their legs in preparation to go on the attack. And who the hell do you think your master is? Let's end this, Saber. Let's bury those damn bastards right here and now. Ichigo shouted with motivation, daringly charging forward. Saber Alter thought Ichigo was definitely crazy and that wasn't something she disliked at all. Fearless and with tons of determination, of course, only he could have been. For just a split second, a very dangerous smile appeared on her face. It would draw blood right there. Of course, master. She roared from behind, taking her sword in both hands and also launching herself towards the enemy with superior force. Master and servant began the fight without any prejudice or complex, all for all where strength and determination would define everything in that battle and in that war and in that matter. They would not lose to anything or anyone. Chapter 16. Ichigo charged forward without caring about anything, not even the servant who was just meters in front of him and completely in his way. Servant who was more than ready to continue causing him pain like she had just moments ago, and even knowing that, the orange-haired man continued forward at full speed, pushing his body to the limit. He continued forward despite the imminent danger and the vivid memory of the beating he had received a short while ago, because he knew that, as far as the enemy servant was concerned, he had absolutely nothing to worry about. This would take care of it. His trust in his own servant was total and absolute at that moment. Doubts about it no longer existed in his mind. And said servant, he would respond appropriately. Behind the orange-haired man, Saber Alter was charging in the same manner as his own master. A reckless step by any measure, facing the enemy head-on without any apparent doubt, of course, because there wasn't any to begin with. That's why Ichigo didn't slow down for even a single instant. Feeling Saber at his side at that moment was something that filled him with confidence in that moment of tension, knowing that his servant was strong, very strong. Strong, but also very fast. So fast that she leaped past him at lightning speed, all he could see was a black and red blur flash by. Ryder knew that in order to defend herself, she had to let the orange-haired girl who was running without a care pass her, because if she didn't, she would be cut in half by the always indomitable Excalibur, who immediately at that thought, made contact with her daggers, which sounded in a somewhat strange way, as if they were cracked by the violent blow received. He sweated as he felt the pressure of tons of force on his arms at the moment of collision, which caused his feet to dig in and crack the ground beneath him. What could be seen of her face seemed to twist even further as the orange-haired boy shot past her with only one target in mind. Her master, who was far behind. Unable to do anything to prevent this from happening, she simply resigned herself to any attempt at going after the enemy master. If she thought of anything other than her own fight with the servant in front of her, she might regret it greatly. And said saber-class servant was about to speak. What's going on? Things change when you face another servant, don't they? The knight mocked, pure fire in her golden eyes, along with a tone of voice that only sought to provoke and touch a nerve in her rival. She further increased the pushing force on her opponent's daggers, she could feel in that small struggle, Ryder was no match for her and was light years away from being one. "I'll leave it to you, Saber." She heard her master shout from far ahead of her and as soon as she looked away she realized he was already running towards the other pathetic master at the end of the hallway. "Leave it to me, master," the knight replied positively, not shouting, but loud enough for the boy to hear, which he did, and continued onward steadily. She thought she'd done her part, or well, not entirely. There was still something left to take care of, and that something was right in front of her. Hence. Saber Alter, unleashing the power of her sword in a signature beam of brutal and crazed mana, thrust harder than before to win the clash of weapons once and for all. The ground beneath Ryder's feet couldn't withstand such force and completely shattered, sending both servants tumbling into the void, heading for the floor below. Debris flew everywhere, mere decoration in an environment that had become a complete battlefield between two otherworldly beings. Debris that created a curtain of dust as it impacted the ground below. Ryder, taking advantage of the dust shield, quickly thought to work to maintain a safe distance from her opponent. With an agile leap, the purple-haired woman moved away from her enemy's dangerous sword, which passed very close to her through the dust, apparently unwilling to give her even a chance from the moment they fell. "You took me away from my master," Ryder managed to say relatively calmly, seeing himself out of immediate danger, placing his hands on the ground as if he were a spider, waiting for any outside movement. The dust was quickly dissipated with a gentle swing of the most famous sword in history, and the famous king who wielded it was proudly displayed in all his splendor. Said king would speak immediately, looking directly at his enemy. Clearly. "Getting away from your cowardly master was the most important thing at this moment, since mine alone can perfectly take care of yours," he explained clearly in his voice, leaving no room for doubt in his words, and demonstrating that he exuded confidence in his master. However, that wasn't the only reason I brought you here. So? Then, Saber. Let me ask you. What is your intention by bringing me here? Ryder asked with interest, narrowing his eyes behind his trademark shield. What I really did was step back so I could take care of you without anyone getting in my way. Making you pay with my own sword will undoubtedly be very satisfying. I can't wait to see the edge of it covered in your blood. But. Saber Alter paused for a moment, then violently slammed her sword into the ground as she spoke. The coldness on her face became total, as if she were at sub-zero temperatures. Eyes seemed to be the hottest thing in the world next to her expression. I said I would teach you how to kill someone mercilessly myself, however, I believe I may have been a bit hasty, so allow me to correct that. I'll give you a little education, servant. You and your master dared to play with my master like he was a toy, didn't you? She asked, her expression completely motionless, as if she were saying something casual, but in contrast to those calm words, the grip on the darkened handle of Excalibur tightened with annoyance. Without waiting for an answer to her own question, she continued. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. You're going to take responsibility for your stupid actions, you little scumbag, so now you're going to be my plaything. My games are a bit rough, to be honest, and as my plaything, you're forbidden from breaking, is that clear? Saber warned as she began to walk slowly and completely unprotected towards her rival. The grinding of his sword's edge being dragged along the ground began to sound in an eerie buzz. Ryder held her weapons even tighter than before as Saber slowly drew closer, knowing she had a formidable opponent in front of her. She had to, and would, fight right then and there, as a servant. Her reflexes were pushed to the limit when in a mere blink Saber disappeared from her previously calm walk. By pure instinct, she dodged a swing that was clearly intended to cut off her leg. She was fast enough to get out of the path of the cut and climb up the side of a nearby wall. He felt a cut appear out of nowhere on his leg. Any longer, and he'd have said goodbye to that limb. He looked down at Saber, who remained calm, which only managed to unsettle his rival somewhat. Was it even possible to speak and fight with such hatred in such a calm manner? The impossible was possible before his eyes, as at that moment his opponent seemed like a machine built with a single purpose. To kill. But before giving any death, he had first declared that he must be in suffering. Saber Alter prepared to charge again, her only thought being that her next slash would not miss and would reach its destination without a doubt. The purple-haired servant wasn't going to let that happen. Her feet and hands planted firmly on the wall as she watched Saber unconsciously tighten her grip on her sword. The two of them disappeared from their places at that moment, both with the clear intention of fulfilling their work as servants that they were and fighting for their masters, risking their own lives along the way. Defeat was not allowed. Shinji. Ichigo yelled with utter fury that disgusting name of the guy who was just meters away from him. The orange-haired man eagerly ran towards him, just to get his hands on him. No, damn it, get away. He shouted desperately, terror clear on his face, knowing full well what awaited him if that orange-haired guy managed to find him, and having attempted to take his life wasn't something that gave him many chances to get out unscathed. Get the hell away. Come here, I'm going to break you, you bastard. Ichigo protested, getting closer and closer to the boy. Shinji quickly thought of launching a magical attack against the orange-haired man to stop his run and leave him even more injured than he already was. If he was on the verge of death, he wouldn't be able to keep up. He only needed one more attack to make him give in. The accumulation of damage was palpable throughout Ichigo's body, so it was logical for him to try to break him. And that's what he did, waving his right arm, a strange dark shark shadow shot out of the ground. It looked like the claws of a wild animal being summoned for its defense. With surprising speed, they were soon only a few meters away from their target, Ichigo Kurosaki. The orange-haired man, seeing how the thing was approaching with abnormal speed, urgently stopped, clicking his tongue in annoyance. The confident smile along with a slight laugh from the blue-haired man was noticed and heard in the hallway. Now seeing how Ichigo couldn't escape his attack, he had no escape. What's wrong, Kurosaki? It would be boring if you let yourself be killed so easily after saying such stupid. You're right, that would be very boring. Clown, he interrupted abruptly. Disbelief etched itself like a poem on Shinji's face as he watched a man he'd already thought was out of the fight kick a fire extinguisher off the wall, grab it, and throw it at the sharp shadows. The fire extinguisher exploded and flame-retardant foam sprayed out, covering part of the hallway where Ichigo was supposed to be. The magician gulped, hoping that what he thought might happen in the next few seconds wouldn't happen. Unfortunately for him, the scene he wanted to avoid seeing became a reality. It flashed across his retinas as if he were a front-row spectator at an action movie, watching the orange-haired man leap out, piercing the foam cloud with a triumphant entrance, back into the battle. If you think you're going to stop me with so little, you're very wrong. So prepare to die. He stated forcefully, surely hitting his pride. According to Ichigo, he could rest assured, very soon the pain in his pride would be the least of his worries. He had already fought a much more skilled mage than that shameless man before, so avoiding something so predictable if he had some time to think was child's play for him. Shinji, seeing that his magic had not served much to stop the seemingly unstoppable Kurosaki, opted for what he should have done from the beginning and as rationally as possible, the only thing that could give him at least a chance of avoiding leaving that place with serious injuries. Run, and run very hard, literally as if his life depended on it, and to a large extent it did. He wasn't skilled with magic, he couldn't strengthen his legs to increase his speed, he could only run like any other person would. Both boys began a long chase throughout the high school facilities, because Ichigo could not go very fast due to the load that his battle wounds imposed on him. He felt the pain in every part of his body, but he still continued, the desire to settle accounts with the blue-haired boy could more, the adrenaline took charge of making him temporarily forget his wounds. For Shinji, the sight behind him wasn't very pleasant. Seeing the orange-haired man following him closely, covered in blood and wounds, along with a dangerous sword in his hand, was like a horror movie come true, a nightmare in itself. It was like those video games where if your pursuer caught you, you lost the game. In this case, the price to pay was true and pure pain. Oddly enough, the more tired of the two ended up being the one being chased, gradually slowing down. Ichigo didn't hesitate to take advantage of the slowdown and launch himself at him with a perfect tackle as he tried to turn into a long hallway. Shinji felt his vertebrae crash sharply against the solid concrete wall as Ichigo slammed it mercilessly. He dropped his book to the floor from the force of the impact. "I've got you," he said victorious and maliciously. He had, and he was going to punish the blue-haired boy for his stupidity, but first. "Make Rider deactivate the barrier if you don't want to suffer too much, Shinji," Ichigo threatened dryly, staring into his eyes as they only promised suffering if he responded with inappropriate words to such a demand. However, that wasn't something the wizard could just do. I can't do it." Wrong answer. The orange-haired boy didn't hesitate to hit him in the pit of the stomach with a brutal knee, his breathing stopped and he tried to fall, Ichigo didn't let him and roughly rammed him again against the cold wall. "I don't have much patience, Shinji. Either you deactivate the barrier or you deactivate the barrier. Please choose your options carefully, because otherwise, you'll be earning yourself an all-expenses-paid trip straight to hell," he said again, even more seriously. "My pride as a magician wouldn't let me this time." The blow to the answer that Ichigo didn't want to hear hit him straight in the face. He felt his lights almost go out as he absorbed Kurosaki's punch to the jaw. What seemed to be a tooth flew out and fell meters away from the place. "I don't know what kind of pride you're talking about, but let's assume you really have it, so I'll make it very easy for you, jerk," Ichigo mocked with a not at all friendly smile. The words he spoke sank into Matu's mind immediately. He had to regain his composure as Kurosaki would speak again. "Shinji. It's either your pride or your life. I don't want to put any medals on myself, but the truth is that from the first time I saw you I knew that one day we would end up like this, so this time," Ichigo showed him the edge of the sword very closely. The blade was slightly chipped. It must not have been a pleasant sensation to have something so imperfectly cut through the skin. That sword seemed almost like a saw. The translation for the wizard was clear. He promised her with just that gesture that she would suffer greatly if she didn't do exactly what he was about to say next. "For the last damn time. Shinji, tell Rider to deactivate the barrier, now." It was clear, concise, and left no room for doubt. The blue-haired man, bleeding from a split lip and a missing tooth, courtesy of the orange-haired man's kind demeanor, found himself cornered and with no other option. With a dismayed expression, he prepared to do as requested. "Rider. Deactivate the barrier right now," he shouted with all the strength he could muster, in front of a victorious Ichigo. The scream echoed through every hallway of the institute, echoing throughout the entire structure. Floors below where the two masters were located, that scream eventually reached the place where the two servants were fighting, in a way that both heard the words loud and clear. One of them frowned, dissatisfied with her master's order, however she had to accept it and execute it, that apart from the different cuts she had along her body, many of which seemed to be deep, blood dripping from each one of them. A state not very different from the one Ichigo was in at that moment, as a result of the incessant attack of her rival, a rival who closed her eyes calmly. It was the result she expected, the victory of her master. Floors above, victory was precisely accentuated on Kurosaki's face as he saw how the reddish tone that enveloped the entire high school was quickly dissolving, giving way to a much warmer tone. Due to the sunset on the horizon, the barrier had definitely been removed. On the other hand, absolute defeat and desolation were seen more clearly on the face of the Matu, who fell to the ground on his knees the moment Ichigo let him go. But her business with Shinji was not over yet. He quickly rushed to pick him up and wake him up from the nightmare he was apparently having while awake, only to have the sole intention of putting him in a much worse one. "Hey you bastard, don't even think we've settled this yet," Ichigo said fiercely, but he didn't seem to understand what he was saying. Wait, but I did have Ryder deactivate the barrier just like you asked. A direct punch to the cheek silenced him abruptly, but the orange-haired boy's strong grip on his shirt kept him steady, making him take the blow with even more force. Ichigo held the sword with the same hand he managed to hold the Matu with, so the blue-haired boy could almost feel the blade brushing against his neck with every tiny movement. He stood completely still before the orange-haired boy's grim gaze. "You tried to kill me, you bucking piece of shit. I warned you, I told you that the next time you caused trouble, there would be no one around to save you," she reminded him. She remembered that day like it was yesterday, and surely Shinji did too, since it was clear that it wasn't every day that he was put in his place. "And here we are, alone, after you did something stupid. You know what that means, right?" Ichigo asked, even though he knew the answer. "You can't do this. If you do anything to me, I'll tell Sakura I'm her brother and she'll listen to me. She'll stay away from you." The blue-haired boy tried to get out of the situation, but he didn't realize that all he did was pour gasoline on the flames. Flames burned in Ichigo's eyes as soon as he heard his friend's name come out of the man's mouth. He gritted his teeth in fury. Unable to control his impulses, he threw another blow with even more violence than before, now breaking his victim's septum and without any mercy, kneeing him twice in the stomach. Without waiting a second, he attacked the magician's face again with an elbow, as he had learned in martial arts. Finally, when the blue-haired man was about to fall to the ground, he grabbed him by the hair and kneed him in the face, breaking the Matu's forehead. Blood began to run from the large, freshly made cut, at least 7 stitches would be needed to close it. He didn't even let him fall on the floor, as he grabbed him by the shirt and slammed him hard against the wall again, while blood adorned Shinji's face, and also the wall and floor itself. He himself aroused the fury of someone no one wanted to see truly furious. "You dare to say Sakura's name in front of me, you piece of shit, and even threaten me with it? You've got nerve. I don't care if you're her brother, you can be whatever you want to her, but if I send you to the hospital for a few weeks, I'm sure she'll thank me internally. I won't let you hide behind it as if it were a simple shield. I will now make you take responsibility for your stupid actions right now." Right there, with Shinji having no defense, Ichigo Kurosaki proceeded to unleash all his hatred, accumulated over 2 years, on the Matu. The latter ended up dropping the sword in his hands, as he wanted to feel with his own fists how he would take care of him. One by one, each punch, elbow, knee, and kick landed squarely on its target. The blue-haired man's body. Seconds ticked by with unprecedented slowness, the sound of the sharp blows echoing across the previously silent hallway. Blood began to show on Ichigo's knuckles, blood that didn't belong to him. Seeing the drops of blood splattered on the white wall brought him back to his senses and out of his trance. He'd let himself be completely overcome by rage. He looked at how Shinji looked, and well, it seemed he'd gone too far, just a little. She was slightly relieved to realize that he was still conscious, even if only slightly, after the brutal beating. Purple eyes and a face covered in his own blood, with lacerations and cuts along it, along with his red painted shirt, were clear signs that he had indeed hit him hard. Phew, at least he was alive, barely, but alive nonetheless. He thought he felt pain in his knuckles. He had really hit him hard. The relief turned into discomfort when he heard a faint whisper from the blue-haired man, who was still on the ground. He paid attention to it, observing how he lay on the ground without moving even a bit, but he heard that faint whisper again. He heard clearly this time. Complete disbelief filled Ichigo as he watched Shinji, with great effort and much pain, try to stand up, succeeding in leaning against the wall behind him. How was that possible? Had he underestimated him? Ryder kill him. I now hear the injured blue-haired boy shouting with all the strength he had left as he picked up the book he had dropped a while ago. The shout echoed throughout the high school, just like the previous one. Ichigo frowned at that statement. "Ryder kill me? You're hallucinating. Saber must have been taking care of her while I left you half dead." He spoke clearly, but his words went unheard by Shinji, who looked up at him. Amidst that gaunt face, an indecipherable smile formed on the man's face. Yeah, he had definitely gone crazy. He thought he had hit him too hard on the head, so his next goal was to knock him unconscious without causing any more damage than already done and leave him lying in a local hospital. But that thought, Ichigo took a stance, intending to hit him in the neck and put him to sleep. He raised his right arm above his head to gain the necessary leverage. He was going to end the situation right then and there. A slight prick in his back, he didn't think it was anything, but suddenly he feels like the metallic taste emerge uncontrollably from his mouth. Before realizing it, he coughs blood, a lot of blood. The small prick in his back transforms with enormous speed into an incalculable pain, feeling like something sharp completely pierced his back to the point where he himself was able to see a familiar weapon emerge from the center of his chest, covered in his own blood. It was a dagger. In absolute pain, Ichigo slowly looked over his shoulder, only to find a head of purple hair behind him. He simply didn't understand anything. Turning his face, he found the face of the same rider just a few centimeters from his own, being the only one responsible for the dagger piercing his person. He realized that he didn't have the strange protector on his eyes, but kept them closed, his vision becoming somewhat blurry just after hitting it. And between that vague view, he watched as Ryder moved her mouth slightly, seemingly telling him something he couldn't understand at that moment, perhaps out of shock from everything that was happening and the pain that occupied almost 100% of his thoughts. He couldn't process what he'd heard. That, before seeing how the woman raised her remaining dagger to finish the job on him. I definitely didn't get it. What the hell had happened to Saber? Her answer to that question came only a blink later when the same saber altar arrived at imperceptible speed to slice off Ryder's raised arm. Blood spurted out in jets the moment the limb was torn from the enemy servant, and at that moment Saber did not hesitate to grab her master and jump back to get him out of danger, all in just milliseconds. Through the blurry vision of young Kurosaki, he realized that his servant was no longer wearing her powerless and grim armor, as it was now replaced by the black maiden dress that he knew she wore under her armor. Her saber altar herself, her annoyance with herself was clearly etched on her face, remembering how she let her guard down so absurdly just a few seconds ago. Moments before. Floors below. Ryder was tired and hurt. At first, when she saw Saber, she thought she was dangerous, and now she thought so even more. She had been limited to dodging everything without being able to respond with her own attacks. The state of the servant standing meters away from her was one of the proof, since she didn't have a scratch. She, on the other hand, had been cut again and again, even when she only concentrated on dodging as quickly and effectively as possible. None of the cuts were entirely serious for her or put her life at risk, but she felt that more than merit of her. It was because I knew what I wanted. But that thought in mind, he chuckled painedly before speaking. It seems King Arthur's strength is as great as the legends tell us, or maybe even greater. I don't think the stories do you justice, Saber. Saber Alter didn't seem to react either positively or negatively to those words. A slight twitch in her features showed that she was about to respond. You, on the other hand, are weaker than I thought, Ryder. Although I could be a little grateful for that weakness of yours, if I were someone stronger, perhaps I would have arrived too late to come between you and my master. Saber Alter mocked and thanked at the same time, her rival seemed to take it with some humor. A faint smile appeared on Ryder's face, but it seemed to be a more confident smile, as if he knew something she didn't. If you really think that, I think it's time for me to reveal my identity, to make you change that opinion of yours a little, Saber, the purple-haired woman said calmly, standing straight on her feet. I don't care who you are, Ryder. Your legend doesn't matter now, as I'll soon be returning you to the history books. Saber disapproved of the gesture, however, the servant in front of her said nothing. Instead, she calmly and serenely placed her right hand on the back of her head. This is something I must do as the heroic spirit that I am. But you are wrong about one thing, I will not say a single word about my name or my legend. Instead Saber heard a small click in Ryder's location, which alerted her, and she raised her sword, watching as the protector she wore over her eyes fell to the ground, revealing her closed eyes. The purple-haired woman remained calm before finishing her words. I let my eyes and actions speak for me, she concluded with complete confidence. The moment she suddenly opened her eyes. Mesmerizing and beautiful, the temptation not to look into them was inevitable, but the price to pay for doing so was like a curse. No, it really was. The pressure increased from the impact all around the room, as if gravity itself were under the control of that hypnotic gaze. Ryder's hair danced and waved behind her, making it even more difficult to avoid staring at her. Saber Alter barely saw those eyes and felt like he was completely paralyzed, his muscles seemed to have frozen completely from seeing those eyes for just a measly second. He came to a little when he tried to move and heard a creaking sound coming from his armor. He watched as it began to turn to stone very quickly. What the hell is this? The Mystic Eye's curse. So it's you. His identity quickly came to mind as the joints of his armor became more and more petrified. Only one person in the entire history of the world had that kind of ocular power. That brief moment where the impression hit her, Ryder took advantage of that second of distraction to the maximum, with the work already done on the Dark King, and was thrown from the place when her master's scream was heard throughout every corner of the building, a scream that ordered the death of the rival master. Saber Alter's shock quickly turned to annoyance as she watched her leave the area. With a burst of mana, she easily removed the petrification from her armor. At that moment, she knew that with Ryder's lead of at least 3 seconds over her, he wouldn't be able to catch her even close with his heavy armor on, so to increase her speed, she opted to completely remove it, shedding extra kilograms of weight that she didn't need at that precise moment and were a hindrance. Without a moment's thought, he followed her and quickened his pace as much as he could. As soon as he reached the higher corridors and meters from his location, he found the image of a Ryder stabbing her master in the back and raising her other weapon to put an end to him right there. Something she clearly wasn't going to allow. Present. Now they're back where they started, but in a different context. Servants facing their respective summoners to protect them, and masters, two very injured masters, especially Ichigo Kurosaki. The blood and pain made her kneel behind her servant who stood upright due to the critical situation her master was in. She thought everything was going uphill when she saw how Rider, with the blood dripping from his now amputated right arm, began to create a magic diagram in front of her. His mana seemed to shoot up around the woman. That must be it. His noble phantasms. Saber Alter clicked her tongue in annoyance. It definitely was, and she couldn't respond with the same courtesy and use her own noble phantasms because of the close presence of her master, who was seriously injured behind her. She could kill him just by trying to activate it. Seeing how her vision was covered by a pure white coming from Rider's location and how her rival's mana reached the peak of its capacity, she could see among all that light how two white wings were gracefully unfolded. She knew she had to do something to defend her master behind her. She didn't hesitate to drive her sword into the ground in front of her, causing it to go berserk with its own erratic mana as a makeshift shield created just before Rider unleashed her ultimate attack. The white flash filled the entire room. Just a second later, an explosion erupted along the corridor and a lightning bolt tore through the entire end of the corridor, continuing across the sky until it dissolved into the now almost completely darkened horizon. Dust flooded everything for a few brief moments, but it quickly vanished as quickly as it had come, revealing how the hallway where the incident took place was almost completely destroyed, with only a small section where Saber Alter was standing remaining intact. The floor behind her remained completely untouched, as if nothing had happened. She cursed to herself as she realized that those pair of rats were nowhere to be seen, nor could she sense Rider's presence. They had managed to escape. I know, but that weak voice behind her reminded her of what truly mattered now, the well-being of her master. Turning to face him, she caught the moment Ichigo began to fall unconscious to the ground, blood beginning to stain the floor beneath him. She stopped him from crashing face first into the ground and picked him up in her arms as she gently laid him down. She had to do something, and fast. Before she knew it, despair was creeping up on her as Ichigo's face began to turn pale. The blood loss from his grievous wounds and the abuse he'd suffered were taking a dramatic toll. The servant was defending his master, and she had failed. If she died, it would be an unbearable shame, not to mention not being able to continue competing for the Grail. But, in truth, those weren't the only reasons why she felt that way. The reason for her growing despair was much simpler than the mere contract a servant had made with her master or an artifact that could grant wishes. It really was. I don't want him to die, he thought, his expressionless brow furrowing at the possibility that he was now, ironically enough, more alive than ever. The feeling that his master was still breathing made him feel relieved, even if only a little. He had to think about what to do. His coolness was his strongest characteristic. If he thought with that coolness, he could find a solution to this critical situation. Therefore, he sighed deeply in search of much-needed peace and closed his eyes to deepen his thoughts. There had to be something. He opened his eyes slightly at the fleeting thought. Yes, that could definitely save him, but he had to get going, and he had to do it now. She carried her master on her back as quickly as she could, but with extreme care, as if she were moving an object of incalculable value. Because of this, the boy's blood ended up staining her and her elegant dress, but that didn't matter to her. She wasted no time and jumped through one of the many broken windows closest to her, already knowing in advance which destination she would reach. Chapter 17. Peace. Tranquility. Calm. Ichigo Kurosaki felt that kind of comforting sensation as he wandered in the same nothingness, letting himself be carried away by invisible currents created by his own imagination. He felt nothing and saw nothing despite having his eyes wide open. It seemed that all his senses had been shut down in that comforting place. He kept falling and falling, his feet finally touching something to support himself. The boy stopped right there and everything immediately lit up around him. He was at school. There was no doubt he could recognize her perfectly. His senses had returned to him. But he didn't understand. Why am I here? He stopped thinking abruptly as he felt a sensation completely opposite to what he had felt just moments ago, one he didn't want to remember again. The pain in his chest returned, along with a metal dagger now completely piercing him. Rider was behind him again, and looking over his shoulder, he realized that, just as he remembered, she had raised her free dagger to finish him off right there. This time there was nothing to stop her. His neck was being cut, while blood spurted uncontrollably to the ground. Feeling himself collapse to the ground, writhing in his own blood, the despair diminished as his heart rate did too. His vision blurred, and his hearing was almost non-existent. That must definitely mean he was dying. What a horrible feeling. He stood up suddenly, clutching his neck and chest, sweat pouring down his face, remembering the pain so clearly. A dream? No, a nightmare along with some memories. Breathing heavily in search of the calm he was struggling to find, he held his chest even tighter. He could still feel the stabbing pain in his chest from Ryder's stabbing, and the sensation of the cold metal passing through him like butter was still very much alive in his mind. But it was strange. He feels that there is no wound where there should be now. It was as if it had never been there, even though he knew he had actually been stabbed by the servant. And speaking of servants, where was Saber? "Oh, you woke up." His response was not long in coming, the result of that deep, almost robotic voice that was already totally recognizable to him. Saber Alter was sitting Japanese style right next to the futon where he was currently sitting in her black dress. Now that Ichigo realized, that place was her room. They were home. It was obviously dark, so it must be nighttime. Ichigo tried to get up. "Saber, WH. Don't rush it and just rest, master," the servant interrupted him. The orange-haired man surprised him when she quickly stood up from her spot and approached him, placing a hand on his head and forcing him to lie down again with a rough push. He could feel the impact despite having a pillow separating him at least slightly from the wooden floor. Oddly enough, Ichigo decided not to complain, believing he should listen to the night. The truth was, he felt fatigued, the tiredness in his body evident. Lying on the futon, he stared at the ceiling and raised his right arm, opening and closing his hand several times. Yes, it was definitely as if he hadn't moved it for a few hours. Of course, Saber interrupted him just as he was about to ask the million-dollar question. "Saber, what the hell happened? I clearly remember being stabbed by Ryder and that right after you arrived to get me away from her. From then on, I can't remember anything, everything becomes blurry in my head." Ichigo asked and explained immediately, tilting his head slightly towards the servant at his side. She didn't make a single bodily movement, it was only her golden eyes that slid in the direction of her master. "Ryder and his master escaped, and you were on the verge of death by the time the battle ended. I brought you here so I could save you," she explained neutrally. "So Shinji escaped, damn it," he said frustratedly. "But well, there's something that isn't clear to me at all with your explanation of things," Ichigo continued doubtfully. Saber Alter didn't answer that, although she could tell what the boy's question was. "Saber, if I was on the verge of death, how come I'm alive?" the orange-haired man finally asked. He watched as Saber didn't say a word, instead, he raised his right hand and placed it right above his body. Ichigo's face turned white, in a strange mix of many emotions together, when he saw what was happening. Stupefaction, surprise, shock, all together made his expression a poem at that moment. All because partially emerging from his torso was none other than that precious and rare relic that made the summoning of his servant possible in the first place, and this was Avalon, Saber Alter said simply in response to that question, showing more with actions than with words. Golden, as shiny as the highest quality gold ingots, and with good reason, because it truly was. Blue lines classily outlined its entire structure, which didn't seem to be made by human work, but by something beyond. That legendary scabbard belonging to the king emerged from his torso, while Ichigo's face was blank because of it. Avalon revealed half of its perfect structure that was carved by the fairies themselves, just like Excalibur itself, and given to the greatest king who ever set foot in England. But why? The boy managed to utter in his astonishment while he watched his saber, with a slight movement of his hands towards the sheath, re-entered his insides, even though he didn't feel any pain. On the contrary, he felt it giving him strength. Avalon has an extraordinary regenerative capacity, she can heal any wound no matter how serious. Lost limbs or destroyed organs are child's play for her. It was the only option to keep you alive, and that's why I gave her to you. Because of the direct contract we have as master and servant, her abilities are enhanced even further, the servant quickly explained. Ichigo paid all his attention, still in shock, but is it really okay for me to possess something as important as that sheath? Are you okay with that? He wasn't entirely convinced, knowing the weight Avalon had in the history of King Arthur, the king who was right in front of him. I had to. Like I said, it was the only option, the knight replied, however, it wasn't the answer Ichigo wanted to hear. I didn't ask you that. Are you okay with me owning Avalon? He asked again, now more to the point. Saber Alter seemed to think about it for a moment, looking at the darkness on the other side of the room's window, as if the answer lay in that starry sky. After a few seconds, during which her master stared at her, she turned her gaze back to him. I believe you are worthy of possessing that sheath, master. If not, I would surely have preferred to let you die and lose this holy grail war, rather than give you that scabbard, he concluded confidently, leaving no room for doubt. Okay, that was very concise, perhaps too much for the Kurosaki boy. The confidence in his servant's eyes was genuine, and it wasn't a lie. He was truly fine with his decision. Whatever. Avalon may have healed him completely, but that event from earlier is probably still fresh in his mind, and the mind always ends up affecting the body, so just rest, I'll stay right here, the servant said calmly. Once again, he chose to listen to the knight and relax. The truth was, she was right. Despite not having a wound, his brain apparently remembered the pain very well. You could say it was like an emotional scar, although not to the point of being afraid, as if it were a trauma. He'd been through worse, so he could handle it. He just needed to rest for a while and move on from the matter in his head. Seconds passed, seconds that quickly turned into minutes, during which time there was a somewhat strange silence on the part of the two inhabitants of the room. It wasn't quiet, but it wasn't uncomfortable either. Ichigo wanted to find something to talk about, since having Saber right next to him like a mere lifeless statue was really strange. He wasn't good at those things, he didn't even know why he did it in the first place, perhaps feeling a little more confident in the relationship between him and his servant was the reason. Feeling like there really seemed to be some progress since those first moments where there was only hostility and bad vibes between them, to the point where the last time he remembered any interaction between them with some insults in between, was precisely the first night of the war. That feeling was further reinforced recently, when the two seemed to be truly in sync when the enemy was right in front of them. He didn't doubt her for a second, and it seems the opposite was also true. Yeah, that was probably why, seeing how much progress he'd made with his rebellious and anything but gentle servant. So he used several of those minutes to think of something to start with, something simple, anything would do, but it obviously had to be something she could respond to. He remembered something. Of course, I already knew what this would lead to. As he was preparing to begin speaking and the words were beginning to sound, something unexpected happened. By the way, master. The meal you prepared for me wasn't that bad, the servant spoke up before Ichigo, who was surprised by this. Could she have been thinking the same thing as him? He didn't know, but she had actually started a trivial conversation, as if to break the ice, and on precisely the topic he was thinking about. Quickly coming out of the shock, he thought about those words and, something didn't fit at all. Nothing wrong with that. Knowing her and her food, she must be messing up. He'd beat himself up and dig himself the deepest possible grave if he ate the exact same lousy food for lunch and dinner. Besides, it was all burned, since yes, he got up late in the morning and rushed through everything while getting dressed at the same time. It wasn't easy to do while trying to cook 4 meals, since they were breakfast and lunch for him and Saber. Trying was the key word, since cooking as such was terrible. It was clear Saber had to be lying, although if she really was. Ichigo narrowed his eyes at his servant. Could it be that she actually had some tact beneath all that rudeness? Sure, she gave him crappy food, but he didn't complain so as not to hurt her non-existent pride as a cook. The truth is, she was very considerate considering that she was as disrespectful as he was. The orange-haired boy unconsciously let out a slight laugh at the thought, which of course didn't go unnoticed by Saber Alter, who frowned. Did I make a joke? She asked seriously. Yeah, definitely the kindness she had and the tact that Ichigo thought she had a second ago was too good to be true, but he would try to correct his mistake and the misunderstanding. Not at all. I just thought you might insult me for cooking you garbage, because yes, despite your desire to hide and deny it, I know that what I gave you was garbage. You wouldn't be disrespectful, because the truth is that I believe it too, Ichigo quickly explained, while letting out what he had previously thought. The knight, with her ever-expressive face, seemed to think for a moment before speaking. Actually, yes master. Your meal was absolutely rubbish, she agreed. See? Now we're on the same page, Ichigo said, turning to look up at the ceiling. Next time I'll try to buy you something from there, since you and Sakura's cooking don't exactly get along. That's right. The truth is, I prefer yours to hers, he stated, passing his deep gaze into Ichigo's eyes. Upon feeling the gaze, Ichigo did the same. You like the bad more than the good, so I don't know whether to feel flattered or insulted, he replied, seemingly a little annoyed, but in reality he wasn't. He only had relaxation in his being. When his eyes met those of his servant, he realized that those opaque orders seemed to begin to take on some shine. Suddenly, without realizing it, the atmosphere between master and servant had become calm as they engaged in casual conversation about something of little importance. It was as if they needed something like that. An atmosphere that was not broken, but was interrupted by the ringing of the house phone. Don't get up, I'll take care of it, Saber Alter said quickly, standing up, not giving Ichigo any chance to refuse at all. She quickly left the room and Ichigo just huffed in defeat. Well, at least I hope you know how to answer the phone. Her words were cut off when she heard a sort of explosive explosion coming from exactly where the ringtone on her home cell phone came from before. Shortly after, Saber arrived in the room and calmly took her place next to him with a neutral expression, as if nothing had happened. Knowing who was he? Wrong number, he answered simply and without looking at it. I see, and what was that sound after that? Nothing, he answered again in the same way. Ichigo sighed, sensing what had happened. Well, he was planning on installing a new home phone anyway. When he was in better condition, he would talk calmly with Saber about it, so he thought about finding another topic to continue talking about with his servant. However, his thoughts were stopped before they could even begin, as his peace was once again interrupted by the ringing of a cell phone, this time his own in his pocket. He quickly pulled it out and, without looking at the number, answered the call. "Hello, who had?" "Ichigo." He heard a shout on the other end of the line. It was Tasaka's. The shouting nearly made his eardrum explode, so he angrily responded ironically, citing the unearned discomfort. "Yes, that's my name, you don't have to remind me. What's going on?" he asked, annoyed. "Are you home, right?" he asked on the other end of the phone, the answer more than obvious. "I am. Saber hung up on me a minute ago." "Damn it." Rin's voice was irritated. He looked at his servant, his gaze saying something like, "Wrong number, huh?" And as if she understood him in that visual language, she raised her small thin shoulders slightly, as if downplaying the matter. Saber really didn't seem to get along with Rin at all. Well, since, after all, he didn't get along with Archer either, that fact wasn't very relevant at this point in the game, so he continued on the phone. Tasaka asked her what had happened at school, since she was right there at the time, and it was a total mess. As if a Category 5 hurricane had passed through the school, she heard something fall through the phone on the girl's side, a piece of the ceiling falling, unable to hold any longer. Right there, Ichigo had to let go of everything that had happened up to that very moment, since the truth couldn't lie about that. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened early in school, except for Rin's absence, of course. He had to say he felt watched at all times. Always with that feeling coming from the confines of the school. Being inside the classroom didn't diminish that feeling at all. The lunch break arrived, he talked and ate a little with Sakura during that time, during which she told him that she would go to Taiga's house that night so that she could explain some things that she didn't understand in class. "Isn't that favoritism?" he asked, sipping on some soda. "I honestly don't think so. I think it's just being kind to a student close to her," he explained at her side. "That's the definition of favoritism," Ichigo said again at the girl's attempt at convincing him, who pouted slightly at this. They chat for a bit during the break until Sakura says goodbye to him, something Ichigo doesn't quite understand. She explains that her class ended early because she wasn't having any shooting club activities that afternoon. It was fortunate that he had not been present when the conflict broke out. He spent the remaining time of his break after Sakura left the school and headed home to get ready in the cafeteria with Mitsuzuri and Icy. He took a short walk there while alone, and the girl energetically called him to sit next to them. He didn't hesitate to do so, since ever since the whole Holy Grail war thing had exploded, he hadn't had much time with them, especially with Mitsuzuri. If there was anyone he could talk to about anything, anytime, she was the one. He actually missed those unimportant conversations a little, even though most of the time she was the one talking, and he limited himself to listening and occasionally giving his opinion. The intelligent and serious answers of course belonged to the Uryu of Fuyuki, as he baptized him in his mind. The break time was over and he said goodbye to them, just as it was quickly time to leave. When he was already back home, he received a call from an unknown number. He decided to answer, and it was Shinji, saying that he wanted to talk to him, but Ichigo replied that he had nothing to talk to him about. However, the words he would say next changed his mind completely. "Don't you have anything to talk to me about, even though I'm a master just like you?" he asked through the phone with amusement in his voice. Ichigo stopped dead in his tracks as he walked back home. A master, then? Was Shinji the magician Saber and Tasaka were referring to? Because if so. "Shinji, where the hell are you?" he asked without any hesitation or wasting time. The answer came to him when he heard from the man that he was waiting for him at the high school, that he would be there. He turned around and retraced his steps. Upon arriving, he found that the barrier he and Tasaka had weakened last night, replaced by a much stronger and apparently active one, but he passed through anyway, intending to enter the facility. The gravity upon entering seemed to increase several times, and he felt like the energy he had called mana was being drained very quickly. Before continuing to the upper floors, he made sure to grab 2 swords along the way, already knowing beforehand where they were located. He continued on his way, only to discover that everyone in the institute was unconscious. His anger surged as he passed a classroom and saw Taiga lying unconscious in front of the door, her forehead injured. It was as if she'd crawled to ask for help that never came. If that was the case, Mitsuzuri and Icy must also be knocked out somewhere, which infuriated him. Fury that only increased with the subsequent appearance of Shinji and his ridiculous proposal. Joining him to fight in that war, not even in his worst nightmares would he do such a thing, and he let him know. "I'd rather die than ally myself with someone like you," Kurosaki spat at him. This time the fury reached the blue-haired man, and with it, the appearance of his servant, Ryder. From there, he defended himself as best he could. Ryder wasn't as strong a servant as Lancer, whom he'd faced before, so he was able to hold out much longer, but he was still taking a beating. Ryder disarmed his sword in his left hand and was ready to finish him off, and at that moment, having already done all he could, he called out to Saber to join him in the fight. The battle continued until Shinji and Ryder escaped. His retelling omitted the part where he was stabbed by Ryder for obvious reasons. In response to all this, Rin clicked her tongue in annoyance at herself. She had her suspicions about the boy from the Matu family. The truth was, she thought he could be the master they were looking for at the high school and the one responsible for the barrier. Her suspicions were justified, but Ichigo and everyone else in general were endangered by her lack of effectiveness in reaching a quick and accurate conclusion. Anyway, I don't think we'll be seeing Shinji around school for a while. Aside from him not wanting to go near me, I made sure to leave him a few mementos, Ichigo explained into the phone, noticing the small lacerations on his knuckles from the full impacts to the boy's face. But what happened to everyone? Are you alright? Everyone is safe and out of danger, he began, which drew a sigh of relief from the boy. She tells him she called Kirei to put everything in order. As the person in charge of that war, it was his responsibility to handle these matters as best he could. And so he did. Everyone was already in the hospital and stable, they were going to recover. Thanks to him, the barrier couldn't do its job. If that barrier remained active for much longer and sucked all the mana out of the people within it, it wouldn't stop and would continue until it drained the vitality of everyone within its reach, which would end up killing them all. Ichigo, you and Saber saved their lives, he said in honest gratitude and relief for that. It was nothing. I would never let him do whatever he wanted. Anyway, where have you been all this time? Ichigo asked finally. Hint, the girl replied simply, proceeding to say goodbye. Finally, she said she was relieved he was okay. They would talk more later, thus ending the call. He looked up at the ceiling again, his eyes beginning to close and his vision blurring as sleep began to creep into his mind and cloud his thoughts. He went through a truly crazy time that day, thinking it was a taste of what a Holy Grail war was all about. Are you going to sleep? He heard from beside him. True, his servant was still by his side, watching over him and keeping an eye on him with that ice-cold demeanor that seemed to crack a little a few moments ago. He turned to her with a somewhat tired smile, nodding slightly. Then sleep and recover your strength as much as you need. I'll stay right here to prevent anything from disturbing your rest, the servant said seriously, adjusting herself better in her position. Thank you, the boy thanked, closing his eyes completely and letting sleep envelop him completely. It took him no more than a few minutes to fall completely asleep under the watchful eye of Saber Alter, who, upon realizing that her master was fast asleep, sighed to herself, her expression softening almost completely, to the point where she seemed to be a different person. I should be the one thanking you, Ichigo. Saber Alter watched over her master for what seemed like 3 long hours. Hours in which she did absolutely nothing except remain like a statue, but that was her responsibility, and even though it was annoying, she wanted to do it. Ichigo's calm, controlled breathing near her certainly brought her peace on that silent night, where only the chirping of crickets in the distance managed to disturb her in the slightest. The living room light was on, and it entered through the thin protective screens that the doors of the house had, illuminating the room a little, along with the moon, giving it warmth. Saber Alter wanted everything to stay that way. They had to spend that night where her master was really weak as quickly as possible, since the exposure to an enemy attack was maximum, and if they saw Ichigo's state, they would not hesitate to finish him off as quickly as possible, probably not even she could avoid it if there was more than one enemy. For a few moments, the living room light flickered repeatedly in a very unnatural manner before returning to normal. The room seemed to drop a few degrees suddenly, and the chill in the parts of her dress exposed reached her. The sounds of small animals outside the house suddenly stopped. It was as if they had vanished, or they would have fled from something. And she could feel that something quickly entering the grounds of the house. It had made itself known, as if it were calling her. A challenge issued to her. Saber Alter stood up, her gaze sharp, filled with malicious intent toward the unknown intruder. Normally, he wouldn't hesitate to respond to that kind of call, but now was different. He had to avoid fighting at all costs in that place. Ichigo was nearby, and whoever was there surely had that in mind as well. For the sake of the orange-haired boy, he mustn't let his fury and bloodlust get out of control that night. With that thought, she began to walk toward the bedroom door, opened it, and slowly stepped out, careful not to make any noise. Before closing the door behind her, she glanced briefly at her master's peaceful, sleeping face. She was definitely going to protect him, no matter what the cost. She carefully closed the door and began walking along the house until she left. She stopped right in the courtyard, furtively observing the dojo a few meters away. Whoever had invaded her territory was inside, waiting for her. He hurried over and placed his hand on the sliding door. He didn't know who or what he would find behind that door, and that feeling of not knowing anything completely disgusted him. The uncertainty only grew as he opened the door and entered the enveloping darkness that comprised the dojo that night. Just beyond the entrance, Saber Alter noticed a clearly humanoid figure leaning against the wall. She couldn't identify it, so she braced herself for whatever it was and asked in the most authoritative voice she could. "Who's there? Show yourself now," she fiercely demanded of the person standing meters away from her. Her golden eyes flashed with hostility at the person standing in front of her. She couldn't tell if it was a master or a servant. She couldn't identify him. At the knight's demand, a funny laugh was heard from the darkness, in it the malice and mockery were evident that the subject was someone dangerous who would not leave just like that. Tension rose as footsteps on the cold wood began to echo throughout the dojo. The figure walked until a faint beam of moonlight collided with him from behind. Saber could see it clearly now, but couldn't place it. She thought it looked very familiar from somewhere. But the dangerous yet funny smile plastered on his face, he took the floor and with it, the reins of the situation, as was fitting. It would be truly fun. "You dare to ask who I am even when I give you the luxury of setting those disgusting eyes on me, a true king. I feel deeply insulted. You definitely cannot disappoint me further, King of Knights. To reach the point where you are unable to recognize my greatness after having admired it in all its glory once. Simply pathetic, Saber." He spoke clearly while the smile on his face only widened in pure evil. "I was definitely going to enjoy it." Chapter 18. You are witnessing the King of Heroes himself right before your unworthy eyes. Gilgamesh is the name of the absolute king. Young, with blonde hair that shone brightly, like his blood-red eyes, dressed in casual attire. Fun and malice were two things that his features furiously exuded. It seemed as if it were nothing more than a mere game to him. He let it show through his smile, which seemed to spread wider and wider. He was having fun and couldn't hide it. Class and serenity, but an aura that only displayed danger and power, as if he was capable of doing everything without the greatest effort. These were two clear qualities of the man before Saber Alter, who addressed her with those insulting and degrading words that only made the fury she was trying to suppress boil like the sun itself. Gilgamesh, King of Heroes, wasn't the least bit interested in who he was, despite the fact that he still seemed really familiar, and he wouldn't let him speak to her like that. "Who the hell do you think you're talking to like that, you insolent trash? Be very careful what you're talking about," Saber asked, making her sword appear out of a flash in her right hand. The blonde man completely ignored the last part of the girl's sentence, only to focus on the first. "Who do I think I'm talking to? Let me make that clear." His fierce gaze settled on Saber Alter's empty eyes before continuing. "The someone inferior to me, of course. To a supposed king who can't fight for what he wants without straying from his path. To that would be king standing right in front of me, dirtying the panorama that surrounds my eyes. It's precisely to you I'm speaking, Saber," he said now with a gravely serious voice. The amusement completely disappeared, now there seemed to be anger, contained fury. His features changed radically in a single instant. These only made Excalibur be wrapped in a furious red and black cloak, who was not intimidated at all by the blonde's tone. "Oh, then let's see how that supposed king that you say I am tears you apart limb from limb, as if you were mere cattle," threatened the knight. The amusement on his face returned, along with an even louder laugh. Saber didn't understand him at all, until he spoke again. "It would be great if you let out all that pent-up fury like a rabid dog. But you can't do it. You have invisible chains that are impossible to break, no matter what you do," he warned, something the girl didn't understand. What chains does he think he's talking about? Saber Alter thought until she found the point. She looked over her shoulder at the wall behind her, far beyond, her master was sleeping, completely defenseless. "I congratulate you, you caught on pretty quickly," the blonde said arrogantly, clapping mockingly. Saber remembered what she was supposed to do. She couldn't start a fight in the residence under any circumstances, because if she did, her master would most likely get seriously injured again, as she felt the man standing in front of her was very strong. Annoyance was reflected on his face, at which point he made Excalibur disappear from his hand. "You really can't remember the great times we shared together. Disappointment is a word that falls really short of what my heart dictates right now. I feel somewhat betrayed," Gilgamesh said amused. He began to walk to approach Saber, who did not move an inch from her position. She was not going to give in. "Great times we shared together. You're crazy, I don't remember wasting my time with arrogant trash like you," she spat out in disgust just thinking about what he was saying. "You don't remember, because you've changed since then, Saber. It changed you completely. The darkness invaded you and you gave into it with great ease, you gave up everything and simply let yourself be carried away by that tide of negative feelings instead of continuing to fight like the fool you are. Don't ramble, you damn jerk." "What do you mean by that?" Saber asked, looking up fiercely. Only to find Gilgamesh smirking at what she was about to say. "You little fool. I'm talking about the Grail. Let me refresh your memory a bit, courtesy of a kind king," he offered, and didn't wait for an answer before carrying out what he had in mind. Out of nowhere, Saber Alter felt a sword stab into her right leg. She gritted her teeth in pain. Blood began to flow from the wound, spilling onto the ground, nearly making her fall to her knees in front of the blonde, something she would never allow while she was breathing. She managed to remain standing in front of the man who stared at her sadistically. "Come on, Saber. I know you remember this unmistakable face, you can do it, try hard," he encouraged her with growing amusement, the red in his eyes growing more intense, his enjoyment evident. As if it were some kind of old tape, fragmented images flashed through Saber Alter's mind, uncontrollably. She clutched her head in pain. The room. She stood in the promised place, a sword stuck in her right leg. Her gaze and her being were filled with despair and absolute anxiety, which I could feel on my skin, as if I had truly experienced it. Beyond that lay her goal, what she was fighting for, the reason for it all. It was the Grail. Its contents spilled out, beyond any control, onto the ground like a dark waterfall of infernal mud. Waiting to be used, and she wanted to be the one to set such a precious object in motion. But standing in her way was someone in gleaming golden armor. A mocking smile was directed at her, along with unmistakable red eyes. There was no doubt about the identity of this man. "You?" the knight asked with disbelief on her face. It couldn't be true. She had really. "Exactly." Gilgamesh cried, ecstatic at Saber's discovery. Golden circles opened around her, and chains emerged from them, landing on the knight's small limbs. He moved even closer and grabbed her chin, forcing her to look directly into his cruel eyes. "You were part of the Fourth Holy Grail War, and you lost miserably to me, the king of all. You fell into the contents of the Grail and became this. Saber." He yelled in her face, then let go and slapped her twice, as if to wake her from the sleep she'd been immersed in since the war began, ever since. The chains flapped around her, pushing her limbs to the limit. The Grail is a corrupted artifact in its entirety. It is evil itself condensed to the highest degree imaginable. I myself was enveloped by its contents, but I did not lose myself, unlike you, I had the strength to take that darkness and make it a part of my being, and not the other way around. You were defeated and I remained in this world from that war until now, that is the difference between you and me, a true King Gilgamesh stated proudly, boasting of his survival in the last war. Darkness, evil, something she felt wasn't truly hers, but she couldn't push it away. In her memories, the Excalibur she proudly carried was as bright as the sun itself, in complete contrast to the twisted, crazed Excalibur of today. Saber Alter knew what she saw was true. That was the Holy Grail right in front of her. She had been part of another war she didn't remember. She only remembered the outcome, her defeat, and the contents falling on her, unable to stop it, though she didn't. She felt herself falling into a bottomless pit. Now she remembered, that pit she fell into must have been the mud of the Grail. It was right there that the path forged for her, with darkness guiding her. It was certainly a blow to her mind, something she hadn't considered at all, a twisted and corrupted version of herself. The explanation for her condition came in the least expected way. But that explanation also left her with a huge doubt, the reason why she and other servants were fighting and fought in the previous war. "You say the Grail doesn't grant wishes?" the knight asked with difficulty and pure seriousness in her words. "Saber. The Grail doesn't grant wishes, it destroys them. Saber, the previous war along with this one, has been nothing but a lie. All the wishes that the heroes wanted to ask for were never possible in the first place," said Gilgamesh, putting a hand to his face and starting to laugh, knowing that during the entire previous war, and part of the current one, he had been fighting for nothing, thinking that with the Grail he would solve everything. Saber just stayed silent for the next minute, closing her eyes and controlling her breathing, all the while turning a deaf ear to the King of Heroes' laughter, as he mocked her. Gilgamesh's laughter faded as he watched Saber Alter open her eyes again, watching her face harden with determination more than ever. She would speak up. "I'm going to make something very clear to you, King of the Fools. If the Grail works, I will use it. If it doesn't, I will destroy it until nothing remains of it," he said coldly and in a tone from beyond the grave. "I will find another way, and if there is no other way, then so be it, that will mean that Britain was truly doomed as long as I was on the throne. I agreed to carry that kind of responsibility when I took up that sword, regardless of whether it ended well or badly. I ended up leading everyone to hell because of the choices I made throughout my reign. It's regrettable, it's painful, but it's something I will have to live with for the rest of my days, and even after death." Artoria looked straight into Gilgamesh's serious eyes. The doubts the queen had had before completely disappeared. He meant it completely. There was no lie in his words. If I blocked one path, he'd quickly find another or fiercely admit his mistake. Without backing down. There was no time for regrets, there never is. She lifted her head and kept going, against all odds and against everyone. It was in times of difficulty that she most resolved to think this way. That was the pinnacle of her life for Artoria Pendragon. He remembered his reason for fighting, or another one he'd had before. Not to pull the sword from the stone, and therefore not to become king. This wish was in complete conflict with the one she'd had in mind during the current war. To try again, not repeat the mistakes of the past, and save everyone. Although they differed completely, they also had something in common. Both were driven by regret for what they'd done in life. Thinking more calmly, it was regret that had made his afterlife a living hell. Once again, two paths diverged before her, it was time to make a decision. Would she let anger and despair take over again like back then, or could she move on once and for all? Turning the page didn't mean forgetting, didn't mean pretending nothing had ever happened. She couldn't change any of that. She could only go ahead. She would still have regrets, she would still think she could have done better for all the people who followed her, that she could have done everything so much better that was her punishment. However, the truth was, nothing is perfect. Nothing is perfect. I should have thought of that long ago. Nothing is perfect. Seeking to be a perfect king was what made me imperfect. How ridiculous, Artoria thought, somewhat amused by how paradoxical things could be. Gilgamesh noticed the calm smile she now had on her face, and his brow furrowed. That was not his knowledge, and the King of Heroes now had it clearer than ever upon hearing those words. So boring. In truth, that had been the answer Gilgamesh had hoped for when he went to that place. Those words only made his thinking about the matter seem right. His purpose was only reinforced by those words. The chains tightened around Saber's neck for her wrong answer. Gilgamesh sighed in disappointment, shaking his head from side to side in disapproval at the servant. As a treasure, you have lost all your value. No, it is an insult to any common treasure to be compared to someone like you, dear Saber. You are something that does not deserve to be possessed by me. You have lost yourself, the most beautiful part of you has gone, never to return. You have stopped following those small ideals of which you were so proud. Saber Alter raged at those words, the chains on her limbs trembling from the suppressed rage of the King of Knights, who was on the verge of his limit. You're insane. You're just trying to make me sacrifice myself for something that's of no use to me, something that will continue to haunt me. I'm not that stupid. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If the Grail works, I'll definitely use it. If not, I'll reduce its existence to nothing, just like yours, you damn bastard. Saber replied sharply and with malicious intent. That's exactly what I mean, Saber. The king yelled at her with almost the same annoyance, the grip of the chains tightening around her neck to the point where she couldn't answer. Gilgamesh decided to continue. If you can no longer fight to the point of self-destruction for what you believed in from the beginning, with all that foolishness, pushing everything forward in desperation, then I have lost all interest in you. To be more clear, you have to die, scum, the king declared with a seriousness never seen before. The pure hatred in Saber Alter's eyes was a spectacle to him at that moment. I swear you'll regret this, the servant said with difficulty, the hatred and darkness in her voice growing even more terrifying than those golden orders that kept Gilgamesh on her back for a single second. She was thinking of killing him in so many different painful ways that she forgot most of them in seconds. However, against all odds, the chains holding the servant disappeared and she was barely able to stand due to the strong grip her body had endured. Gilgamesh spoke again. It wouldn't be fun if the feeling wasn't mutual, Saber. But for a king like myself to execute you just like that only makes the art of assassination a vile and graceless act. Killing you now would be showing mercy, and I have no mercy. First, I will make you serve me, debase yourself to the point where you crawl like a worm behind me, and only then, when I am fully satisfied, will I end your agony with death. He laughed amusedly, turning around and beginning to walk calmly toward the exit. Not at all worried that Saber might jump on his neck from behind, he knew that she didn't want to fight in that place, due to the proximity to her master. He was going to leave the fun for the definition of that war, although if Saber showed herself in front of him again without his consent, then he wouldn't hesitate to move things forward a bit. Saber hoped he would leave immediately. She had made a titanic effort not to lose control and try to cut off the head of that guy she wanted more than dead. However, it couldn't be as Gilgamesh had thought. With a calm smile, his footsteps echoed on the wood toward the exit, but they stopped as soon as he noticed the dojo door was open, with someone standing in the middle. The moonlight illuminated his figure from behind, obscuring him for a brief moment. You're not going to kill anyone, you conceited bastard. Saber Alter's eyes widened in confusion, those that were previously filled with death over the blonde, quickly headed to the door in disbelief. Right there, she saw Ichigo standing with a look of pure seriousness and utter annoyance. Sharp eyes directed at the King of Heroes, and a voice filled with fury with which he uttered that insult. She watched as he slowly walked along the dojo until he stood right in front of her. Who do you think you're talking to, stray dog? I suggest you watch your tone of speech when you address me. Turn around and get out of here, this is none of your business, the blonde man warned seriously at the latter's intrusion. It's my business. The one you're talking to like that is my servant, so watch your words, Goldilocks, Kurosaki debated in the same way, planting his feet firmly on the wood, he wasn't going to move an inch from the spot, he didn't care at all. Saber Alter knew her master certainly wasn't the sanest, but that. It was ridiculous. But as ridiculous and unbelievable as it was, he was right there, facing her with his back to her and in front of her, annoyed by the lack of respect shown to her, facing the greatest danger that surely lay in this war. He was crazy, but… Ichigo felt Saber walk to stand beside him, watching out of the corner of his eye as she summoned her sword. They didn't say a single word to each other. The servant knew that it was no longer useful to reprimand her master for such a stupid action. If the fight broke out, she would have to protect him, and Ichigo knew that he had done something very stupid by entering such a hostile place. All under the expression full of irritation on the part of Gilgamesh, who would take the floor again. Be very careful how you address me, half-breed. I haven't given you permission to answer. Are you trying to play the hero, or are you just an idiot who doesn't know what he's getting into? He asked with mild interest now. This was the first man who had dared to speak to him, the king of all, in such a disrespectful manner. You can think whatever you want. I won't let you talk to Saber like that. Ichigo brushed it off as he revealed the reason for his intervention. Whatever it was didn't matter anymore. It was already there, that alone was enough. Oh, I see. A master who is willing to bear the brunt of bullets for his servant, something I don't recall ever seeing before. Your determination is definitely as great as your stupidity, brat. He laughed with some amusement, which made the irritation shift to Kurosaki. However, it was like an acknowledgement. The king of heroes acknowledged that the boy was of interest to him. Saber Alter noticed this and frowned. It couldn't be anything good. The look Gilgamesh gave his master was like that of a child observing a new toy. Interesting. A pair of master and servant, the most interesting there is. You two can bring me a lot of fun from now on, he said with a slight smile, just before speaking again with much more strength and determination. I, Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, condemn you both to the most painful death imaginable in your limited minds. The next time we meet will be at the height of this holy grail war, where the stage is ripe to end lives such as yours. But, if you dare to stain the vision before my eyes again with your base presences without my consent before the date I have set for your execution, then I will not hesitate to deal with you both properly as the mere trash that you are, half-breeds, he stated clearly. It was not a warning, it was a promise from a king who always kept his word. He looked away from them and walked out of the place, without looking back once, he disappeared into the darkness of the night. Silence filled the dojo completely, seconds passed, master and servant did not move a muscle for those seconds. He seemed to grow uncomfortable, and certainly, Ichigo could feel from his side how Saber's gaze was really heavy on him. It made him remember the first time he saw her, when she truly seemed like someone lifeless in her eyes. Saber Alter looked away from her master and walked forward a little, still holding her Excalibur. She stopped right in the middle of the dojo, looking toward the sliding door. She closed her eyes and felt like the blonde had truly left the place. Without a moment's thought, she donned her dark armor in a burst of mana and began walking toward the exit. This wasn't going to end like this. She was going to make him pay that very night for all the garbage he'd spewed. It was beneficial for him to have left the compound. He could fight at ease elsewhere. Her intention was halted in its tracks when a hand reached from her rustic armor to her right shoulder. With a cold gaze, she looked over her shoulder, finding the only one who could stop her. Hey, where do you think you're going? Her master asked her. She pushed his hand away with her own, clearly in a bad mood, and turned around to face the orange-haired boy. I think it's obvious. I'll settle the score with that bastard right now. I certainly feel like going after that bastard too, but let's leave it for tonight. Ichigo tried to calm his servant who seemed to be about to explode. Who would have thought he was usually the one they had to calm down. But that only seemed to irritate the servant even more. Leave him for tonight. I can't do such a thing. He deserves death and he deserves it now. Master, don't even think about following me. I won't let you do anything as stupid as you did just now, so don't get in my way again. It's my duty to protect him. Before you talk about protecting me, worry about protecting yourself. Just look at yourself, Ichigo told her, watching as the blood trickled down her armor from the wound on her leg, forming a small pool beneath her boots. He had noticed, Saber trudged away from him, leaving a trail of blood behind her. However, such a thing wasn't going to stop her. I can't put my safety before yours, it's ridiculous. You're the master here, and I'm the servant. I should be the one who puts myself before you, not the other way around, as you just did. So don't be foolish. She had already decided. She wouldn't expose him to any danger. That was her decision. But, I don't want that, Ichigo answered seriously, completely refusing what she said, that ended up making her explode. Because you don't understand me. I'm a servant and you're a master. Let's act like it. I let you get away with being a rider, but this time I'm not. Why don't you understand me? I'm tired of feeling like I'm bucking useless. I can't deal with this. The boy shouted in total frustration. He put a hand to his chest and squeezed it tightly due to the rage he felt. Saber Alter decided it was time to give in, even if only a little, and remained silent in response to what her master had said, as it seemed he was about to speak again. To be protected and give nothing in return, to not be useful, what kind of stupid equipment is that? I may not know how to use magic, I'm not as strong as you or any other servant, but, even if it doesn't seem like it, I have experience in these situations. I'm not a newborn child, damn it, Kurosaki explained forcefully, looking with eyes overflowing with pure determination at Saber, who remained silent. A servant helps his master win, but for me it is a shame that a master sits idly by waiting for the other side to do everything for him, it is something I cannot stand, and that is not my style. Being by my servant's side on the battlefield, no matter how stupid it is, that is what I believe in. Saber, all I want is to fight by your side and not hide behind the safety of your back, I want to, and I know I can, he finished with pure fire in his eyes, flames burning inside him. Now she understood, that look, that confidence, she'd seen it before. However, she didn't really know how to respond to those words. But it wouldn't be necessary. The orange-haired man hadn't finished yet, and out of respect, she would hear him out. As you yourself said from the beginning, our destinies are linked. I will stand up for you, just as you will stand up for me. This isn't about some stupid hierarchy between masters and servants, that's rubbish. This is about two companions. I am just as willing to fight to the end for you as you are willing to do for me, of that there is no doubt, he finally finished. Ichigo Kurosaki couldn't be clearer about what he really wanted, it was impossible, there was no way that those words wouldn't reach the King of Knights as clearly as possible. The words to respond to what he said did not come to her at that moment, hearing those words coming directly from her master in front of her was one of the few things she was not prepared for. She was right, she was absolutely right in her protest. She had been a fool. Her decision at that moment hadn't been the right one after seeing that. So that's what it was all about, backtracking and rectifying. She thought she had done both, but her response had been wrong. True. Even that guy had pointed it out to her at the time, and she didn't understand. But now, her own master was rubbing that mistake in her face, so clearly that it was impossible not to notice her error. Saber Alter, with that thought passing through her mind, turned her back on her master and began walking to one of the dojo's windows, still wearing her sword and armor, so that, for a few brief moments, she could admire the resplendent moon rising in the night sky. Fixing her dull gaze on that shining circumference, the images uncontrollably came to her in a moment. Flashback. His journey through those incredible memories had not yet come to an end. That hollow Ichigo opened another gap in the air and invited him to follow. The last and most important part is missing. After this, I'll answer any questions you have about everything you've seen so far, he had told her seriously just before entering that dark corridor that awaited behind the gap, entering without expecting her. The answer was clear, so without saying a word, she followed his steps. Just now, she was walking in the darkness, just as she had been a little while ago, and a bright light at the end of the tunnel appeared to her seconds later. The brightness blinded her for a moment. A few moments later, everything became clear to her. It was located on a mountain, on what appeared to be the outskirts of a city. Everything was almost completely destroyed, other surrounding mountains were in ruins, and the city itself didn't look in its best condition. As if an all-out war had broken out there. Wait. I know that city, he thought, observing it with interest, his dull eyes narrowed at it. Yes, there was no doubt, that was his master's hometown, Karakura, if his first vague memories were correct. Her thoughts were interrupted by a loud bang nearby, an explosion of absurd proportions occurred, kicking up all sorts of dust and debris towards her. Redirecting his thoughts and interest, once the terrible explosion disappeared within seconds, there was a crater, as if a meteorite had fallen from outer space. A thought that was discarded as soon as he found the truly important part of the image. It wasn't the crater itself, it was what was above it. Once again, an orange-haired boy entered their field of vision. "Master," she said softly upon seeing him. She was surprised when she realized that he had truly changed. His hair was longer than usual, and he was now taller than she had seen him before. What was most striking now was that, on his right arm, a chain wrapped around his entire arm, seemingly completely connecting it to the sword in his hand. However, he was being held in a fierce grip around the neck by a strange, vicious-looking white creature, truly out of this world and beyond. Strange wings with heads at the ends rose behind him, along with claws replacing feet and hands. Most striking was the black mask on his face, which reminded him strongly of the one his master wore in his fights. He tightened his grip on the boy's neck fiercely, while a halo formed around it, as if it were a suppressant. Ichigo seemed to be injured in his left arm, which was completely burned, apparently unusable now. His expression wasn't much different from hers. Despite being in that situation, he didn't look desperate or scared. Calm and serene, it was as if. "Is that all you have, Aizen?" The boy spoke calmly, his eyes revealing only seriousness and a hint of boredom. Saber Alter watched as with just a miserable swing of his sword, he was freed from the attack and an immense shockwave erupted from him with overwhelming force, knocking his opponent away. His raised sword and the emotionless gaze directed at his opponent showed that he was going to end it right there and he was going to do it now. "Let me show you the Saigo no Jutsuga Tensho," he said calmly. Black energy surged forth and completely covered the entire space in a relentless, violent torrent of pure power. As if night itself had fallen over the entire space, a pillar of that energy almost completely obscured the sun at its highest point. The night could see nothing in that relentless layer of black energy that completely covered her master's being. The voice echoed in his head as he watched everything, one he couldn't recognize, but it was very clear in its words. "Ichigo, if you use that technique, you'll lose all your Shimigami powers forever." Clearly, those words weren't meant for her. The name mentioned, and the tone seemed concerned, a one-line warning that it was her master's choice whether to pass or not, that once the decision was made, there would be no going back, ever. The answer to that warning reached Saber Alter, and along with that answer, the condensation of black Ryatsu in front of her began to cease in a controlled manner. Little by little, its intensity diminished. Unlike before, the energy now seemed calm, tranquil, submissive to its owner, who seemed to be in complete control. When everything cleared, revealing the owner, disbelief was etched on his face as his golden eyes loomed. His almost imperturbable calm was clearly evident when he took in the boy's new appearance. "The Saigo no Jutsuga Tensho is when I transform into Jutsuga himself and then I lose all my powers. That's why it's the last one," the boy explained with that calm voice. Long black hair, red eyes, and a torso completely wrapped in bandages, those were just a few of the new and aggressive features of Ichigo Kurisaki's appearance. An appearance that seemed not too far from that of a dragon. It was as if he were someone totally different, both in aura and in general appearance. If it weren't for the fact that he had spoken and heard his voice through the bandages covering his mouth, Saber Alter would have thought that this was not a master, despite being in the same place. A mesmerizing presence, so much so that she couldn't look away from the boy who now seemed to be someone mystical, beyond any human understanding and beyond, she knew that she didn't know what he really was either. Aizen's desperate rage-filled screams directed at the now dark-haired man fell on empty ears, devoid of any sign of any intention to exchange words with him from that moment forward. Ichigo's now ruby-red eyes shone with growing determination toward his greatest enemy. He was going to finish him right there. That was what Saber could feel when she saw the boy, a feeling that grew stronger when she saw how he formed a kind of energy blade in his right hand. A black sword so large that it seemed to have no end was raised by Ichigo to the highest part of the sky. "Mugetsu," he uttered deeply, bringing the blade down from high in the sky with practically no strength, simply letting his arm fall as if it were nothing. His opponent, unopposed to such a devastating attack, was mercilessly sliced in half with a single darkened slash, only to be lost in the black cascade of pure transcendent power. Night fell before that subtle cut, completely blocking out the sun. Darkness had arrived in the blink of an eye. Just as its name indicated, Mugetsu brought with it a moonless night. From there, night reigned. No, rather, everything went dark, just like the dark corridor she'd walked through before arriving at any destination in those memories. She was no longer on a mountain. Saber Alter was once again standing in nothingness, with no light anywhere around her. But that didn't stop him from meditating a little on everything he'd seen from the beginning, up to that point. His master, no, Ichigo Kurosaki. He had to rethink everything he'd originally thought about him. Now he understood, a question he asked himself practically the moment he entered and saw that catalog of memories, as if they were a tape. After a few minutes lost in her thoughts, with Ichigo at the center of them, she felt someone stand beside her. She didn't even turn around, already knowing who it was. Ichigo Hollow didn't notice her either as he stood beside her, and he quickly took her words seriously. That king, he's capable of sacrificing what's most precious to him, for the good of everyone. Even when he's not forced to do so, even when he. It's not his fault, Saber Alter concluded, stepping forward to Zangetsu. The reason why Ichigo had lost his powers was now abundantly clear to her. She'd put everything she had into that attack, no matter the cost, with the intention of protecting everyone. Zangetsu, hearing her, laughed ironically at such apt words. He shouldn't be surprised, as he had thought before, he was in the presence of another king. Finally, he turned to the knight, realizing that she was now looking directly at him. "You said you'd answer my questions after you'd seen everything. Can I assume now's the time?" The blonde asked, the initial hostility almost completely gone from her tone. A faint smile spread across Hollow Ichigo's face. "I'm all ears, go ahead before my mood wears off," Zangetsu encouraged him, amused. Saber Alter seemed to think for a moment, searching for an initial question. One came to mind a few moments later. "Why, despite the fact that he truly lost his powers, are you here? Aren't you supposed to be the representation of Zanpakuto, and therefore of his powers?" she asked interestedly. It didn't really make much sense, considering what he'd told her before was true. Zangetsu didn't grimace, either good or bad, it was a somewhat logical question, for which he had a clear answer. A simple question to answer. Before being his Zanpakuto, or rather, the spiritual manifestation of his power, I am part of his soul. As I said before, I don't know how or why of my presence in the soul of the wielder. Now, considering that I am part of that idiot soul, it is impossible for me to disappear completely, I will only do so in case his soul also disappears completely. Something that cannot even be done if his physical body is killed, he explained calmly, slightly opening his arms. Saber didn't fully understand that topic, but from the way he said it, she thought it made sense. But that only led to another question. If that's the case, why haven't you done anything to go out and help him? I doubt he didn't need you. A somewhat irritated grimace crossed Ichigo's pale face before he answered. Don't remind me. I tried, but it's impossible. As you said, he lost his powers. The connection between him and me weakened to the point where I can no longer give them to him. I've always remained locked in here, watching the things that happen in his life without being able to do anything. Living in the depths of his mind and soul, powerless, he said with misery and annoyance. The disappointment on Zangetsu's face told Saber Alter that he wasn't lying to her about that. He was genuinely upset about her situation. However, she still had several questions to ask him. That way, she could at least snap him out of the trance of disappointment he'd fallen into. It was a kind of small thank you for answering her questions. I understand why is it that he, despite not being from a family of magicians, can have the amounts of mana that he has. It's unheard of. This question had the desired effect for her, since it made Zangetsu forget the previous topic and focus on the question. I don't have a clear answer for that either, but if we don't go with mere assumptions. He really doesn't come from just any family. Father Shimigami, that added to the fact that I, a hollow, am inside him and am part of him. Surely his Reiatsu capacity wasn't the only thing that increased when those components managed to be in harmony. If so, it's not crazy that his mana has increased, after all, something like mana goes hand in hand with Reiatsu, which is vital energy. It wouldn't be crazy to think that if the capacity of one increases, the others does too, he concluded, sure of his answer. And certainly, Reiatsu and mana, both by their general concept, should be closely related to each other. They weren't directly the same, but they weren't that far removed from each other. I couldn't be sure, but a hypothesis like that was still just that, a hypothesis without a truly solid basis. It was mere speculation on the subject. Saber Alter was satisfied with that answer. Now, the truly important one lacked, and only he had the answer. Zangetsu, he began with his true name, saying it for the first time. The hollow was slightly surprised by this and proceeded to give her his full attention. It would be interesting. Why did you show me all this? He asked, looking straight into his dark eyes. The aforementioned man's barely hurt expression changed to the completely crazy one he'd had when he'd first met him. Zangetsu moved with extreme speed and kicked him. Saber Alter managed to react to the blow, making her sword appear at an impressive speed and placing it between her and Hollow Ichigo's foot. However, the force of the blow pushed her back abruptly, sending her flying several meters. She felt herself hit something, but it didn't hurt, she just felt that strange sensation, even though there was nothingness no matter where she looked. The surprise came to her when the landscape cracked like glass, a kind of reflective screen, revealing a new place she had never seen before. Now she was standing on the side of a completely tilted building. She was just one of many buildings surrounding her, and in the distance, there seemed to be nothing but desert, a vast flat desert. She didn't have much time to analyze the place because Ichigo Hollow, who was approaching her at a calm pace, spoke again. I welcome you, Saber. This is where I've been all along. Ichigo Kurosaki's inner world. Impressive, isn't it? He said with amusement, watching as the knight stood up to face him. As he'd guessed, she now seemed annoyed. Why the hell did you do this? He asked, holding his Excalibur towards him. He hadn't liked that attack at all. You ask why? Then let me answer you with an even better question, dear king, the hollow countered, the amusement fading from his expression. He would repeat the words sternly, and now, very seriously. Why not show you all of this? Of course, the decision came to me easily from the moment you thought the king wasn't worthy of being your master. You quickly realized that you were completely wrong about him and wanted to pretend that thought you had never happened. But, as a king that you are, you have pride. The problem is that it's such a great pride that it makes you a complete idiot and not openly admit a mistake, no matter how clear it is. Do you think I'm stupid? I already told you, Ichigo's eyes are my eyes. You challenged that idiot to a duel to test his skill, and you did it, right? She couldn't respond to any of that, make any kind of retort, tell him he was wrong. Because in reality, everything he told her was true and she knew it better than anyone. She had that thought at first. A useless master, a complete conceited man, and lucky to have more mana than normal. That was her thought. She remembered how, that same night, many memories flooded her mind, beginning to show her that that thought was wrong. She wanted to rectify her situation the next morning, trying to put aside that attitude of hers, which wasn't easy, but she believed she had done well and that she hadn't been completely obvious about it. But, as Zangetsu had said, he had pride. A gigantic pride that only limited his actions towards his master, something like calling him by his name openly was difficult or practically impossible for him, after having thought what he thought of him in the beginning, and in his mind, saying that he would never call him by his name, that he would not give him the luxury of hearing his name come out of the mouth of a king. Despite proving otherwise over time, especially when he exceeded his expectations in that duel at the dojo, he hasn't been able to act naturally with his master with Ichigo. Zangetsu was right in every single one of his words. Something the Hollow deduced from seeing her thoughtful face over everything he'd said. His face softened slightly before he spoke again. You know I'm right. As stupid and ridiculous as it sounds, darkness clarifies thoughts. It gives you the coolness to think more calmly about what's happening around you, although from this point on you should know the answer you were searching for while investigating in this place. I have nothing else to do, since the decision of what you will do with the king is yours alone. Use that darkness that you also possess to your advantage and think, he encouraged her with a calm smile. She clicked her tongue. There was no need to tell him at this point. So she stood up straight and rested her sword on the concrete beneath her feet. She planned to think about it right then and there. However, she heard something odd in the Hollow's words and said so. Darkness. Archer had certainly let him know the same thing, but he paid no attention at the time, but now things had changed, perhaps because it was someone else who was telling him. Zangetsu tilted his head at the question in some disbelief. Haven't you noticed? You say my presence is disgusting and annoying, but the truth is we're not that different when it comes to what surrounds us and makes up our being. Maybe that's why only the bearer is capable of being your master, just as you are their servant, something that goes far beyond any mere contract, he explained with a sideways smile as he watched her. Saber Alter looked at one of her hands and squeezed it lightly. It was true, she could feel something strange in it, but at the same time she felt it was nothing, however, such a thought couldn't be true. The greatest proof of this was the sword itself in her hands. Excalibur. A sacred sword, carved by fairies and meant to shine brighter than any gold ever seen. But the one she possessed was entirely black, lacking any luster. It didn't seem to be something sacred, but rather something created solely for the mere act of mercilessly slicing into pieces all its enemies. The sword she held now and the memories she had of her own sword in the past were completely different. So? What's your answer to all this? What are you going to do with him from this point on? I want to hear it, she heard from Zangetsu in front of her. It was true, now the priority was another. She thought for a moment about the answer she would give. When she found it, she swallowed a little. It would be difficult. This is how she would begin. I admit that my thinking was wrong with Ichigo. A gross error on my part in that regard. And she tightened her grip on her sword before finishing, raising her gaze in determination. I have decided to protect him from now on. I will never betray him, and I will fight alongside him until our deepest wishes are fulfilled, and I will deliver the Grail to him personally. Not only because I am his servant, but of my own free will, it is the least I can do for him, and my words are absolute, he finished strongly in his words, truly there was no doubt in them. Ichigo Kurosaki, Artoria Pendragon. Both were granted immense power and responsibility at a young age, unwittingly by Ichigo. Untold amounts of hope were placed upon their shoulders. However, they just kept quiet and moved on. Ichigo continued to delve deeper into that world until he found himself duty-bound to defeat Aizen to prevent his city from being eradicated, and perhaps his world, along with Soul Society, would have fallen apart if it weren't for him. And Ella, King Arthur, with the responsibility of protecting and watching over her kingdom, Great Britain, something that, unlike Ichigo with his people, she couldn't achieve. But that, the action of losing all her powers in exchange for ending that great danger was what stuck in her mind the most. Would she have done the same thing if it could have solved everything? Probably, but she'd never know. From there, her wish wouldn't be to have never taken that beautiful sword, to have taken power, but rather to make the best reign possible for her people and all the people who trusted her and who she wished to protect. That's what she wanted the Grail for, not to erase, but to correct, since she would never regret having taken the sword from the stone and the responsibility that it entailed back then. She would fulfill that responsibility even if she had to start her path over again, even if she had to bear that burden on her shoulders again and go through hell. She firmly believed that a hero's duty was to be hated and rejected by all, to be the one to get their hands dirty with the most rotten filth and the cruelest deeds in existence, to sacrifice themselves and be hated in the process, silently saving everyone from the shadows. She would gladly do it if it achieved her goal. But there was another kind of hero too, one like Ichigo Kurosaki had been to all those he protected, someone who stood up straight. But the vibe that could understand and change the people around them and get them on their side, she lacked that kind of power. I wasn't familiar with that kind of hero either, but he was definitely one I could come to understand and, in turn, admire. However, being a king and being a hero were two different things. A hero simply saved everyone, a king had to save and guide his people along the right path, watching over them at every moment as if they were his own children, and that was where she failed. That said, perhaps Ichigo could have been. Zangetsu, as if apart from the words he'd said, had also come to that conclusion about her, laughed softly, but there was no amusement in that laugh. It was more like satisfaction, and a slight sigh appeared on his part. It seems the king is in good hands, he said calmly. I can definitely trust him to you, however he trailed off enigmatically. At that, Saber Alter began to disappear from the scene in red and black particles a few meters away. She didn't even flinch. She must be awakening in the real world, so she would soon find herself face to face with her master. But what Zangetsu would say next would make her imperturbable expression move in clear confusion. And what he said just before disappearing completely from the scene was, "You're wrong." Then flashback. Right, now I know what mistake I was talking about, she thought, coming to the true conclusion. Her gaze shifted from the moon above, just as she herself did from the window. Ichigo Kurosaki is someone completely worthy of being by her side. Before, she thought she had been unlucky. Now, that thought was the opposite. She had been fortunate to have someone like Ichigo as her master in that war, the best master possible for her. But, her conclusion before that was wrong, and Zangetsu had let her know, intending for her to discover it herself when he finished showing her all the events. And from there, that mistake that he had just finished was, I must protect him. She saw him as someone to protect, and in doing so, she ended up hurting him even more, making him feel completely useless. She thought of him as protecting, instead of seeing him as someone who could stand by her side and fight alongside her as an equal despite his lack of powers, since he had the courage, the will, the experience, and the determination to do it only he could, and no one else. And so he let her know. He didn't want to be protected, he wanted to fight by her side. Ichigo, a little behind her, watched as she slowly turned toward him. And then, he saw something that completely surprised him. He thought he was crazy. That the shadow created between the moon on one side and the darkness of the dojo on the other was causing him to see some kind of optical illusion. But as he looked more closely and as nothing changed in seconds, he knew what he was seeing was real. In front of him, his expressionless servant was now smiling calmly. The stern expression she always had was replaced by a completely serene, subdued, and gentle expression, as if she were truly happy about something. For the first time since arriving in that world, Saber Alter was smiling genuinely, in complete contrast to her intimidating armor. Her face was now one of pure tranquility and even kindness toward him. But that same expression coming from a king who had shown himself incapable of doing such a thing, the knight proceeded to speak and address her master. Ichigo, I want to apologize for my hostile attitude when we first met. I thought wrongly of you and misjudged you, so even if you don't know it yourself, I deeply apologize for it, he began bluntly, looking directly into Ichigo's eyes. There was only sincerity and real regret in his words. However, Kurosaki did not fully understand this, and she would not give him any respite either. So, I think it's best if we start over, she said with a now determined smile. She planted Excalibur on the wooden floor and adopted her usual pose as king, showing even more confidence in what she was going to say. Saber-class servant. My true name is Artoria Pendragon, King of Knights and of Great Britain. And you, Ichigo Kurosaki, are my master in this war for the Holy Grail. I will be your sword. Our destinies are intertwined from this point forward. The pact is that I act as your servant to fight, and you are only to provide me with enough mana for me to survive and fight. That is the basis and I believed in it firmly, but the smile disappeared and seriousness returned to her before she continued. She didn't know if it was really because of him or because of a whim of her own, but it didn't matter from that moment on. Besides, a king alongside another king didn't sound so bad in her opinion. I've changed my mind. From this moment on, you as master and I as servant, we will fight as one, and we will win without a doubt this war for the Holy Grail. Ichigo, I swear to you by the treasure in my hands, that we will not lose to anything or anyone, she stated confidently, waiting for Ichigo's response in front of her. He remained silent for a moment, looking at his servant, impressed by everything he had said. You have to see. You never cease to amaze me, Saber. You managed to understand what I felt, I thank you, he answered sincerely. In truth, he still didn't fully understand what was happening, he still didn't fully believe his servant's actions. You don't have to thank me, Ichigo. You don't want to be protected, you want to fight, and if that's what you want, so be it. It will be a pleasure to fight by your side in this war. As a servant, I couldn't have asked for a better master than you, she said, smiling confidently at her master. She held out her right hand towards the orange-haired man. Ichigo was speechless at such flattering words from Saber Alter. He truly didn't believe she was capable of saying such things so lightly, with a smile full of confidence and complicity on her face. He had to say, he was a little embarrassed by it. The hand held out in front of him by her brought him out of those thoughts. He understood the gesture and approached, intending to shake her hand, complete with a metal glove. Ichigo also had a confident smile on his face as he shook hands with the servant, leaving his embarrassment behind. For Saber Alter, it was liberating. It truly was. Being able to openly express what she truly felt lifted a huge weight off her shoulders. She didn't need to hold back or act straight under, as Ichigo himself had said, a stupid hierarchy between master and servant. They would be different from that, starting right from that moment. Ichigo also thought this was a turning point in their relationship, but she had said something earlier that he couldn't let go. When their hands parted, he spoke up to express his doubt. "Winning the Holy Grail war even though it won't grant you any wishes?" he asked, looking away. Saber Alter remembered. It was true. Once they had the Holy Grail in their hands, they would be helpless. It was a battle without reward, where they could lose everything and gain nothing. Perhaps Ichigo heard that from the King of Heroes just before entering the dojo. But it's true. My wish was apparently never able to be fulfilled from the beginning. It will only remain as what it is, a simple and plain wish that will remain in my mind for eternity, and if the Grail cannot grant me such a thing, I will destroy it myself. But, what about you? If you are a master it is because you also have a wish for the Grail. What will you do now? Is it worth it for you to continue fighting? She asked, observing Ichigo, waiting for an answer. Certainly. With the Grail, I thought I'd recover something I lost a long time ago, something that made me feel alive and important to others, the orange-haired man began. Saber quickly figured it was his powers before he continued. If I can't fulfill my wish, I truly feel like I have no reason to keep fighting. It certainly might have been a stupid and selfish wish, a wish that couldn't be fulfilled in the first place, and I was a fool to think that something so good could ever exist, he sighed, staring up at the ceiling of the dojo, foolishly hoping that the stars were there to comfort him. It was inevitable to feel that emptiness inside him, but despite that, his desire wasn't all he kept fighting for. The gaze that had been on the ceiling landed on the floor beneath his feet. But, even though the thought of giving up fighting crossed my mind for a few moments, my goal of seeing the war through to the end hasn't changed. If the Grail is something corrupted and utterly evil, what might happen if it falls into the hands of the psychopath who was here a moment ago? I can't allow that to happen, a tragedy could happen. I've grown quite fond of the city, so I can't let anything bad happen to it if it's within my power to prevent it. Saber, just like you, I also want to destroy the Grail. I don't like losing, so Ichigo raised his gaze to look Saber straight in the eyes just before asking. Saber, will you help me reach the end and win this Holy Grail war, even though there's no reward for anyone at the end of the road? He asked without much motivation. That was precisely why he was the only one who could be her master. She had a wish she surely held with all her heart, and that possibility was shattered like fine glass into 1,000 pieces, but she still didn't give up and kept fighting. With the grit she knew she had, and a steely determination, she quickly shifted her focus from her goal to the good of everyone else, rather than her own. However. That's a truly stupid question. I'm afraid you'll have to correct it right now, Ichigo, since the answer is obvious, Saber Alter told him now in a rude and confident manner. Huh? Ichigo didn't understand him, he really didn't understand anything, which made a fierce smile appear on his servant's face. What you should say is Saber, we're going to destroy that damn dark Grail by any means necessary. Those words would be more accurate. Of course I'll help you, and in the end, not a single dust of that Grail will remain, so take that listless tone off with me right now. What the hell is wrong with you? That's not you. Hey, don't tell me how to do things, I talk however I want. Besides that's my damn line. What the hell is wrong with you? He replied, now a little out of his mind, completely out of sorts. Just a little while ago, Saber was colder than the North Pole, and now here she was, speaking to him with complete confidence to the point of insulting him, but he didn't feel that insult was hostile like it had been at the beginning of their relationship, it was more like a joke. From Saber of all people. Fucking impossible. Saber Alter ignored the protest and tilted her head slightly. Interesting. You'll be a good master, Ichigo, but you're slow and completely stupid, though I already took that into account, she said mockingly, her features moving into a mocking smile at her master. He thought about it for a bit, Saber had definitely changed from heaven to earth, and the reason for that must be trust. Oh, he sure does take it quickly once he gets the chance. If so, then what else can I do if not reciprocate in the same way? The orange-haired boy thought, it was getting interesting. You talk stupid, but haven't you realized you messed up the damn dojo floor unnecessarily? If that isn't stupidity of biblical proportions, what is? The boy asked as if it were obvious, pointing clearly at the floor. "Oh shit," Saber whispered, realizing that she had indeed damaged the wood when she nailed Excalibur. Perhaps she had gotten a little excited. "Get ready, because you're going to have to work to pay for that," he heard from his master. His face was a poem upon hearing those words, even more so when Ichigo's laughter reached his ears, which irritated him, making a vein pop out on his forehead. "DCH, I'm not going to work for something as insignificant as a useless piece of wood. You better shut up before I cut that tongue out and throw it for dinner to the rats you have staying in the kitchen," she threatened him now, lifting her sword from the floor and pointing it at the boy. "What do you mean, rats in the kitchen?" he thought. Damn, they had started with a joke and now it turns out that last part seemed to be true. Of course, Ichigo realized that the threat prior to the revelation that vermin were raiding his kitchen was not serious, especially when he saw how light, almost undetectable reddish tone colored her cheeks, while she kept her Excalibur directed towards him, as if wanting to show him that she was really going to do it. Silly, she looked more like an angry little girl with a toy sword in her hand, saying things she knew she wasn't going to do, because she had power and plenty of it, since her sword was anything but a toy and her strength was greater than that of 1,000 men together. It was strange how, with such grim armor and a sword, she could act that way. It was something that if someone told her just after meeting her, she wouldn't believe it, not even if the Captain Commander himself came down from the Gate 13 in person just to tell her. Although, now that I thought about it. Little one, she uses a sword and has a bad temper. Who does she remind me of? Ichigo thought as he looked at Saber, the image of the person he had thought of overshadowing that of his now half-angry servant. Yep, he definitely looked familiar. Ichigo cleaned the blood left on the floor of the dojo from Saber's leg wound and they both walked inside the house. Obviously he couldn't do much about the destroyed wood, it would have to stay that way for the moment. The orange-haired man had lost sleep and he supposed it could be due to two factors. The first was that he had slept enough throughout the afternoon. And the second, the entire previous situation had robbed him of sleep. That guy, Gilgamesh, was undoubtedly one of the enemies to defeat in said war, but everything faded into the background with what came after that. Her servant's words, how he sincerely apologized for reasons she didn't fully understand. It was sudden, it certainly threw her off, but she wasn't going to complain at all. Whatever had happened to her had apparently changed her for the better. She could tell that, just as she herself had said, they had begun their relationship anew as true master and servant. But, as he had made clear, she was not just a servant to him, so. Ichigo turned to her upon entering the small room, watching as the knight, now without her armor on and the black dress she always wore under her armor, walked behind him with some difficulty. He had noticed how the blood still lightly ran down her leg until it reached her shoes. "You know, I'm going to treat that wound, so wait a bit, I'll get some bandages." "No need, this will heal overnight with the mana you're giving me." "A little pain is nothing for a while," Saber Alter contradicted. The sword had penetrated deep into her leg, almost reaching the bone, but it had already begun to heal slowly, so much so that the blood was no longer coming out as much as before. Even so, the pain was something she couldn't hide at all. However, her words and thoughts were ignored by Ichigo, who reached into a small first aid box in the house and placed it on the table in the middle of the living room. Opening it, he took out a bandage and crouched down, placing one knee on the floor and the other up. It didn't take long for her to make a small gesture with her hand for Saber to come closer and place the foot of her injured leg on his thigh so that he could treat the wound properly. "I think it's necessary. It's noticeable from a distance that it hurts. So come, some tight bandages might help with that," Ichigo said, waiting for her with the bandage in his hand. "Why? I'm a servant, I'll heal anyway if you leave it like this," the girl argued, still standing without making a move. The comment that seemed to rub Ichigo the wrong way, as it showed in his expression and in his words as well. "It seems you forget quickly, don't you? I already told you, you're not my servant, you're my partner, and I'm going to help you even if you don't ask me to. I'll do it because I want to. Consider it as a small payment for saving me with Avalon," he began sternly, before finishing his words with a little more ease. "DCH, you really are stubborn. Ichigo, I didn't give you Avalon so you'd owe me something, just like you, I did it because I wanted to. But, if you insist so much on wanting to help even with this damn annoying wound." With her hesitant step, she approached the boy and lifted his injured leg, gently placing the sole of her delicate foot on the top of Ichigo's thigh. "I don't think I can refuse such insistence. If you knew how to use some healing magic, everything would be easier, but I think the old-fashioned way isn't too bad either. I hope you live up to this king's expectations of you. I am under your care," he said with a slight smile, observing his master's surprised expression from above. Ichigo truly couldn't believe it was the same Saber he'd met at the beginning. That disbelief also turned into a tiny smile. "I'm no good at this, but I'll do what I can," and so, determined, he began to think about doing his thing. He indicated to Saber that she should lift her dress herself and she did so, revealing the large wound it had. It was above the knee, of course, tearing the black stocking that wrapped around her leg all the way to the top, right at the fleshiest part of her thigh. Blood was still oozing from it in spurts, not as much as before, but still enough to make it seem as though the bleeding wouldn't stop anytime soon. Now knowing the magnitude of what he had to treat, he took the stocking and slowly lowered it, taking some alcohol and cotton to place on the wound. He was surprised to see how when he poured alcohol on said wound, Saber didn't react at all. Open wounds and alcohol weren't exactly friends when it came to giving the treated wound a pleasant sensation. He spoke from experience. He realized that Saber also had experience with wounds like these. Having disinfected the area, he took the bandages and wrapped them around the servant's legs several times. Just as he was about to wrap them around for the third time, he decided to speak to her. "Tell me how much adjustment you want me to give it." "I'll leave it up to you," he heard from her. "If so, then with 1 or 2 more turns it should be perfect." So he did, 2 more turns with a good knot to finish, that was the final touch he gave to that treatment. To make sure it wasn't actually that tight, Ichigo ran his hand over the bandage, trying to determine how taut it was. To his satisfaction, the fit was perfect. But, in his analysis, his hand accidentally slipped a little, and he touched the knight's cold pale skin. He tensed for a moment at the gentle touch against his palm. Without realizing it, his hand moved almost automatically, lightly caressing the exposed skin, almost as if he were touching the most fragile thing he'd ever held in his hands. Damn, what the hell was wrong with him? He was like he was hypnotized. He didn't know what he was doing, but at the same time, he knew, as if his consciousness had split in two, and the very part he had no control over was taking over his body and his hands, guiding him through actions he didn't want to do. Or did he really want to? He didn't know. He only knew that his mind was slowly abandoning its sane side to let that one out. "Ichigo, what are you doing?" Hearing Saber's questioning voice above him, his mind clicked and snapped back to reality. What was that side? What was he thinking? Saber didn't hear any response to her question. She felt him gently touch her skin with his fingertips. A pleasant sensation, but strange considering how sudden it was. The answer still eluded her, so she opted to look at him, moving her dress aside slightly. He was staring at the floor without moving, already finished with his task, but the touches she felt stopped abruptly as soon as she asked. But now that she looked more closely, Ichigo's ears seemed to be slightly reddened. A smile of pure cunning was etched on Saber-Alter's face when she saw that peculiar side of her master. "Oh, interesting, so the master likes thighs. Here I thought you were just a hopeless jerk, Ichigo. Apparently I was wrong about you there too," Saber said mockingly. The reddish tint in Ichigo's ears seemed to increase as she heard him mumble something incomprehensible to her. How amusing. "Why you better shut up, Saber, I don't know what you're talking about," Ichigo contradicted her, hastily getting up and looking away as quickly as he could. He really had almost lost control completely, or not, he had already lost it, if it weren't for Saber he would have continued on. In truth, despite going through everything he had been through, he was still a teenager, with the behavior of one. "Come on, don't be shy. I don't think you should be embarrassed, not that it bothered me or anything. Consider yourself lucky, you've got your hands on a treasure unattainable to all men on the face of the earth. Honestly, I would have felt nothing but disappointment if my master had somewhat dubious tastes. If you had played for the other team, I would have been quite disappointed, to say the least." He continued, not stopping in the slightest. Clapping a little this time and congratulations. "Damn, when the shit stops. I want to forget it. Forget it. Let something happen so I can forget this and let it happen now." He shouted desperately in his mind, as if to make something save him from his servant, who seemed not to want to forget the subject. Just the opposite, he was going to remind him again and again. The phone in his pocket rang, as if his inner prayers had been answered. He quickly answered it. "But now is when I would be more careful with what I asked for." Saber-Alter grew irritated the moment she saw Ichigo urgently answer the phone. He turned around slightly, revealing his now more serious face, basically the same as always. However, that serious expression drastically transformed into genuine surprise, then disbelief, and finally a look of absolute terror. It all happened so fast that it seemed all Ichigo said was, "Hello and see you soon." Before she could ask the reason for all this, Ichigo spoke up. "Saber," he said, still seemingly unsure. She raised an eyebrow, as if to prompt him to continue. "Do you think you can behave yourself in front of strangers for at least a few days?" he asked, hoping for everyone's sake that the answer would be positive. "If I behave, of course I can. I'm not a child, I'm a king. Although, I must say, it depends largely on how tolerable those strangers you speak of are," she explained calmly, as if it were nothing to her. "Shit, that wasn't really the answer I wanted to hear. It would be better if, regardless of who she is and however she is, she behaved, since." His father, Isen Kurosaki, had called to tell him that he and his sisters were on their way to Fuyuki City right now and would be there in the morning to visit his beloved son and brother for the first time in 2 years. Saber was an unknown variable in this dangerous equation, and her father, on the other hand, was very predictable in terms of what he could expect from him, so that surely wasn't going to end very well. Chapter 19. It was a real stroke of luck. Of course, he said it ironically, since it definitely wasn't a good thing for his family to visit him, not because he didn't want to see them, but because he had, in fact, wanted to for a long time. Although he could also say he was lucky in a way, the luck he was referring to was that things with Saber seemed to only get better, and now she even called him by his name, something she hadn't done before. It was as if the invisible barriers that existed between them had disappeared. It felt good, and now, it turned out to be an advantage for what was to come. The visit from his family, as he had thought before, was not something he disliked, the problem was the context in which they arrived in the city. Ichigo Kurosaki knew he was in the middle of the Holy Grail War and something bad could happen with his family nearby. He didn't have to go too far back in time. The night before, a very dangerous man had appeared at his house, and if he had wanted to, he would have ended up killing him and Saber that night. And from there, you can jump to another very relevant point. He wasn't really alone. Taiga came to that house, just like Sakura, but it wasn't really a concern that her father and sisters would meet them. Well, Taiga did, but the one who truly worried her was Saber, you know what we talked about. Please don't cut him to pieces and don't show an ounce of your power, because if you do, we're going to get into a huge mess, Ichigo explained to his servant as they sat across from each other at the living room table. Before going to sleep, he made sure to tell her over and over again to please control herself, knowing exactly what kind of person her father was. A jokester, restless, annoying, he seemed like a 14-year-old boy trapped in an old man's body. How insistent. I know what we talked about, I'll try to handle myself as best I can when the time comes, Saber Alter replied calmly as she took one of the toasted breads placed on the table, courtesy of Ichigo, and brought it to her mouth, enjoying every bite. You don't really sound very convincing, Ichigo sighed, leaning back at the table as he watched her eat. He wasn't very hungry, knowing that at any moment there could be a knock on the door and chaos could start. Saber Alter finished her bread and then spoke in response to what her master had said. I swear nothing will happen, Ichigo. You can trust me, as we are partners, she said confidently, looking directly into Ichigo's eyes, who formed a slight hopeful smile. You're right, I'll trust you. Now, even with that thought, my dad is good at pulling at people's nerves, at least mine in particular, and from what I know of you, I don't think you're much more tolerant than I am. If the old man gets stubborn, then just ignore him, Kurosaki warned one last time. Saber Alter nodded slightly in response, but for now, she would be doing the talking. Now, I also have a request to make of you. I don't think it'll be too much of a problem, she began, setting the snacks aside, which Ichigo found strange. Apparently, it was important. He nodded slightly to let her know he was listening, so she prepared to continue. I'm Artoria to you from now on. I'll use your name, there'll be no problem with you using mine, the knight said, adopting a softer expression on her normally cold face. Ichigo had to say he was somewhat surprised and also unsure about it. Are you sure? I mean, I'm fine with it, but you know. Are you worried about my identity being revealed? You're worried about nothing. Remember, our enemies already know who I am. I told them in the first place. As for the others, I guess I'll just continue being Saber when we're in public, she quickly retorted, offering a solution to the matter. Upon hearing her, Ichigo quickly realized that she only wanted him and no one else to call her by her name, so. If that's how you want it, then I'll take your word for it, Artoria. It's the least I can do, Ichigo replied positively, revealing a confident smile. It seemed that everything between them could only get better, which relieved him somewhat. Artoria smiled a little in the same way. Thank you, she said calmly, taking another small piece of bread in her hands. Seconds passed in the silence, at which point she remembered having a doubt. Also, I have a question. How is your family supposed to get here? From what you told me, this is the first time they've visited you in the 2 years you've been in this city. I just sent him the address over the phone. It's a GPS and you'll get there without any problems, he explained. Anyway, Dad said they'd barely left Karakura when he called me, so they'd been traveling all night. It's 6:26 a.m., so they should be arriving soon, Kurosaki said again, this time getting up from the table and cracking his neck. Artoria, how's your leg? He asked, looking at her. Saber Alter moved her leg slightly as she spoke. Better than ever. Like I told you, a wound like that would heal without any action. It would heal itself simply with the mana you offer me as master, she explained calmly. However, the treatment you gave me helped with the pain. Good work there, Ichigo, the knight thanked her with a slight smile. For a brief moment, Kurosaki thought about the situation he'd been in with her that night. He tried to push those thoughts away as quickly as possible with a mental slap in the face. Yes, that had worked, so he got to the point. That's good. If you feel better, how about you help me clean some rooms? If there are two of us, it will be quick, he asked his servant, who nodded slightly in response from her seat. It's not something that motivates me too much, but there's not much to do either, so let's do it, he confirmed, imitating him and also getting up from the table. In this way, they both left the living room and walked a little down the hallway, Saber Alter following her master closely at all times. They both stopped in front of a Japanese-style sliding door, cobwebs visible on the frame, a sign that it hadn't been opened for a long time. Ichigo opened it and entered the room, dust soon reached his nose, in the darkness Kurosaki tried to turn on the light, finding the switch on the side of the door. Saber Alter frowned slightly at the scene. And this damn dumpster? She asked neutrally at the unpleasant sight before her. This is what we'll be cleaning. Though seeing this, it'll be harder than I thought, Ichigo said from inside, waving his hand in front of him to move the annoying dust as he moved a box. Difficult? I'd say impossible. Let's just leave it like this and let them sleep in the storage room, the girl debated, looking at the sheer mess beyond the door. Not a chance. In any case, the one who would sleep in the warehouse if that happened would be me, he explained as he grabbed a box to take it out of the room, stopping at his servant's response. You're right, I don't want to sleep in the warehouse, Saber said, thinking better of it as she started walking inside, looking to get started on her work. Ichigo raised an eyebrow at that. We're talking about me, he clarified, pointing to himself. Saber stopped walking and turned to him to answer. That's what I mean. You're as defenseless as a sleeping baby. You can be as tough as you want against mages and other humans, but if a servant appears out of nowhere and attacks you while I'm not around, you're dead. So, wherever you are, I'll be there, understood? The knight asked somewhat harshly, leaving no room for a wrong answer from the orange-haired man. Ichigo knew she was absolutely right about that. He was able to hold his own with Ryder because he was just toying with him, but if Saber had taken even one more second to arrive, he would have been dead. Lancer, without being serious, almost killed him twice. He didn't know if the blonde man who had appeared the night before was a servant, but his presence definitely felt like one's, and if it weren't for the fact that he decided to leave without causing a fuss, he probably wouldn't have told anyone about it either. He thought he could deal with mages, but with servants, it was something very different. Therefore, he sighed in surrender to what Saber had said. DCH, whatever, do whatever you want. In any case, we'll clean up this mess as quickly as possible, so we don't have to sleep outside on the comfortable, not at all hard concrete, he concluded ironically, leaving the room and heading for the storage room outside the house. So, Saber Alter would simply do her thing as well, picking up one of the crates on the ground and carrying it with the intention of moving it out of the place. But, something fell to the ground with that movement coming from the crate, the knight noticed it, put the crate back on the ground, now with her attention completely focused on the object. It was a photo of a man who didn't seem to be in his best moments, the tiredness was noticeable in the expression he wore in the photograph, it could surely be an illness. For some reason, she stood mesmerized, staring closely at that small panel. She certainly knew that man, she'd seen him somewhere. She didn't know where or under what circumstances, but it definitely wasn't a good memory. The fact that she was looking at that photograph and feeling the blood running through her veins rise in temperature is a clear indication that the man in the image and she hadn't had a good relationship, nor a good ending. Unconsciously, he frowned and his grip on the small photo frame tightened, slightly cracking the old wood surrounding it. Artoria. She heard Ichigo's voice behind her, which brought her out of the trance she was in. She quickly turned around, trying to hide the photo behind her. Why yes Ichigo, what's wrong? That's what I should ask. What are you doing with that photograph? Which picture? She looked away and Ichigo was irritated by it, he wasn't stupid. Don't play with me. That one behind you that I just heard you almost smash, just like the phone. It's really nothing. Wait, when did you realize about the phone? He asked, sweating a little. Ichigo clicked his tongue. DCH, how could I not have noticed? It's fine, it's nothing, the orange-haired boy stopped insisting, walking past her towards the pile of trash at the end of the room. Feeling this pass by her, she sighed inwardly. Not even she knew why she was hiding it. It was like some kind of instinct to summon him somehow. As she brought the photo to her and gave it one last glance before putting it away, disbelief was etched on her face when she realized there was nothing in her hand. So you saw this, she heard the boy's voice behind her, as if he'd just discovered something. It couldn't be true. You bucking cheater. She yelled, turning around and seeing the exact image she imagined. Ichigo with the photo she had only seconds before, looking at her with a certain disinterest. Don't be dramatic. I actually thought it was something more interesting, he said with some disappointment, throwing the object at her, showing that he really wasn't interested. Come on, we don't have much time, he said in the same way, grabbing more of the bag and leaving the room again. As he walked down the hallway to the storage room, a single thought flashed through his head. I knew it. She and Kiritsugu have their history, since they were servant and master in the previous Holy Grail War, but apparently she doesn't remember that, just like Goldilocks said he thought sure now sure of it, before it was just a hunch, a simple suspicion, but now he was sure of it. It explained why Avalon was in the residence from the beginning, and the story Taiga had told him made sense to him. The previous owner of the residence was not a normal person either. Artoria and Ichigo leaned their shoulders against the doorframe, admiring a job well done. After about half an hour, it looked fantastic. The orange-haired man thought it would have been a real pain to do all that alone, and he was grateful she was there. Thanks for the help, he said without stopping to look inside the room. The girl answered in the same way. It's nothing. Now what are we going to do since this rat pit now looks like a room? He asked with a slight sigh. Just wait for them to arrive, I guess. Ichigo spoke. The truth is that now the nerves were starting to get to him. He was going to see his family after a long time, so it was no surprise. He was excited and a little scared at the same time. Could something bad happen while they were with him? It was likely, but he would try not to let it happen. Well, let's get out of here. I'm sure they won't take too long to get here. A sound. No, several dry sounds entered master and servant's hearing. They were clearly taps on the fine wood of the front door. Ichigo tensed slightly, and his pulse involuntarily quickened a little. They had arrived. He begins to walk slowly towards the door with that thought, feeling how the girl next to him also took the path behind him. It didn't take long for them to arrive in front of the door and notice three figures standing in the doorway. Two of them were smaller than the one in the middle, who seemed to be even a little taller than Ichigo himself. It didn't take long for him to identify who they were. They were actually right there, just one door away. His gaze shifted to another location, now on Artoria, who was a little further behind him. They both nodded, the girl already knowing what she should, or rather, what she shouldn't do from that point on. That look was the last thing they exchanged before the orange-haired man finally opened the door. He swallowed and gripped the door handle tightly, pulling it with that same force to fully open it in one fell swoop. Brother. Ichigo. Unexpected outcome. Two pairs of arms wrapped around him before he realized it. The culprits. His sisters, of course. Two heads of hair of different colors, completely recognizable to him, were at chest height, one on each side. Had they really grown that long? A tearful smile spread across his implacable face at that moment as he brought his hands to his younger sisters' heads. If there was one thing he knew would be inevitable when he met his sisters, it would be that very situation, with him softening in the process. It's me. How have you been, Yuzu, Karen? He asked as the hug loosened. He looked up, his emotional smile turning a little more rude. And you, Dad? She looked up now to see the man who hadn't closed the initial distance yet, even though he was still outside the house. The man smiled with pure confidence at the question as he placed some of his and his daughter's suitcases on the floor. Aizen himself was about to speak for the first time in 2 years, with his son in front of him to listen. You know the answer to that, Ichigo. If I'm his father, you have nothing to worry about. Being my son, you know it's like that, he said proudly, as he walked slowly until he was standing right in front of the orange-haired boy, his own blood. Yuzu and Karen understood the situation and moved away from their older brother, knowing that it was their father's turn to express their feelings. Face to face, Ichigo was surprised to see how calm his father was. He sincerely thought that he would receive him with a kick. Instead, he approached him to give a warm hug to his son, who did not take long to raise his arms to reciprocate that action. Aizen closed his eyes peacefully, reflecting at that moment on how much his son had grown. Those 2 years had truly been long. They seemed like so many more. That gratifying feeling of seeing and touching something truly important to you again was unique, something of incalculable value. Her eyes slowly opened calmly, thinking it was time for the contact to end. However, Aizen Kurisaki's eyebrows rose in question at the sight before him, noticing someone he hadn't noticed before. His lips quickly curved, a mischievous smile forming on his face as he broke away from the embrace. Apparently, his son had become a man, in more ways than one. The smile widened even further at the thought, watching that little blonde girl trail behind her orange-haired son. She wasn't bad at all. Aizen rushed to hug his son again, but this time in a different way, putting an arm around the back of his neck and hitting his chest with a closed fist, a sign of pride and respect from man to man. Ichigo didn't understand those actions in the least. Well, he did understand. Oh no, Ichigo thought, noticing what his father meant. Now was the time for Aizen Kurisaki's show. Come on, Dad, don't make a scene, he asked, almost pleading, trying not to get embarrassed, even though he knew something like that was impossible. Hey, don't be like that. I think you should introduce us to your friend, if it's not too much trouble, of course, he laughed a little, smiling in the same way, as if two friends were at a bar. His sisters also realized too late that their brother wasn't alone there. A girl next to Ichigo, with an expression that didn't show much, but one thing was certain to them. She was very beautiful with a tough look that the clothes she wore gave her. In a way, she reminded them of their own brother's face when he was serious. DCH, you know it's a pain, dude. Don't play with me, Ichigo thought in the back of his mind. However, it was something he knew he would have to do. He looked Artoria straight in the eyes for a moment and she did the same. Without exchanging a single word, they understood each other instantly. Now he reached the most complicated part. Saber Alter simply turned around and walked towards the living room of the house. So bad behavior. You did get a good one, Ichigo, Aizen complimented with a slight smile, watching as the girl left without even saying a hello or goodbye. The truth is, my friend doesn't like to talk much. She goes to the living room, and I think it's best if you two do the same and get comfortable before anything else. The walk here isn't short, Ichigo recommended, ending the hug with his father and walking in the same direction to the suitcases they were carrying with the intention of helping. Follow me, the boy called once he took them and started walking in the same direction as Saber. Aizen agreed with her. He and his sisters, Yuzu and Karen, walked toward the living room, leaving all their belongings to the side for the moment. With everyone gathered around the small living room table and Ichigo having served them the refreshments they surely needed, it was time to introduce the only person sitting on his right. However, the orange-haired boy's thought vanished in less than an instant as Saber didn't wait for him and rushed to speak. My name is Saber and I'm Ichigo's partner, Saber Alter said clearly and seriously. She bowed in place almost imperceptibly after her brief introduction. Ichigo almost choked on his own saliva at such words from the knight, which could easily be misinterpreted for something very, very different. A quick glance at his sisters, and above all, at his father, who had a smile of absolute mischief etched on his face, while a strange reddish glow came out of one of his eyes. Oh, I understand, he said laughing to himself at such clear words. Ichigo knew at that moment that he had indeed been completely misunderstood. Yuzu quickly reached for her, clasped hands with her black-haired sisters, and they began to whisper to each other, occasionally glancing at the servant at her side with faint reddish tones on their cheeks, already getting ideas. He was screwed. Holy crap, introductions and her don't get along at all, he thought, staring down at the floor, searching for solace and an escape from the situation he wasn't going to find. That was 2 failed introductions for her already. It was incredible. She had a knack for messing things up. What's wrong, Ichigo? He heard Artoria's voice in his mind. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw her still calm and cold in her place and expression, while looking straight ahead. I think I presented myself in a dignified manner, his voice echoed clearly in her head again. She sounded proud, even though her body didn't make any visible gesture. Through her tone of voice, it was inevitable to imagine her blowing her chest with her fist as a military salute, even with all that seriousness on her face. Whatever you say, Ichigo laughed ironically in his mind at this. Yes, it was a stupidity worthy of a king, he couldn't deny that. Ichigo decided to shift the focus of attention to other matters, starting by recounting what his stay in Fuyuki had been like after leaving his hometown, Karakura, behind in the rearview mirror 2 years ago. You could say that he was brief about it, he wasn't really good at narrating facts, he just tried to tell them in a somewhat chronological way and to make it somewhat connected. So he started where he should have. His arrival to that city they were in now may have been somewhat eventful, since he arrived until nightfall to get a roof while he wandered around the city, since wherever he arrived they wanted to rob him without a gun. The night where he met the owner, or rather, the daughter of the owner of the place, and also one of his teachers at high school, Taiga Fujimura. Out of the corner of his eye, Ichigo noticed Artoria's brow furrow slightly at the mention of the woman. She truly didn't like her. But she didn't waste any time and continued. She explained that she was currently in the hospital along with some of her classmates due to a gas leak that had occurred at the high school just yesterday, but there was no need to worry. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. Except me, who was almost killed, of course, he thought with a touch of dark humor. Or no, someone had almost died besides him in that place. He looked at his knuckles at the memory of them mercilessly impacting Shinji Matthew's bones. He was sure he'd be out for a while. He concluded his story up to that day, obviously omitting the whole issue that had arisen regarding the Holy Grail War and lightly mentioning people like Sakura, Tasaka, Issei, and Ayako. He cursed in his mind at the memory of the latter too, as he planned to visit them in the hospital that day, but something unexpected came up and it would have to be the next day. I think that would be all. Ichigo finished telling his story so far. Aizen whistled softly at that, but there was still something really important for him to know, and it had to do with the girl next to his son, of course. From that point on, casual conversations between the Kurosaki family became present, with Saber trying to stay out of it and not intervene in these conversations that had nothing to do with her. However, her mere presence drew attention, and that attention was caught by Ichigo's younger sister, Yuzu Kurosaki. The knight noticed how she approached her with the intention of starting some kind of conversation. The next thing that happened in the next few minutes was a scene of Yuzu trying to speak to Saber, but failing. Yuzu gave terse responses to each of her failed attempts to break the ice, which seemed more like a gigantic unbreakable iceberg. "Where are you from? You don't look Japanese, you're different from everyone I've seen before," Yuzu asked with an angelic smile, leaning back on the table that separated her from her target by exactly 1 meter. England. Saber answered that question like an automated machine. "How long have you been here?" he asked again, trying to change the subject. "The time? And those clothes? You look very fashionable." "Thank you. Favorite color?" "Negro." "What a beautiful day it is today, isn't it?" "Yeah. Karen, I give up. I can't take it anymore," she cried, running back to her sister Karen as fast as she could. Saber was like a shield that repelled everything. The brunette, in whom Yuzu sought refuge, simply stood aside, just as she herself was doing. Her expression, that neutral expression, as if everything bothered her, she had seen it somewhere. Of course, it was like Ichigo's. He laughed a little inside at the obvious response to his previous words. "They're brothers for a reason, I guess," he thought with some amusement. While she watched a younger sister being comforted by the older black-haired girl, she heard a strange conversation next to her. He'd noticed Ichigo's father approaching him before, but it was only now that he was paying attention, and the words reached his ears, which were now curious about the conversation. He wondered what the father and son were talking about. "Come on, Ichigo, you have to tell me," the older man encouraged, hugging his son as if they were two friends sharing their deepest secrets. Trying to keep his voice low, but not low enough. Saber Alter heard him clearly. She raised an eyebrow. She had caught his attention. "I'm telling you, nothing's happened, damn it. How many times do I have to tell you? Is it all going in one ear and out the other?" Ichigo was clearly irritated. His father looked like a little kid who kept on and on about something that didn't make sense, and really didn't. "You can't fool your father. As men, we both know that it's impossible for nothing to have happened with Saber while they live under the same roof," he repeated, pulling his son a little closer to him. Ichigo laughed in his head with some amusement amidst his irritation at this, since it was actually in the same room as well. His amusement was short-lived at his father's insistence. "Oh, so that's what it's about," Saber Alter thought, listening to everything. Should she intervene? Ichigo looked uncomfortable, so. No, he'd better see how things were going. Maybe he could intervene, but not really to get Ichigo out of his predicament. That would be boring. With that in mind, he concentrated and spoke to his master through their connection. "Come on, Ichigo, I think you should tell him," he encouraged his master. He knew those words had arrived when he heard the answer. "Tell him what? You messed up and I'm the one who pays. What kind of camaraderie is that?" he asked angrily. "Don't be dramatic," he returned the one from earlier before continuing. "I think you should just tell him what happened yesterday, or well, what could have happened if only someone hadn't been afraid to finish what they started," Saber said casually, as if it were no big deal. "Ah, I don't know what the hell you're referring to," at that the memory of him touching the knight's soft skin with extreme delicacy and almost losing control of himself came to his mind. "Oh, I remember," he said with a neutral voice, though he noticed something odd in his servant's words. "Wait, what do you mean, what could have happened?" he stuttered, seemingly understanding what the girl was referring to. Perhaps she. "You've turned red, you know I'm right," she heard her father point out her condition mockingly. Of course, now that she noticed it, her cheeks felt hot. It couldn't be true, right in front of her father, of all people. Before I could tell him to shut up completely and leave him alone, Aizen changed his target. "Hey Saber, how does Ichigo do it?" He froze upon hearing that name from Aizen's mouth. He quickly looked up at the servant, who also looked at him and smiled slightly. "Oh, how do I put it, he's quite the gentleman. He truly pleases me as if I were a queen," she replied calmly, running a hand up her thigh, as if to prove her point. Ichigo's face went white. She couldn't possibly have actually said that. "Just like your father, a real beast. That's my son," the oldest man in the room congratulated him again. At that, Ichigo found time to respond to him 1,000-fold. "Funny you should say that, Dad. From what little I remember, Mom was the one who called the shots in the relationship. If she was in charge there, she was probably in the other ones too, so I probably won't have turned out to be much like you," he counterattacked as quickly as he could. Aizen felt the blow, a really low one, but hey, there was a price for everything. Ichigo, well, his father recovers, changes the trajectory of his words, now focusing on the servant in his mind and thus speaking without any inconvenience in a private manner. "And you, stop fanning the flames against me. Don't you see that my dad, once he starts, is hard to stop?" Ichigo said to Saber in annoyance. What was it? Everyone against him or something? "I realize now, but it's fun," she said simply as she physically stood back upright. However, Ichigo wasn't finished with her. "You're shooting yourself in the foot. You keep going like this, and you know where the money to eat your garbage off the street is going to come from, don't you? He threatened. Out of your pocket, the girl quickly replied, not making eye contact. The orange-haired man's right eye twitched at the response. The worst part was that she was right. Ichigo cursed in his mind for a moment before his father pulled him back towards him, intending to continue their supposed man talk. The continuation that Saber Alter didn't really pay attention to in the minutes that passed between her master's interrogation at the hands of her father. That is, only until she heard a question from the interrogator that froze her completely in place. I see, Ichigo, so you like little ones, huh? The man asked in amusement as he shook his son vigorously. Ichigo thought that after being so pissed off in just a few minutes, he didn't really care too much about what he had to say, since he was starting to completely ignore such questions and refrain from answering in any way. However, now it was a different case. She felt, through her pact with Saber, how her blood rushed to her head when she heard the word little one come out of her father's mouth. A vein popped out on her forehead, and her head snapped toward Aizen's back as if there was a spring in her neck, her eyes completely dark, like in one of those typical horror movies. But instead of scaring him, she saw it as an opportunity. Ichigo, observing Saber's strange behavior, smiled maliciously. Now it was his turn to play. It was time for a revenge that had come really quickly. What did you say, Dad? I don't think I heard you well. Could you repeat that? He asked Aizen, glancing at the hairdresser, who quickly understood what he was trying to do. Ichigo, don't even think about continuing with TH, her mental communication with him failed as soon as she heard that cursed word referring to her again. Of course. I said you seem to like small women, is that right? He repeated just as his father had asked, completely innocent, unaware that he was standing in the middle of a battlefield he hadn't even known existed in the first place. The battle of two men who liked to tease but didn't like being teased. That's what it was. But I really don't get it. Small, like what size? Ichigo asked, glancing at Artoria, who was almost fuming. At his son's question, Aizen began to make a series of different heights with his right arm. What drove Saber Alter mad the most was that he didn't even stand up to make the heights, that damn. The thought of taking Excalibur out and cutting it into 100 pieces right there was what he wanted most. Slowly removing the jaw from his head would surely be a gratifying sensation, however, he had to contain that urge, since he knew he couldn't. Time continued, a busy morning followed by an equally energetic lunch. Yuzu decided she would cook and let her know, saying she would teach her what she had learned in those 2 years. Karen offered to help her with her homework, so both sisters took charge. One bad word about Yuzu and Karen's cooking and I'll make you sleep in the courtyard, Ichigo threatened Saber Alter through their connection as both sisters arrived at the table with the food. Upon hearing those words, the knight mentally clicked her tongue and responded in kind. TCH, the truth is, I wasn't planning on saying anything to begin with, the servant defended herself. And no sleeping in the courtyard, idiot. As partners, if I sleep in the courtyard, you're coming with me, she returned the threat. Partners and all, but you don't have this at that Ichigo showed her with a mocking smile, something that Saber couldn't refute. Command seals, damn it, the blonde thought, seeing the 2 remaining marks on the back of the orange-haired man's hand. And now she knew that Ichigo was capable of using it for something as stupid as that if truly provoked. He decided to accept what he said and hold back the urge to say that the food made by the Kurosaki sisters was as edible as excrement. So lunchtime passed and afternoon arrived, along with a brief trip to the city, since Yuzu herself had said she wanted to see more of the city. Karen agreed, and needless to say, Aizen was quick to get up, fully intending to leave the house and head for the exit. Ichigo sighed at this, but he wouldn't refuse if it was what his sister wanted, and besides, he wanted to do it. As long as it was during the day, it was fine. So that afternoon, they went out for said tour. Saber Alter was going to go with them, of course, alongside Ichigo, who remained expectant, letting his father and sisters take the lead on that walk, since he would know how to get back home later. In those 2 years, he made sure to know that city like the back of his hand. The walk lasted about 3 hours, but there were still many places left to visit, including the other side of the city, Shinto. But they would probably leave that for tomorrow. They returned home just as the sun was beginning to set, the critical hour when both Ichigo and Saber knew that this quiet city was becoming a battlefield where war could break out at any moment. This time, Ichigo himself made dinner. Everyone ate relatively quickly and said their goodbyes to go to sleep around 10 p.m. Ichigo was tired. He hadn't slept much the night before and that day had been non-stop, so he headed to his room with Saber, obviously after making sure that his father and his sisters didn't see that he and Saber slept in the same room. He would try to explain that later. For their part, master and servant had no major problem sleeping in the same room from the first day. Moreover, on the second night Ichigo had told Saber that he was not going to let her sleep leaning against the wall while he slept comfortably on a futon, so he got one and placed it right next to her. However, for young Kurosaki, things had become somewhat awkward since the night before, having the servant so close. Perhaps that situation had something to do with it. Of course, it had everything to do with it. Artoria's icy coldness was gone, and from what he could see, that other side was his alone. Threats, jokes, and insults, along with pointless fights, were part of the new relationship that initially promised to be very hostile. He still couldn't fully understand how things had changed so much, but he wasn't going to complain either. These kinds of things went through his head as he stared at the ceiling of the room. "I notice you're pensive, Ichigo. Is something wrong?" He heard the person he was thinking of address him from right next to him. Turning his head slightly, there she was, Saber Alter, calmly looking at him. She was facing him, her right arm serving as a pillow for her head, wearing a light black sleepwear. Ichigo looked up at the ceiling again before answering. "Nothing really," he said to avoid any awkward situations. "Does it have to do with me?" The knight asked again, narrowing her eyes slightly at her master with a sly smile. "Then nothing," she answered that question as best she could, since it was exactly what she was thinking. Ichigo quickly turned his back on the girl. "You better get comfortable and let's go to sleep, because tomorrow will surely be another long day," she said, closing her eyes with the intention of doing exactly what she was saying. Sleep quickly swallowed him up. In truth, that day had been one of the busiest he had had in a long time. Saber Alter didn't argue on that occasion, sensing through her pact with Ichigo how mentally impaired he was at that moment, so she just kept quiet that night, limiting herself to closing her eyes and resting, even though she really didn't need to. The night before she tried to sleep and thus meet Zangetsu again, but nothing had happened. Did he not want to see her, or had he simply fulfilled his duty to her? She believed it was the latter, so she didn't give it much thought. But she couldn't say something that, now that she thought about it, she should have said, one miserable but magical word to that despicable and insufferable being, and that was, "Thank you. Thank you." That word crossed her mind emphatically as she turned her back on Ichigo and slowly closed her pale golden eyes. He had given her the opportunity, taught her a lesson that, as much as it pains her to admit it, she needed. A reprimand from someone who didn't care who she was, who treated her as if she were just another person, showed her her error, and even when she believed his methods weren't the best, it helped her get back on track with her way of seeing things. Maybe eventually, with time, being with Ichigo, she would have come to the same conclusion and done the unthinkable for her. See a mistake, admit it and correct it, not continue forward like a machine without reason or soul, just an empty shell that moved like a puppet for ideals that served no good for anyone, that destroyed more than they could protect. She found the answer she thought was right, only for her new goal to be shattered a few hours later by the revelation that the Grail was not what it was said to be. But she found the determination not to fall back into the despair she knew so well, perhaps inspired in part by what she saw in her master's memories. She didn't back down. She looked up and moved forward. Yes, Zangetsu had played a decisive role in her resolving things, and for that she wanted to thank him. "You're welcome, little king," her eyes widened as she heard the answer deep in her subconscious. She brought one of her hands to her head. "If you want to thank me, just take care of the king for me. You'll have to deal with me if not, I'll appear in your nightmares if necessary," she heard him chuckle again as he said that. Saber Alter smiled slightly upon hearing the voice and the words, then responded appropriately. "Consider it, white bastard," she concluded, closing her eyes. At the same time, another, even louder laugh echoed in her mind, which gradually faded as the seconds passed. Ichigo's inner world. In the end everything turned out better than I thought. I wasn't as stupid as I thought. "I guess we can rest easy," said Hollow Zangetsu with a calmer smile on his face, sitting on the edge of the central building of that world, watching the plains and the desert that rose before his dark and evil eyes that now found some peace. He turned slightly as he said this to look over his shoulder. Just behind him, a taller man with dark hair and a flaming cape was standing at his side, also calmly observing the landscape. "It was a good decision to leave it in your hands, after all. If someone is stubborn, it's better to reason with someone much tougher," he concluded, giving his opinion on what had happened between his companion and that girl. He had watched everything from afar, thinking he would have to take the initiative in this matter, but the Hollow explicitly stated that he would take care of everything and that he should stay out of the way, just as a spectator. He did so, and he could say that the result was gratifying for both parties. "Of course it was, old man. I told you I'd take care of everything. It wasn't much, to be honest, but it was fun," the man in white said, downplaying it, but smiling as he said the last part. Old Zangetsu raised one of his eyebrows slightly at this. "Funny? I don't doubt it was for you, however do you really trust her for this job?" she asked, looking at him. The Hollow's face returned to a serious state, staring straight ahead. "I do. I saw it in this woman's eyes, she's one of those who keep her word, in a way she's as stupid as Ichigo, and that's not a bad thing. Simply put, I trust her and her judgment, besides, it's the only thing we can do from here, trust, he said with some emotion at how powerless they were now, just limited to watching without being able to do anything. Zangetsu stared off into space again. You're sounding very mature. Did something happen? He asked, interested. It certainly didn't sound like him. Screech off, old fart. Go take a walk, the hollow told him irritably. Zangetsu simply let out a tiny laugh to himself and turned away. It seemed the hollow was back to being the same easily irritated being. The hollow looked back to the front, with his forearm on his knee, seriousness and a lot of confidence were etched in his gaze. Yes, I trust you, crazy woman. Don't even think about disappointing me, the king is everything, without the king the old man and I are nothing, prove to me that you are worthy of him, he thought to himself, getting up from his seat and looking seriously at the blazing sun. He hated to admit it, but perhaps he would never have the chance to fight for that stupid boy again. I would leave everything in the hands of that other king, who found the answer he had been searching for and finally found it. Chapter 20. The sun rose, blanketing Fuyuki City in its entirety with its warm, delicate light. A morning sun, warm but not so warm as to cause undue discomfort to the people standing beneath its radiant circumference on the mainland. There were two in particular who stood out among the many people who were ferociously interacting with each second on those crowded streets. One for her hair, that peculiar color that seemed to be accentuated by the sun, and the other for her atypical foreign face, along with the rough black clothes she wore. They were both walking side by side in the middle of all those people, and the girl didn't seem at all happy about being surrounded by so many people. It was a real nuisance, especially when she stood out so much. But that annoyance on his face, he would also unconsciously show it in his words to his companion. Do we really have to do this? He asked, turning his head slightly toward him, without either of them ever stopping their pacing. I have, the boy corrected. I already told you, not something you like, so you could just stay home, Ichigo replied calmly, though he already knew what the servant would say. Saber Alter quickly shook her head. And I already told you. I have to be close in case anything happens. In case something happens, I'll be there. You take care of the master and I'll take care of the servant. The orange-haired man, for once, and as strange as it seemed, didn't protest. Instead, he nodded at those words, which brought a slight smile to his face. Of course he would understand. Before, it was assumed that battles between masters and servants didn't take place in daylight, however, Ichigo realized firsthand that this wasn't the case. You're right, Saber. I was being a little naive. I've had a lot on my mind these days, but I'll make sure nothing like that happens again, Ichigo replied confidently next to the servant, remembering what happened in high school. I know it won't happen again, Ichigo. I've told you before, I trust you, she admitted without hesitation, turning her head to look at the orange-haired man with a calm smile, but one that carried complicity in it, showing the point. Ichigo watched her, not really knowing how to react to it. Staring into her half-opaque eyes without stopping walking for a second, he ended up paying the price when he accidentally bumped into someone on the street. The orange-haired boy fell harder than the other, who quickly got up, annoyed by it. Ichigo did the same, but more slowly. Hey. What the hell is wrong with you? Watch where you're going, the man slowly stopped his angry protest at the moment he felt two pairs of eyes piercing his soul. Saber Alter looked at him in a way that if looks could kill, he'd be cut into countless pieces, with a luxury seat to go to hell. That was behind Ichigo, who himself, without saying a word, was yelling at him to shut up and get out of there if he didn't want to spend a long time in the hospital. He didn't know which one scared him the most, so he simply bit his tongue and continued on his way as if nothing had happened. He could still feel their gaze on the back of his neck, so his pace quickly increased in speed. As soon as Ichigo saw him walk away, he downplayed the situation, although he did give some importance to something specific about it, especially with something strange he saw as the man walked away. Saber, I think you exaggerated a bit. You looked at him really badly, I think I saw a brown stain on his pants, and he smelled strange, he reproached, although inside it made him laugh a little. Seriously, he. Me? You better speak for yourself. When it comes to intimidation, you're not much worse than me, the unarmored knight laughed at the last bit, resuming her stride, and Ichigo followed her. Yep, the place they were leaving definitely had a strong smell. Now, putting aside what we discussed earlier, I must shift focus to another topic that still has an impact on what we were just discussing, Saber began, staring straight ahead as he dug his hands into his jacket pockets. Speak. What is it? Ichigo asked with interest. When is your family leaving town? I don't think I need to tell you the constant danger they're in. The longer they stay here, the more likely it is that something will happen and they'll get involved, the girl explained seriously. I already know that. I've had it in mind since I found out. And no, I don't know when they're leaving, I'd have to ask about that. Well, they haven't brought excessive luggage, I hope that means they won't be here for long, he shared his thoughts with his servant. Ichigo thought that sounded wrong. He hadn't seen his family in so long, and now he just wanted them gone, but it was necessary. It all came at an inopportune moment that neither he nor they could have anticipated, since just days before, he hadn't even known about the war. As they say, it was a necessary evil. The small debate in his mind that took place while he walked affected his notion of time, surprising him when he found himself in front of his destination, the main hospital in Fuyuki City. He walked past Saber and followed her steps silently, letting himself be guided through this unfamiliar place. They quickly approached what appeared to be the counter, where a nurse was ready to attend to them. Ichigo would speak. "Good morning. I have a question. Do you know where patients Ayako Mitsuzuri, Issei Ryuido, and Taiga Fujimura are located? They must have been admitted 2 days ago. We're here as a visitor," he asked as politely as he could, waiting for an answer. "Your Saber alter corrected in her mind." Ichigo rolled his eyes, he could hear that. "Wait a second, please," the nurse said softly, focusing her attention on a computer at her side. After a few moments and a few clicks of the mouse, she nodded affirmatively. "They're here, 3rd floor, room 46. All 3 of them are in the same room. I can grant you the visit for as long as you need, since they're just resting and aren't seriously injured," she informed him with a smile. "I understand, thank you very much." Ichigo said goodbye before starting to walk. He quickly heard Saber's footsteps following him. They climbed 3 flights of stairs and walked a short distance along a white immaculate hallway until they reached their desired destination. Ichigo looked up to verify the numbers. "Room 46. This is it," he confirmed, moving his gaze to the door, which he only had to push. Just before Ichigo did so, Saber spoke up. "I'll wait out here," the knight stated as she walked to a bench located right in front of the room's door. "Take your time, Ichigo. I'll keep an eye on the surroundings just in case," she said confidently, not inclined to debate anything. The orange-haired boy knew that telling him not to be antisocial was useless, like talking to a wall, so he gave up and avoided protesting. He just looked back at the door and gently pushed it open until he entered, his gaze dancing in search of the people he was looking for, who had apparently noticed him before he noticed them. "Oh, but it's Mr. Kurosaki. I thought you'd never come, champion," he heard a girl address him in a joking tone. He let out a dry sound upon hearing her. "How exaggerated, it's only been a day. But hey, better late than never, I guess," he replied calmly as he paced around the room. "You seem to be okay, Mitsuzuri." "I don't think I needed to come," he said, looking at the brown-haired girl on the stretcher by the window. He also noticed his black-haired friend Issei Ryuido lying next to the girl. They greeted each other with a nod and a slight smile as soon as their eyes met. "Nah, it's good that you came. The truth is I needed someone to talk to decently. Issei isn't very interesting to talk to," she declared, looking at the bed next to her. "DCH, I should say the same. You talk a lot," the name defended himself from his bed. Issei Ryuido adjusted his glasses in his defense. Ichigo mentally wondered if adjusting his glasses while acting cool was some kind of tic. Pushing that thought aside, Ichigo sat on the edge of Mitsuzuri's bed before speaking again. "I see you've had a good time," he commented, even though he knew it wasn't entirely true. What was true was that Ayako and Issei were friends, but they weren't entirely compatible. One talks too much, while the other chooses his words and tries to keep them to a minimum. It was true that the girl's conversations must have been frustrated whenever she wanted to give free rein to her words. He wasn't that much better than Issei at it, but he understood her and managed to keep up with her, not just in words, listening to her, and sometimes intervening was enough. "Oh, you have no idea. Oh, by the way, Kurosaki, can you believe Issei talks in his sleep?" Mitsuzuri smiled slyly at the black-haired man. "Oh, don't tell me," Ichigo said, also looking at her with a slight knowing smile. She nodded several times. Yes, it's crazy, it's even scary. I can't even understand it. I think I would understand Tasaka and that weird language she uses when she's against the ropes," she quickly answered. "Damn you, you said you wouldn't tell anyone." Issei was embarrassed by it, it was his secret. There was no privacy in the hospital. Calm down, Kurosaki is like a grave, right?" she asked him, he nodded a little. "Yes, but probably an open one," the orange-haired man decided to add. The look on Issei's face at his words spoke volumes. "Calm down. Your secret stays between Ayako and me, you can rest easy," Ichigo concluded, trying to sound convincing. But the black-haired man wasn't convinced. "Mitsuzuri knowing about it still makes me uneasy. I think I'll have the nurse give me an IV for coolant," he sighed as he rolled over and covered himself with the sheets. Ayajo laughed at his comment and Ichigo sighed a little. True, there was still one other person in the room who was also visiting, but strangely, he hadn't felt or made himself noticed in any way. Odd. "Hey Mitsuzuri, isn't Taiga supposed to be here with you too?" Ichigo asked, intrigued. She nodded. "Professor Fujimura is right over there," she pointed to a bed across from hers. Ichigo's back was to it, so he hadn't noticed. A quick glance over his shoulder showed him why the usual chaotic scene he was used to with that woman was nowhere to be seen. She's asleep. Of course, it's impossible for this place to be so peaceful when she's awake, he thought as he saw her lying on her bed face up, her back to the annoying rays of the sun. But then he noticed that her head was bandaged across the top of her forehead, and his brow furrowed when he remembered the reason for it. "What's up, Kurosaki? You seem a little upset for some reason," the brunette asked next to him. He shook his head from left to right. "Nothing, I just remembered something. By the way, Issei, come out of your cave for a moment," he called to the black-haired man from behind the sheets. "Speak, I'm listening," the bespectacled man said, still under the thin protection of the fabric. Ichigo would start his own thing. "Good. I wanted to ask you if you know the reason for what happened at school. Do you know anything about it?" The orange-haired man asked with clear interest. Even though he knew the reason and the why of it all, he wanted to know what the authorities had invented to hide it. Issei then came out of hiding. "Right, you left shortly before it happened, just like Sakura," the boy reflected before continuing. "Well, according to what they told us, an apparent gas leak from the kitchen occurred at the school that afternoon. According to what they told us, after we all fell unconscious, a spark was created somehow, and the explosion occurred that devastated the third-floor hallway and part of the lower one. Although it's strange, I don't remember smelling anything strange before fainting, and the tiredness before that doesn't quite fit." He was surprised by what they had been told. "Nor me. But it's lucky that no one got hurt in an explosion as big as that, isn't it, Kurosaki?" "Oh, of course," Ichigo agreed with the girl, barely able to agree, if only he hadn't come out of that place more than just hurt. "Right, Sakura. What will become of her? I haven't seen her again since that day. I just hope Shinji has nothing to do with it, because if so," he thought as he clenched his fist slightly. "Anyway," the man with glasses spoke again. "Classes will be suspended until further notice, at least until the school is fixed, and maybe even longer. Gas leaks aren't very common in the city. More and more people are falling unconscious and apparently exhausted." "Wow, don't you think something more than just a gas leak is going on?" Ayako invited them to reflect. "What do you mean?" Issei replied, crossing his arms. She seemed a little annoyed by it. "Oh come on, you should be the one most suspicious of this. I mean ghosts, supernatural, like in the movies." She exclaimed as if it were an obvious conclusion. Issei sighed in disinterest, on the other hand, Ichigo. "Supernatural? Ghosts, huh? That's right. I already know what happened at school, it was the work of Shinji and Rider, I mean, a master and a servant. This was already happening before I became a master, I remember it from the news, if so of course, a servant had to be behind those supposed gas leaks, after having seen what it's about, a servant had to be absorbing people's mana before, and maybe in many cases it wasn't Rider, but someone else. I agree with Mitsuzuri, I'm a little superstitious about that kind of thing," Ichigo said calmly as his two friends looked on. From then on, they simply began to chat casually about anything. However, Ichigo glanced several times toward the bedroom door, where Saber's high boots could be seen through the window, her legs and arms crossed, doing nothing in particular, just standing there like a lifeless statue. The orange-haired man stared in their direction for a few seconds. Ayako and Issei looked at him in confusion when he seemed to make a decision in their gaze, nodding to himself with a confident face. Whatever he was thinking, they knew that when he adopted that behavior, no one would stop him. "Wait a moment. I'll introduce you to someone." He got up from the bed he was sitting on and headed to the door, opening it but not closing it behind him. His two companions sweated slightly when they thought they heard an argument just a step away from the door and soon saw Ichigo pulling a small girl by the shoulder into the room. Not only were they surprised that Ichigo was having so much trouble moving the girl, but upon seeing her, they realized she was the girl from the rumors. That foreign girl from England who had arrived at their school for some reason that hadn't been apparent until now. She had an impassive face, as if she didn't mind being there, although with a slight twitch in her eye. Clearly, she didn't want to be there. "This is Saber. A friend of mine," Ichigo pointed at her side with a poker face, his hand on her shoulder, then tightened his grip slightly. "Excuse me, she's not very good with Japanese, so." "I can talk, stupid," she clicked her tongue and with a small tap, removed his hand from her shoulder. Now he was the irritated one, causing a vein to pop out on his forehead. Artoria, for her part, let out a slight mocking smile before sighing and introducing herself. "As this talking carrot just said, my name is Saber. And you are?" she asked almost demandingly, going from a relatively calm tone to a strong and imposing one that made the two students sweat. At that, Artoria felt Ichigo's elbow hit her in the rib. She gave him a death glare for her, and he did the same. "What the hell do you think you're doing, shorty?" Ichigo quickly reprimanded her in a voice from beyond the grave. "What do you think you're doing, rotten orange? I remember saying I'd wait outside. Do you have the brains of a strawberry or what?" she insulted him just as quickly. Ayako and Issei found that interaction nothing short of amusing, as virtually no one dared insult Ichigo in such a manner, much less maintain a death stare with him. I don't know, I thought you'd have a little more class, I guess I overestimated you. That definitely irritated Artoria beyond belief, and she really couldn't respond to that. This time, she'd keep quiet, twist her mouth, and sigh again. She'd have time to put him in his place later. DCH, fine. What are your names? Are you really friends with this guy? She asked, jerking her thumb at Ichigo beside her, who didn't care what she called him. He knew she was upset. She'd get over it. After the introductions, Ichigo found a nearby chair for Artoria to sit next to them. She didn't intervene much in the conversation, simply listening and answering the occasional question. At least they didn't ask stupid things, at least not that many. Most of the questions were clearly from the girl. Despite not asking stupid or very personal questions, the girl's persistence was considerable, not to mention her energetic nature. Although, strangely enough, she didn't feel irritated at any point. The hours passed faster than she thought, her initial anger fading as she only intervened when asked something, not wanting to say too much. Ichigo watched her during that time, noticing that she didn't look happy, but she wasn't angry either, so he took that as progress. The arrival of lunch for those in care made visitors realize that it was already midday, and without realizing it, almost 3 hours had passed during their visit. Mitsuzuri snorted the moment Ichigo and Saber stood up, the former began to wave goodbye, while the other simply looked at them, nodding her head a little in farewell. Icy sighed a little in disappointment as well, the truth was there wasn't much to do around the place, they were fine, but according to the doctors, they were still somewhat weak and needed to get enough rest before discharging them. However, as soon as the orange-haired man promised that he would visit them every day until they were discharged, their spirits returned. We'll be coming every day. Right, Saber? Ichigo asked his companion, who was leaning against the doorframe, waiting for him. She looked at him indifferently for a moment, then looked at the two boys in their beds, looking at her with hope. She let out a long sigh and looked away. Unlike him, I promise nothing, she replied quietly, then looked at the two boys again, and they seemed much happier than before. She'll definitely come. Ichigo mentally laughed at her words, then walked over to her, nodding for her to leave. With the door to the room closed behind them, they stood there for a few seconds, at which point Ichigo spoke up. It wasn't so bad, was it? He asked, turning slightly to look at her, noticing how she was looking away. I guess so, although if I'd known about this, I would have stayed home, Artoria replied, trying to sound disgruntled, though somehow she couldn't quite manage it. She couldn't completely deceive herself. She knew that, in some ways, the time she spent with the group had been enjoyable. Before, Ichigo wouldn't have found a way to convince her to stay in a place like that, with people like that. But now. Is this a change? He thought to himself, staring at his hand. He couldn't remember the last time he'd done something as casual as meeting up with a group of people just to talk about anything, not in this life, and certainly not in his last. She thought it was unnecessary, pointless, but perhaps if she had had more moments like those back then, they would have made her see how valuable bonds could be beyond the camaraderie she never valued or reflected on. Now she understood. Had Ichigo forced her to go with him with that intention? If so, perhaps she had underestimated him. He was an idiot, but he had some brains and a big heart. It wasn't that bad, though. It's no excuse to force myself. Remember who I am. Though I'm willing to forget your boldness if you give me a reward. She smiled brightly as she said those words. Reward? What are you, a puppy? Ichigo asked her with a neutral expression. Artoria gave a slight twitch in her eye before starting to walk ahead of him down the hallway towards the exit. Shut up for a moment and let's go, I'll tell you on the way, just adjust your wallet a little, she said simply as Ichigo began to follow her. Those words gave him a bad feeling. Half an hour later, the two of them were walking at a leisurely pace back home along a very deserted street, taking the shortest route through the city. Ichigo was carrying what appeared to be a somewhat long bag on his back. It wasn't heavy at all, just because of its volume he thought it was more convenient to carry it that way. There was the reward Artoria had mentioned earlier. He actually thought it would be something else, but he wouldn't say he disliked it. On the contrary, he liked it too. In any case, it was something only she could do with him, and vice versa. That, in addition to a hamburger the servant was holding in her right hand, already on the last slice of it. They wanted to get home quickly, since the sun wasn't exactly welcoming at that moment. It wasn't surprising, anyway. It must have been almost 2 in the afternoon, when the sunlight was at its brightest. But something would get in the way of their short-term plans, or instead of something. But what? Ichigo noticed the obstacle ahead of their location before Artoria did, who looked up to see what it was, her brow furrowing. Some guys were up ahead blocking their way. They had bats and iron pipes in their hands, just some gang members, but it seemed they'd already gotten there just deserts a while ago. They had a few bandages on parts of their bodies, but that didn't take away the war-hungry smiles directed at Ichigo, who clicked his tongue at the reunion. "Shit, these guys of all days," the orange-haired man whispered, watching as they quickly approached and surrounded them. "But it's Ichigo Kurosaki. Long time no see, dear friend," the man in front of them, who seemed to be the leader, began confidently. "Sure, long time no see, because the last time we saw each other was a few weeks ago and ended up right where I came from, in the hospital," the boy sighed, taking a deep breath. Artoria, who hadn't said anything about it, would still speak up as a question to her master. "Ichigo, do you know these stray dogs?" she asked, not mincing her words at all and not caring if anyone was listening. "No, they're garbage," he replied in the same way. That girl has a sharp tongue, I like her. Is she your girlfriend?" The same guy asked mockingly as he lightly tapped the bat on her shoulder. "That doesn't interest you, get lost. Let's go." Without waiting for an answer, Ichigo began walking through the crowd, but a series of blunt weapons crossed his path. "Not so fast. You don't want us to match your other arm, do you?" she asked another question. Artoria found it strange when Ichigo seemed to react to that provocation, holding his left arm and squeezing it in the process. "Even without arms and legs, you're no match for me, so step aside." "I'm not in the mood," Ichigo threatened, this time not starting to lose his patience. The thugs laughed and prepared to fight, at which point Ichigo was about to drop the bag on his shoulder, but his companion's hand on his prevented him from doing so. "May I?" Artoria asked from behind him. Ichigo was about to refuse until he looked over his shoulder at the girl. The knight was watching them as if they were prey for a hungry wolf, with much malice oppressed. The rude smile she wore on her face was proof that she was serious and wanted to do it, so. Who was he to take that idea away from him? "Sure, they're all yours. Just don't be too hard on them and please don't kill them," he reminded her quietly, and she nodded. "I'll do my best with the last one," Artoria replied, the evil grin still growing on her face. Ichigo continued walking, just like he tried to do a little while ago, and was stopped, but this time he wasn't stopped. As soon as one of her armed attackers got in the way, he was sent flying by a kick from the girl until he ended up brutally embedded in a fence nearby. The metal bar he used to protect himself from the kick ended up split in half. With the path clear, Ichigo sat under a nearby tree. It had shade to avoid the sun, a perfect spot for the spectacle he was about to witness. Well, what a spectacle. Live carnage, all he needed was popcorn. And indeed, the next few minutes his vision was based on watching how the servant did things to those men much more painful than what he had done to them the last time, such as. Picks in the crotch, it hurts just looking at it. I think as a man I'm incapable of doing that to another, but with Artoria it's a different matter. I think I can hear something pop every time she does it. Instinctively, she closed her legs a little. There was pain like hell, and then there was that. When she finished, she approached the tree where her master was, cracking her neck a little in the process. "They're weaklings," she sighed, disappointed by the lack of resistance. "Yeah, like all normal people are compared to you. If you knew you were going to leave them like that, you'd have just killed them, it would have hurt less," Ichigo replied, watching the destruction of the gang of around 20 members in a matter of seconds. Wait, one was on the roof of a house. And another one was hanging upside down from a light poster. "If you want, I can finish the job," the servant said simply. "Leave them alone, I think I'll call an ambulance and we'll go." He took out his phone and started walking. Artoria hurried to follow him. At least she had stretched a little. So they left the place, this time without any problem getting home. Which they quickly did, but Ichigo was puzzled when he knocked on the door and no one answered. Upon entering, he found no one home. He even checked the basement, which he didn't have to make sure, and cursed when he realized his family had gone who knows where. Master and servant arrive in the living room kitchen, the orange-haired one clearly having his wires crossed, remembering what he and Artoria had talked about earlier. He picks up the phone and tries to call, ready to scold his father for such madness. On the other hand, the girl sits at the small table in the center of the room, and on it she sees what appears to be a letter crushed by a small rock. She takes it and begins to read it aloud, catching Ichigo's attention as well. "Dear Ichigo and Saber, the girls and I are going to take a walk around town to finish what we started yesterday. Don't worry, we'll remember the way back and we'll be home before nightfall. PTT, enjoy your time alone." Artoria finished reading coldly, a silence filling the room at this. She turned her gaze to her master, who seemed pleasantly irritated. "Ah, that old man. What the hell is that?" Ichigo said, annoyed by that. He then resumed his attempt to call him. Aizen Kurosaki was at what appeared to be the top of a Ferris wheel at an amusement park, a place that gave him a complete peripheral view of the city that he and his daughters were enjoying from the cabin. However, something suddenly interrupted his tranquility. The phone's ringing, Father Kurosaki said calmly as he took the device out of his pocket. Seeing the contact on the screen, he was overjoyed and immediately answered. A complaint quickly came from the other end of the line, and she even had to move the phone away from her ear slightly. The truth is, she hadn't even heard a quarter of the things her son had said to her in just a few seconds, and they were surely unnecessary to hear. They could lower her self-esteem. Once the torrent of words had passed, she brought the phone back to her ear and answered. Relax a little, son, I know we don't know the city very well, but that's exactly why we left home. Your sisters are having fun right now, the view we have is a privilege, Aizen said happily with carefree as he watched Yuzu standing near the window watching the entire city with enthusiasm. Karen was also there, but calmer and sitting in her place. Honestly, it was a wonderful scene for the father that made him puff out his chest with pride. Yeah, they're definitely enjoying it, the father said on the phone. But one of his son's words on the phone, in response to what he'd said, made him slightly close his eyes. What? Is it dangerous to be in this city at night? He repeated the words he heard from his son. I really don't know why you're emphasizing the city. I think every city has its weird things when the sun goes down, the smiling father joked. Ichigo's lack of response on the phone let him know he was serious. Relax, we'll make sure we're there before 5 in the afternoon. I wrote it in the letter. Did you read it, right? He responded positively, and Aizen stifled a laugh. I see. Then you know what I wrote at the end. Take advantage of it, my son, he hung up. At that moment, Aizen's face changed sharply, taking on a more serious look. So it's dangerous at night, huh? I don't doubt it is, Fuyuki City, he mused in his mind as he calmly looked out the window. A soft click of his tongue filled the air, along with a frown on his part. Dad, what's wrong? Karen asked from beside him, noticing that her father's mood seemed to have changed. Aizen quickly returned to his old self. Nothing, daughter, I just remembered something. Maybe age is starting to catch up with your father after all, he excused himself with a smile. Starting? Karen raised an eyebrow at that. Aizen understood. Talking to his oldest daughter was like talking to a shorter black-haired Ichigo. You're mean to your father, daughter. The truth hurts, he shrugged as if it were obvious. The older man sighed softly at those true words. Everything happened while Yuzu was completely out of the conversation, shifting her feet as the wheel sped down. That would be the last attraction they would be on that day, they had to keep going from one place to another in that city, they still had at least 3 hours to take advantage of. Ichigo sat quietly on the porch of the house, staring into nothingness. Right now, there was nothing interesting to do. He just had to wait for his family to get home and make it through the night without any incidents. That was his goal. But until then, doing nothing was what he did, no matter how stupid it sounded. Wanting to anticipate what was going to happen next in his mind somehow made time go faster, as if he were taking the clock hands in his own hands and manipulating them as he pleased, however he wanted. Artoria must have been around the house, perhaps lying in her room or looking for something to eat in the kitchen. The latter was undoubtedly the most viable, despite the fact that not long ago they had lunch with something that her sister Yuzu had left them ready for lunch. She would have to thank her when she returned. He lay back on the wood, which was somewhat warm from the environment itself, but gave him a good view of the blue sky that was slowly fading, a sign that sunset was not too far away. His view of the sky was obstructed by a blonde hair, Saber's face appeared out of nowhere in his field of vision. Hey Ichigo, you've had enough rest and lunch, now it's time. Now it's even better since your family isn't here, Artoria encouraged him from above, apparently eager to get started with what she told him when they were at the hospital. He almost forgot, of course he wouldn't tell her. You're right, it's time to get started. Do you have what we bought? Ichigo asked as he slowly sat up. He noticed that the servant showed him that she had the bag he had brought on the way home, so the answer was more than clear. Now Ichigo had another question. I see. Are you ready, Artoria? Ichigo asked, as if issuing a challenge to the King of Knights, as he looked straight into those deep pale gold eyes. In response, the saber-class servant formed a knowing smile on her face that carried amusement, rudeness and confidence at the same time, all due to those words from her master. He truly seemed to know how to motivate her. I'm more than ready, and you, Ichigo. Now she was the one who boldly returned the play. The orange-haired man stood up to face her. More than ever. Let's see what you've got. They both walked briskly to the dojo. Once there, Saber pulled 2 pairs of wooden practice swords from his bag. They each took one and then moved far enough away before beginning. This time I'm not going to let this be a tie, I'm going to beat you, Ichigo threatened seriously. Now there would be a winner, and that would be him. That's my line. I may have been too gentle last time, I promise you that out of respect I'll do more this time. He made sure to let him know from the start that it wouldn't be easy, holding his sword in the direction of his now opponent. Now he didn't want to test it, now he wanted to win. Oh, you don't know how flattered I feel, Kurosaki laughed mockingly, beginning to slowly approach his rival, who imitated him. You should. After all, it is a sincere compliment from the king in front of you, please try not to disappoint my expectations. It was a back and forth. Well, now they were only 2 meters away. At that moment they stopped and looked into each other's eyes. You know very well that I want. The talk is over. Let's make it interesting. Ichigo finished, waving his sword at Saber, who imitated her master's action. There were no more words to be exchanged from that point on. From now on, it was just them and their swords in a fight they had been craving since the last time they collided. 3 days later. Outside Ryudu Temple. It was nighttime, a cold, gloomy, and dark night in Fuyuki City. The moon at that moment was hidden by the dense clouds that hung in the vast sky, obscuring its faint rays. Right on the small street in front of the large, long stairs leading to the top of the mountain where Ryudu Temple was located, there were a girl and a man, looking seriously at the top of said stairs, even though there was only darkness on said path. We'll do this, Archer. The time has come to put an end to Castor, Rin Tasaka announced to the servant behind her. The man in red nodded without hesitation. Of course, he spent too much time doing whatever he wants. But, like I said before, no matter how much he gets stronger, he doesn't stand a chance against me if it's a frontal attack. The best way to deal with Castor is this way. He spoke calmly and confidently in what was going to happen next. They already knew that as soon as they set foot on those stairs, Castor would know they were there. It was no wonder they had spent all those days investigating and following the trail of magical energy, from the supposed gas leaks, to find the exact whereabouts of that servant. The time had come to make a move and start eliminating rivals. Of course, it was risky to enter enemy territory without knowing what cards they were holding, but always being on the lookout and afraid to take risks, they knew it would get them nowhere. Come on, Archer. Our inactivity ends right now. The girl exclaimed, quickly starting up the stairs as she ran. Archer followed her closely, alert to the dark forest that surrounded the climb to the temple. It was strange, nothing was standing in their way, there were no traps, no familiars, no warnings. There was absolutely none of that, totally different from what they thought. If there really was a Castor in that place, it should be riddled with traps everywhere. Something's wrong. Castor should already know we're here, why isn't he acting? Archer thought, his twin swords in hand. The lack of action and movement around the place only made him uneasy as they climbed higher and higher. They'd soon be at the top. They must be halfway there. Archer's feeling of unease never disappeared. On the contrary, as soon as he reached the top of the mountain and found the entrance to the temple, it remained. No, it didn't. It only increased when a large bloodstain lay beneath his feet. This what happened here? The archer wondered in his thoughts, scanning the entire place as far as the darkness allowed. The same question was running through his master's mind. Beyond the blood, the unease of not knowing what was happening weighed heavily on him. Let's continue, let's keep investigating inside, Rin announced, touching her servant's shoulder and calling him to follow her. Walking inside the temple and approaching one of the detailed traditional Japanese structures, the servant with his hawk-like vision happened to see an open sliding door. Both the door itself and the ground outside the room seemed to be completely bathed in blood. It looks fresh, he said to himself. Rin, that door in the back is definitely blood. I think we should investigate. For a tiny split second, her super gifted eyes spotted something flying out from behind the buildings. Rin panicked as she watched her servant quickly materialize her bow and aim at something invisible to her. Who the hell is there? The man demanded, but it seemed that what he saw didn't stop for a second. On the contrary, it actually quickened its pace and jumped over the wall in the direction of the forest. Archer discarded his bow and armed himself with his swords before speaking harshly and without hesitation. Rin, I'm going after him. If he's a servant, he has to be an assassin. I can't allow him to escape, he spoke quickly. Archer's master girl nodded with the same speed, completely recovering from her previous surprise. I agree, go get that coward. I'll stay here to see what happened. Rin shouted, running in the opposite direction Archer was running and jumping over the wall that separated the temple and the forest. She knew it wasn't the most sensible thing to separate from her servant when she only had one command seal, but the situation was critical and had become so in just a second. Not deciding quickly was the worst thing she could do, and the uneasiness weighed on her at that moment. He ran to the spot Archer had indicated, and as he approached, he found that the wooden floor was indeed covered in blood. A trail of it led out of a room toward the back of the temple, but following it wasn't his intention for the moment. He had to see what happened inside that room. As much as she knew, she wasn't going to like the view in there at all. As a manga, Rin Tasaka knew that these kinds of things could happen, especially when they were in a war. Wars were ruthless, bloody, and full of death and harm for all sides. She had even experienced it firsthand at the beginning of that war when she saved Ichigo Kurosaki from certain death. But even so, knowing all that, she had to be a part of it because that was her destiny as a member of the Tasaka family. No, who was she kidding? She truly wanted to be part of that war of her own free will. She wanted to win and prove herself in a real battle. She was ready for anything as a Tromaga. However, the moment he peered into the room, he felt those desires vanish completely. Nothing he'd ever seen before was comparable. Blood covered the four walls of the room, the reddish hue of the liquid practically identical to his own clothing, even painting the ceiling. There were intestines on the floor and limbs scattered randomly throughout the room. Fingers, tooth fragments, and even an eye were practically at her feet. Taking one more step would have meant crushing them with her shoes. Such a disgusting sight, Rin brought one of her hands to her mouth, nauseated by witnessing such a sight, but when she bent down to stop the vomit from coming out, that's when she saw the worst of it. At the back of the room there appeared to be a torso, it had no legs or arms, and it was leaning against the wall right in front of the bedroom door, placed there so that anyone who came there could see it, as if it were in an exhibition of a psychopath's best work. The moonlight finally began to show itself on that dark night, its light passing behind the girl and illuminating the room with its dim light more and more as the seconds passed. When she reached the body, the girl's heart seemed to stop for a moment. She knew the person who lay gaunt a few feet away from her. I have to get out of here, Rin said to herself, having realized the identity of the corpse. She staggered away from the room, feeling dizzy, as if she'd been hit hard. She stopped and took a breath. After a few moments, she calmed down. She was acting like a child. She had to wake up. This was the real world of sorcery. She had to be strong. She clenched her fists and filled with determination. She had to continue investigating what had happened there. The trail of blood at his feet told him his next move. He was going to follow her. It wasn't long before he was firmly following the trail again. While she was doing that, her servant was jumping from tree to tree shooting arrows with his bow at the servant who was trying to escape. His success rate with arrows dwindled with each missed shot. At one point, he loaded 3 projectiles at once and fired them simultaneously. The 3 were dodged, but this slowed the pursued man. He took advantage of this and ran down the field with his twin weapons in hand. A single powerful leap was enough to close the distance by 40 meters in a second. He launched a direct cut at Assassin's face, but he was even faster and avoided the attack, but what he couldn't avoid was a kick to the torso from the archer. A kick that made him retreat until his back hit a tree, almost breaking it in half. He had to recover quickly to avoid Archer's white sword, which gave the final blow to the tree and thus made it fall. Assassin stepped back and pulled out what appeared to be a small black knife. Archer simply proceeded to face him with a stern expression on his face. So, Assassin. You're certainly hard to spot, but you were careless in thinking the temple wouldn't be targeted by someone else. Now tell me, what did you do? I did exactly what I should have done, Archer, for the very reason all heroes were summoned in this era. I see, that makes sense. So it's correct for me to think that you've finished off Castor. Archer began to walk slowly towards his rival. If so, I must thank you for helping with the work, but you should have done it when another servant wasn't around. Since just as you said, we were summoned to this era for only one reason, to kill each other, Archer concluded, preparing to assault the assassin again and finish him off. True, I may have made a calculation error. But don't you think you're also forgetting something important? The assassin servant asked with some amusement in his tone. Archer didn't understand. What could he possibly mean? He felt as if he had been hit from the inside out when his mana suddenly dropped. He thought what could have caused it until he reviewed the different reasons in just a second. The mental shock of what it could be proved greater than the physical one. It can't be, Rin. He thought, opening his eyes and looking over his shoulder in the direction of the temple hidden beyond the trees. It seems you need to go back for your master and let me go, Archer. I'd say hurry up, as it might be too late. The assassin laughed, turning his back on him with the intention of leaving, knowing that Archer, if he had to choose between killing him or helping his master in danger, would choose the latter. And so it was, Archer clicked his tongue and started running in the opposite direction to Assassin, who did the same. The archer, while striving to go faster, felt how little his master's mana was. Everything happened suddenly. She was alive, that was certain, but he didn't know if she was out of danger. He shouldn't have left her alone. They should have gone together after Assassin stayed to investigate, but not separately. He cursed in his thoughts for making such a stupid mistake as he got closer and closer to the temple. Once in the courtyard, he leaped onto the roof and began zipping from one building to the other. Following the faint mana signal he received from the girl, he continued until he reached what appeared to be a small lake located at the edge of the temple. He stopped and scanned the room from above, his eyes furiously searching the area for Rin's location. Within seconds, he managed to spot a familiar red sweater. There she is, he said, seeing her lying on the cold wood of one of the hallways by the lake. He hurried over to her and picked her up. She had no apparent injuries, but her fatigue was evident. She was breathing heavily and sweating. It was as if she had been running for hours without stopping. What happened to her? A servant? No, it wouldn't have just left her unconscious, it would have killed her, a familiar. Not at all, a simple familiar wouldn't be capable of doing this to Rin, Archer debated while carrying the girl. With a jump he climbed back up on top of a roof and looked at the lake with distrust. Something wasn't right with that place. I feel something evil right there. Assassin seemed to know what it was and took advantage of it. This war, the Archer thought, beginning to retreat from the site. The first thing they had to do was get Rin to safety, and then they would have a serious talk about what had happened to her. But for him one thing was certain, things were getting started, something big was about to happen, he and Rin had to be ready when that happened. Chapter 21. Pain. The pain in her body and head was evident. Rin Tasaka felt as if a truck had run over her. She woke from a long sleep, the rays of the sun, making her cover herself with the sheets. She lowered it slightly to see where it was, recognizing it as her own room. She didn't remember how she got there, but she was sure whose work it was. Archer, she whispered, holding her head slightly. She felt very weak. It was abundantly clear to her that her mana had been drained to the point of leaving her like that. Opening and closing her eyelids seemed like a feat to her. I even had a slight fever, and I needed medication and some hot tea to relieve all that discomfort a little. He gathered his strength with a long sigh and decided to get up slowly. His joints ached and his muscles weren't much better. It was as if he'd run around the city several times. As he pulled back the sheets, he realized he was still wearing his usual red clothes. He mentally thanked Archer for not doing anything inappropriate. She sat up in bed and prepared to shift her weight onto her feet, or so she intended. The bedroom door opened, stopping her in her tracks, and a figure she knew all too well entered. "Oh, looks like you're awake. How are you feeling?" the servant asked, closing the door behind him with his foot, his hands already occupied with holding a tray of tea he'd made himself. Rin smiled at the sight, feeling relieved. "I'm sure I've felt better," Rin replied as he approached her. The Archer deftly took the tray with one hand and with the other, added a touch of sugar to the tea, and stirred it with a small spoon. He then handed it to his master, not before offering him a pill for his general body aches. "Thank you very much, Archer, thank you for everything," the girl was quick to thank as she took the cup in her hands. "You don't have to thank me, Rin. I am your servant after all. If I were even a little less attentive, I wouldn't forgive myself," he said with a sideways smile. The girl felt a bit of heat, aside from the fever she currently had from the sight the servant was giving her. However, he quickly got rid of that expression to harden her expression a little. "Rest as long as you need, it's still early in the morning. As soon as you're better, I'd like to talk to you about what happened last night. We need to clear things up," he added now with a little more seriousness. He really deserved it. "You're right, Archer. We were expecting something very different from how things turned out," Rin agreed. She finished her tea and Archer helped her lie down on the bed. "I'll be downstairs making us some breakfast when you get up. If you have anything, don't hesitate to ask," the servant said, walking out of the room and closing the door behind him. Rin, as soon as she saw the door close, stared at the ceiling as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. "Honestly, I don't know how I could have doubted Archer when I summoned him. He kept his word, and he's made me regret my initial opinion of him," she sighed with a tired smile, as she proceeded to close her eyes to continue resting and let the medicine take effect. 1 hour later. Rin and Archer were sitting in the living room. The young master was already feeling a little better despite not having fully recovered. She really wanted to talk about what had happened. Archer knew she was stubborn, so protesting was useless once she'd made up her mind. "Good. Then I'd like to be the one to take the lead in this conversation. Is that okay with you, Rin?" the servant asked, settling into the chair and placing one leg on top of the other. "None, Archer." For once, she gave in to taking the lead in something. Strange, it must have been her weakened state. However, Archer just remained silent and nodded, ready to begin. "Last night, we set out to attack after finding Castor's exact location. A frontal assault against that type of servant was the best option. We entered Ryudu Temple without any inconvenience or time setbacks, and once inside Archer paused slightly before continuing. The problems began. And the first was that no one gave us the warm welcome we'd hoped for, and the second, assassin," she concluded, frowning. Rin thought it was time to start intervening. An assassin, and Castor was nowhere to be seen. But that couldn't be possible. "There's too much difference between a Castor and an assassin for it to have been a mistake on our part," the girl debated, crossing her arms. "And it wasn't, there was a Castor in that temple just before we arrived there," Archer said, and the black-haired girl looked at him confused. "Archer, what do you mean?" Rin asked, and he closed his eyes before answering. "As you know, I chased assassin when he tried to escape. I was able to intercept him in the forest, and he himself confessed to killing Castor a short time ago, so little time that surely by the time we set foot on the stairs of Ryudu Temple, he was finishing the job," the servant declared clearly. Rin opened her eyes at those words. "Do you think he killed the master too?" Rin asked now, she couldn't help but tremble a little, something that didn't go unnoticed by Archer. It's most likely he may even have attacked the master first and then taken care of Castor, a tactic that an assassin would use, Archer said calmly. Assassin killed a man I knew at the temple, there didn't seem to be any other victims apart from him, so that only indicates that the man assassin killed was Castor's master. Rin connected the dots, it was the only conclusion she could draw. At that moment, Archer remembered the real reason he wanted to talk to his master. Rin, there's something I haven't told you yet about my encounter with Assassin, he began, and the girl listened. Just as I was about to finish, I felt my mana supply suddenly drop dramatically, and I had to retreat because of it. The only reason such a thing would happen is if something happened to my master. He left that last bit open, Rin seeming to tense slightly when the archer's silver eyes fixed on his. I found you unconscious and very weak behind the temple, your mana was almost completely drained, it could have been fatal. So, Rin, what happened to you last night? The servant asked, fixing his gaze on his master, who broke away from the archer's gaze to look at the table in front of her. His memories of that moment were hazy, he didn't really know what had happened, as it didn't seem to have been real. He remembered following the strange trail of blood through the temple, walking and walking behind it for a few moments, until at a certain point on the ground, right next to the lake, the mark disappeared completely, not as if it had vanished, it was more as if whatever had been dragged had ended up in the water. He stared at the water, nothing in the environment moved, there was no sound, it was cold, very cold, too strange, just a few moments ago the weather hadn't been this freezing. She felt uncomfortable in that dark atmosphere. She wanted to get out of there. She felt watched, as if she were being hunted. As soon as she took a step back and started to go back the way she had come, she was petrified by what was in front of her. "A shadow," he said to Archer as loudly as he could. Archer didn't quite understand him. "A shadow you say?" "Yes, a strange shadow was the one that did this to me. It appeared out of nowhere and I couldn't feel it coming for me, when I had it in front of me just a step away I didn't know what to do. In my confusion small hands came out of it in a very frantic manner and suddenly pounced on me, from then on I don't remember anything. But it's certain that that thing took away almost all of the mana I had, if I had been a normal person I would have disappeared completely." She clenched her fists in annoyance, she wasn't acting up to what she should be as a maga, she felt disappointed. "Calm down, don't worry. If what you're saying is true, even a servant would have been in trouble with a mana-sucking thing like that." Archer tried to convince her not to be hard on herself. Which seemed to work, but now her mind was thinking about what her master had said. "So a shadow that feeds on mana, huh? We have to be careful with it, that thing may have appeared recently, and if so, as if it were a newborn child, it will want to feed more and more." Rin was lucky to have much more mana than a normal person, and she is just fatigued, the servant inquired in his agile mind, observing the black-haired girl out of the corner of his eye. "That shadow, that dark presence I felt in the temple, I've felt it before besides, if I think about it better, I feel the same sensation as when Saber is near." He thought with great interest about the last point. A while back, he thought that the Holy Grail had something to do with the strange summoning of someone like Saber, he was still thinking about that. But why was what he felt in the temple so similar to Saber's presence? For some reason, everything felt too familiar. His memories weren't quite sorted out. Saber, who was she? His eyes flashed briefly at the distant memory from so long ago. A knight in shining armor and her sacred sword, capable of eclipsing the sun, and him, in a war. True, how could he have forgotten? But then why was she so different from how he remembered her? That darkness was nothing like the Saber he had in his memories. He didn't remember the details, but surely long ago, he had fought alongside Saber in the Holy Grail War. He only remembered the tragic outcome of that battle in Fuyuki. Everyone was dead, just like that time when he'd been saved by Kiritsugu. For the second time in his life, he couldn't prevent a tragedy that was happening right in front of him, and so, his long journey to becoming a hero began. So long that I only vaguely remembered the beginning and the end. He had experienced war twice. Once, he was merely a child who suffered the consequences, the second time he was a master, and this third time, he was a servant. There was something familiar about those 3 times. The air of death and despair, filled with fear and unease. What he felt at night was the same thing he had experienced during the first 2 tragedies in his life. If everything was connected, then something very bad would happen again this time. "Archer? What's going on?" All those thoughts were interrupted by his master's voice, which sounded somewhat worried. He must have had a somewhat distant, even distressed look on his face. "It's nothing, please let's get on with it," the archer quickly replied, pushing away all previous thoughts, although not completely, it was impossible for him. "Rin, they took our prey, Castor, from us. I didn't like that at all, and I'm sure you don't either. Was I wrong?" she asked, wanting to move on. As a servant, she could only do one thing. "You're not, Archer. We'll have to find a new target. I'm not feeling well right now, but I'm sure I'll be better by tonight," the master said, agreeing with the archer's words. This dangerous dance must continue. Archer thought about what would be a good option to continue, and one immediately came to mind. What do you think of Ryder? He asked. Rin raised an eyebrow. Ryder? Why? I have unfinished business with her. Our relationship was left unfinished on the first night of the war, and that's something I can't allow. Lancer would also be a good option, but I'd rather leave it for later. I see. But what about Berserker? Rin asked to know what his response would be. Without a doubt, a formidable opponent. Those nights when we were investigating Castor, we saw him and his master strolling through the city streets as if nothing had happened. They seemed careless, but it was the opposite. It was more of a challenge, and that servant, and above all, his master. I know who it is. White hair, red eyes, and overflowing mana, there's no doubt about it. She must be from the Aizen family, one of the 3 great families of magicians. Only she could summon and control a monster like that servant, she mused, sipping her tea. She would certainly be a rival to be reckoned with. Although that was something Archer already knew very well, from experience, so to speak. I'm with you, Archer. Ryder will be our next target, however, I would like to talk to Ichigo and Saber to find out what they will do. Rin took the floor again, the Archer didn't like the idea very much. I don't see the need for such a thing. I understand we're in some sort of alliance, but it would be better if it were a ceasefire, so we could act independently, Archer argued calmly. As an archer, acting individually rather than in concert was the best option, so no one would get in their way. But think about it, Archer. They might also move, and we'd both attack the same target. Just what you're saying would happen if there's no communication. Besides, having allies is good since the work is divided, Rin explained. The servant raised an eyebrow. The girl laughed when she noticed, apparently knowing where he was going. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, to put it more accurately in our reality, finishing off 2 enemies in one night, a double blow. That ensures that we won't attack the same servant, so they won't get in our way, nor we in theirs, and thus be one step closer to the final battle, he concluded, looking Archer in the eyes, who sighed with a slight smile. You have perspective. As I expected from my master. You've convinced me, now I can't wait for nightfall, it will be interesting, he replied with a slight smile, then looked away, his eyes stern. Everything is connected. The Grail has to do with all of this. Those wars ended in tragedy when they reached their end, and what exists at the end of a war is the Holy Grail. If what I'm thinking is correct, then this battle is pointless. But to prove it, I have to reach the end, he stated confidently in his thoughts. The panorama was beginning to take shape for him. It was strange, a few days ago Ichigo remembered finishing fighting with Saber and waiting for his father to come home to ask him how long he planned his visit to last. He certainly didn't want it to sound like his son wanted him to leave just a few days after arriving, or that he didn't want them there. He thought he could think of a good way to do it and ask, finally doing so that same night when his sisters went to sleep. He was surprised by the response. His father had told him he was actually planning to stay for about a week, but he had to return to the clinic in his home in Karakura, and both he and his daughters would be staying for only 3 days. Unfortunately, since he was his own boss, he was the only one who had to attend to important matters like closing contracts or managing monthly inventory, which luckily for him fell on that week. Ichigo wasn't sure. He thought it was too convenient for him. However, to avoid seeming relieved about it, he said that next time he would be the one to go to Karakura town. His father laughed at this and replied that he hoped so. The 3 days somehow passed without incident. There was only tranquility, well, if you could call it that. He remembered how the next day after talking to his father, Aizen tried to wake him up like he usually did at home, with a kick in the face and without warning. However, it all resulted in 2 revelations for him. The first was that upon suddenly entering what he thought was his son's room, he found that he wasn't alone, but to his truly pleasant surprise, he was lying on his futon along with Saber. Inside himself, and while he was going with a flying kick ahead, he jumped for joy at his son's excitement, being such a gallant, especially in front of a beauty like the girl, but that didn't stop him from stopping his surprise attack. Good morning, Ichigo. What the buck? Ichigo quickly stood up. His father hadn't done that the first morning, and Ichigo thought he'd forgotten. It turns out Aizen had actually forgotten, he just remembered the good old days with his son, and wanted to make him remember them too. And that's when she realized the second thing. She'd made a miscalculation. Just before her foot landed on her son's face, who jumped up at the sound of his name, she received a slap from the girl, who had excellent reflexes. The force of the blow made him break through 2 of the house's fragile walls. Her figure was etched into them. Ichigo watched with a drop of sweat as Saber stood up faster than a blink of an eye and with a single punch, sent her father flying through the walls. It was all just instinct on Saber's part, since after a few seconds, even she didn't know what had happened. Observing the situation while standing on her futon, she remembered a few seconds ago and realized everything. Does your father suffer from some kind of old age disorder, or is stupidity just in his blood? The girl asked calmly, staring at the hole in the wall. A small vein popped out in Ichigo's forehead at the words. Nothing runs in the blood. It's always been that way. It wakes me up that way, so I'm always on guard since I was little. I thought he'd forgotten about that idiocy. I see. Not a bad workout, the girl mused, lightly touching her small chin. Ichigo looked up at her while rolling his eyes. I knew it, both you and he are crazy. Don't play innocent, you're not right in the head either, Saber quickly replied. Well, I guess hanging around with psychopaths is getting to me somehow. Ichigo shrugged and stood up, then looked at the hole in the wall. I think I'd better go help him. I hope he's not dead, he said, going through the hole to help his old man. Yes, I hope so too, the girl replied simply, going to help her master's father and going directly to the kitchen to see what she could eat. Aizen was relatively fine, and of course it didn't occur to him to burst into his son's room with a flying kick again, at least not while Saber was around. Although he had made a good discovery, Ichigo and Saber slept together. The blow had been worth it when Yoruichi and Urahara found out. Ichigo watched his evil gaze as he sat at the table with an ice pack on his cheek, already knowing what he was thinking. If Urahara or Yoruichi ever bother me about this, I'll know who told them, he thought with a heavy sigh as he held the bridge of his nose. The 3 days passed peacefully, with short walks and meals enlivened mostly by his father and sisters. They were pleasant days, with their ups and downs, such as Aizen's unfortunate comments, sometimes meant to annoy him and other times to annoy Saber, but the latter wasn't very tolerant. There was disorder, but there was also peace. It was as if her normal family life from the old days, like before she had her powers, had returned. But everything had to come to an end. 3 days after Aizen and Ichigo spoke, early one morning, they were at the city bus terminal, and the bus heading to Karakura was about to leave. His sisters hugged him warmly, and Ichigo returned the gesture with a slight atypical smile, one he only showed to those close and truly trusted. Afterward, they boarded the bus and quickly took their seats, watching their brother through the window and waving goodbye. All the while, the man was grabbing his and his daughter's belongings, intending to put them in the bus's luggage compartment. As he did so, he was about to board the bus when he apparently remembered something and quickly returned to his son. All of this before Saber's eyes, who was standing a little further back. Oh, by the way, Ichigo. I brought this with me, I don't know why I didn't give it to you before. But now is the perfect opportunity, this way you can take her with you wherever she wanted you to go, Aizen told him, while taking something out of his pocket. A folding pendant, Ichigo took it in his hands and opened it, revealing an image of his mother on it, Misaki Kurosaki. Saber looked at that pendant with special attention, something that Aizen noticed, knowing that she wasn't only interested in the image it carried. You're giving me this right now, old man? The young man asked, squeezing the pendant in his hand slightly. Despite his words, Aizen knew this was his way of thanking him, so he merely smiled and walked over to give his son a big hug. You know she is and always will be there for you, Ichigo, just like me. Take care of yourself, son, he said, then broke away from the hug, proceeding to observe the little girl a little further back. Saber, please try to take care of him and not let my little one do anything dangerous, and don't let him get into trouble. I know it will be difficult, but I also know that you are a strong girl, stay by his side, he told her, or rather practically asked her. Ichigo felt heat in his cheeks at his father's embarrassing words, that old man didn't stop embarrassing him wherever he went. Your son is a real pain. Like father, like son, she began, earning an annoyed look from the boy and a small drop of sweat from Aizen, who didn't care and continued. However, I assure you that you are in good hands and that I will stay by your side, whether you like it or not, she made clear with certainty. Aizen listened to her and felt confident too, but at that moment I decided to add something before he finally left. Oh, and Saber. If it's not too much trouble, I'd also like it if you could turn my son into a real man. Oh damn it, if you're just going to leave already. Ichigo yelled at him as he kicked Aizen into the bus, smoke billowing out of his ears like a steam train. The door closed and Aizen pressed himself against the glass, laughing like a child. The bus started as they said goodbye. Yuzu and Karen said goodbye to their brother and the girl, who despite having been somewhat repellent to them the time they knew each other, knew that somehow her brother trusted her and she trusted her brother. I might, Saber said simply before turning around and starting to walk towards the exit. Ichigo happened to hear her and frowned slightly. What? Ichigo asked, not understanding what she was talking about. He didn't waste a single second placing the pendant around her neck. Saber looked over her shoulder at him and clicked her tongue at how slow and stupid her master could be. Nothing. Let's go, let's not waste any more time, he said simply, continuing his casual walk. They arrived home and sat for a few minutes at the living room table, at which point the girl spoke. We can finally get going. No more inactivity for us. Starting at night, we'll be out on patrol. This might be the time when we're truly ready to fight, she said determinedly. She spent days holding back, and Ichigo certainly helped with that, but it wasn't enough. She really needed to cut something. You can say that. Now we can fight without worrying about anything other than the enemy, and more often than not, they've taken us by surprise. A head-on battle under normal conditions is all we should need to start eliminating competitors and reach the end, the boy agreed with what the knight had said. He didn't know about strategies, he knew about fighting with everything he had and head-on, as it should be, although there was one thing he was thinking about. Though I think we should go out for a walk and see possible places to take the battle if things get ugly. Knowing the city makes it even easier to find a good spot to avoid collateral damage, the orange-haired man suggested. Saber Alter nodded at her master's idea. A good idea. Let's not waste time and do it, we must prepare for the upcoming battles. Saber got up from her seat and headed straight for the door of the house. She had already had breakfast, so lunch wasn't an inconvenience for the moment, and it was still early. Although, she stopped walking the moment she didn't hear or feel Ichigo following her. She turned her head over her shoulder, only to find the orange-haired man halfway up, staring at the living room television with absolute interest. It was the news. She was going to hear what it was about, too. Around 20 cases of sudden disappearances were reported last night in Fuyuki City. According to the reports, the missing persons seemed to have vanished from the scene without leaving any trace behind them. All in random locations throughout the city and in an extremely strange manner, since in each case the same story is told by those close to the scene. The people involved, just moments before disappearing, were there. End of the report, and the curtain closes on this news section. Thank you very much for listening to this broadcast. Ichigo turned off the television when the news ended and stared at the screen of the switched-off device, deep in thought. What the hell? 20 people missing in a single night? That's definitely not normal. What could be going on now? The boy thought, dismayed, running a hand through his hair. It could be a servant, he heard Saber say, standing across the table, as if she knew what he was thinking, and agreed. It has to be. A servant feeding on people to get stronger. I remember you said something like that when we talked about the barrier at school, Ichigo replied, agreeing with her. It could certainly be something like that, but there's something I can't be sure about, the servant said, observing her master. He looked at her as if to ask her to continue, of course he would. Why now? He's had time since the war started. If a servant wants to become strong, I suppose he wouldn't waste time and start doing the dirty work in advance. So Saber Alter explained. Ichigo understood what she was getting at. It could be that he wasn't a servant and that another headache has appeared since yesterday. We have to be ready for anything, Saber, let's get this over with already, Ichigo finished sternly, and Saber nodded at those words. With a firm step, they both headed toward the city, intending to address the matter they had agreed upon earlier. It was a day like any other, early in the morning. In that part of the city, somewhat removed from the center, it was of course not very populated. They didn't see a large number of people wandering the streets as they walked. They could probably count them on just one hand. His walk, illuminated by the bright morning sun, found itself at a pedestrian crossing. At said crossing, Ichigo figured he'd start by showing Saber the panoramic view of the city and then go in person to the places that would be marked on said view. The green light came and his stride resumed. He planned to climb a bit to get said view. He knew a place that wasn't very busy even during the day. It was perfect. Saber Alter just followed him in silence, although somewhat interested, realizing that instead of going into the city, they seemed to be leaving it. A little further ahead she saw how the road began to become wooded in the surroundings. He didn't know what it was, but along the way he could feel a strange sensation, which became more and more noticeable as they advanced along the road. If before he was alert to whatever it was, now he would be even more so, as he began to recognize that faint sensation with a little more clarity. For now, he would keep his mouth shut and prepare to fight. She noticed how Ichigo stopped walking, and she did the same accordingly. She had been deep in thought and hadn't noticed that there were a good number of people ahead. A few of them were in uniform and behind yellow tape, unwilling to let anyone pass. It's easy to assume that something has happened, things have been too quiet these last few days, or maybe not so much, in Ichigo and I were simply being ignorant of what has been happening, the blonde thought quickly as she observed the scene. Even from a distance, there seemed to be concern in those people. Her gaze shifted to the person beside her, and right there she noticed her master was sweating slightly, his brow furrowed almost completely. His concern seemed to be at its peak, which interested her. Just as she was about to ask, the orange-haired man started walking again, almost running, to get to the spot. Saber Alter clicked her tongue for her and hurried after him, that strange sensation increasing as they got closer and closer. She just listened to what Ichigo was about to ask the authorities and people there, and the answer she would receive accordingly. I'm so sorry, friend. His tone was soft, low, and completely understanding. He didn't know what it felt like to give devastating news to someone, or worse, to someone you know and spend time with on a daily basis. Ichigo felt the responsibility of telling him himself. He hadn't even left the hospital yet, but Issei Ryudu was about to be discharged. He would surely be out of the hospital that same afternoon. What a joy. A joy that turned to devastation upon hearing how, from the mouth of his orange-haired friend, a person important to him had suddenly died. No, he had been murdered, one done by what must have been nothing less than a demon. Ichigo didn't give details, obviously it wasn't the time, it never would be the truth. He heard from a monk belonging to Mount Ryudu how he had found the body of Suichiro Kuzuki, that strict teacher who had taught him many times during those 2 years he had been in Fuyuki. It had been surprising to him, but his friend and how close he was to Professor Kuzuki quickly crossed his mind. That led him to where he was standing at that moment. Right next to the hospital bed where his bespectacled friend was staying, having turned around to look at the scene with blank eyes after hearing what he had to say. The silence lasted for seconds during which Ichigo just wanted to disappear from the place. It was even worse when he realized Issei was slowly taking off his glasses while breaking into silent tears. The orange-haired man clenched his fist so much that he stopped feeling them, the nails almost embedded in his skin were nothing compared to the helplessness he felt. He didn't realize how long he stayed there, only remembering to be present the whole time, until finally a nurse told him visiting time was over. He was sitting outside the hospital, staring into nothingness. Someone who had remained silent all this time was going to make himself noticed. That guy wasn't killed by a person, I could feel something strange near that temple, like the scent that a servant had been there for a long time. Ichigo, surely that person, Suichiro Kuzuki, was a master, he said seriously next to the orange-haired man, who was still looking straight ahead. Damn, or, Ichigo spat out with the most spiteful expression he had. Saber Alter couldn't remember ever seeing an expression like that on his master. He seemed to take a few breaths in search of some calm, seeming to find it just a little before speaking again. This only makes our goal even clearer. We must end this war as quickly as possible. People disappearing without a trace and people fighting over something useless like the Grail are the two main reasons why we will end this damned pointless skirmish. You know we will, let's go. We must prepare for the coming battles, he said, fully agreeing with his master. Saber Alter stood up and held out his hand to the orange-haired man. I know you probably already know and heard this, but let me tell you as the king this time. Ichigo, war is merciless, a lot of blood is shed, and it's not fair to anyone. You may find yourself in situations where you have to betray yourself to do what's right. Doing what's right isn't doing what you want. Once you find yourself in a situation like that, you'll have to think quickly and make an objective decision. Let me tell you more clearly, in order to stop this war, you're going to have to kill with your own hands. Killing to save, that's how the world worked in my time, and unfortunately, things don't seem to have changed at all. So are you really prepared to face yourself in a situation like that? She asked, she knew he was different from her. Surely he'd find a solution that was different from hers. She'd hate for him to go through the same thing she did. Ichigo had been through battles and extreme situations, but now he was different. They were talking about something that had to do with his way of being and seeing the world. Could he kill someone to achieve his goal, or would he doubt himself at the decisive moment? I don't know, the orange-haired boy answered truthfully, gently taking his servant's hand to stand up. He knew himself better than anyone. He believed he had the nerve to take someone's life if they were doing wrong, and it was truly necessary for everyone's well-being. But at the same time, he had never been in a situation like that before. He had never seriously thought about killing anyone, no matter how much harm they had done. It wasn't in his nature. Saber Alter sighed slightly at the response. She had seen something like this coming. You don't have to answer right now, but I'd like you to think about it more and make a decision. Changing the subject, we're taking a while, she reminded the orange-haired man. It was just afternoon, and they still hadn't completed the planned route. They would immediately get going. The route was completed, and Saber Alter had already identified possible scenarios for the battles. There were 3 that were particularly suitable, according to her. First there was the park, open fields for many meters around, where she could move around as she knew how. Second, a building under construction that had apparently been abandoned over the years. The ground-level portion was a site with a certain amount of space, not counting the building itself. The advantage was that it was completely uninhabited, but it could cause an uproar if the building fell in battle. It would be a last resort in any case. And finally, a forest on the outskirts of the city. She only saw it from a distance, and she quickly came to the conclusion that this would be the ideal place to fight comfortably and with all her power. But something was happening with that forest. It was a barrier she noticed when she ventured just a little deeper into the area. There must be a master and a servant if they ventured any deeper, and she let Ichigo know. They were just on their way to the boys' home to wait for night to fall and then go out to look for a fight because that was literally what they were planning to do when the sun went down. They wouldn't expect anyone to look for them. We don't know exactly where to find a servant, except for one. We could start there, anyway it's located in the best possible place for you to go all out, Ichigo explained as he walked, and Saber agreed with it, that was her idea and her master's as well. So be it, I can't wait, she said with some excitement, she was ready to show Ichigo what the servant she had summoned was truly capable of. Yes, she wanted to show off a little, she had to admit it. As they walked, as the landscape began to turn orange with the long-awaited sunset, a somewhat annoying sound filled the air. Ichigo looked down from Saber's watchful eye, reached into his pocket and pulled out his cell phone, which was vibrating and ringing furiously. He wasted no time looking at the number and answering it. He stopped and Saber Alter stopped beside him, looking at him questioningly as he didn't say anything clear on the phone. A few nods and vague answers were all they exchanged before hanging up and putting the phone away. Change of plans. Tasaka wants to talk to us about something important, she says. She said we should stop by her house to take care of it, he said, stopping in his tracks and looking at her. A grimace of annoyance crossed the girl's features. DCH, that annoying girl, the knight muttered to herself, thinking about the brunette. She truly didn't like her. It was obvious she only wanted to be in control of everything, and it seemed she also wanted to be in control of Ichigo's and hers movements. If she got in the way of what they were planning to do that night, she wouldn't hesitate to put her in her place. In this way they changed the destination they would reach, a small preamble of what awaited them that night. They turned around to head for the place, it was a bit far away for their bad luck, but they had no options, at least for Ichigo. For Saber Alter there was still the other option, to leave her waiting. Of course, that would only be if it depended on her, and it didn't, it was ruled out. As he walked, Ichigo remembered that he hadn't seen Sakura for a while, it was since that day when the madness at school occurred, and he even had the courage to carry Shinji, and that she almost died, again. The point is that since then he hadn't seen any sign of her, he hoped that by all Shinigami Shinji had nothing to do with that, because if that was the case well, there was no need to say what he was going to do to her, what happened last time would have been a caress, and it wasn't exactly gentle at the institute. Anyway, I'd have to visit Sakura once things calmed down a bit, maybe tomorrow. But he had to of course get through the night that was fast approaching, there would be no tomorrow if he trusted himself and died in battle, letting himself be killed was not a valid option, it never had been. His thoughts distracted him. He didn't realize he was already standing in front of the imposing house mansion of his classmate and fellow soldier. He didn't wait long before knocking, realizing Saber's face was even more sour than usual, and that was saying something. He hoped Rin wouldn't drive him crazy, at least not that badly. The door in front of the duo opened and they entered immediately, so as not to waste any more time. The time for conversation had to begin. Midnight. Fuyuki Center. It all turned out to be easier than it looked, Archer said, standing on the edge of a building, with a free fall of about 100 meters, nothing special. The city lights illuminated his serious hard face, hard, cold, and calculating. That was him, and at that moment, he was no different, as he was preoccupied with how the conversation with the Saber Master and the servant had gone. Rin, strange as it may seem, didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point with them, knowing it was something important. He put forward his thoughts in the following way. She and he would move that night with the intention of eliminating Ryder, they would wander around the city with the intention of finding her, it had to be late at night to ensure that there were as few people as possible in the area where they planned to carry out the matter. That said, she needed them to take care of a specific servant. Since he was the only one whose exact location she knew, and the place was perfect to deal with him with a servant like Saber. She stepped forward and spoke. Let me guess, that servant you're talking about is deep in the woods, heading north of the city, Saber explained, standing behind her master. Rin blinked in mild surprise, not thinking they would know that beforehand. Ichigo had noticed. We already had that servant in mind, and we were just thinking of going after him, Kurosaki completed with certainty and confidence. That alone made things so much easier. Not even telling them that this must be the most dangerous servant in the war could stop them. Saber saying that she would be the one to judge that with her sword, and Ichigo saying that they would finish off the big fish once and for all. The master was as stubborn as the servant. Archer could say they were like two peas in a pod. Both were crazy. He was grateful that at least he wasn't like a certain idiot obsessed with helping everyone, but himself that he wasn't like him, to put it bluntly. Turning the matter around, he and Rin had been watching from high above as the number of people on the streets gradually decreased. Right at that moment, the other duo must have already crossed the forest and arrived at the meeting. If so, they couldn't be left behind. It's time, Rin, there's no one around anymore. Let's go down and invite Ryder, I don't like the deal, but it's done and it's our responsibility to do our part, said the white-haired archer calmly. He heard footsteps behind him getting closer and closer until they positioned themselves next to him. You seem impatient, this is unusual for you, Archer. "But I'm with you, please help me down," said the brunette somewhat amused, allowing herself to be held bridal style by her servant. Once ready, he jumped into the void. They covered the 100 meters to the ground in seconds, landing in a completely uneventful manner, soft as a feather pillow on the cold asphalt. Archer let Rin stand on her own 2 feet, and at that moment he made his twin swords appear, ready to battle. Rin began to walk fearlessly forward with pure determination, knowing that she didn't have to worry about her back from that point on, her servant had her more than covered. Seriousness bathed the faces of master and servant, knowing that that night had to be a great blow to that war for the Holy Grail. By that same morning, when the sun rises again over the horizon opposite the moon, war for 2 servants and 2 masters. It would have come to an end. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.